Outside, the blazing light hits the earth, and the sound of car engines echoes one after another, highlighting the vitality of the city. Inside the room, a man as ordinary as Louis Koo opened his eyes on the recliner. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar environment, Uran fell into deep thought. Quantum entanglement? Traveling through another world? Standing up straight, the large flat mirror in the room reflected Uran's ordinary appearance, which was a little handsome. No wonder Uran thinks this way, he has indeed traveled through time. Not only does he have the same name, but his appearance is basically the same. It's like myself in another world. But it is different from the situation in the previous life when orphans were forced to work as workers. In this life, he is a super rich second generation. They obviously have the same appearance, but compared to his previous appearance, his appearance in the mirror is obviously much more noble and energetic. Coupled with the valuable clothes on his body, he is completely different from before, making him even more handsome and attractive. Hey, it's really money that supports people. Uran couldn't help but sigh. They had the same appearance but completely different temperament. Now he is handsome and striking, but in the past he was simple and handsome, without such striking aura. It may be exactly the same reason. The original owner's memory was inherited naturally, and there was no discomfort after time travel. As for why I say that I am a super rich second generation, the super is not just a casual talk. The only son of the richest man in Jiangnan province, Jiangnan province is also a top province in the country. As the provincial capital, Jinling is a top city along with the Magic City. Therefore, the gold content can be said to be 24k pure gold but 2 to 3k of real gold. Uran stretched out. It seemed that his miserable life in his previous life had moved God and gave him a top status in this life. Let's talk about how miserable the previous life was. That's really miserable. In his previous life, he was born at the entrance of the orphanage. According to the director, it seemed that someone who looked like the dean left him at the entrance. I thought it was a grudge between a large and wealthy family, but I didn't expect that he had never seen his parents from the beginning to the end. How could they be so miserable? In the orphanage, he was also miserable because he was born prematurely. Therefore, he was thin and was bullied a lot when he was a child. The nutrition in the orphanage was not very good, so he was always very thin. Until he reached the age of 7, he went to primary school in response to national policy, but he never had any preschool education. Top of the class, no doubt. But Uran still worked hard in his previous life. After all, hard work can change his destiny. Well, in fact, he is trying to get a scholarship and free tuition, so that he can continue to study and make money. Maybe Uran is a genius. He actually went to university all the way through the background of an orphanage, and it is a pretty good top 285 and 911 university. After college, he was finally able to be self-reliant and support himself. After graduating from college, he successfully entered a good company. He thought that all the hardships would be rewarded and he could enjoy life. But I didn't expect that after entering the company, 996 became the norm and I worked overtime every day. He upholds the principle that hard work will lead to success. Finally, his boss switched to Land Rover. And he also died suddenly on the way to work. Amen. The best of both worlds belongs to Yes. The hard work in his previous life finally moved God, and in this life he finally became a second generation who didn't need to work hard. Yay! Just when Uran was about to sing good luck loudly, the sound of electricity sounded in his mind, and then a voice appeared in his mind. It has been detected that the host is too excited. The awakening of this system gives the host a small shock. Hello host, I am the 8848 system and I will serve you wholeheartedly. Hearing this voice, Uran's brain shut down for a moment. The legendary traveler's standard equipment is here? Who would have thought that a rich second generation like him could actually have a system and embark on the path of the protagonist? Isn't it said that the protagonist usually has a sister, a house, and both parents are dead? Ah, that's wrong. It's usually the evil star that kills someone. He has a biological father and mother in this life. Could he be adopted? Being raised by an enemy and taking revenge against heaven? Descendants of gods, living in the mortal world? For a moment, Uran's mind was filled with imagination. The system saw that Uran was paying no attention to itself and fell into incomprehensible thoughts, so it decided to say it again. Hello, host, I am 8848 system, I will serve you wholeheartedly. The sound of the system sounded again, finally bringing Uran back from his thoughts. 8848 system? The separation of the people and the 3-second explosion? It feels like there's just the slightest bit of danger. However, Uran, who owned the system, was still very excited and shouted out. System, master, I'm here. I am here. 2 different sounds appeared, one inside his mind and one outside entering his ears. Drop. With a swipe of the card, the door was opened. A man walked in and looked at Uran with a very respectful expression. Lu Zitong, his secretary, to be precise, his lackey, also serves as secretary. Oh, it's okay. I'll just check to see if you're here. If I have something else to do later, I'll call you then. Yuran waved his hand and asked Lu Zitong to retreat first. Lu Zitong looked confused, but didn't say anything. As Brother Rant's loyal dogleg, he must try to understand all of Brother Rant's words and actions. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease holding 500,000 yuan a month. After he came out, he thought for a while, well, Brother Ren must have decided on something big, but he must not have thought about it yet, but he must do it. There is definitely nothing you can do in the house, that is, you have to go out. Well, prepare in advance to avoid being in a hurry. Lu Zitong nodded, confirmed his inference, and then made preparations. Host, you can talk to me directly in your mind without shouting, that would be a bit silly. The sound of the system sounded in time, listening to the electronic sound that was obviously emotionless. But he always felt that the system was mocking him, and Yuran's head was full of black lines. How does he know? This is his first time too. Don't think wrongly, the first time you bind the system, the other ones haven't been handed over yet. There was no mention of emotions in the previous life, naturally because there was no emotion. But as a studious, stupid person, Yuran studied many ways to chase girls. In the end, they all converged on one word, money. There is a saying that Xia Zhu doesn't like money, but everything that touches her requires money. So he didn't have this capital in his last life. But in this life, he has it. The top rich second generation, he can say with great confidence. I'm not interested in money. It's nothing. I'm just asking you what system you are in and what it does. I am the 8848 system, also known as the Come On and Become a Villain system. I encourage the host to become a qualified villain. Stop. Are you the villain of the system? Then I am the villain. A big question mark floated in Yuran's mind. Of course, forget it, I won't explain it, host, you can see for yourself. Ding, the data of the miracle doctor descends from the mountain has been transferred, and the current transfer rate is 1%. The transmission speed of information is very fast, and Yuran quickly received all the information of this book. There is no swelling or pain in my mind, maybe it's because of the system. The knowledge was engraved in his mind in a very relaxed state. If he had this ability, I am afraid that he would be the #1 scholar. The Miracle Doctor Comes Down the Mountain is a classic novel written by a novice doctor. It tells the story of Lin Fan, the miracle doctor, who came down from the mountain after studying and showed off his medical skills to save people while pretending to be a girl. The process was to look down on her in various ways, and then Lin Fan pretended to be a cup of tea and slapped her in the face, and finally won the love of the beauty. The story of becoming a winner in life. The most outrageous thing is that this guy is a real stud, with more than 30 wives, and then in order to legalize it, he even directly changed the laws here, and then got married to end the book. Defying the heavens, extremely defying the heavens. Why did such a good thing happen to Lin Fan? What was wrong with me, Yuran? In other words, he is also the boss who survived to the later stage. Well, the boss's fiancé. The biggest villain of this book is his fiancé Lu Qingxiu. He is a minor supporting character at best, but at least he survived until the finale, which is not bad. This book is mainly about using medical skills to win over big bosses from all over the world and cultivate a business empire. Therefore, as the richest man in Jiangnan province and the protagonist's stepping stone, he can be regarded as the biggest stepping stone. However, Yuran felt keenly in the book that although the level of martial arts in this book is not high, it does contain martial arts. This discovery made Yuran excited. After all, who doesn't have a martial arts dream? Okay, I understand, I'm just going against this Lin Fan, so what, where's my system's gift package for newbies? As a senior reader of tomato novels in his previous life, he had read countless such articles, and he was familiar with them, so he could easily master them. This is also the main reason why he doesn't have a girlfriend. Reading novels is time-consuming and life-consuming, especially those idiotic authors who just stop reading and stop reading. He was so angry that he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Yuran expressed his deep contempt for them. The host has not completed the task yet and there is no gift package. The system is also confused. What is going on with this host? Are they so proactive? No, don't you usually give a bunch of gift packages to the villain before targeting the protagonist? And then I just crush him with one hand. Have you ever seen a company that pays wages without working? Yuran? This crotch-stretching system of yours doesn't even have a gift package for beginners. Yuran was speechless for a while. Based on his many years of experience in tomatoes, isn't the novice gift package standard? But looking at the meaning of the system, it seems that there is no such thing. Garbage tomatoes. Lied to my feelings. This system has let you know so much, is this not enough? Yuran raised his eyebrows. His system seemed to be very smart. Even if it was electronic sounds, he seemed to be able to sense changes in tone. I'm talking about Tongzi, it's useless to know so much. The protagonists are all sons of heaven, and their luck is against heaven. I have nothing but money, how can I fight with them? What Tongzi? Please call me system or master system. The system seemed to be very unhappy with some strange points, but as its responsibility, it still explained it to Uran. It is precisely because of the existence of heaven that I cannot give you a gift package for beginners, otherwise it will be easy to be targeted. Everything is based on an equal exchange. When you complete the task, you will naturally get the same items, so Tongzi is useless to you. You can't even do it with the way of heaven. Wait a minute, you can't do it with the way of heaven. Why should I help you with the way of heaven? Uran seems to have discovered something. He is a rich second generation and has a great life to enjoy. Why should he go against the protagonist and easily attract the attention of heaven? At worst, he will just avoid the protagonist. If the situation is not right, I will retreat behind everyone. It's not that I can't handle the way of heaven. The water here is very deep and the situation is very complicated. It can't be explained clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. And it's not good for you to understand it so early. The system simply changed the topic, but in order to keep Uran energetic, it continued to explain. The protagonist is called the Son of Heaven, which is a proxy name, not a real one, so he will not be watched by heaven. The so-called books can be regarded as a means of predicting the future, and the future will inevitably occur according to the development of conventional time. Oh, so what? Spreading my hands, my name is Uran. Uran said nonchalantly, after all, there are still risks in going against the protagonist. Wouldn't it be better for him to just enjoy life honestly? The system was speechless when it saw Uran's helpless look. How could it see from other places that some people wanted to kill the world once they had the system? What happened to my host? The ultimate goal of the Son of Heaven is some kind of unification of the world, such as the unification of business, so as the richest man in Jiangnan province, your family will definitely be targeted. So young man, you will definitely become his enemy. Kill him, juvenile. The system began to be tempting, trying to use passionate young people to incite Uran. If it was the remainder of this life, he would definitely be enthusiastic immediately, but now it is the remainder of the 2 lifetimes. Oh, I have been killing fish in our T-Mart for 10 years, and my heart has long since become cold. How is it possible for such simple nonsense to make my blood boil? Moreover, the system's picture drawing Pua didn't paint the dog better than the boss in his previous life, so why did he still want to fool him? Don't come here. My family works on the internet. This protagonist is in medicine and has a dime to do with my family. Besides, the worst case scenario is to convert everything into cash and not do business. The system, pan, is convex. If the host fails to complete the task, I will also explode, and we will both perish together and suffer losses. The system failed to abduct him, so he tried another trick. Just make threats instead. Oh, then give me a ring. Uran was indifferent, not to mention that he was a person who died once, but he didn't believe that this dog system wanted to die with him. System, underscore. Okay, be cruel. Don't misunderstand the system, he can only perform the final stunt, and today I'm going to let you know how powerful I am. We will win if you help me complete the task. After completing the task, you will not only get system points rewards that can be used, but also various lottery draws, and you can get the highest artifact. I guarantee your satisfaction. Ha! Change to inducement again? Will I be swayed by your temptation? He was indeed shaken. Uran was indeed very interested in the rewards mentioned by the system. The highest god level, being able to become the pinnacle of this world would not be bad. As the interview opened, Uran saw the system panel. Uran martial arts level, mortal skills mastered, none currently receiving information, the miracle doctor comes down the mountain, system points, 0 mall, not yet open, lottery pool, expand, a very simple interface, but Uran keenly discovered an inconspicuous word on the panel, currently accepting information. System, what does this currently receiving information mean? Uran frowned, feeling that it was not that simple. It means that there is other information. When the first protagonist dies or reaches a certain time, the next piece of information will be opened. Normal protagonists will not exist at the same time, but if the time is delayed for too long, they may appear at the same time, so the host, that's why you have to destroy them. Otherwise you will definitely be in danger. Uran rolled his eyes. This dog system found every possible way to make him listen to it, but he still planned to see the reward first. The mall couldn't be opened yet, and Uran didn't bother to ask. What tasks or conditions must he complete before it can be opened? He opened the draw pool as far as he could. There are 3 prize pools in the lottery, namely white, blue and purple, and the items in each prize pool are completely different. When the system saw Uran opening the prize pool, it also quickly introduced the idea of striking while the iron is hot, hoping that Uran could complete the task. The prize pool is divided into 3 categories. The white prize pool has 100 points once, the blue prize pool has 1000 points once. The purple prize pool can be drawn once the energy is full. The white prize pool can draw up to the Grandmaster level reward, and the blue prize pool can draw up to the demigod level rewards, and the purple prize pool is amazing, with the highest god level rewards, and the bottom line is all Grandmaster level rewards. The system introduced it eloquently, which really made Uran a little excited. If he could get a god-level reward, would he be able to walk sideways in this world? According to the introduction in The Divine Doctor Comes Down the Mountain, the martial arts realm is divided into Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Hua Jin and Grandmaster. As for being above the Grandmaster, I didn't mention it. Maybe it's the Divine Realm? Because after Lin Fan reached the Grandmaster, he immediately said that the Grandmaster cannot be humiliated, so he changed the law and it ended immediately. And even if the highest white prize pool is a Grandmaster reward, Yuran would be lying if he said he wasn't interested. But the probability is hard to say. How to open this purple prize pool? Let me introduce it in detail. When the system saw that Yuran finally became interested, he burst into tears and started talking non-stop. The white prize pool accumulates 1 point for each draw, and the blue prize pool accumulates 10 points for each draw. When the total reaches 361 points, a purple draw can be opened. Yuran. Damn, these words are so familiar. By the way, the probability of drawing good things 10 times in a row is greater. The system also saw Yuran's virtue and seduced him like crazy. Yuran gritted his teeth. Judging from what the system said, the shipment rate must be extremely high. System, let me ask you a question. Is the person who created you named Moth's system? Seeing the system's silence, Yuran became more sure of his thoughts. The system was just thinking. It seemed that it had really forgotten who created it, so it simply didn't answer. Currently, only the white prize pool is on. Click on the blue prize pool and a line of text will pop up. The white prize pool can only be opened after 10 consecutive draws. Well, Yuran could only open the white prize pool and take a look at the prizes inside. Kamisato Ayaka's white silk. Yuran? Damn it, UN. What is this first prize? Is this the god-level item you mentioned in the lottery? Yuran continued to sweep down. Engraved black stockings, Kafka's purple stockings. Okay, no need to read anymore. Now he is sure, the system is not serious, what the lottery is all about. System, look at what is in this white prize pool of yours. Can this kind of thing help me a little? Can I draw these things? Yuran issued a series of life-threatening questions to the system. He drew the lottery in order to become stronger, and these will affect the speed at which he becomes stronger. Lottery failed, insufficient points. It's your grandma's system. When newbies join the system, they give them 10 consecutive draws, but you don't even give them 10 consecutive draws. The system looked confused at the fickle host, and its core felt like it was already burning. Someone seemed to say just now that he would definitely not win this kind of prize? Ordinary prizes will enter the lottery pool according to the needs of the host. The prizes here should be what the host wants. I'm not, don't slander me. If you say it again, I will sue you for slander. He didn't know Kamisato Ayaka at all, let alone her dog. He didn't understand these things at all. In addition to these ordinary items, there are some other items. The colors are green and blue. Special weapon, random, special spell, random, random martial arts, random elixir. Of course, there is one spot that is so red that it should be the grand prize. These are quite good, but whether you can draw them depends on your face. After Yuran read the system's rewards, he reviewed the plot in his mind. To be honest, as a rich second generation, he really didn't want to work hard. Yuran rubbed his head, but regardless of whether he completed the system task or not, the top priority was to break off the engagement first. That's right, he broke off the engagement with his fiancée and ultimate boss Lu Qingxiu. Lu Qingxiu was the fiancée he stalked, judging from his memory and subsequent records in the book. He is a super licking dog, the kind who would pass out cigarettes whenever he sees a boiling sheep. To what extent did he lick it, giving everything he had to Lu Qingxiu, and finally died for her? Then I got the sentence, you are a good person. Shit. But the current Yuran is obviously not, so he plans to cancel the engagement first, and he still has to think about whether to go against the protagonist. After all, there were still 7 days until Lin Fan came down the mountain. Lu Zitong, Master, I'm here. Following Yuran's shout, Lu Zitong opened the door. Prepare the car, I'm going to Liu's company. Master, I have already prepared it for you. Whatever gifts Madame Lu needs to bring this time, they can be delivered over there at any time. As Yuran's #1 henchman and secretary, Lu Zitong was quite capable and loyal, and died for him in the end. It can be said to be quite good. The only flaw is that he is a man. That's right, the original owner was so filthy that, not to mention the secretary around him, he didn't even have a female contact on his cell phone except his mother. He was a good man with 24 filial piety. Damn it, the rich second-generation status was blinded for nothing. Now that he is here, Yuran must change this situation. No need for gifts, I'm going to break off the engagement this time. Lu Shi's face was shocked. He knew how much the young master liked Miss Lu. He even called Lu Qingxiu mistress, F***K. Master, are you serious? Although as a secretary he shouldn't ask more questions, this matter is really weird. Dog system. Why are you asking so many questions when you are surprised? Just do it. Lu Zitong was scolded for nothing, but he didn't say anything. He could see that the young master was in a bad mood, but he seemed much happier after the scolding. The system in your mind? Why does it feel like Yuran is scolding him? Yuran got into his limited edition Lamborghini. The roar of the car engine sounded, and it drove towards Liu's company. Jinling is extremely hot in summer, and there are almost no pedestrians on the road. The hot sunshine baked on the earth, casting a layer of light and shadow on the whole world. The chirping of cicadas on the roadside came and went, covered up by the roar of cars, and crushed together in the wind. Yuran was a little excited at this time. He had never been in such a good car. This car was really exciting. It's a pity that he doesn't understand cars and can't say words like acceleration and backpushing feeling. However, I am uneducated, so it's really cool to express my feelings with this sentence. The car stopped smoothly at Liu's company. Yuran got out of the car and looked up at the towering and majestic building in front of him. In his previous life, he might have had stage fright, but his current status allowed him to walk in with his head held high. Lu Zitan followed closely behind. The security guards and front desk of Liu's company were obviously no strangers to Yuran, and they bowed to him. Alas, there is absolutely no scene of pretending to be a slap in the face. How many words does he need to be less watery? Oh, how many words does he need to be less pretentious? Yuran pressed the button on the elevator to the floor where Lu Qingxiu's office was located, brewing the words he was about to say. The elevator door opened and Yuran walked in, while Lu Zitang stayed outside. When Yuran walked in, Lu Qingxiu was busy processing documents. When she saw someone coming in, Lu Qingxiu raised her eyes and then continued to work with her head down. Just one glance, and Yuran was stunned. Although Lu Qingxiu is described as a peerless beauty in the novel, those words seem pale and poor when you see her in person again. Yuran didn't know how to describe it. It was obviously just a standard beauty feature of a melon face and big eyes, but it was so stunning no matter how she looked on her face. No wonder the original owner was fascinated by her. When Lu Qingxiu saw Yuran coming, she just raised her eyes and glanced, but didn't do anything. She didn't even bother to get up. After all, Yuran came too often, almost every day, and gave her all kinds of gifts and food. She had clearly told him that he didn't need to do this, but he seemed to enjoy it. It's just that the atmosphere today is a bit dull, mainly because Yuran was stunned and forgot to speak. After all, I have never seen such a beautiful woman before. She has a look that cannot be achieved through photoshopping and plastic surgery. Lu Qingxiu didn't hear the sound, so she looked up at Yuran again. What's up? Lu Qingxiu was undoubtedly beautiful, but the businesslike indifference in her tone made Yuran feel cold. This coldness went straight to his soul and made him wake up from a dream. Something's wrong. I'm here to break off the engagement. Let's break up. Lu Qingxiu, who wanted to continue processing the documents, was stunned for a moment and asked again in disbelief. What did you say? The increase in decibels of the sound made the indifferent language seem to have a little life. Yuran swallowed, suppressed his greed for Lu Qingxiu's beauty, and raised his voice slightly. I said, let's break off the engagement. There was a slight change in Lu Qingxiu's indifferent expression. She straightened up, left her desk and walked towards Yuran. Lu Qingxiu wore a professional hip-hugging skirt with flesh-colored stockings today. The 10-centimeter red-soled high heels made her already tall figure look even more slender. Walking up with long legs, the momentum even made Yuran feel slightly suffocated. The exquisite facial features combined with the explosive figure and perfect outfit made Yuran even think that it would be okay not to break off the engagement. You said you wanted to break off the engagement. Lu Qingxiu walked up to Yuran. Wearing high heels, she was already on the same level as Yuran. The CEO's aura made her words feel oppressive. Yuran shook off the messy things in his mind and nodded firmly. Yes, I feel it. You don't like me. I'm a little tired. Let's end it. Lu Qingxiu opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but with her cold personality, she just nodded in the end. Good. When Yuran left, Lu Qingxiu watched Yuran leave without much fluctuation in her heart. She really doesn't like Yuran very much, but Yuran has been sincerely good to her for 3 years. A large part of her current status comes from Yuran's help, so she still felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't know why, although she felt that she could do it even without Yuran. When Yuran went downstairs, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qingxiu was really beautiful. She was worthy of being the woman who plotted against the protagonist in a book and was finally pardoned because of her beauty. Lin Fan finally pardoned Lu Qingxiu because of her beauty. You should know that Lin Fan had more than 30 women, but he was still stunned when he saw Lu Qingxiu. It can be seen how good-looking Lu Qingxiu is. As for the protagonist, beautiful women must not be killed, but Lu Qingxiu did not follow him and went abroad alone. As the biggest villain, Lu Qingxiu naturally has a lot of plots. Now Yuran can be said to know her very well, but Yuran has not taken any action for the time being because his mind is still full of mush. According to the convention of villain novels, all the women of the protagonist must be included in the harem, but he really has no interest in Lin Fan's 30-odd women. Some women in particular are shown to be really annoying in the book. For example, Su Qian, the campus beauty of Nanjing University, is a super troublemaker from Yuran's perspective. It is clear that there are a lot of problems at home, but the protagonist is not allowed to help, and he has established an independent and strong character. As a result, he can't do anything well and gets into trouble. Then the protagonist saves the beauty and finally returns home. Yuran is so angry just looking at this kind of woman that she doesn't want to go to the guide at all. Even if she comes to my door, I won't let Yuran do it. But if the task requires him to conquer it, it will be really annoying. System, what kind of tasks are there for the protagonist? I won't do those stupid tasks. The host's task is to destroy the plot and opportunities of the protagonist. As for how to proceed, it is purely up to the host to DIY. Seeing that Yuran finally had the fighting spirit, the system quickly explained to him, "Oh, that's good. Then can I kill the protagonist directly at the beginning?" Of course you can, but I suggest that the host doesn't do it for the time being, because as usual, the protagonist will get stronger and stronger. Yuran nodded. He understood what the system said. The protagonist could kill him if he wanted to, but it was best to kill him cleanly. After all, some events may disappear if the protagonist is not around. He still understands the butterfly effect. That's good, but wait a minute, does my breaking off the engagement today count as changing the plot? This breakup of engagement has nothing to do with the protagonist. Seeing that Yuran looked wrong, the system gritted its teeth and tried to give Yuran a little encouragement. However, since this is the first time that the host has changed the plot, this system will give you a special bonus of 10 draws in a row. Although there are no points, having 10 draws in a row is not bad. It is not easy to get points deducted from the system of QQ. Master, I heard that you are single again today. I have reserved a large box in the heaven and earth in advance. I wonder if you are interested, Master. Lu Zitong was mainly thinking that since the young master was single, he would no longer be a virgin. As a secretary, he wanted to let the young master feel the enthusiasm of his sisters. Yuran was preparing to lash out 10 times in a row, but when he heard Lu Zitong's words, he raised his eyebrows. It was vulgar, but I like it. Go, Mr. Yu, will pay for today's consumption. Seeing the young master's beaming smile, Lu Zitong knew that he had guessed correctly again. Okay, but the young master just called Nanda and asked you to pick up your homework. Operation? Yuran was a little puzzled. According to his original memory, Yuran was a typical rich second-generation playboy with no knowledge and skills, but he could still do his homework. If his father hadn't donated 2 buildings to Nanda, his college entrance examination results would have been far worse than Nanda. He couldn't pass even Nan Vocational College. Yuran is a junior this year, and Lu Qingxiu is 1 year older than him, but Lu Qingxiu is a genius and has already taken over the family business since her sophomore year. Yuran also fell in love with Lu Qingxiu at first sight at the freshman welcome party. Moreover, Lu Qingxiu helped Yuran when Yuran first came to the school. In fact, she just led the way and introduced Nanda. It seems that she came here because of the credits, but in Yuran's heart, she is the perfect goddess senior. Young master, you have forgotten that at the end of last year, my master called the school and the school reported your situation truthfully. This year, my master strictly required the school to complete your final homework. F***K. Yuran remembered that as long as he took the exam, the teacher would not let him fail the exam for the sake of his father. But the final homework must be done. This is his father's death order. Okay, let's go to Nanda first. Yuran drooped his head. No matter in the past or present life, homework was a word that made people uninterested. After arriving at Nanjing University, Yuran also met the monitor of their class, Ma Tiangzi, a boy who looks gentle and weak. Yuran, this is your homework, which includes advanced mathematics homework and practical homework. In addition, you have to write 2 short papers on the international financial situation, no less than 8,000 words. Ma Tiangzi told Yuran's homework in a straightforward manner and handed him his things. Yuran took over the homework and nodded, not showing any interest at all. But thinking about his sisters in heaven and earth at night, he felt much better. Because he didn't know if there would be any strange reaction in the first lottery, he was also afraid that his whole body would suddenly light up and turn into a golden man when he drew the lottery. So he planned to draw again when he was alone. The splendid hall between heaven and earth looks like a place where gold is swallowed violently. As the most luxurious gold-selling cave in Jinling, only you can't afford it, but they can't do it without them. Yuran didn't have many friends, so it was just him and Lu Zitong, but the private room was not small given the small number of people. Lu Zitong naturally booked the largest box. As soon as Lu Zitong and Yuran walked in, a woman in a cheongsam that reached to her thighs came over. Mr. Lu, if you have time today, come and play with us in heaven and earth. Lu Zitong coughed a few times. He was indeed a frequent visitor here, but the young master was here today, and he couldn't take over the guests. As soon as the woman saw Lu Zitong's face, she knew that today's protagonist was the handsome young man next to him. Without her sharp eyesight, it would be impossible to continue here. What's your name, this handsome guy? Does he have any service requirements? Yuran glanced at this beautiful woman. For him, her appearance could be rated at 85 points. If she were a thief, she would probably be given full marks for her temperament. This ripe smile has a different flavor. I don't have any requirements, let Lu Zitong arrange it. After all, it was Yuran's first time here and he didn't understand anything, so he might as well let an experienced driver like Lu Zitong arrange it for him. The beautiful woman smiled, made a gesture of invitation, and Yuran quickly came to the reserved box. Even though he was mentally prepared, Yuran was shocked. The interior decoration of the house is extremely luxurious, and it has all kinds of facilities, including KTV, private cinema, hot spring swimming pool, and even a double bedroom, which is extremely luxurious. Yuran looked satisfied with the expression inside. Lu Zitong waved quietly, and the beautiful woman understood. Bring the best from your side, remember not to be short of money, and don't let the young master be dissatisfied. The beautiful woman nodded and hurried down to make arrangements. Lu Zitong was the golden VIP here. You can imagine the status of someone who Lu Zitong wanted to call young master. Yuran lay down on the sofa. The environment was really nice. After a while, the door was opened, and a group of girls walked in behind the beautiful woman. Yuran glanced at it twice. Gui gui, they all have the appearance of the top female anchors in the previous life, and they are worthy of being the top gold-selling caves. That's awesome. However, he had met Lu Qingxiu, and after scanning around, he felt that they all looked similar, and he was not satisfied. Change of batch. Lu Zitong coughed twice, and the beautiful woman also looked embarrassed. This batch of girls are by far the best. They are beautiful and smart, they drink well and have a sweet mouth. However, the beautiful woman was not satisfied with Yuran, so she had to prepare to change it. However, 2 of them were left by Lu Zitong, and Yuran saw that they were all loli-type girls. Bah, lolicon. The second group arrived at the box quickly. This group was obviously much more youthful. The beautiful woman thought that Yuran should like younger people at his age. Yuran scanned around and found that the looks were similar to the previous batch, but there was really nothing interesting about them. Lu Qingxiu's looks in the morning raised his expectations too much. He was just about to continue changing batches when his eyes suddenly looked at the last girl. She has red lips and white teeth, is pretty and delicate, with full youthful vitality. The JK clothes she wears complement each other, and her beauty makes Yuran's eyes light up. I want her. Yuran stretched out his finger, but he didn't expect that the beautiful woman was a little confused. This is a new guy, and his work is all about cleaning and the like, and he doesn't want to drink with the guests at all. He has a stubborn temper, and if it weren't for his appearance, he would have been fired long ago. Today she took the initiative to ask for it, but she didn't expect that she would be chosen. But what the beautiful woman didn't expect was that the woman who had almost resisted before actually sat down next to Yuran obediently. She couldn't say any words of rejection now. Well, brother Yu, she is a newcomer. If the reception is not good, please call me in time. Yuran waved his hand and asked her to go out quickly. New people are new people, but in a place like this, how new can it be? 80% new? Seeing that Yuran had chosen a girl, Lu Zitong was also very good at it. To celebrate the fact that the young master is single today, here's a toast to the young master. To the young master. The 2 girls next to Lu Zitong also said coquettishly, and Yuran smiled and casually hugged the girls beside him. Drink. After drinking a glass of wine, Yuran saw that the girl he was hugging was blushing. What the hell, a glass of wine can also accompany him. It's almost as if he drinks more than he does. Hey, you're so bad at drinking, why do you come out to drink with me? Yuran pinched the girl's little face. Not to mention it was soft, but a nice fragrance came from the girl's body. It's completely different from the environment here. That's my first time too. The girl murmured quietly, but in Yuran's eyes it seemed more like coquettishness. Oh? Are you short of money here? The girl nodded, her face even more shy. The 2 girls next to me were stunned. They are small, exquisite, and cute ones. Hey, what's the matter with you, a newcomer? You performed so well and you still say it's your first time? Besides, who didn't come here because they were short of money? Yuran seemed to have thought of something interesting. Then you can do anything with money. He slapped a wad of banknotes on the table. The 2 girls next to him were stunned. Even if they didn't count them, they estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of dollars. Is this the arrogance of rich people? They looked at the girl in Yuran's arms with envy, wondering why such a good thing had not happened to them. What to do? The girl's voice was still very low, but she looked directly at Yuran. Yuran smiled crookedly and took out something. Can you do the advanced math homework? Yuran's words made Lu Zitong spray a mouthful of wine on the face of lowly girl number 1. The young master is so G interesting. The 2 Lolita were also stunned. Is this the hobby of rich people? So special and so difficult to understand. But what surprised everyone even more was that the girl in his arms nodded firmly and took the homework to read. Even Yuran was confused now. He was just joking, but he didn't expect that he could actually do it. No, why on earth did you come here with high math? Are you trying to deceive yourself? Yuran looked at the girl in his arms with seriousness. The girl had already picked up her homework. The first question of this assignment is very simple. It's a simple method of finding the limit. The upper and lower parts have the same derivation. You can get the extreme value by using L'Hopital's rule. Yuran blinked his big eyes and looked at the girl and filled in the answer directly. Damn, this is serious. No, you really know how to do it. The girl nodded. Can you give me the money after I finish writing this? Okay, what's your name? Su Chien. Yuran's brows knitted together, the name was so familiar, and suddenly he thought of something. Damn it, isn't this the name of the heroine that I hated the most before? NTU campus beauty Su Chien also worked in heaven and earth? Why does he feel that the worldview is broken? This is also the first time that Yuran feels that this is indeed not a simple world in a book. You must know that Su Chien is one of the heroines with the most roles. If such a thing as working in heaven and earth appeared in the book, the author would be criticized as a fool. Yuran looked at Su Chien again. Su Chien was working hard on high math questions, which made everyone present feel confused. Su Chien, do you work part-time here? Yuran frowned deeply. Su Chien was known as one of the 4 campus beauties of Nanjing University, and the only civilian campus beauties. The people chasing her lined up from here to the south gate, and she came here to work part-time? Well, the salary here is high, but classmate Yuran, this is really my first time as a bartender. I used to just clean the house. Even for cleaning, the wages in a place like heaven and earth are extremely high, and the most important thing is that Su Chien is beautiful. Even the sales girl is making money. The most important thing is that the boss wants Su Chien to see other girls making money, which has a subtle influence on Su Chien. When Su Chien is willing to accompany her for a drink, it will be worth it. You know me. Yuran raised his eyebrows. He confirmed that this was the first time he saw Su Chien. Well, classmate Yuran, you are very famous in NTU. Yuran actually didn't expect that he would have a very good reputation at NTU, especially among girls. He is handsome, has a lot of money, and most importantly, he is single and never engages in scandals. He can be called a super good man. Although Yuran said before that he only liked Lu Qingxiu, he couldn't stop a bunch of little fans from liking him. It's just that he used to focus solely on Lu Qingxiu and didn't care about other girls. Yuran shed tears and gave up the entire forest for a tree. Yuran didn't say anything more and continued drinking with Lu Zitong, while Su Chien was still writing her advanced mathematics homework vigorously. After finding out that she was the troublesome heroine Su Chien, Yuran also had a headache. He originally wanted to hug a girl and be happy, but things became more troublesome. But also, how could someone who can compete with Lu Qingxiu's appearance be an ordinary member of a club? In less than 2 hours, Su Chien finished Yuran's advanced mathematics homework. For Su Chien, this advanced mathematics homework was too easy, but considering Yuran's situation, the teacher assigned only the most introductory questions. It's done. Su Chien handed the homework to Yuran, and then obediently sat next to Yuran in the original position. Seeing Su Chien blinking at herself with big eyes, Yuran was also a little silent. Something is obviously wrong with Su Chien. She seems to want me to continue to hold her in my arms? System, the plot of Nima has collapsed. What the hell is going on? Come out and explain. Yuran yelled crazily in his head, trying to understand the current situation. The host, please understand for yourself, there is no such thing as an absolute plot. After the system finished speaking, he continued paddling. Yuran looked at Su Chien in front of him. TMD. Who doesn't want it delivered to your door? Yuran continued to hold Su Chien in his arms and started drinking. While drinking, he chatted and ordered a few more songs. Su Qinqin's family situation is that her father is a gambler, her mother is sick, and her younger brother is in school. Of course, this was not what Su Chien said, they were talking about daily life. He learned this from the plot. The plot only introduced that Su Chien had worked many odd jobs to support the family, but it did not go into details. But now it seems that this is where she works. Su Chien also felt beautiful in her heart. To be honest, she didn't like the atmosphere here, but Nehi gave her too much. Yuran is also confused. Is it okay for the female protagonist to just post it before the male protagonist comes out? Is my Lao Yu's charm really that high? He knew it. In the book, Su Chien was introduced as extremely conservative and quite independent. Lin Fan saved her and her mother several times without backing up. Later, it was Lin Fan who took the initiative to achieve success. But this is completely different from the current Su Chien. Yuran felt that his brain was overloaded and he stopped thinking so much. I drank wine, my girl was in my arms, and I even finished my high mathematics homework. Cool. Drinking, singing and massage. Until about 10 o'clock in the evening, Yuran and Lu Zidong called a driver to prepare to go home. You ask why you don't spend the night there? Please tell me, Lao Yu is a gentleman. Well, the main thing is that this is a formal place, and some things cannot be done openly. And regarding Su Qian, he hasn't thought about handing her over yet, who is not an innocent boy anymore. Well, actually there are no conditions here. Do you think Lao Yu can block Su Qian's beauty? That's not right, even an ugly one might not be able to bear it. A dog who has been single for so many years still thinks he has a pretty face. Just when the car was about to start, Su Qian ran to the car window panting. Well, Yuran, I'll give you the money back. Su Qian handed Yuran the money she had received from writing advanced mathematics. Su Qian seemed to have gotten off work at this time and changed into casual clothes. Even if it was just short sleeves and jeans, it still had a different flavor. Needless to say, this school beauty is indeed good looking. No, I'll give it to you as I said. I'm not short of the money. Yuran waved his hand. How could he get back the money he gave away? Okay, but this time I took advantage. Can you add your contact information? I can help if there is anything in the future. Yuran drank a little too much, so he added a WeChat message without thinking too much, and the car roared away. Only Su Qian's smile was reflected in the rearview mirror. After arriving home in the evening, Yuran took a shower first to wash away all the dirt, hoping to bring some good luck to him for the next lottery draw. System, do you think there are any hidden benefits for the first 10 draws in a row, such as the guaranteed explosion Grandmaster equipment? Host, this system's lottery is completely random and cannot answer the host's questions. Garbage system, can you pie it with the lottery system and give me something good? Host, this system recommends that if you ask for help, it is best not to curse. Oh, Yuran finally figured it out. This dog system was ruthless and quite intelligent. I've drawn it. If you are the master, you will be Tong Shen. If you are the power of transformation, you will be Brother Tong. If you are the power of Anjin, you will be Tong's system. Yuran brought up the lottery interface and clicked on 10 consecutive draws, and the 10 points corresponding to 10 consecutive draws also jumped out immediately. As the turntable beat wildly, 10 items soon appeared in Yuran's system space. Kamizato Ayaka's white silk, special pistol, healing elixir ×1, healing elixir ×1, Shiquan W pill ×1, Shiquan W pill ×1, level 1 of Mingjin skill, special singing charm ×1, special dancing talisman ×1, stepless kung fu, Iron Mountain reliance. Looking at the white things, the best of which was only the light green Shiquan W pills, Yuran's mentality instantly collapsed. Tongzi, oh no, Tongzi, you are really a younger brother among younger brothers. What kind of things are you smoking? The system simply pretended to be dead and did not respond. As long as he did not agree, he was not the younger brother. Yuran was furious. The system actually pretended to be dead. Yuran could only take a look at what he had drawn. He took out a pair of white stockings from the system space. It was a brand new pair of socks with the unique smell of new clothes. Yuran frowned. System, are you lying to me? Isn't this just a brand new piece of white silk? Does the host want second-hand ones? I'm not, I didn't, don't spread rumors. Yuran directly denied Sanlian, joking, he is a gentleman. How could he want that kind of thing? Do you have a second-hand system? This is really not the case. Tisk, Brother Tong, it's just a simple cosplay suit. It's so tempting as you described it. Please change the name quickly. The system went silent again, feeling a little used to Yuran's shouting in less than a day. The thing he was most looking forward to was gone, so Yuran had no choice but to look at the next few items. Special pistol, it looks like an ordinary water gun and requires special system ammunition to be used as a real pistol. Yuran raised his eyebrows. It was actually a real gun, which was interesting. Moreover, before using the system ammunition, it looked just like a water gun. This is really a must-have product for killing people and stealing goods. Take a shot and change the place. Do you think it was me who killed him? Impossible, absolutely impossible, I only have a water gun. However, the ammunition is a bit limited, only 10 rounds, and you may need to draw or purchase it for long-term use. Yuran held the pistol in his hand and weighed it. It was very light and the magazine was like a water storage container. Yuran couldn't wait to come to the soundproof basement to test the gun and tried the most common water gun mode first. Yes, it really is a water gun, it's full of water bullets. After adding the system's special ammunition, Yuran shot the experimental subject. Pass through. Yuran raised his eyebrows. The sound was very small, but the power was not small, about the same as an ordinary pistol. It should be enough to kill an ordinary person with one shot. However, Yuran was not proficient in guns and could only shoot at objects that were relatively close. Even so, Yuran was very satisfied. As a weapon for self-defense, it was quite powerful. After returning to the room, Yuran looked at the elixirs and tonic pills. Healing pill can quickly heal all injuries. Shiquan W pills, it replenishes everything and is effective for kidney deficiency and physical weakness after just one pill. Healing pills are indeed quite good, quickly healing all injuries and in many cases saving lives. But as for this tenfold tonic pill, Uran's face turned black. I didn't, it wasn't me. Well, you've confessed yourself, you damn system. You actually mocked me, but I'm obviously strong and healthy. 2 special talismans are affixed to people to force them to sing and dance for 3 minutes, with the singing and dancing varying depending on the person's physical condition. If you say it is useless, then it is indeed useless. But if you say it is useful, is it possible to control it for 3 minutes? However, the introduction also says that there are differences depending on physical fitness, and it is estimated that the stronger the strength, the shorter the time. After reaching the first level of Ming Jin skill, it seems that the strength has increased a little. However, in the system panel, Uran's martial arts level has indeed become the first level of Ming Jin. Uran punched the sandbag and felt the change in his strength. It seemed that his strength had increased a lot. If I concentrate my strength, I may be able to exert a force of 1,000 pounds. Not bad, not bad. I have finally entered the realm of martial arts. The last non-ranked skill is Iron Mountain Back Rest. Iron Mountain Back Rest, it is said to be created by a top-level powerful person. Although it is a basic physical move, it is applicable to all realms and has no ranks. You can gather all your body's strength into your shoulders, exert force suddenly, and use your shoulders to collide with the enemy. This should be the bottom line. Uran really doesn't know the strength of this rankless technique, but it can be used in any realm, so it shouldn't be too bad. If you look closely, you will see a line of small words on the Tishin KO. You can get started directly with the system, but if you want to understand it in depth, you still have to rely on yourself. The ancient gods left behind secrets, singing, dancing, rap and basketball. Uran didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. What was the connection between singing and dancing, rap and Tishin KO? Most importantly, he didn't know how to do any of these things. My singing is just at an average level, I can't dance or rap at all. The only thing I can do is play basketball a little. It seems that if I want to pursue the true meaning of Tishin KO, I have to go to the basketball court to find inspiration. Brother Tong, learn the Iron Mountain climbing technique. There was no response for a long while. System, learn the Iron Mountain. Okay. It seems that the system still does not accept the title of Tongdi, but it does not matter. Since I got such a bad draw, I must be Tongdi. Overall, although what he drew was not a top-level artifact, Uran was generally satisfied. My own strength and ability to protect my life have been improved, and it seems that there is still some benefit in completing tasks with the system. Uran glanced at the time. It was already past 1 in the morning, so he decided to go to bed. Early the next morning, the morning sun shone on Uran's body. He got up and looked at the full-length mirror opposite the bed. It's another day when I wake up to my own handsomeness. After a simple meal and washing up, Uran called Lu Zitong and prepared to return to Nanjing University. Go play basketball to find out the true meaning of Tishin KO, and there is another point. It was about Su Qian. He always felt that there was something weird about it. Lu Zitong was also a Nanjing University student, and of course he relied on connections. He was packaged in because of Uran's influence. The two of them went straight to the school basketball court. The university campus was filled with the atmosphere of youth. Everywhere you can see students rushing to class, sweating in the stadium, and young heroes preparing for competition in the library. The entire campus is filled with an atmosphere of hard work and advancement, and Uran and Lu Zitong are 2 special cases among them. When they arrived at the basketball court, someone had already secured their spot for them. This is the power of friendship. How do you want to fight, young master? Let's play alone or ask a few people to fight together. It's not interesting to play alone. Let's invite a few people to join us, but do you know them? I don't know each other, but it's okay for these guys who occupy the court to play together. As for basketball, you'll get to know each other as you play. Uran nodded in agreement. If you don't play basketball, you don't understand it. Brother Uran, Brother Lu Zitong, you are here. Uran still has an impression of these people. They seem to be classmates. He is relatively generous, so he is quite popular. Let's play basketball together. Okay. 6 people formed a 3v3 half-court duel. Lu Zitong, Uran and another team named Wang Gang. Uran and Lu Zitong's basketball skills are pretty good, and the 6 of them played back and forth. After calling for more than an hour, Uran still didn't feel anything related to Tishin Guo. So I called for an intermission, but unexpectedly, just after the break, several girls came over to give Uran water. To be honest, Uran really didn't know these girls, and their looks were a bit arbitrary, so he didn't really want to pick them up. But seeing how enthusiastic they are, it would be a bit hard to accept if they don't choose either. So Uran planned to pick a passable person to take over the water. Unexpectedly, a beautiful figure in the distance flashed directly to Uran's side at a sprint speed of 100 meters. Uran, drink water. Su Qian was panting, her face turned a reddish color that appears after strenuous exercise, and she looked like she had been running for a long time. The light fragrance mixed with the smell of sweat made Yuran's nasal cavity feel a little comfortable. When the other girls looked at Su Qian, they all had disappointed expressions on their faces. There was no chance of delivering water this time. Yuran looked at this troublesome school beauty and accepted it anyway. Well, appearance is justice. The 5 people behind were all dumbfounded. Su Qian, a common school beauty and the representative beauty of NTU's Pure department, could easily fill a classroom with love letters. He actually brought water to Yuran. As expected of Brother Yu, he was really awesome. There's not much jealousy there, just envy. After all, the gap in rank is too big. Thanks. Yuran politely thanked her, although she had a bad impression of Su Qian in the book. But the flesh and blood Su Qian stood in front of him. Well, he was still greedy. Beauty, what's the matter with more things? Most importantly, he is doing it for system points. Not for women, he is working hard for his career. Yuran took a sip of his drink, and before he could say the word pleasant, he saw a burly man running towards him. Tisk, the person who came here is not a good person. Qian, who is he? As expected, whenever she opens her mouth, she is looking for trouble for the school beauty. Don't scream, I'm not familiar with you. So Qian looked unkind and took 2 steps back to leave, worried about causing trouble for Yuran. Is it you? The big man looked at Yuran angrily. Before Yuran could speak, Lu Zitong was already standing in front of him. Be respectful, what are you barking at? Although Lu Zitong was more respectful in front of Yuran, this did not mean that he was a good person. Wang Gang also told Yuran in a low voice. He is a Jintong, a member of the NTU varsity team. He has liked the school beauty of Su for a long time. However, the school beauty of Su has ignored him at all. Yuran nodded. This is right, it fits the reserved and conservative Su Qian in the original article. Lu Zitong looked at the boy with an unkind expression. If he hadn't been on campus, he would have beaten him. Lu Zitong still gave Jintong a great sense of oppression, but Jintong was still angry when he thought about the goddess appearance just now. Are you playing basketball here? Come and let me play basketball with you. Go away, we are all here together. Jintong was very angry, but he had no choice but to do so. He knew Lu Zitong's strength. He had heard that Lu Zitong had repaired other people who disrespected Yuran before. Zitong, it's okay, I'll give you a chance to have a one-on-one match. Yuran thought about it and realized that he didn't feel the true meaning of Iron Mountain reliance in the 3v3 just now, so he might want to play 1v1 singles. And he is Ming Jin now, even if it is the first level, it will be a dimensionality reduction blow to ordinary people. Lu Zitong also moved away after hearing Yuran's words, but he was already unhappy. The young master must have had to accept it because of face issues. This boy is really ungrateful and needs education. So Qian also turned around at this time and apologized quietly. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Yuran smiled. Prepare another bottle of water for me, thank you. So Qian nodded vigorously and went to buy water from the girl next to her. As for why she didn't go to the canteen, she also wanted to watch Yuran play basketball. If I don't bully you, you attack first. The boy threw the basketball to Yuran, who smiled slightly. He directly chose to rush in head-on. Zhentong looked at Yuran and laughed inwardly. This kid actually wanted to compare his body with him. Lu Zitong looked at Zhentong with a cold face. If the young master is injured today, what happens next will be 10 times worse for him. Su Qian, on the other hand, couldn't take her eyes off Yuran's figure on the court. He was so handsome. The boy stood directly in front of Yuran and wanted to dribble in. Just have your dream. The moment the bodies came into contact, Jintong was hit by a huge force and was knocked back a few steps, and Yuran followed the trend and completed a dunk directly on top of his head. After reaching Mingjin, his various bodies have reached the limits of ordinary humans, especially his strength, which is much higher than that of Zhentong. It was natural to knock him away, and the explosive dunk from the air showed his handsome character. Young master, handsome, 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 Lu Zitong screamed. Yuran looked at him. Hey, it would be great if she was a beautiful woman, but it's a pity that she is a straight man who is obsessed with Lolita. The people around him were all stunned by Yuran's move. Yuran seemed to be only about 180 centimeters tall, but he could dunk members of the school team so easily from the air. The crowd of onlookers also cheered, and Su Qian was among them, cheering for Yuran. Zhentong stood up angrily. He didn't expect this guy to be in such good physical condition, but don't underestimate him. When the second offensive and defensive battle started, Yuran still adopted a frontal attack. In the face of absolute power, everything else was false. And Zhentong was not a vegetarian. He actually quickly flashed to Yuran's right side, intending to interfere from the side, and rushed directly towards Yuran. And Yuran also saw that if he didn't stop at this time, he would lose his center of gravity if he was hit from the side. And if you stop, you must shoot, otherwise the second dribble will be a foul. Just as he was thinking, a mysterious force poured into his right shoulder, the point where all the strength of his body gathered. Here it comes. That special feeling. Damn it! Yuran's right shoulder suddenly lifted up, the bones in his body creaked, and a huge force poured out. The levelless skill Iron Mountain Reliance. Jinteng felt like he was hit by a high-speed car. He flew dozens of meters in an instant, fell hard to the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Yuran was also stunned. Damn it, is he so strong? This Iron Mountain support seems to be a passive skill? I have actively released it so many times without success. It seems that I didn't think about releasing it just now. Seeing that Zhen Tong was knocked away, everyone immediately gathered around him. Zhen Tong glanced at Yuran and fainted. Ahem, he's using too much force, he's using too much force. Someone send him to the school hospital. Although it was Yuran's problem, after all, it was Zhen Tong who provoked it first, and no one said anything. Two companions who seemed to be the Jinteng quickly carried the Jinteng to the school hospital. Yuran really didn't expect that a stepless skill could be so powerful. He was just getting started, so he probably didn't even have 1/10 of the power. This is going to be perfect, it feels like relying on a child. The TMD system honestly doesn't deceive me, it's really guaranteed. Lu Zitong was also stunned. When did the young master become so strong? Master, do you know martial arts? No, maybe it's the innate divine power. Yuran and Lu Zitong laughed, and Su Qian came over again to hand over the water. Yuran took a long sip. Come on, let's go. I'll treat you to Heibo Tower at noon. Yuran was in a good mood, but he didn't expect to find the essence of Tishan reliance. Several classmates playing basketball around were also beaming with joy. Heibo Tower is the most luxurious hotel near Nanda University. The per capita hotel costs thousands, which is almost a month's living expenses for ordinary people. But it doesn't matter to Yuran, even the grade is considered low. Several people walked towards Heibo Tower talking and laughing. It was not Yuran's first time to treat guests. They had said before that they didn't need such a luxurious place. But Yuran doesn't care, I'm not interested in money. Why don't you leave and you want me to carry you? Yuran looked at Su Qian with a smile. Su Qian's cheeks turned red thinking of what happened last night, and then she ran all the way to Yuran's side and walked side by side with him. Since Yuran decided to win Su Qian's points, he naturally had to take action. The most important thing is that Su Qian's initial favorability seems to be quite high, so I feel like she should be able to succeed easily. With points, GGG, he can do whatever he wants. No, I smile a bit like a villain, and no, I seem to be a villain. The food at Heibo Tower was extremely luxurious, and Su Qian was frightened by the 5-digit bill. She felt what class differences were. That's how many odd jobs she had to work to do. After eating, Lu Zitong was very discerning and left with several other classmates who were playing basketball. Su Qian and Yuran were left alone. Take a walk. Yuran took the initiative to invite, and Su Qian naturally had no intention of refusing. The two of them strolled on the campus of Nanjing University. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, they look perfectly matched. Why do you work part-time in a place like that? Isn't it easy to be a tutor at your level? Yuran seemed to have unintentionally asked him a doubtful question. Tutoring in the city can't do it, and tutoring outside the city is too far away. With that time, I can work an extra job and earn more. Su Qian whispered, then she remembered something and her voice suddenly became louder. Well, it was really my first time to accompany you for a drink last night, and I saw you there, so. Yuran looked at Su Qian's nervous look, and he also chuckled. He asked Lu Zitong to check this, and it was indeed true. So Su Qian's inexplicably high favorability towards him confused him, and he wanted to try to find out more. So, you've never been a bartender before, so why do you want to accompany me? Su Qian opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but gave up again. Yes, why? Because she likes it, but the food money Yuran squanders can probably last her a year. Can she really express her love? You like me but don't dare to say it. With such a high favorability rating, Yuran doesn't want to be like those ink protagonists, he mainly plays straight ball sports. I'm sorry, I'll pay attention if I cause you any trouble. Su Qian lowered her head, not daring to look at Yuran. No, I'm just curious. Last night was just the first time we met. Why did you like me? It was love at first sight. This is the first time you see me, not the first time I see you. Su Qian whispered. Yuran looked at Su Qian, had he secretly fallen in love with her for a long time? No, that is to say, according to the original plot, Lin Fan helped Su Qian several times, and Su Qian was unwilling to even be intimate because of him? Dog system, tell him nothing. System, I don't know about your sister either. Can you tell me about you? Whether it was Su Qian's family or her personal situation, Yuran only learned about it from books and had never heard Su Qian herself say it. Su Qian hesitated to speak. She really couldn't express her situation, and a strong sense of inferiority welled up in her heart. Yuran looked at Su Qian's appearance and gently rubbed her hair. No matter what your family is like, it will not cover up the shining points of you. You are who you are. Su Qian looked at Yuran's appearance, and an unknown emotion surged into her heart again. With a gambling father, a sick mother, and a younger brother, it's a family full of difficulties. But fortunately, when Yuran makes friends, he doesn't care whether they have money or not. Anyway, they are not as rich as him. You mean, even if your father and your mother are divorced, he still comes to ask you for money? Su Qian nodded timidly. She felt keenly that Yuran seemed a little unhappy, and her heart sank to the bottom. Do you want to give your father money? Su Qian shook her head. If there was no blood relationship, she would have wanted him to die immediately, without giving them almost any support. How could they think that they were still madly sucking blood despite such difficult circumstances in their family? But if she didn't give the gambler father money, she would threaten her mother and brother. He even went to her school to cause trouble. That's all right, leave it to me. In the plot of the novel, Lin Fan also helped Su Qian solve his father's problem, saying that blood is thicker than water, and helped Su Qian reconcile, and then gave his father a large sum of money to get out. Of course Yuran can do this, but he is not the protagonist, he is the villain. A villain should have a villain's way of doing things. Lu Zitong, please resolve the matter with Su Qian's father. Receive. After Lu Zitong received the call, he went to make arrangements. Repaying evil with kindness is what the protagonist should do, and we villains should respond with violence. Yuran called Lu Zitong directly in person. Why did he do it secretly, waiting for the heroine to find out that he was secretly in love? He, Lao Yu, knows how to hit the ball straight. Su Qian opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. He knew that Yuran's family was very powerful, but she really had no idea how powerful they were. Sorry to trouble you, by the way, take me to see Auntie. Yuran decided to win over Su Qian in one go today. Points, my points. Su Qian was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Yuran wanted to see her mother. Well, our house is a bit rundown, so it might not be easy to entertain you. I just had dinner at Heibo Tower at noon, and it was a bit embarrassing that I couldn't bring out anything decent to entertain the guests at home in the evening. It's okay, I'm not that pretentious. Yuran was telling the truth. After all, he was even worse than Su Qian in his previous life. Su Qian looked at Yuran and had no choice but to agree. Come on, let's go to the front door. Yuran casually took Su Qian's little hand and walked towards the front door. Su Qian looked at Yuran walking in front of her and inadvertently shed a tear to the ground. I don't know whether it's the happiness of being cared for or the satisfaction of getting what you want. After arriving at the front door, Lu Zitong ran over and handed the key to Yuran. Master, the previous matters have been explained, and there will be results soon. Yuran nodded. Lu Zitong had nothing to say about his ability. Yuran opened the passenger door and made a gesture of invitation. After Su Qian got in, she looked at the luxurious interior and felt a little uneasy. My dress should be very clean, and there should be no dust or anything on my body. Even if she doesn't know much about goods, she still knows that this car is expensive. The trees began to recede rapidly, and her thoughts drifted into the distance. The engine roared. Su Qian's home was really far away from Nanda, almost in the suburbs. After all, the rent here is relatively cheap. Even the supercar took close to an hour to arrive. Lamborghini's top-notch supercar looked very out of place in this urban area, and many busybodies took crazy photos with their mobile phones. Be the protagonist of your next video. After getting off the car, Yuran opened the trunk, and sure enough there were gifts that Lu Zitong had bought. A tonic bird's nest and a carton of milk, one for Su Qian's mother's health, and one for her brother's health. Mom, I'm back. Su Qian's voice arrived first, and then the door opened immediately. A beautiful middle-aged woman who looked somewhat similar to Su Qian came out, but her face was a little pale due to illness. There are no classes today. Come back when you have time. Susie opened the door and said lovingly, and then saw Yuran next to her. It's you, young man. Auntie, it's you. Yuran and Su Qian's voices sounded at the same time. Yuran never thought that he had ever met Su Qian. It was not mentioned in the article, mainly because Yuran and Su Qian had not met. When Yuran first came to campus and was still full of energy, Su Qian came to visit Su Qian, but in order to save money, she took the bus and walked for 2 hours. Susie, who was already in poor physical condition, actually fainted on campus. At that time, all the students did not dare to save the judge even if they felt compassion for him. When Yuran passed by, he directly picked up Su Qian and drove her to the hospital. However, Su Qian woke up once in the middle, and hoped that Yuran would not send her to the hospital and waste money. Yuran didn't think much about it and just regarded it as a virtue for himself. He sent Susie to the hospital, paid the fee for her and left. When the matter is over, he brushes off his clothes and goes away, hiding his merit and fame. Well, this is the Yuran from before, which is still a bit different from the current Lao Yu who can only hit straight balls. Su Qian was also very excited when she saw Yuran, and quickly invited Yuran to come home and sit down. You kid, why are you still buying things? It's a small gift, but I'll give it to you and Sully to replenish your health. Sully is Su Qingqin's younger brother and has just entered high school. Hey, I didn't buy any food at home. I'm going to buy some food. Su Qian looked at the empty home and hurriedly went out to buy groceries to entertain Yuran, leaving the two of them alone. Is this why you said you knew me before? Now Yuran finally understood the reason why Su Qian had such a high initial impression of him. Now it was really the predecessors who planted trees for the benefit of the latter. But even if it is to repay a favor, it would not be directly posted to myself. Well, when I went to the hospital, my mother told me about this. Your car was very recognizable, so I knew it was you. But you don't seem to have come to see me. Yuran was a little confused, as the original owner's memory did not contain anything related to Su Qian. Susie made Yuran a cup of tea, then peeled an orange and handed it to Yuran. Yes, because you like senior sister Lu at that time, I was worried that I would get you into trouble, so I just paid attention to you silently. Including every time you went to express your love and go to the playground to exercise, I found that you were really good, and then at once. Yuran suddenly realized this, but Nizai obviously liked Yuran before, but his personality now is completely different from his previous personality. However, he is still confident that Su Qian will like herself now. Then I'm quite lucky. Su Qian lowered her head. I'm lucky. God knows how much courage she mustered up that day. She went back to the dormitory that night and rolled all over the bed. She slept too late, so she took a nap. Otherwise, why would she go to watch after Yuran played for so long? She used to be the most loyal audience, although Yuran only played 3 times. After Susie came back, she cooked a total of 10 dishes, including 5 meat and 5 vegetarian dishes. Auntie, you are too polite, there are so many dishes. Nothing too much, it's perfect. Auntie's skills may not be as good as those of the chefs. Just watch and eat. Yuran ordered a piece of braised pork, full of exaggeration. Auntie, you are talking nonsense. This tastes really good. I have eaten the second best braised pork. This also made Susie interested. Who made the first meal you've ever had? My mother made it, but unfortunately she was too busy. Ha ha ha, then I'm honored to be ranked second. With just 2 words, the distance between Yuran and Su Qian became much closer. After struggling in the workplace in his previous life, he was not as green as this one. After finishing the meal, Su Qian helped Su Qian clear the dishes, but Yuran naturally didn't help. Only by being relaxed can people get close to you without losing respect. You have to go back to school tonight. Susie asked casually after cleaning up. Maybe. Did you do the embroidery in Auntie's house? Yes, my aunt is not in good health and cannot do heavy work, so she can only make these things to support the family, but Qian is suffering. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not miserable. Yuran didn't get involved in the emotional drama between the two of them. Can you give me a few pieces of this embroidery? Okay, just take whichever one you like. Yuran was not polite and took away the best ones. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Susie's expression, which was still kind and unchanged. Although the book says she is a good person, Yuran really sees it more clearly after this little incident. I don't have anything to repay after taking Auntie's embroidery. I heard about Auntie's illness before, so I contacted an expert and treated it as repayment to Auntie. Su Qian and Su Qian were both stunned. They didn't expect Yuran to come so suddenly. Hey, no need, my disease can't be cured. Susie shook her head, with some vicissitudes of life on her face. She didn't know if it could be cured, but she certainly didn't have the money for it. There is only one disease in this world, and that is the disease of poverty. It's okay. I just went to take a look. Maybe it can be cured? Yuran didn't dare to vouch for it. After all, Lin Fan cured him in the book, but he would definitely be cured after opening the system mall. Susie gritted her teeth and finally nodded. Who doesn't want their illness to be cured? The main reason was that Yuran said it was in exchange for embroidery, but subconsciously it was not Yuran's charity. It could be said that Yuran had already boosted Susie's favorability level by doing a few trivial things. The doctor will be around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we can get up before 7:30 tomorrow morning. Yuran briefly explained the situation, and Su Qian nodded. Are you going to stay at my place that night? It wasn't that Su Qian refused to let Yuran stay. The main reason was that the number of rooms in the house was small and the facilities were too basic. A young man like Yuran didn't know whether he could live there. If it's not convenient, I can live outside. Yuran again asked the question to Su Qian and her daughter. This was also his cleverness. No matter what choice he made, it would not feel awkward. Then if you don't mind, just rest here. Susie also sighed, and then looked at her daughter. She was so helpful, how could she let others not even have a place to sleep? You and Qian can rest in her room at night. I'm more used to sleeping by myself when I'm sick. Mom? Su Qian felt dizzy. What on earth was Su Qian talking about? Qian, come here. Mom has a few words to say to you. Su Qian followed Su Qian with a blush on her face. Yuran was a little surprised. This was really an unexpected surprise. He didn't expect that his favorability towards Su Qian would be so high. Qian, sit down. Su Qian called Su Qian to her room. The house Su Qian rented only had 2 bedrooms. If Sully came back, Su Qian would go to Su Qin's room and give this room to Sully. Fortunately, Sully now lives on campus and rarely comes back. Su Qian has also gone to college. She and Su Qian can live in 2 rooms, and occasionally 3 people are at home. Mom, what do you mean? Su Qin's pretty face turned red, but there was no complaint in her tone, but a hint of expectation. Hey, Mom knows you so well. You have never spoken back to any boy. Today, you just focused your eyes on him. Su Qian didn't deny it, she just whispered. It's just that this is not good. Will he think that I am too cheap and unfair? What are you thinking about, kid? You can tell from these things today. This Yuran is a good kid, with good IQ and EQ, and a good family background. He won't do anything to you tonight, he just lets you get along. Emotion. Ah. Su Qian scratched her head and was a little confused. As a person who had been there, Su Qian could see clearly that she was going to the hospital tomorrow morning and Yuran would not cause any trouble at night. Girl, Mom, to put it harshly, our family is not worthy of Yuran. When Su Qian heard this, she lowered her head and bit her lip. She felt inferior in her heart. How could she not know it? Although she didn't know Yuran's family background, she knew from the surface that it was definitely not an ordinary family. Of course, Mom doesn't mean to persuade you to give up. I can see that Yuran is sincere to you. As a young master, he is not arrogant in his dealings with others. This is already remarkable. Susie paused. So I really hope you can be with him. You two probably haven't known each other for long. Tonight is the best time for you to warm up. Mom has been through this too. Su Qian did not refute, but just nodded. She didn't know whether she would accept it if Yuran really wanted her that night. Su Qian shook off the mess in her mind and just wanted to take things one step at a time. Looking at Su Qin's back as she walked out, Su Si sighed. In fact, she really wanted to persuade Su Qian to leave Yuran, because even if Yuran agreed, what about his family? How many competitors would there be for such a good boy? Is this daughter of mine really capable? But Susie still kept it to herself. Her daughter finally found someone she liked, and she couldn't possibly discourage her. When Su Qian walked out, Yuran was on the phone. Hey, Mom, why did you think of calling me? The person who called was Yuran's mother. Xiao Ran, I heard yesterday that you and Lu Qingxiu broke off the engagement. Is that true? I only heard it, I didn't say what you meant. Listening to his mother's cautious inquiries on the phone, Yuran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was probably worried that the situation was fake and that it made him unhappy. It's true. I suddenly didn't like her anymore and felt that she was not interesting, so I went to cancel the engagement. Look, I told you that my son has broken off his engagement, but you still don't believe me. My son really follows me. He is so decisive. Yuran couldn't help laughing when he heard his mother's proud words to his father on the other end of the phone. Son, you really don't like it anymore, right? Has he encountered any problems? If you have, tell me and I will solve it. It's true. It's more real than real gold. Your son did it himself. Hey, Xiaoran, you've suffered a lot. Lu Qingxiu's mother knew she wasn't a good woman, so she just kept you hanging. Don't be sad. Mom will give you some pocket money to buy something you like. Okay, thanks, Mom. Yuran hung up the phone. The first time he called Mom it was a bit awkward, but it became smoother and smoother afterwards. It was the first time he felt the love of his parents. It was really great. It was an experience he had never had before, and he inadvertently revealed a smile. Zheng Mei, Yuran's mother, immediately became gloomy after she hung up the phone. That woman has been keeping Xiao Ran in suspense for so long, she really thinks Xiao Ran is easy to bully. Zheng Mei attributed the reason why Yuran broke off the engagement to Lu Qingxiu's bad treatment of Yuran, which was actually true. So what are you going to do? Yu Fu, Yuran's father, asked. Humph, does she really think that my previous investment is so good? If she was fine with Xiaoran, I would consider it as a betrothal gift, but now we are broken up, I have to let her know that she has to give up what doesn't belong to her. Spit it out. Zheng Mei's eyes flashed with ferocity. She only had one son in her life. If her son was wronged, she, as a mother, would naturally take him back. We have to invest a lot more money, right? What's wrong, Xiao Fuse? Are you feeling sorry for the money? If you don't give all the money you earn to my son, who should you spend it on? Ha! Is it outside? Seeing that Zheng Mei was getting more and more upset, Yu Fu had to stop her immediately. An angry woman should not be provoked. Stop, 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 just do it. Not long after Yuran hung up the phone, a text message was sent directly to his phone. He looked at the message with his mouth open. Congratulations on receiving a transfer of 1 billion to your bank card number ending in 0003. The current balance is 136,500,0056. Yuran counted it several times. Yes, 1 billion. Is this the pocket money my mother was talking about? Sure enough, he really has no interest in money. The blush on Su Kinkin's face had not dissipated. She walked over and watched Yuran hang up the phone. Is there anything going on tonight? If so, just go and do it. Yuran looked at Su Qian, whose heart was beating up and down, and felt a little funny. Unexpectedly, the school beauty started to worry about gains and losses. It's okay. My mother called me just now, asking about things with Lu Qingxiu. After all, there was a lot of noise when I chased her before. Su Qian nodded, her eyes brightened a lot, and even her parents told her, which meant that Yuran had really given up on Lu Qingxiu. In fact, although she and Lu Qingxiu were ranked among the top 4 school beauties, she was still not confident in facing Lu Qingxiu. The nobility and self-confidence in Lu Qingxiu's movements was something she did not possess, and the appearance of the two people could only be said to have their own merits. But the family background is really very different. By the way, do you want to take a shower at night? I may not have a change of clothes for you at home. It's okay. I always have a set in the trunk of my car. Yuran was not lying. In case of emergency, he would have several new sets of clothes in the trunk of his car. And when he was just getting the gift, he also found that Lu Zidong had prepared his old clothes for him, which seemed to have been taken into account the current situation. Okay, you use it first. We can only take a shower at home. Doesn't it matter? I said. Su Qian, can you please stop treating me like a squeamish little princess? Yuran put his hands on Su Kinkin's face and rubbed it hard, making Su Qian laugh. Yuran's height of 1.8 meters compared to Su Kinkin's height of 168 centimeters. The perfect height difference makes his movements look very intimate. Okay, I'm not a squeamish little princess, I'm a little prince. Su Qian actually smiled at Yuran, and she seemed not to be as reserved with Yuran before. Su Qian didn't bother the two of them anymore, and they talked and laughed and finally came to Su Kinkin's room. Su Kinkin's room is in a minimalist style. Well, in fact, there is no money to buy decorations. Apart from a bed, there is only a desk with a few books on it. However, the room is originally relatively small, and the extra items cannot be placed. A 2-bedroom apartment of 50 square meters is indeed quite crowded. Okay, I'll say it again, I'm not so squeamish, just have a bed to sleep on. Yuran waved his hand and went directly into the bathroom and started taking a shower. Su Qian was listening to the sound of rushing water outside, her face was getting redder and she didn't know what she was thinking about. Okay, I've washed it, you can wash it. As Yuran's voice came in, Su Qian opened her door and prepared to take a shower. Ah! Su Qian screamed, her face turned red with embarrassment, and steam even started to rise from her head. This is the first time Yuran has seen Steam Princess. Omo Shiliui. Why don't you wear clothes? I'm wearing underpants. I'm used to taking baths at home, so I forgot about my embarrassment. Yuran spread his hands and smiled secretly at Su Kinkin's appearance. How could he have forgotten that he just wants you to see this good figure? Even his abdominal muscles are 8-pack. If he doesn't show it to you, it's not in vain. Of course, he has better things to show. After all, the big guy has come out, and the book should be gone. Yuran said sorry but had no intention of putting it on until he passed by Su Qian. He lay directly on Su Kinkin's bed, waiting for his beauty to emerge from the water. Su Qian also gritted her teeth. Although she had been very proactive towards Yuran before, she was not open-minded at heart. She felt very hot when she saw Yuran's body. Even a large amount of cold water in the shower could not wash away the heat in Su Kinkin's body. Yuran's strong and muscular figure appeared in her mind from time to time. She looks thin when she is dressed and has muscles when she is undressed. This is talking about Yuran. After taking a shower in the summer, Su Kinkin's pajamas were also very cool. The bra inside had been taken off long ago because she didn't have the habit of wearing it to sleep. But when she thought about living in the same room with Yuran, she felt a secret anticipation in her heart. Conservative but greedy for Yuran's body? Yuran was also playing with his phone out of boredom, explaining various things to Lu Zitong and teasing the system from time to time. Tongzi, this heroine is obviously attracted to me. Where are my points? You didn't embezzle them, did you? Host, please do not slander this system. This system is fair and strict. Everyone in the world knows that the heroine has not yet completely returned to her heart and has not changed the plot. Yuran also rolled his eyes at the system. After solving Susie's problem, he should be able to return home. He was not in a hurry at the moment. Okay, but don't peek at the system when I'm asleep at night. This system does not have that habit. Next time when I'm doing something with a girl, you have to shield yourself. Your system is not working properly. Slander, this is slander. This system is a righteous system. If you don't call this system will not come out at all. It's good for you to know anyway. Humph, this system is not like someone who can eat 2 big bowls of rice just by listening to the sound of someone's shower. F asterisk asterisk K, Tanzi, what right do you have to slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Yuran was about to refute something to the system when the door creaked open and the system's voice fell silent. Yuran also set his sights on Su Qian. Su Qian looked very cute in her panda pajamas. Well, Yuran, how about I sleep on the floor? After Su Qian finished speaking, she wanted to slap herself in the mouth. What are you talking about? I finally have a chance to have a heart-to-heart talk with Yuran. Yuran didn't say anything, but simply pulled Su Qian into his arms. Su Qian screamed, but did not resist and fell directly into Yuran's arms. Yuran is not like those male protagonists who are always dithering and suggest some crappy plot where he sleeps on the floor and then they compromise by lying together. Old you always hits a straight ball. Why are you so long-winded? Why are you afraid that I will eat you? Su Qian greedily breathed in the scent of Yuran's arms, without raising her head, and just said something in a sullen voice. Do you want to eat? Yuran didn't know if it was an illusion or what, but he could hear a feeling of fear but anticipation in Su Qian's words. It seems that this little girl is not honest either. Eat, why not eat? Yuran opened his mouth wide and gently bit Su Qian's face. Tisk, tang monk meat, so delicious. Su Qian was also amused by Yuran's actions and laughed. Then he raised his head and their eyes met. For a moment, sparks and lightning flew all the way. Su Qian didn't know where she got the courage from, and she kissed Yuran on the lips. At that moment, everything was silent. Yuran was also a little confused. Was his first kiss taken away like this? Or was it forced? But this mint-flavored fragrance tastes really good, exactly the same as the fragrance on Su Qian's body. Although he was forcefully kissed, it didn't mean that Yuran had to surrender. He simply turned his back on the guest. He pried open Su Qian's teeth and stirred her tongue inside. A minute later, their lips parted, and Su Qian gasped for air. She was not very skilled in kissing for the first time and felt uncomfortable. It was Yuran's first time, so her skills were poor. Su Qian had just recovered and before she could speak, Yuran kissed her again. After the first experience, the two of them became more entangled this time, and it ended after 5 minutes. I have to say that kissing is indeed very addictive, especially for people who have been single for too long, such as Yuran. The same was true for Su Qian. The two of them kissed very passionately and selflessly. For a moment, it seemed as if time had stopped, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. This is my first kiss. You've made a lot of money. Yuran laughed playfully and scratched Su Qian's nose. Su Qian was stunned at first, and then ecstatic. She didn't expect that Lu Qingxiu and Yuran had never kissed before. It is said that the first time is the deepest impression for a man, so wouldn't she be able to stay in Yuran's heart forever? Well, so no matter what happens in the future, please don't abandon me, okay? Su Qian's words had a huge impact on Su Qian. She was really worried that she would not be able to satisfy Yuran's parents. Of course, as long as you don't leave me, I will definitely not let you go. Yuran straightened Su Qian's broken hair, tucked it behind her ear, and breathed into her ear. Su Qian's ears felt itchy as she said this. Yuran will definitely not say anything else at this time. What Su Qian wants now is just a promise, and he will indeed not give up on Su Qian. At most, I can only add a few sisters to Su Qian. What cannot be abandoned at all. Su Qian is also satisfied. This is what girls like to hear at this time. The two of them had a more in-depth exchange, and Yuran's hands naturally became less cautious, causing Su Qian to stop touching her abdominal muscles. A pair of restless hands exploring her body also made Su Qian feel a little strange. This strange feeling caused some inexplicable changes in her body. Yuran felt happy. This was the first time he felt it intuitively. He didn't expect that Su Qian was not as small as she looked. The scale is also quite majestic. The panda is so big that it cannot be held in one hand. Tisk tisk tisk, you have a great figure, no shortcomings in your whole body. But Yuran also knew that it was enough, so he estimated that even if he really wanted Su Qian now, she wouldn't resist, but there was still business to do tomorrow. After all, he not only wants Su Qian, but also points. Just when Yuran was about to settle the matter, Su Qian's pretty face turned red again. Well, Yuran, something poked me. Yuran had a dark face at that time. What words? What kind of words are they? The word poke was used very imprecisely. He said it like a toothpick. What is poke? This word is not good. Use another word to describe it. When Su Qian saw Yuran's darkened face, she quickly changed her tune. She heard that men are quite cautious in this regard. Top. Well, children can be taught. Yuran nodded and prepared to sleep. Are you uncomfortable with that? Su Qian asked in a low voice. She was not a blank slate. Although she had not experienced it, she still knew the relevant knowledge. Stop talking, I won't hold it in anymore. Yuren glared at her fiercely. If I hadn't taken down your mother tomorrow, I'd take down your mother's disease and I would have eaten you today. Well, I also know a way to make you feel better. This time, yin and yang are reversed, and heaven and earth are reversed. Su Qianqian's hands penetrated Yuran's body. Although Su Qianqian tried her best to warn herself that it was okay, her face was obviously not calm. But soon she understood why Yuran was so angry. This kind of thing is what men care about most, so naturally it cannot be described casually. Deleted, this night was destined to be uneventful. But the two of them slept very well. Yuran did it because he felt good, and Su Qianqian did it because she felt at ease. As the alarm clock rang the next day, the two of them looked at each other, and Yuran gently kissed Su Qianqian's cheek. Good morning kiss, Su Qianqian also replied, and the two of them got up quickly. After all, today was a big day for Su Qian's treatment, so naturally they couldn't delay. Su Qian also laughed when she saw the state of her daughter and Yuran. It seemed that the relationship between the two had improved a lot last night. Su Qian also lost the sense of distance when facing Yuran. Breakfast is ready, come and eat. Because of Yuran's presence, Susie made a rich breakfast, including steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk and eggs, all made by herself. Yuran was full of praise for the food, and Su Qian also showed a slight smile. She was also very satisfied with Yuran. After eating, Su Qian and Su Qianqian quickly cleaned up the house, and they got into Yuran's car together. The roar of the engine drifted into the distance along with the expectations of Susie and her daughter. Here we are, this is Dr. Wang, an expert in this field. The doctor Yuran recommended to Su Qian was an expert in internal medicine. Although Yuran did not know the specific symptoms of Su Qian, according to Lin Fan's description in the book, it should mean organ failure. Dr. Wang also greeted Yuran warmly. Mr. Xiaoyu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Please help me bring some good things to your father. Yuran also nodded slightly. Dr. Wang, you're very polite. Please help my friend check it out. Facing such a top doctor, Yuran still has his respect, and this may also be an important tool for him to deal with Lin Fan. Dr. Wang and his team also quickly took Su Qian for various examinations. During this period, Yuran and Su Qianqian also accompanied her throughout the process. As expected of a top doctor, he got a rough idea of Susie's condition in just one morning. In the doctor's office, Yuran and Su Qianqian looked at Dr. Wang in front of them and hurriedly asked, Doctor, how is my mother doing? Dr. Wang shook his head. The situation is not good. If not treated in time, he will not survive for 3 years. Su Qianqian's face turned pale instantly. She knew that her mother was in poor health, but Su Qian never told her the specific situation. Dr. Wang, can you cure me? Yuran is much calmer. It's okay if the situation is not good, as long as it can be cured. Can. The words Dr. Wang made the pale Su Qianqian feel much better instantly. That's fine. Just treat it according to your own method. Money is not an issue. Su Qianqian suddenly thought of money. How much does that doctor cost? Su Qianqian asked cautiously, her heart having sunk to the bottom. Dr. Wang also looked at Su Qianqian strangely. If you don't have this person next to you, why do you still need to ask how much it costs? Isn't money just a number in his eyes? However, as a doctor, he still tells the truth. A conservative estimate of millions, but there are 2 treatment options you can choose from. Su Qianqian was stunned when she heard the amount of money. Such a huge amount was simply not something her family could afford. The first method is to use the traditional replacement method to replace your mother's failing organs. It will cost about 5 million, but the state will reimburse 80% of it, which only costs about 1 million. However, in this case, there may be rejection, and it's hard to say when a matching organ will be available. If something goes wrong later, there will be little hope. Yuran waved his hand, knowing that there must be a better treatment method. Just say the second one. The second is to use the latest treatment drug developed by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which can instantly curb the deterioration of the situation and slowly return to normal levels. It requires about 3 to 5 treatments and costs 10 million to 15 million. New drugs are relatively expensive and there is no reimbursement, but since they are all original, there will be no problems. That's it. When will the potion arrive? If Mr. Xiaoyu wants it, he can start this afternoon, once every half month, and he will be cured after 3 to 5 times. Then let's get started. Dr. Wang nodded and went straight down to prepare without asking about the money. Su Qianqian had not recovered from the shock, and Yuran pulled her after Dr. Wang left. Let's go and tell your mother that her illness has been cured. Su Qianqian came back to her senses, biting her lower lip and looking at Yuran. Our family can't afford so much money. Who said our family can't afford it? I have it. It's only 10 million. Just sprinkle it with water. Yuran shrugged. No, I mean. Yuran's face instantly darkened and he interrupted Su Qianqian's words. What, it turns out you don't regard me as one of your own? Seeing Yuran's expression, Su Qianqian quickly shook her head. No, no, that's not what I meant, but I can't use all your money. Yuran had expected this situation. In the book, it was also the same when Lin Fan wanted to cure his illness. So Qian always wanted to rely on herself, but then encountered a lot of problems, and finally relied on Lin Fan to solve them. That's why Yuran initially said that Su Qian was a troublemaker. But here, these things will not exist. Qian, let me ask you a question, is money more important than life? So Qian looked at Yuran, who was staring at her, and had to lower her head slightly, not daring to look at him. Lives matter. That's fine. If you don't treat her now, do you want to see your mother die? As for money, we don't care about each other. If you really can't live with it, you can help me earn the money back after graduation. I have no talent in business. If you are willing to help me manage the company, then you can help me earn it back. So Qian no longer said any words of rejection, but just looked at Yuran with tearful eyes. Thank you, really thank you, I will definitely try my best to help you, I will. Yuran took out a tissue and gently wiped Su Qian's tears. He was indeed not lying. Su Qian's business talent was indeed not bad, and he did not know shit about business. Of course, it would be a different matter if the system gave him this talent, but even if there were, he would not go. In a world with martial arts, business ability is far less important than strength. Susie also smiled slightly as she watched the two people walking over hand in hand. The inspection is over, can you leave? Auntie, the good news is that your disease can be cured. You can start this afternoon. You will be cured immediately after 3 to 5 treatments. Susie's eyes also rarely shined with new brilliance again, and anyone would be excited to hear that the illness that had tortured her for so long could be cured. But the excitement immediately dimmed. No, I feel fine. The hospital may be a liar. Yuran thought with his feet and knew that it was a matter of money. He had to say that the two mother and daughter were exactly the same. Don't worry, Auntie. I've already paid the money. They won't refund it whether you treat it or not, so you might as well treat it. Besides, Qian said she will work hard to pay me back in the future. So Qian looked at Yuran and blinked at him, and then hurriedly answered. Yes, Mom, just treat it, don't worry. Susie was a little moved when she saw the two people singing in harmony, but she didn't know that these two people were trying to persuade her to get treatment. Thank you, Yuran. If the family doesn't say thank you, we are hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Yuran smiled slightly and took Su Qian and Su Qian to eat together. Su Qian watched Yuran holding her hand. My thoughts also drifted to the distance. I didn't expect that I would meet an almost perfect person like Yuran when my life was coming to an end. Because I had to get medical treatment in the afternoon, the lunch meal was relatively light, but it still tasted delicious and all three of us were very full. When she arrived at the hospital in the afternoon, Susie was pushed into the operating room by the doctor for treatment. Although it is actually the simplest thing like injecting medicine, it is expensive. If it is broken by someone else outside, it will be a big deal. The injection of medicine ended quickly. After Susie came out, she was temporarily sent to a single ward. It would take 1 day before she could be discharged from the hospital after the medicine was injected. Xiao Ran, thank you so much. I'm an old man and I don't know what to say. If you have anything to do in the future, just say it. After the treatment, Susie also felt the comfort she had not seen for a long time, and she became more and more pleasant to look at Yuran. Ha, Auntie is not an old woman. If Auntie is no longer suffering from illness, she will definitely be much younger when the time comes. She will be like a sister when she walks with Qian. Susie also smiled happily. No girl would refuse others' compliments on her youth. By the way, Auntie, my parents asked me to go home tonight. I can't stay with you here. If anything happens, please call me. Yuran also thought that his parents would ask him to go home for dinner in the evening. It was getting late and he should leave. I've already troubled you a lot, just have Qian here. Yuran also nodded, waved goodbye and prepared to go home. Looking at Yuran leaving, Susie also let out a long sigh. Xiao Qian, don't hide it from your mother, how much the treatment will cost. So Qian hesitated a little. She didn't want to hide it from her mother, but it was obviously unrealistic to just make up a number and treat her mother as a fool. In the end she decided to tell the truth. 10 million. Su Qian was extremely shocked in her heart, but she still maintained the expression on her face. As a middle-aged person, she is no longer as unable to hide her thoughts as a teenager. But she also understands how big a financial outlay it is. If a person's monthly salary is 10,000 yuan, it would be 120,000 yuan a year. It would take 84 years of working without food or water to earn 10 million yuan. The key is that a salary of 10,000 yuan is not too low anywhere. Yuran's lavish spending still shocked her heart. What I owe him this time is not money, but life. When she thought of Yuran's figure, Su Qian could only sigh secretly. What an outstanding boy, could a silly daughter like her really hold people's hearts? Susie couldn't help but smile when she thought of this. I'm afraid not. Her daughter's greatest advantage is her beauty, but beauty is the least worth showing off to these rich people. As long as they want, they can control beauties with various characteristics at will. Su Qian didn't know that her mother was having a fight between heaven and man. She just saw her mother showing a helpless smile and continued immediately. Mom, don't worry. Yuran said that he is not good at management. I happened to learn this. When the time comes, I will help him manage the company. We can pay back the money. Susie rubbed her head, wondering if her daughter was naive or stupid. Su Qian is not helping Yuran manage this. It is obvious that Yuran gave Su Qian an excellent position. The key is that her daughter has not realized this yet. However, she didn't want to dampen her daughter's enthusiasm, but she still had to tell Su Qian some things. Qian, let me ask you a question, do you like Yuran? Su Qian nodded shyly when she saw Su Qian's straightforward question. Su Qian saw her daughter blushing just after asking about Yuran, and her thoughts about Su Qian were clear in her heart. It is said that a girl's blush is the most beautiful scenery. If you look at Su Qian's body, it is indeed extremely correct. Beautiful and delicious is the best way to describe it. Su Qian was helpless when she saw that her daughter had fallen in. In fact, let alone Su Qian, even her younger self would probably have fallen when she encountered a series of offensives like Yuran's. At this point, Susie blushed unconsciously, but she soon put the thought behind her. I am already a grown-up, but I still think about such unrealistic things. Putting aside the messy fantasies in her mind, Susie said seriously. Then you can hear clearly what I'm going to say to you next. Su Qian saw Su Qian becoming serious and sat down obediently, listening carefully to Su Qian's next teaching. Yuran is very good. There is no doubt that his family background is also extremely good. This money is definitely not something that ordinary families can take out casually, so there will definitely be fewer girls around him in the future. Are you ready? Su Qian sat upright. When she heard Su Qian's words, a trace of tangle appeared on her face, but she immediately became firm. I'm ready. No matter what offensive they use, I will definitely capture Yuran's heart. Susie also smiled slightly when she saw her daughter's determined look, but then she shook her head. That's not what I meant. What I meant was whether you could accept it if other girls appeared around Yuran. Su Qian frowned and shook her head naturally. I definitely can't accept it. How can I accept 3 people in love? Su Qian's words are certainly correct, and this is also the thinking of normal people, but Su Qian was secretly happy to see her daughter like this. Fortunately, my daughter has very upright views, but what she said next was extremely realistic and hurtful. You are right, but what if Yuran really appears next to him, and he is very likely to be better than you? Su Qian looked at Su Qian's expression and seemed to realize that Su Qian was not joking. Because of Lu Qingxiu's incident, Su Qian always regarded Yuran as an extremely dedicated person and never thought that a second woman would appear. Yuran shouldn't be that kind of person. There was already a hint of hesitation in Su Qian's words. After all, she had been in close contact with Yuran not long ago, and she was not sure whether Yuran could withstand the temptation if a better girl appeared. If Yuran were here, he would definitely say that he, Yuran, must be a gentleman and would not be able to withstand the temptation at all, not to mention those who were better than you, and he would not be able to withstand those who were worse than you. You use this to test cotters. Which cotter can withstand such temptation? Even if he is such a person, what about his family? Will he change in the future? These things are difficult to determine. Su Qian was stunned for a moment. These were too far for her when she was still a student. It is precisely because it is too far away that Susie points out today that the cruelty of society is far beyond the imagination of these naive students who have not left school. I don't know. Su Qian was in a state of confusion. The double joy that Yuran and Su Qian were cured today was directly diluted by Su Qian's words. Of course, these are the worst-case scenarios that Mom thinks about. Maybe Yuran is not that kind of person. If it happens, Mom hopes you won't be too excited. Yuran is the benefactor of our family. No matter what happens in the future, he will always be there. Yes. So even if that day comes, Mom hopes you can treat it calmly and not embarrass him. Su Qian's words were imprinted on Su Qian's heart word by word. She was also confused and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Of course, if you feel that you and him still like each other, my mother will not object if you stay with him. Mom, what did you say? Su Qian's eyes widened when she heard Su Qian's remarks that subverted her cognition. She couldn't accept it and rushed out of the ward. Su Qian looked at Su Qian's back and felt very uncomfortable. Just imagining it after hearing it was so painful. What about the real experience in the future? The discomfort she feels now will also become the basis for Su Qian's future growth to not suffer any bigger setbacks. Perhaps the mother's cruelty is really perfectly reflected at this moment. Su Qian washed her face with cold water over and over again in the toilet, and Su Qian's words circled in her mind over and over again like tarsal maggots. It was as if it was engraved in her bones before she was willing to give up. Yuran, what should I do? Of course Yuran couldn't hear it. If he heard it, he would just sigh at Susie's vicious eyes. The most important thing is that his stupid system is going against the protagonist, and he is helpless. System ******* takes the blame again. Yuran followed Lu Zitong back to his home. Even with the previous memories to prepare, he was shocked by the level of luxury. The splendid pure Chinese decoration, coupled with the antique calligraphy and paintings that can be seen everywhere, I am afraid that the price of any one of them will be more than 7 figures. There was already a man and a woman sitting at the dining table in the center of the hall, waiting for Yuran's return. Yuran took a deep breath and strode forward to meet his parents in this life. When Zhang Mei and Yufu saw Yuran approaching, they also smiled. Yuran also squeezed out a smile, although it was a little stiff. "Mom and Dad, I'm back." Lu Zitong opened his seat and Yuran sat down. "Son, you have suffered." Zhang Mei's first sentence left Yuran confused. What had he suffered? Could it be that 1 billion had treated him badly? However, Yuran thought about it for a while and guessed that it should be about something related to Lu Qingxiu. There is nothing wrong with Qingxiu. He doesn't like me, and I can't help it. Recently, I have also pursued something more interesting, so I chose to give up on Lu Qingxiu. And now that I think about it, she is not that good. She is just my favorite. It just gives her a halo. Hearing Yuran's words, Zhang Mei was so excited that her son finally woke up. Okay, my son feels like he has grown up again. He eats first, and my mother cooked it herself today. Zhang Mei's face was filled with pride and she was still very confident in her cooking skills. And I have already sentenced Lu Qingxiu to death in my heart. There is a price to pay for playing with my son's feelings. The meal was enjoyable. Zhang Mei and Yufu kept paying attention to Yuran's current situation. Yuran also felt warm inside. Is this the feeling of home? After having enough wine and food, the nanny quickly cleared the table. By the way, son, you said before that you had a new interest. What is it? Do you have a crush on someone's girl? Yufu seemed to have thought of something at this time and asked Yuran. Go, my son has just escaped from the sea of suffering, and you want the goblins to torture him again. I know that your family, Lao Yu, has only 3 generations, but your son is still young. You are so anxious every day. Zhang Mei also scolded Yufu, and Yufu could only curl his lips. As the lowest status in the family, he did not dare to resist the Queen Mother. Dad is not like that. I recently discovered something amazing. After Yuran had a meal, he no longer had any burden on his heart about calling his parents, perhaps because he had perfectly inherited Yuran's memory from before. His sense of belonging to this small family is unexpectedly high. Maybe this is the characteristic of a villain, a loving father and a filial son, respectful brothers and sisters, and a harmonious family. The protagonists are all lonely and frustrated, and the world cannot tolerate them. Yuran looked around and lowered his voice. I recently discovered the path to becoming a warrior. I am now at the first level of Ming Jin. Yuran decided to reveal his path as a warrior. Even if he improves too quickly in the future, he can still be said to be a genius. Otherwise, it will definitely arouse suspicion later. Warrior, Yufu and Zhang Mei exclaimed at the same time. As people of their level, the word warrior is naturally not unfamiliar to them. There are even many warriors secretly in the Yu family. Otherwise, in this huge business war, it would be easy to get swallowed up and no one would be left. Although the Yu family is the richest man in Jiangnan province, there is no family inheritance. This achievement relies entirely on the concerted efforts of Yufu and Zhang Mei. Yufu joined the army in his early years and found that he had been controlled by others in the computer system for a long time. The foreign system technology blockade of Daxia was extremely serious. Therefore, Yufu was determined to break the technological blockade against Daxia, and Yufu was indeed a genius, having really developed a new system, named Lingran System, named after Yuran. This also allowed Yufu to rise directly in a short period of time. With this system, the military quickly invested heavily in developing the system, allowing Yufu to soar into the sky. Later, Yufu entered the field of mobile phones. Among mobile phone and computer systems, except for foreign brands that use their own systems, the rest are all Lingran systems. In an instant, he directly controlled most of the internet market, and because Yufu had a military background, others could only covet this piece of fat. In the rapidly developing information age, Yufu seized the opportunity with his outstanding vision and ability, and successfully became the richest man in Jiangnan province. But compared to other family-style forces with profound foundations, it seems too thin. What's more, there is only one person in the Yu family's generation, Yufu, and Yuran is a fool known to the world. Therefore, Yufu naturally had a lot of contact with some warrior forces. However, with his limited background, it is difficult for him to recruit too many powerful warriors, but in ordinary urban life with the protection of the military, it is more than enough. Therefore, both of them are happy from the bottom of their hearts that their son has become a warrior. In fact, both of them have tried to become warriors, firstly because of lack of talent, and secondly because of lack of time and too busy business to spare time. But it is great news that his son can become a warrior. Okay, Yu Fu called out 3 good ones in a row. If the east is not bright, the west is bright. Although his son has no talent in business management, he is very satisfied to have talent in martial arts. The most important thing is that Yuran has entered the path of martial arts. Who else dares to say that Yuran is an idiot? He can still be proud, but in the end he is the father of a tiger and has no sons. Yuran was extremely happy when he saw the appearance of Yu Fu and Zhang Mei. Just the small achievement of Ming Jin's first level made his parents so satisfied. Sure enough, parents' love is the most selfless love in the world. Yuran did not hesitate and punched directly in the air. The explosive sound instantly made Yu Fu and Zhang Mei very happy. Okay, good job, but warriors are made with all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Xiaoran must be short of money when he first becomes a warrior, so I will directly transfer the income from the Suzhou branch to your card. If the money is not enough, just tell mom. Remember that as long as you need it, money is not a problem. Zhang Mei waved her hand, very excited, and Yuran was also extremely surprised. The Suzhou branch can be said to be among the top 3 in value among the branches. And Zhang Mei made it very clear that only the profits will be given, and there is no need to worry about the rest, just sit back and take the money. This deep concern made Yuran's eyes turn red for a moment, but he immediately covered it up to avoid being noticed. Thank you mom, I will try my best. Yuran didn't say anything to refuse. He accepted the love from his parents. This was the best gift he received when he came into this world. What about me? Just when Yuran was moved, the system suddenly said something. Xiao Tong, whenever you give me something more, I will move you up. Your current status is even lower than that of Lu Zitong. Even in the system rankings, you can only be the second child. Host, damn it, Xiao Tong, are you scolding me? When the system saw that Yuran seemed to be spraying again, he immediately disappeared. As long as I didn't hear you, you never scolded me. Yuran was furious when he saw the system disappearing, but his cell phone rang at an inappropriate time. Yuran looked at the caller ID on his phone. Su Chien? Hey, Chien, what's the matter with calling me at this time? For the person who is about to become his woman, Yuran's tone is relatively gentle. Su Chien felt a little dazed for a moment while listening to Yuran's gentle voice. She originally wanted to give Yuran's opinion a hint, but the moment the phone was picked up, she was speechless again. Yes, what are you asking? Yuran, will you like other women in the future? Or will your parents accept me? Su Chien was confused for a moment. To put it harshly, Yuran has been helping her all the time, and there is no problem. If she has a questioning tone at this time, it will be very inappropriate no matter how you look at it. Yuran listened to the silence on the other end of the phone and looked confused. What kind of plot is this? Hey, Chien, are you still there? Su Qingqin's mind was in a mess, and she suddenly swallowed the thing she wanted to confirm with Yuran. Yes, I just miss you. Yuran frowned slightly. He could hear the disappointment in Su Qingqin's tone, but what could she lose when she only went back to have a meal? Well, I miss you too. I'll go find you tomorrow when Auntie goes back. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped asking. With Su Qingqin's personality, she didn't want to say that your asking was in vain. Okay, see you tomorrow. There was obviously a hint of joy in Su Qingqin's tone, but Yuran was also confused. What the hell is going on? I haven't seen him all afternoon. What kind of stimulation is this? Of course Yuran didn't expect it was because of Su Qian. In the book, Su Qian was not Lin Fan's first woman. So Suzy was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Fan from the beginning. It wasn't until Lin Fan saved her that her attitude became slightly better. But because there were so many beauties around Lin Fan, Su Qian advised Su Qian to stay away from Lin Fan. This was also a huge obstacle between Su Qian and Lin Fan's cultivation. So Yuran never thought that Su Qian would actually say those words to Su Qian. After all, he has no other woman now. Only one major villain's fiancé also broke off the engagement. After Su Qian put down the phone, Yuran's gentle voice and the expectation of meeting tomorrow made her hesitant mood jump again. Girls in love are always easily satisfied by small things. Su Qian encouraged herself and tried her best to stand by Yuran's side. A night at home passes quickly, but it is extremely painful for the system. This brat has chanted the reward in its ear 100 times. Last time, he obviously let it go. This time, it is clear that it has not reached the level. How can I give it? Yuran doesn't care anyway, so he wants to be rewarded. Su Qingqin's plot should be completed. Behind the system, they simply pretended to be dead and ignored Yuran. Early the next morning, when Yuran got up, he only saw the housekeeper, Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, are my parents busy again? Uncle Lu nodded kindly. Uncle Lu was Lu Zitong's father, a little older than his parents. He almost belongs to the oldest group of veterans who followed his parents in the world, but after he was born, Uncle Lu quit them all to work full-time as a housekeeper, and was also responsible for taking care of him. Yu Fu also told Yu Ren not to be rude to Uncle Lu. Of course Yu Ren couldn't be unreasonable, after all, he was brought up by Uncle Lu. Lu Zitong inherited Uncle Lu's career and became Yu Ran's secretary. Naturally, the salary was so high because it was for Uncle Lu's sake. Master Ran, Shitong didn't cause you any trouble, did he? Yu Ran shook his head. Zitong is really awesome. I feel much more relaxed with him by my side. Uncle Lu also nodded and finally went to do his own thing. Yu Ran finished breakfast alone and sighed while looking at the deserted home. There is no doubt that Yu Fu and Zheng Mei love Yu Ran, but they spend too little time with him. According to Yu Ran's memory, before high school, he had a childhood sweetheart, a chubby girl, who he played with. Later, when the chubby girl went abroad, he became alone. Although Lu Zitong can also play together, their deep respect prevents them from becoming true friends, only superiors and subordinates. 3 years of loneliness in high school was also the reason why Yu Ran fell in love with Lu Qingxiu at first sight in college. Lack of love. It can be said that Yu Ran had nothing but money when he was growing up, and his parents flew around all year round. Although he would accompany Yu Ran, but only a handful of times. Although Yu Ran didn't blame them, he did long to be loved. But fortunately, Yu Ran now has more memories. This kind of loneliness has long been used to him, and it will not have a big impact on him. Shitong left to find Su Qian. The courses in her junior year were not stressful, so Su Qian had relatively few classes and was able to find time to date Yu Ran. Lu Zitong was very sensible and went to play by himself, leaving space for the old man to be alone. Yu Ran kicked the accelerator and took Su Qian directly to a comprehensive shopping mall, preparing for a pleasant date. Su Qian has moved on from what Su Qian said yesterday, at least in front of Yu Ran. She is no different from before. Yu Ran, that. Okay, I know. Don't do part-time jobs anymore. I'll introduce you to a good one when the time comes. Yu Ran naturally knew what Su Qian wanted to say, but he naturally would not let Su Qian do those meaningless part-time jobs again. But he wouldn't say that he raised Su Qian. Su Qian's character is still relatively strong. When Su Qian saw Yu Ran say this, she also showed a bright smile and held Yu Ran's hand even more tightly. Even though Yu Ran is so good, he still pays attention to her and knows how to respect her, so she believes that Yu Ran does not treat her as a plaything. There's a claw machine over there, do you want to check it out? Su Qian nodded. Almost no girl could resist the temptation of grabbing a doll. Unfortunately, Su Qian's technique was not very good, and she failed to catch it 5 times, especially when she fell down every time she got up despite catching it, which made her a little frustrated. Yu Ran was secretly amused. This broken claw would not be able to clamp at all unless a certain amount of money was put into it. Fortunately, he had a physical plug-in. Where Su Qian didn't see it, Yu Ran made a gesture, and a staff member immediately acknowledged it. Qian, I'm an expert at this, do you want me to teach you how to play? Yu Ran smiled slightly, and Su Qian curled her lips. I don't believe it. This is obviously luck. Yu Ran was also amused, so he held Su Qian's hand tightly and started to control the claw machine. Come, I'll teach you how to play. Yu Ran grabbed Su Qian's little hand from behind and began to teach her how to hold the doll step by step. And this intimate gesture also made Su Qian's heart beat wildly. Although she was no longer the steam engine she had been before, she was still shy. Yu Ran also laughed secretly. This little girl was unexpectedly innocent. Look at his butt, and grab him like this. Yu Ran whispered softly into Su Qian's ear. Su Qian felt the faint heat in her ear and the good smell of Yu Ran's body, and she was dazzled for a moment. But the sound of pop brought her thoughts back, and Yu Ran had already pressed the button to grab the doll with her hand. She actually saw the doll and actually caught it. Su Qian was naturally very excited, while Yu Ran kept grabbing the doll inside. As he watched the dolls being picked up one by one, more and more people gathered around and the corners of his mouth began to twitch. These 2 people might be here to purchase goods. Su Qian was getting more and more excited, and she grabbed only the last doll left in the claw machine. The trophies piled up nearby shocked everyone, and the fact that Yu Ran and Su Qian were both extremely beautiful made the people around them admire them crazily. What's more, some young couples have started quarreling. The reason for the quarrel is, look at the other person's boyfriend catching the doll, and then look at you. Yu Ran naturally would not get involved in these boring quarrels. I probably can't catch this last one. It's too close to the corner. I'm afraid my claws can't reach it. Su Qian took a look inside. It wasn't that she really wanted these dolls, but she just enjoyed the process of catching dolls with Yu Ran. How can I describe how happy I am? It's still possible. I can quickly shake my claws when I strike out, and change the direction of my claws when I grab. I call it claw fighting technique. Yu Ran was talking nonsense in a serious manner, holding Su Qian's hand and shaking the joystick left and right, and then he would strike directly at the right moment. The claw went straight for the last doll, and the people watching nearby suddenly saw that the doll seemed to move to the side. I must have seen it wrong. How can the dolls in the claw machine move by themselves? We caught it, we really caught it. So Chien jumped 3 feet high and threw herself directly into Yuran's arms, as excited as a child. So Chien was not short to begin with, so she jumped up and let Yuran enjoy the treatment of facial cleanser. Oh, so enjoyable with so many dolls, keep one as a souvenir and return the rest. Yuran smiled and said to Su Chien that the dolls in the claw machine were not of good quality and there was not much point in taking them back. So Chien naturally had no intention of refutation Yuran. Who would really want the doll inside when catching a doll? The sweaty staff member next to them put the doll back into the claw machine. They couldn't afford to offend this guy. Just half an hour ago, the person in charge of the mall received the news that this gentleman was coming to the mall, and almost immediately went on high alert. After seeing Yuran giving a signal by grabbing the doll, they also cooperated vigorously. This wave is called money power. Yes, this mall belongs to him. Yuran and Su Chien continued to stroll around the mall with their trophy fox dolls. Yuran easily brought Su Chien into a high-end clothing store. Yuran, no, this is too expensive. Su Chien looked at the 6-digit price tags for any random item and was so frightened that her face turned green. How could she afford it? Although the shopping guide heard what Su Chien said, she still walked over with a smile on her face. The treatment is completely different from that of the protagonist. There is no pleasure of being ridiculed and then slapped in the face. Oh, it's so boring. Yuran felt bored. He was wearing a 20 yuan shirt, 50 yuan pants, 200,000 yuan shoes, and a 30 million yuan watch. He looked so shabby. What was going on? Doesn't the book say that these people are extremely snobby? They actually received him so politely, and they didn't enjoy the pleasure of playing the pig and eating the tiger at all. You'll be attending some banquets with me in the future, so you should buy some beautiful clothes. How would you describe Su Qianqian's character? According to the book, she does not worship money and is very independent, but it is not necessary for Yuran. What he lacks most now is money. When he wakes up in the morning, he has at least 500,000 in interest from the bank. He can't spend it all. He can't spend it all at all. However, Yuran still respected Su Chien and just picked out 2 dresses and a pair of high heels for her. The price is only 7 figures, and it's 2 days' interest. It seems like I'll have to tighten my belt tomorrow, so I'll just have a lobster. Although Su Chien accepted Yuran's kindness, her inner dependence on Yuran became deeper. Some of Su Qian's words took root in her heart and eventually grew into a towering tree. At noon, Yuran took Su Chien to a restaurant, and Su Qianqian's eyes widened. She had never heard of this kind of private kitchen that was not sold to the public at all, and saw luxurious gardens and ubiquitous fountains. It obviously doesn't feel resplendent, but it still feels extremely noble. Mr. Xiaoyu, what do you want to eat today? The waiter, wearing a decent cheongsam, asked Yuran with a smile. 4-2, take a look. Yuran waved his hand and the waiter went down. Su Chien saw that even a waiter was not much less handsome than her, and Su Qian's words rang in her ears again. The mood was a little low again. Don't think so much. Whatever happens in love, just let it take its own course. If you think too much, it won't be sweet. Yuran rubbed Su Qianqian's little face, and Su Chien felt a little better. The kanji here is very famous, and it's hard to find it in other places. Kanji is chicken from Kunlun Mountains. The chicken in that extreme environment is very tender. The two were chatting briefly when there was a knock on the door. Please come in. The door of the box opened, and a man who looked a little wretched walked in with his little hands clasped. Brother Yu, have you changed partners? Hey, isn't this a Korean plane? The person who walked in was Han Su, the 3rd young master of the Han family. As his name suggests, he was a group of imaginary people. The Han family is also one of the 5 major families in Jiangnan province, but Han Su is also a wonderful person. In his adolescence, he boasted that he could fly in 10 minutes. Hence the name Han Aircraft. I broke up with Lu Qingxiu, why didn't you know? I don't know. You and Lu Qingxiu haven't posted on Moments. How can we know? If you say that I am still better than Brother Yu, look at my sister-in-law now. She has better looks than Lu Qingxiu. Han Su conveniently praised Su Chien. As a member of the family, it is a compulsory course for her to adapt to the changing circumstances. Yuran vaguely remembered that when he and Lu Qingxiu were together before, this guy praised Lu Qingxiu to the sky. Now he starts to praise Su Chien again, which is interesting. When Su Chien saw Han Su say this, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she seemed to be very happy, and she even became more pleasing to the eye when looking at Han Su. Yuran also suddenly realized that neither he nor Lu Qingxiu had said anything about breaking off the engagement, but his parents knew about it, so it seemed that they were still very concerned about him. It's okay, it will be announced sooner or later. You didn't just come to me to talk about this, right? Of course. Brother Yu is having a dinner party in a week. I heard there will be big shots there. Are you interested? Listening to Han Su's words, Yuren suddenly remembered that this was a very important plot. There are only 4 days left before Lin Fan goes down the mountain, and the banquet held 7 days later is precisely prepared to safeguard Lin Fan's future. 4 days later, Lin Fan came down the mountain and cured the old man of the Bai family. Then, he entered the banquet under the recommendation of the old man of the Bai family. Then, after a series of pretense and slap in the face, he finally met the protagonist of the banquet, and with his superb medical skills, he cured the daughter of this big shot. Because of this incident, he formed a wonderful bond with this big shot, and after that, he was bailed out by this big shot every time he committed a crime. If he wanted to prevent Lin Fan from making a comeback, this banquet was of utmost importance. This big shot seems to be called Huang Yangsheng, and he seems to be a big shot on the official side, but the book does not give any specific details. However, based on Yuran's memory in this body, he did have some impression of this name. With his current energy, it is not difficult to get specific information. Of course, I will be there when the time comes. Just follow me then. Yuran nodded and understood what Han Su meant. Han Su was also one of his younger brothers, but he was AB**************** D in the Han family and had no status, so it was impossible for him to get in. Of course Yuran knew that Han Su was not going for any big shot at all, he was going for Zhao Mensi, the daughter of the Zhao family. Although Han Su looks timid and doesn't seem like a good person, this guy is surprisingly innocent and has been in love with Zhao Mensi from beginning to end. The most regrettable thing is that he was killed by Lin Fan later, becoming Lin Fan's enemy. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yuran was naturally willing to help him, so that it would be easier to target Lin Fan. When Han Su heard Yuran's agreement, he thanked him respectfully and then walked out. You must accompany me to the party. When the time comes, wear the clothes I bought today. I hope my female companion can outshine everyone else. Yuran said to Su Qianqian with a smile, and Su Qianqian nodded quickly. She also wanted to try hard not to embarrass Yuran. After the meal, Su Qianqian and Yuran played wildly for the whole afternoon, and then went to see a movie after dinner in the evening. As dusk fell, the clock slowly pointed to 10. It's getting late, let's go back and rest. Yuran stretched his body. Ming Jin's body was different. He didn't feel too tired after playing for a whole day. Well, but the entrance to Nankai University is curfew at 10:30. We may be too late. Yuran laughed in his heart. You are not talking nonsense, you chose this movie just because you are too late. But on the surface he still looks quite serious. Well, there's nothing we can do. Let's find a hotel to stay in temporarily. Su Qianqian nodded. Although she was a little shy, she did not refuse. 2 rooms. Sorry, there's only 1 room left. 1 room then. Well, the above is just the nonsense between Yuran and the front desk staff. Old Yu is a gentleman, so of course he needs 2 rooms. But since this hotel is his, it is reasonable that only 1 room is left. Su Qianqian did not refuse, but held Yuran's hand unconsciously with more force, and a blush began to appear on her cheeks. The presidential suite was quite large. The 2 of them took a shower one after another. Yuran was still shirtless and was sending some messages to Lu Zitong on his cell phone. Su Qianqian came out slowly, and the blush on her cheeks finally reached its peak. Since she didn't bring any spare clothes, Su Qianqian was only wearing a bath towel. The long white legs walked slowly towards Yuran with light steps, and the slightly exposed cleavage also showed that this woman was extraordinary. These legs are so big, oh no, these legs are so white. Yuran spread out his arms, and Su Qianqian fell into his arms, and then the 2 of them kissed deeply for a long time. And the obstructed bath towel had already been thrown aside by Yuran. This kind of thing really affects your sleep at night. For the sake of Su Qianqian's health, he would never allow it. I know that no one likes to see the next plot, so I won't show it to you. I, Lao Yu, adhere to the principle of whoever goes to hell if I don't go to hell, so I digested it secretly by myself. The 2 of them slept until noon the next day before getting up. Su Qianqian snuggled deeper into Yuran's arms. Thinking of the madness last night, Su Qianqian couldn't help but blush. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. Yuran's body is indeed like that of an ox, and she can't even get out of bed now. Yuran was not a ruthless person, so he naturally ordered lunch for Su Qianqian and fed her herself. It wasn't until the afternoon that Su Qianqian's thighs could barely walk, although it looked a little strange. Originally, Yuran wanted Su Qianqian to rest, but Su Qianqian insisted on having a very important expert lecture in the evening. Yuran had no choice but to send her to Nanda University with lightning speed. The photo of Yuran supporting Su Qianqian, who was walking strangely, quickly appeared on the NTU forum. Shocked, Su Qianqian seems to be a famous beauty. Shocked, Yuran no longer likes Lu Qingxiu. Things that 2 school beauties have to mention. In an instant, Yuran and Su Qianqian quickly rushed to the top of the forum and crashed the Nanda server. The combination of Yuran's female traffic and Su Qingqian's male traffic instantly caused the whole Nanda to scream one after another. My goddess/male god was F********. Ed. After sending Su Qianqian back to campus, Yuran was not interested in attending any lectures. Just this morning, the system finally settled the plot reward for him. Congratulations to the host for getting 1,000 points, once in 10 consecutive draws. Looking at Chesu's system, Yuran was speechless. Forget it, it's better than nothing. According to the system, although Su Qianqian is the heroine, she does not do much damage to Lin Fan's plot, and naturally does not earn many points. Just when Yuran was about to go back to draw the lottery, Lu Zitong called. Yuran knew that Lu Zitong would not come to him if nothing happened. Hey, Shitong, what happened? Master, Su Qingqian's father has appeared. What's the way to handle it? Yuran thought for a while. Disappear in Jinling and find a good place for him. Wang Gang was very excited. He heard in the past 2 days that his daughter had a wealthy boyfriend and the car he drove cost millions. As Su Qingqian's father, it's not too much to ask for a few million. So he walked excitedly towards Susie's house. He had already seen his happy life. But before he reached Susie's house and turned around the alley, he was surrounded by a dozen yellow men with tattoos on their arms and cigarettes in their mouths. Wang Gang was stunned at that time and swallowed his saliva inadvertently. Heroes, I don't know if you have any advice. Huang Mao, the leader, looked at Wang Gang. Su Qingqian's father Wang Gang. Wang Gang's heart sank to the bottom. He didn't know how he had offended these people. Could it be Su Qianqian? No, I was just passing by. Huang Mao also smiled slightly when he saw that Wang Gang was more shameless than him. You're right to have such a mean temperament, hit me. Screams resounded in the alley, and those who wanted to watch had no choice but to run away when they saw a dozen ferocious young men. Huang Mao casually threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on the unextinguished cigarette butt. Take away. A sack was placed on the head of Wang Gang, who had been knocked unconscious, and the van quickly left the scene. Only then did the good people next to him dare to come out and look around. I said, that person seems to be Susie's old and immortal husband. That's him. I know this scoundrel. God has eyes. I'm going to tell Susie the good news. A middle-aged woman who had a good relationship with Susie also hurried towards Susie's house. Wang Gang rubbed his swollen head and suddenly woke up when he heard the rumbling sound next to him. Where am I? Before Wang Gang could observe again, a big foot had already kicked him up. Damn it, you dare to be lazy and work for me when you wake up. A fierce supervisor kicked Wang Gang hard. Wang Gang was also stunned, and then he got up and wanted to fight. But looking at the several sturdy men with weapons around him, he finally gave up. I can only go to work obediently and start moving bricks at the request of the supervisor. Several thugs also came over curiously. Head, who is this? The overseer glanced at them. Don't ask too many questions, it won't do you any good. A big shot sent it, and he told us to treat him well, as long as he doesn't die. The thugs didn't dare to ask any more questions, so they obediently went to the edge. Not surprisingly, this construction site was where Wang Gang would be for the rest of his life. After solving Su Qingqian's last problem, Yuran stretched out and could finally rest after working for a few days. Then study the steps to deal with Lin Fan. However, he suddenly thought that if Lin Fan knew that his heroine had been *****d by him before he came down the mountain, he didn't know what to think. That feeling, tisk tisk tisk, it's really refreshing. GGG. After Yuran returned home, he was also preparing to start the second round of lottery. He needs to think about how to spend the other 1,000 points. Congratulations to the host for getting Kafka's purple stockings, congratulations to the host for getting Kafka's boots, congratulations to the host for obtaining the acceleration talisman ×2, congratulations to the host for obtaining the detoxification pill ×2, congratulations to the host for obtaining Mingjin skill ×2, congratulations to the host for activating system function identification, congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak Xian level skill Tiger Roar. Looking at the things that were drawn 10 times in a row, Yuran's face turned dark. The dog competition system and the guaranteed dark power technique were really bad. Speaking of Grandmaster level items, the probability is that you have to buy a lottery ticket, right? There is actually a built-in function that activates the system. You are so stupid. The dog comparison system, you are too shady. Yuran couldn't help but curse. The system had already predicted Yuran's anger and went offline to pretend to be dead. There is no need to explain the first two things. I will wear them for Su Qianqian another day. She should feel very good. The accelerating charm can gain twice the speed of itself in a short period of time, which is very good for running around to save one's life. The introduction of the detoxification pill was that it could remove all toxins below and Jin, which made Yuran's eyes light up. This thing is a good one. It will make him more confident in dealing with Lin Fan. There is no need to say much about his Ming Jin skills. He has already reached the third level of Ming Jin. However, compared to entering Ming Jin, the third level's body did not change much, it was just that he was stronger and had better physique than the first level. The system function identification allows him to identify special items through the system, which should be useful in some treasure hunting functions. But when he thought about how he had to extract the functions of this damn system himself, he always felt that he was at a disadvantage. When the tiger roar technique entered Uran's mind, he was surprised for a moment. This skill is actually a rare sound wave skill that directly affects the enemy's status and has no precasting time. The closer the distance, the stronger it is, and the power it suddenly unleashes is extremely powerful. If you are caught off guard in close combat, you will probably be seriously injured immediately. This also made Uran slightly excited. Although it was a dark energy technique, its actual effect was quite good. Afterwards, Uran used the system to identify the things around him, but there was nothing special about them. A table made of ordinary sandalwood, a mahogany chair. Uran also lost interest and decided to use it for treasure appraisal in the future. He went to the basement and began to experiment with his third level of Ming Jin power and tiger roar skills. Although he didn't feel anything in his body, Uran found that his strength had improved a lot. Now, each of his punches had a force of at least 2,000 kilograms. An ordinary person would be crippled if not killed by this punch. Unlike Tiger Roar and Iron Mountain Backstroke, the system thoughtfully let him learn it directly. Uran was muttering a strange spell, and suddenly a force flowed from his body into his mouth. Roar! The tiger roared, instantly causing the dummy next to it to suffer a devastating blow, and the head directly shattered into powder. Not only that, the various training facilities not far away also suffered a lot of damage. Uran had such destructive power with only the third level of Ming Jin. Uran was also shocked. The mass of this thing was much stronger than that of an average person's body. This meant that he could kill a group of people with just a tiger roar. Is this martial arts? Uran felt his own increased strength and was somewhat excited. He did not stop until late at night. He fell into a deep sleep on his bed only after he had fully mastered the tiger roar. When he got up the next day, Uran first performed some simple boxing and kicking exercises, and then opened the system panel to see how to use the points more cost-effectively. Uran martial arts level, Ming Jin level 3 skills, Iron Mountain Lean, Tiger Roar currently receiving information, the Miracle Doctor goes down the mountain system points, 1000 mall, not yet open, lottery pool, expand, the mall is still not open, and only the white prize pool has been activated. However, the blue prize pool is awarded with 1000 points each time, which is only enough for one draw. There is no point in opening it. The only thing that appeared was a plus symbol after the martial arts level. Uran nodded. Do you want to upgrade to the 4th level of Ming Jin? Spend 200 points F***K, this is such a rip-off system, you are such a jerk. It only takes 100 points to win the Mingjin lottery, but it takes 200 to improve yourself. Does this make the lottery more cost-effective? However, the items in the lottery are relatively random. Although many of them are not useless, they certainly cannot improve Uran's strength. Since we are in the world of martial arts, strength is definitely the most important thing. So Uran made up his mind and raised his martial arts level. It was necessary for him to upgrade to the 9th level of Ming Jin as he was about to meet the protagonist. However, after consuming 600 points to reach the 6th level of Ming Jin, further upgrade becomes 300 points at a time. Your AB***CH system. You're the F***G1. Uran couldn't help but scolded his mother anymore. The system couldn't pretend to be dead anymore, so he could only explain obediently. Host, Ming Jin is divided into early, middle, and late stages. The points required for each period of improvement are definitely different, so the 1st to 3rd levels only cost 100, and the latter will gradually increase, and the lottery will increase as the host level increases. Less energy will be gained. The host's explanation made Uran feel a lot less angry. If this was the case, it would be understandable. Even if the general drew Ming Jin's power later, he might not be able to increase it by one level. But after thinking about it, Uran still clicked on it. Since the system stated that the 7th level of Jin was the late stage of Ming Jin, it was still necessary. Looking at the remaining 100 points, Uran sighed, the points are useless. Uran also casually clicked a single shot. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hanjeo sword, the pinnacle earth level weapon. Uran was suddenly stunned. Is this the so-called single draw miracle? The pinnacle weapon of the earth level. Make a fortune. System I love you. Ugly refuse to post. The system seems to have been connected to the network here recently, and there are more and more internet terms. Ignoring the system's nonsense, Uran took out the Hongyao sword from the system space. Hong Yaojian's whole body is red, and there is a flame mark on the hilt. It not only looks beautiful, but also quite domineering. The sword is not long, about 70 centimeters. Uran held it in his hand and waved it casually, and the sword energy loomed in the air. What a sword! Uran casually chopped on the steel bar next to it, and it broke with a loud sound. Uran was also overjoyed. The attack power of this sword was so powerful. If it was paired with Tiger Roar in close combat, and Jin might not be his opponent. Since he has never fought in actual combat, Yuran actually doesn't have much awareness of strength. He was looking for a chance to feel his strength. After spending all the points, Yuran hummed a little tune and went to find Lu Zitong. There were still a few days until Lin Fan came down the mountain, and he planned to visit the Suzhou branch given to him by his parents. Because if he remembers correctly, there is a very good talent here. And after all, it is his own company. Although he only takes money and does not do anything, it is still good to show his face. Lu Zitong changed his car to a Rolls-Royce. For long distances, a sports car is not as comfortable as an SUV. As Lu Zitong started the engine, the car headed towards Suzhou, and Yuran also sent a message to Su Qianqian to inform him of the matter. Su Qianqian also sent a cute emoticon to ask Yuran to pay attention to his health. Jinling is not far from Suzhou. Yuran has already arrived at his hotel in the evening. Yuran has no plans to go to the company at night. Speaking of which, this was his first time in Suzhou, and he had been fascinated by the famous names of Suzhou and Hangzhou for a long time. In the evening, he took Lu Zitong to Suzhou for a walk. Lu Zitong also did his duty and did his homework in advance. Tell Yuran the location and some introduction to the situation. When Yuran returned to the hotel, he had a good sleep. Yuran drove to the Suzhou branch early the next morning. Looking at the towering building in front of him, Yuran was also amazed. He didn't expect that this place was his own now. Yuran walked into the Suzhou branch with his head held high. Yuran rarely appeared in the company, so it was naturally impossible for people in the Suzhou branch to know him. Yuran actually didn't expect this. If he thought about it, he would be looking forward to pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. It's a pity that Lu Zitong naturally considered things that he couldn't consider and notified the general manager of the Suzhou branch in advance. Therefore, Yuran did not encounter any obstacles when he entered the branch. The branch manager accompanied him throughout the process and introduced Yuran to the company. Yuran is indeed a fool in the business world. He knows nothing about these things and can only nod his head. After walking around, Yuran slumped down on the general manager's chair. He finally understood why his parents had no time to care about him. There are so many things going on in a branch, not to mention the head office. Yuran rubbed his sore head and recalled the plot. Dong Chunkaya was ugly, extremely capable, and a financial genius. With his help, Lin Fan successfully established a business empire. I want this kind of talent. But there is another question: where is Dong Chunkaya? Lin Fan met him while wandering and helped him solve the debt collection matter. After that, Dong Chunkaya followed him wholeheartedly. Full marks for ability and full marks for loyalty. Who wouldn't like such a talent? Mr. Xiaoyu, we found out that Dong Chunkaya used to work at Lin Hua Company, but was banned by the industry because of some things. In fact, Yuran also knew this, otherwise how could Dong Chunkaya be in debt? Dong Chunkaya was an upright man and broke into an affair between the then chairman of Lin Hua Company and a new employee. The new employee asked him for help. Dong Chunkaya rescued the new employee without even thinking. But what Dong Chunkaya didn't expect was that the new employee behind him would actually frame him. He couldn't defend himself, and was eventually fired and banned by the chairman. What he didn't expect was that the new employee eventually fell into the arms of the chairman, and he also incurred huge debts. This man is a talent. Let's find out where he is now. Lin Hua's company is not small, and the scandal involving Dong Chunkaya has been despised by many people, so it is reasonable to be banned. The branch manager didn't ask too many questions. In their position, they naturally know what to ask and what not to ask. Although Lin Hua Company is not small in size, it is nothing compared to Lingran Company, and Yuran will not tolerate them at all. The boss of Lin Hua Company wants to meet a manager of the Suzhou branch, which is a high level of ambition, let alone him. After getting the specific location, Yuran took Lu Zitong to where Dong Chunkaya was. Along the way, the unpleasant smell made Yuran couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose. This place really didn't look good. We didn't take your money at all. A heartbreaking roar attracted Yuran's attention, and he quickly walked towards the source of the sound. Yuran saw a woman being pushed to the ground from a distance, and an ugly-looking boy stood in front of her, and next to her were two fierce-looking men. Stop doing this. If you don't pay back the money today, I will sell you. The black-faced man looked at the woman who fell to the ground fiercely. Tears hung on Li Jing's face, feeling a little unbearable. Dong Chunkaya also looked at the two people in front of him with a sad expression. He couldn't even resist. Is he still a man? He knew that the two people in front of him were sent by Lin Hua Company, but he was powerless, not even able to protect his own woman. He hated it. The two big men looked at each other, laughed and walked towards Li Jing. Looking at Dong Chunkaya who was still blocking him, the two men kicked him hard in the thigh. Dong Chunkaya closed his eyes and stood firmly in front of Li Jing, but the pain in my thigh never appeared, and a chuckle penetrated his ears. I'll protect this person. Dong Chunkaya opened his eyes in some disbelief. Then I saw two big men lying on the ground howling. Yuran was also very excited. This was the first time he used this kind of power to fight someone. At the critical moment just now, he kicked down the black-faced man who was about to attack. The terrifying force kicked him directly against the wall, and the remaining one saw that the situation was not right and attacked Yuran with his stick. Yuran, who had not received any professional training, habitually put his hands in front of himself, but Lu Zitong would not stand for this and kicked the other one down. In fact, even if Lu Zitong didn't take action, the stick would have hit Yuran's hand and nothing would have happened. Yuran's physical fitness was already very strong now. You're courting death if you dare to touch the young master. Lu Zitong did not stop his attack and kicked the big man hard until the two men were lying on the ground unable to move. Dong Chunkayo opened his eyes and saw this scene, and immediately became anxious. You guys leave quickly, they are from Linhua Company, don't provoke them. Yuran looked at Dong Chunkayo with interest. It was interesting. Although the system said he was a villain, he still hoped that there were good people around him. This Dong Chunkayo was quite to my liking. Lu Zitong originally wanted to make some sarcastic remarks, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Since the young master said that he was a talent and he wanted to work under the young master in the future, he should let the young master decide. It's okay. I can destroy Linhua Company with a snap of my fingers. I'm the person in charge of Suzhou Lingran Company. I think you are very capable. Come with me. Dong Chunkayo first looked at Yuran in surprise, then shook his head. This also made Yuran a little unhappy. He didn't expect that he would be rejected. I majored in finance, not computer science, so I can't help you at Lingran. Yuran suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about this. After all, he knew nothing about business. In the book, Lin Fan did not say what he did before he took Dong Chunkayo away. He is a man of status. Lingran is indeed not in finance, but since there are financial talents, then just build a financial company. It's a simple thing. Indeed, but I'm not asking you to work for Lingran Company. I plan to invest in a company in finance. I heard that you have a doctorate in finance, so I came here to invite you. Dong Chunkayo was also slightly stunned. Is this what is called a rich person? It's so casual to talk about building a company. If you want to set up a financial company, you need initial capital, at least this amount. Dong Chunkayo made a 5 and Yuran waved his hand. It's only 500 million. I invested in this company. Dong Chunkayo was almost scared to the point of vomiting blood. What he meant was, could a person really come up with such liquid funds as 50 million or 500 million? Which prince is this from? He is here to experience life. 50 million is enough. But do you really want to build a financial company? Dong Chunkayo knew in his heart that this person must be a big shot. How could Lingran Company come up with 500 million? And he is so young? As expected, he must be the prince of Lingran Company. Dong Chunkayo couldn't help but feel more restrained, because this person's status was much higher than anyone he had ever met before. This is not the place to talk. Bring your wife with you and let's find a restaurant to talk. As soon as Yuran finished speaking, he walked out, followed closely by Lu Zitong. Dong Chunkayo helped Li Jing up and followed Yuran step by step. Lu Zitong chose a place that combined bathing and dining. After all, Dong Chunkayo and Li Jing were a little dirty, so it seemed a bit unsightly to talk to the young master. After Dong Chunkayo and Li Jing sorted things out, they looked much more energetic. Li Jing waited obediently behind, while Lu Zitong stood behind Yuran and handed over the home court to Yuran and Dong Chunkayo. Yuran didn't know anything about business, so Dong Chunkayo did most of the talking. Dong Chunkayo also showed his outstanding ability and basically described the general prospects from construction to development. I understand, you can directly acquire a leather goods company and put your name on it, right? Then you can start working in the financial industry. You can use Lingran's connections to get a few big orders in a short time, and then you can start planning for it after you get on the right track. Dong Chunkayo nodded. At present, the company has not yet appeared and can plan to this point, which is considered the limit. Okay, I have no objection. I'll pay for it and leave the rest to you. If you have any questions, call Lu Zitong, the guy behind me. He will help you solve it. I'll get you the startup capital. 200 million, wait until you finish everything. Dong Chunkayo was instantly confused when he heard Yuran's words. Did Yuran mean to be a hands-off shopkeeper and leave everything to him? He thought he was just an auxiliary, but he didn't expect that he was the main force? Why can't it be done? Yuran looked at Dong Chunkayo's demented appearance and felt puzzled in his heart. He was very capable in the book, but why didn't he look so good in reality? In fact, this is the illusion brought to him by Yuran's God's perspective. In the book, Dong Chunkayo follows Lin Fan and becomes bigger step by step, but Yuran directly threw a huge cake to him. He had never been exposed to such a situation before, so how could he not be shocked? It's possible, but Mr. Yu means to leave all the company's affairs to me. Although Dong Chunkayo heard it right before, he couldn't help but ask again. This was no joke. Of course, I'm not good at this. But this is 200 million. What is the concept of 200 million? You have to win 5 million lottery tickets for more than a year in a row. Dong Chunkaya was confused by the amount of money he spent. I trust your ability. I don't trust anyone who doubts me, and I don't trust anyone who employs me. With the ability in the book as a guarantee and Dong Chunkayo's good character, Yuran felt relieved. But for Dong Chunkayo, this kind of kindness was like reincarnation. He was banned from the workplace. Except for Li Jing, all his friends and colleagues abandoned him. He couldn't feel guilty about Li Jing. Today, when he met Bull's appreciation, his long-awaited ambitions came back to his mind again. Employ people without any doubt. This sentence made Dong Chunkaya's blood boil, and he secretly vowed to work hard to let Yuran see the best result. If you have anything worth remembering at home, bring it with you. If you don't have to buy everything again, don't live in that place. I have a small house of 150 square meters in the Wenhua Villa in Suzhou, and I will give it to you. Dong Chunkaya looked at the keys and cards that Yuran threw out casually. At this time, everything he said was false. He stopped talking and just made up his mind secretly. Today's kindness can only be repaid with death. Oh, by the way, if the company develops well, Lin Hua should be the first to be hammered. Yuran said a light word before leaving, but I never saw it. Behind him, Dong Chunkayo had already burst into tears. After Yuran handed over the matter to Dong Chunkayo, he and Lu Zitong withdrew first, but the previous conversation with Dong Chunkayo was a bit boring. He had nothing to do and checked the system. This unintentional appraisal actually allowed him to discover some good functions. Dong Chunkayo martial arts level, mortal loyalty, 100. Unexpectedly, the system also has the function of appraiser. This function is good, and you can see other people's strength and how they judge Yuran. You must know that if you don't show your aura here, no one will know how strong this person is. But system identification can allow him to take precautions in advance. He also glanced at Lu Zitong casually. Lu Zitong martial arts level, Ming Jin 7th level loyalty 100 at the 7th level of Ming Jin, with the same strength as himself. It's no wonder that Lu Zitong can solve any problem he encounters. He is also a warrior. This is not mentioned in the book. Yuran also identified some strangers on a whim, and at the same time he also discovered another situation. The stranger's loyalty to him is not loyalty, but friendship, but both are 0. It seems that the system's classification of feelings is relatively detailed. However, after getting the news, Yuran stopped paying too much attention and asked Lu Zitong to take him to a secret boxing gym. This place he also knew from the book was a gathering place for Ming Jin, and he wanted to have a fight with others. Although his current combat awareness is not very good, he still wants to try his strength. After all, he was very excited after finally obtaining the legendary martial arts from his previous life. Although Lu Zitong was curious about when the young master entered martial arts, he didn't ask. He could tell from Yuran's sudden acceleration towards the black-faced man. He was just a little worried. If the young master became too strong, would he still be able to work beside the young master? As Yuran arrived at the location given to him, after the two people got off the car, Lu Zitong stared at the building in front of him. Boxing club. Is this your first time, gentlemen? Do you have any coaches or friends you know? The front desk received them warmly. She had worked here for so many years, and all of them were ugly, burly men. Handsome guys like Yuran were basically invisible. I don't know anyone, but I want to talk to a martial arts master. The receptionist's eyes flashed. He was a master of martial arts, but she was not sure what the other person meant. This is a boxing gym. What does martial arts master mean? He's a master of Ming Jin. Do you understand? I want to find someone who is Ming Jin to train with me. It would be better if he is stronger. Now the lady at the front desk understood what Yuran meant. As soon as the word Ming Jin came out, she knew that this person was also a member of the martial arts world. The price of Ming Jin may be a bit expensive, ranging from 500 to 1,500 per hour. Oh, money is not an issue. I would like to find a sparring partner at the 5th to 6th level of Ming Jin. How much will it cost? Yuran thought that although his strength was at the 7th level, he had no fighting experience and his strength should be a little worse. 5 to 6 levels. The young lady looked shocked and looked at Yuran carefully. Could it be that he was a young master from a certain family? That's impossible. How could a young master from a wealthy family come to a place like this? We don't have 5 to 6 layers here at the moment. If you need them, I can contact our curator. The price may be higher. Okay, you can contact me, I'll wait for him here. The lady at the front desk said no more and quickly contacted the curator. Master, if you want to find a sparring partner, why don't you just come to me? Lu Zitong was also full of doubts. He was also at the 7th level of Ming Jin. Wouldn't it be good for him to be a sparring partner with him? Now that the young master has entered martial arts, there is no need for him to continue to conceal it. In fact, he has not concealed it, and Yuran has not asked after all. It doesn't hurt when strangers fight. Yuran smiled, knowing that Lu Zitong would definitely not be able to do anything to him. He was also afraid of hurting Lu Zitong, so he could find a stranger who wouldn't feel bad if he was hurt. Curator, you are noble and awesome. After more than half an hour, a muscular man with a body length of 1.9 meters walked in. "Boy, do you know what the 6th level of Ming Jin is?" Yuran glanced over and narrowed his eyes slightly. Shiyang martial arts realm, 6th level of Ming Jin, dislike 10 at the 6th level of Ming Jin. His attitude towards himself is disgust. "Okay, that's good, now I don't feel bad about beating him. I don't know. I haven't fought against anyone from Ming Jin. I want to find someone to give it a try." What Yuran said was true. He really had never fought against Ming Jin's people. But in Shiyang's eyes, it was naked arrogance. "Boy, are you here to be a sparring partner or are you here to play in the gym?" Shiyang stared at Yuran, his eyes full of evil. Yuran didn't say anything, but Lu Zidong had already punched him. Shiyang was not a coward and blocked it directly. The two punches connected, and Shiyang took 5 steps back, looking at Lu Zidong with a slightly deeper look. Lu Zidong said nothing and looked at each other. If they really wanted to fight, he could hit Shiyang 3 times. Okay, lead the way as soon as you come. I'm very pressed for time." Yuran was also a little irritable. He wanted to experience his strength by himself. Why there were so many things. Shiyang might have been a little frightened by Lu Zitong's punch, so he led the way without saying a word. "May I ask if you have combat experience? Or have you studied the system?" After asking, Shiyang looked at Lu Zitong's unkind eyes and added another sentence. "This is a regular issue for sparring partners at the club." "Oh, I have no combat experience and have never studied." After hearing this, Shiyang nodded secretly. It seemed that he was a rich second-generation young master. He was probably a little bloated just after entering Mingjin. He actually dared to ask his own Ming Jin to train with him in his midterm. Although the Ming Jin next to him in his later stage was not easy to deal with, it was normal for him to get injured during training. If he wants to cause trouble because of this kind of thing, the other people in his boxing gym are not vegetarians. Thinking of this, Shiyang also calmed down a little. A venue measuring 20 by 20 appeared before Yuran's eyes. As a sparring partner for martial artists, the venue was naturally large enough. Hearing that the director Shiyang was personally providing training, all the students who had no training came over and wanted to learn. Shiyang also found it useful to look at the onlookers around him. If learning martial arts was not for the sake of showing off, or not for the sake of becoming stronger, it would be meaningless. "You attack first." Shiyang made a gesture of acceptance and slightly hooked his hand at Yuran. "That curator, if you hurt me, you don't have to pay for medical expenses. I'm actually quite strong, but I've never been in actual combat." Yuran looked a little shy, and his words were also very green. Shiyang laughed. "Of course, the price you paid is included." When Yuran heard this, he smiled evilly and twisted the corner of his mouth. Today he will also become the Dragon King of the Wrong Mouth. Yuran charged toward Shiyang. Shiyang looked at Yuran's starting position and shook his head. The people watching also shook their heads. It seemed that Yuran was really not lying and had no actual combat experience. Shiyang looked at Yuran coming over and decided to give Yuran a blow first, and directly punched with Yuran's fist. With a bang, the sound of the collision between Ming Jin was already loud. But everyone opened their mouths unconsciously when they saw the scene on the field. Shiyang was actually punched away. By the system must be a high-quality product. This blowing away is not an exaggeration, it is really being beaten away. Although Yuran and Lu Zidong are both at the 7th level of Ming Jin, Yuran is definitely stronger in terms of strength. After all, the products produced by the system must be high-quality products. System, that's right, there are always unscrupulous people who are dissatisfied. The product produced by this company must be a high-quality product. The one who felt the deepest feeling was Shiyang. Shiyang saw Yuran charging towards him with flaws all over his body. As long as he blocked the punch, he could defeat him with any force. But when Yuran's fist landed on his, the wind from the fist blew across his face, making him feel bad. The pain from his hand instantly spread to his arm, and a distance directly knocked him away. Shiyang fell to the ground, shocking everyone present, including Lu Zitong. Lu Zitong did not expect that the young master was so strong. Yuran looked at Shiyang, who fell to the ground. "Why is the 6th level of Mingjin so weak? Host, are you stupid? The late stage and the middle stage of Mingjin are two different concepts. What's more, I will give you a perfect upgrade, and if you upgrade to the 7th level, you will be the peak of the 7th level. If you can't beat the 6th level, are you questioning this system? Yo, it's packed up. You're the only one asking whether it will be shipped in the next draw." The system didn't answer when it heard about the lottery. The lottery depends on luck anyway. No matter whether Yuran believes it or not, it believes it anyway. Shiyang struggled to get up, but his right arm that touched Yuran lost all feeling. This guy is so strong. However, all the members around him looked at his failure, which made him a little angry and yelled at Yuran. "Didn't you say you don't know martial arts?" Yuran shrugged. "Maybe it's my innate power." Shiyang became even more angry after hearing this, and his disgust value soared to 50. No one had ever made him make such a fool of himself. He decided to get serious and show some color to this ignorant boy. Shi Yang charged directly, not letting Yu Ran attack first. Yu Ran saw the right moment and punched him, and he didn't know how to do anything else. Directly draw A. Shi Yang smiled slightly and dodged Yu Ran's attack. Yu Ran's attack failed and he was in an awkward position, and Shi Yang also happened to go around to his side. This punch hit Yu Ran directly in the face. Shi Yang's face was ferocious, he was bound to get his place back with this punch. When the students next to them saw the director's victory in sight, they immediately shouted in unison to cheer for the director. It seemed that Shi Yang was in a life-and-death battle with someone, but he didn't expect that it was just a sparring match. Lu Zidong had already stood up at this time. If the young master had any problem, this place would not need to exist. Yu Ran's shortcomings of lack of combat experience are also exposed. He doesn't want his handsome face to be injured, so he directly prepares to charge up Tiger Roar. Ming Jin shouldn't be that fragile, right? But just when he was about to use Tiger Roar, he felt a feeling on his shoulder again, and all the power in his body quickly surged toward his shoulder. His shoulder collided with Shi Yang's high-speed fist. A crackling sound made the entire martial arts hall instantly quiet, and Shi Yang's hand suddenly bent and deformed in a very strange posture. The huge pain that came from him made Shi Yang scream. This was really Yu Ran's stepless skill. Damn it! After hitting Shi Yang's arm, the huge force seemed to have not been used up and continued to hit Shi Yang's body. The students present were already panicking and looked nervously at the situation on the field. As this huge force hit him, Shi Yang's body bent into the shape of a shrimp and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. Even the wooden floor was cracked, showing how powerful Yu Ran's move was. Yu Ran was also full of surprise. Tishan Guo didn't seem to be used by him actively. It seemed like it was a passive skill. When someone is on his side, he seems to launch directly and then hit him hard. Damn it, it's so awesome. Before Yu Ran could think too much, the students from the boxing gym came roaring around and surrounded Shi Yang. Shi Yang vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood and passed out. If a powerful doctor came to check the situation, you will find that 8 of Shi Yang's ribs were broken and his arm was shattered. Fortunately, it was Ming Jin's body, otherwise he would have died on the spot. How dare you do this to the curator? An angry student attacked Yu Ran directly, but he was kicked by Lu Zidong halfway before he ran back to Shi Yang. What? You want to do something? Lu Zidong stood in front of Yu Ran, looking at the people in front of him with cold eyes. The student who fell to the ground was still yelling. You injured the gym manager, but you still want to leave safely. Do you think you can come and leave our boxing gym whenever you want? Yu Ran was dismissive. As agreed before, the training fee includes medical expenses. I want to leave now. Who is in favor of it and who is against it? Yu Ran glanced at them disdainfully, then strode towards the door. If you make him angry and give them a tiger roar, then life and death are determined, and wealth is in the sky. Lu Zitong walked behind Yu Ran and left with him. Although the people in the boxing gym shouted slogans, they did not dare to really crowd in. After all, everyone is just here to have a casual meal, and no one wants to get hurt. Young master, you are so strong, you are simply a martial arts genius. Now I am no longer your opponent. When Lu Zitong came out, his eyes were full of care, and Yu Ran also smiled slightly when he heard the praise. This was because Lu Zitong was being humble. Without using Hong Yao's sword and Tiger Roar, he had no chance of defeating Lu Zitong. His combat awareness is still too poor. I wonder if the mall sells such things. However, there is no intention to open the mall yet. Yu Ran also sighed slightly. Why did he suddenly start to miss Lin Fan, who had not yet arrived? Lin Fan, who was on the mountain, sneezed. Who is missing me when I go? It's probably the old man from the Bai family. There's no point in rushing. I won't be able to go down the mountain until 3 days later. After Yu Ran went back, he also lay on the bed and chatted with Su Chien for a while, and then fell asleep. He was still a little tired after a busy day, and it was also his first time doing it, so he basically went all out, so his body was quite tired. But the result is still very exciting for him. He can also become a peerless strong person. After a brief 2 days of sightseeing and inspection in Suzhou, I discussed the specific situation with Dong Chunkayo. Dong Chunkayo was very quick with his hands and feet. After Lu Zitong warned Lin Hua Company, they didn't even dare to fart again. The place and specific company address were quickly determined, and the business would definitely be open within 3 days. But this is not something Yu Ran worries about. He has returned to Jinling by car. Because Lin Fan was finally going down the mountain. Lin Fan had stayed in the mountains for 18 years. When he came to the city, he was full of excitement. He looked around and looked very curious. The people around him also looked at Lin Fan very strangely, and almost 100% of them turned around. It wasn't because of Lin Fan's excited look, it was because Lin Fan's robe seemed out of place with his surroundings. In the summer of this world, although the atmosphere is already very open, all kinds of clothes do not seem unusual. But Lin Fan's retro robe still looked different, which is why Lin Fan is ridiculed wherever he goes. Who in the right mind would do this? But Lin Fan doesn't use the protagonist's standard language. If we do what we do, why should others judge us? Lin Fan was also very excited after getting off the high-speed train, looking at the flow of people everywhere. Then he frowned and saw a young woman in front of him walking towards here. He stretched out his hand to stop her. The woman who was stopped was obviously unhappy. "What are you doing?" Lin Fan showed his signature smile. "Hello, little sister, I am a doctor. I want to see if you have been suffering from insomnia recently and have dysmenorrhea." The woman hesitated and nodded slightly. "That's good. I have a way. Just put a needle on the acupuncture point and it will relieve your condition immediately." Lin Fan took out the silver needle and smiled. The woman also nodded, and Lin Fan directly reached towards her chest. This is the first pretentious plot in the book, and it also introduces Dr. Lin Fan's identity, plus a sentence that is essential for picking up girls in the future. "I am a doctor, and I only prescribe the right medicine. In my eyes, private parts are just a part of the body." Well, from now on, Lin Fan will use this sentence to treat various women like crazy, and then win their favor. In the end, the beauty he picked up returned, and as long as Lin Fan saved the woman, he would either take off her clothes or the key parts, but if it was a man, he wouldn't even need to do it. To be honest, Yuran can't understand it. Are you treating people? You are greedy for other people's bodies, you are despicable. Just when Lin Fan's needle was about to pierce the woman's chest, a loud noise suddenly roared out. "Caught the gangsters." The sudden roar made Lin Fan's hand tremble, and the needle fell directly to the ground before Lin Fan could find the troublemaker. The woman in front of her seemed to suddenly react and screamed uncontrollably. Lin Fan had obviously wanted to touch her panda just now. In an instant, railway police officers surrounded him. Lin Fan was also going down the mountain for the first time. He had never encountered such a situation before, so he hurriedly said to the girl in front of him, "I'm treating you, not trying to be a hooligan." But it was obvious that the woman did not believe Lin Fan's words amid the accusations around her. "This person just wanted to play gangster on me under the guise of treating a disease." Lin Fan was taken away by the railway management with a look of shock on his face. Lin Fan didn't resist. Although he didn't go down the mountain much, he knew before coming that he couldn't go against the country. So he was handed over to the police. As a pair of beautiful long legs stepped down from the police car, everyone's eyes were focused on the panda. Damn it, Super Thunder. The delicate appearance of the panda is easily overlooked by people. After all, people prefer to see rarer things. Yunyi glanced around fiercely. The people next to him restrained themselves and only dared to secretly look at the policewoman with an explosive figure. If Yuran was here, he must know that this is Yunyi, the heroine of this book. If Su Qianqian is the first thing he hates when reading, then Yunyi is the second thing. Yunyi is a standard girl with big breasts, no brains, and full of passion. She has to take care of any case, but is she not strong enough? Then it's up to the male protagonist to save her. If she has this sense of justice from beginning to end, Yuran will admire her. But since Lin Fan saved her and fell in love with her several times, this woman immediately started to act double standard, covering up for Lin Fan and making excuses. Lin Fan's subsequent murders were all worthy of death in her eyes. However, this woman had an extraordinary background. She was from the Yun family in the imperial capital. In order to escape the shackles of her family, she went to Jinling to work as a police officer. Yuran doesn't like this kind of person very much, and like Su Qianqian, he is not in his first strategy. Su Qianqian was an accident, but Yuran firmly believed that there would be no second accident. Yunyi put handcuffs on Lin Fan, but Lin Fan was laughing and joking. "Officer, you are so big. Are you working very hard? Do you want me to teach you a trick to make it easier for you?" The male protagonist must have the ability to be familiar with beautiful women without shame. What's interesting is that this is also the first sentence Lin Fan and Yunyi say in the book. However, it was when Yunyi was investigating his suspected crime, and because of this sentence, the two of them became interested in Yunyi. The so-called interest is the beginning of the fall. Later, they fall in love and kill each other. The hero saves the beauty and hugs the beauty back. But now that Lin Fan was being escorted for being a gangster, he still said this. In this situation, Yunyi's face became even darker. She even smiled instead of getting angry. "Very good, you can still tease the police under such circumstances. It seems you think you are awesome." Lin Fan shrugged without comment. Anyway, he didn't do it, and the Bai family would come to protect him. Lin Fan was brought back to the situation by Yunyi, but he was still smiling and not nervous at all, which made Yunyi even more angry. "You did see him molesting women, right?" "Yes, officer, we even took photos specially." The person who gave evidence picked up his cell phone and took a picture of Lin Fan reaching for the woman's panda. He took many pictures. "I finally chose this one just when Lin Fan's needle was knocked to the ground. His hand looked like a rogue." Yunyi nodded. "Very good. With this evidence, I still don't believe I can't cure him. We welcome your report and thank you for your cooperation." Yunyi expressed gratitude to the witnesses. Officer, you're commended. I am also a member of Master Yu's staff. Our Master Yu is known to be kind-hearted in Ling Ran Company. He often warns us to help us when encountering injustice, so I dare to actively report him. Ling Ran Company, Master Yu, Yu Ran. Yunyi murmured that as a member of the Yun family in the imperial capital, she had naturally heard of Yu Ran's name, but didn't the rumors say that he was an ignorant love fool? Today I feel like Yu Ran is pretty good. After the witness left, he sent a message to Lu Zitong. Done. Lu Zitong nodded. When the young master gave him this task, he was very confused. He didn't care why the young master wanted to target Lin Fan. He just needed to hate the young master. But the young master accurately predicted that Lin Fan was going to be a hooligan, which made him a little incredible. But he thought about it and felt that the situation was not that simple. The young master should do this kind of thing because he wants to do good deeds and want to leave a name. That's why he said that he asked witnesses to come. Of course, he also found the so-called witnesses. At this time, Yu Ran was holding hands with Su Qian while shopping. He felt that he was the ex-boyfriend of the boss in the later stage. He has to be strong, so naturally he can't do this kind of thing himself. Well, in fact, he doesn't really want to enter the protagonist's field of vision early. How do you say that? The ancient way is the best. But the next broadcast made his eyes light up. At this time, Yu Ran was also confused, but also very excited. He just wanted to cause a little trouble for Lin Fan. It would be better if he couldn't make it in time for the banquet 3 days later. Unexpectedly, the stingy system actually gave him a reward this time. Why did he think the hatred value was doubled, making huge profits? But it seems that if you win Su Qian, you will only get 1,000 points in 10 consecutive draws, which is similar to the reward this time. Yu Ran also looked at Su Qian strangely. Is the heroine so worthless? And why does Lin Fan have hatred towards him when he didn't show up at all? People in love are always very sensitive, and Su Qian immediately noticed Yu Ran's strange gaze. Su Qian also immediately looked at herself, and there should be nothing wrong with her. Su Qian is wearing a light yellow dress with beige high heels today. She looks elegant and noble, with her long hair floating casually behind her head. She looks like a noble princess. This skirt was bought by Yu Ran before. I have to say that you get what you pay for. After Su Qian finished dressing, she was stunned in front of the mirror, but she still became nervous when she saw Yu Ran's eyes. Any questions? Su Qian spoke softly and touched Yu Ran's arm lightly. Only then did Yu Ran come back to his senses. Oh, it's okay, I just thought about the banquet in 3 days. I was thinking about whether you can be more beautiful than others. Yu Ran made an excuse and continued shopping with Su Qian. He planned to ask Lu Zitong about the specific situation. Back in time, when Lin Fan was arrested and imprisoned, Yunyi was very angry and must put this gangster in jail. But after all, Lin Fan came here to help the old man of the Bai family treat his illness, so Bai Yuan, the eldest lady of the Bai family who originally came to pick up Lin Fan, had to come to the institution to bail him out. What, you said Lin Fan was released on bail? Yunyi's face was filled with anger and he couldn't understand why this scumbag wasn't locked up. Facing Yunyi's anger, the director was helpless. Lin Fan's crime is not serious, not to mention that the Bai family's bail itself complies with legal procedures. The director didn't say much later. It was normal for such a trivial matter to give the Bai family face. Yunyi was very angry, but he could only calm down immediately. The director was right, Lin Fan's matter was not a big deal after all, and the Bai family's bail would not be able to imprison him. Lin Fan walked out of the police station as if he didn't recognize his relatives. When he looked at the door, he saw another stunning woman. With a slender figure paired with a simple white skirt, a simple ponytail and delicate eyebrows, she is no worse than Yun Yule. Lin Fan's eyes also lit up. That old guy really wasn't lying. There were many beauties and opportunities in big cities. Bai Yuan was naturally unhappy when she saw Lin Fan. She believed in Lin Fan's character at first. After all, it was her grandpa who invited him to treat the disease, but the pictures that were so irrefutable that she couldn't refute it. Frivolous people. Bai Yuan's feelings for Lin Fan were also extremely bad. Lin Fan laughed to himself when he saw Bai Yuan bailing him out, and passed by Yunyi and said something frivolous. Officer, if you need treatment, remember to come to me. His eyes fell on Yunyi's panda without thinking, which made Yunyi almost furious. Don't let me catch you, or I will teach you a lesson. When Bai Yuan saw Lin Fan's behavior, her face was filled with disgust. It seemed that this matter was a foregone conclusion. Thank you, Miss Bai. Let's go to Bai's house without further ado. Lin Fan showed what he thought was a gentle smile to Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan said coldly, follow me, and turned and left. She really didn't want to have any communication with such a scoundrel. Lin Fan didn't care and followed behind Bai Yuan. In his eyes, as long as Bai Yuan could cure the old man of the Bai family's illness, it would be a piece of cake. Therefore, Yuran did not expect that a small design would make the first impression of the two heroines, Bai Yuan and Yunyi, towards Lin Fan become extremely disgusting. This is also the source of points. After Lin Fan got in the car, he saw Bai Yuan's cold attitude and decided to try to save the relationship a little. After all, he already regarded Bai Yuan as his own. I was really wronged. I was just trying to treat the woman. I am a doctor. Lin Fan shrugged, indicating that he was quite innocent. Bai Yuan had always thought that he was not very straightforward, and now she felt that he was not only shameless but also irresponsible, and he dared to do things but not to take the responsibility. Is that so? The person who reported you has irrefutable evidence, and I heard that Yuran's subordinates reported you. What else do they have to do after they have eaten their fill? Yuran? Lin Fan looked at Bai Yuan's attitude and also read out the name. You can't offend this person. Don't ask so many questions. Lin Fan was also somewhat unhappy with Bai Yuan's attitude. It was a common problem for the protagonist that if you yell at him, he would immediately turn hostile, even if it was his fault. But when he heard that it was Yuran's men who reported him, and considering Bai Yuan's tone, he also felt a little jealous of Yuran. The hatred value is 5, and the points are doubled. Yuran is also very happy. While Su Qian went to try on clothes, Yuran also contacted Lu Zitong and listened to the whole story. Are you telling the police that it was my teaching that made you report it? Yuran seemed to understand why Lin Fan suddenly hated him. Hearing Yuran's sudden raised tone, Lu Zitong thought Yuran was angry and stuttered slightly. Master, I'm sorry, I was willful, please punish me. No, you did a great job, give me more money. Yuran was in a good mood and immediately gave Lu Zitong another bonus of 100,000 yuan. Lu Zitong was relieved to see that Yuran was not angry. It seemed that he had not guessed the young master's intention wrongly. Su Qian tried on clothes many times, but she was never very satisfied. After all, the clothes she was wearing were too expensive. The contrast with these ordinary clothes is so great. This time, the place was chosen by Su Qian, and it was not a high-end consumption place. Su Qian also took out all the money she had saved to treat Yuran to dinner and buy things for him. Yuran only bought 2 pieces symbolically, and was thinking that he should find a part-time job for Su Qian to make money. This girl does have a very strong character. By the way, Yuran, are you free tonight? My mother said that if you are free, she would like to invite you to her home. No problem, let's go tonight. It just so happened that Yuran had some things to explain to the mother and daughter. He might be busy with Lin Fan's affairs later on, so it would be better to make arrangements in advance. Su Qian was relieved to see that Yuran didn't refuse. After all, her place was really not very popular. Given Yuran's status, if it weren't for her own reasons, he might never go there in his life. Yuran's willingness to accommodate her also made her feel a little touched and a little bit inferior. After shopping in the afternoon, Yuran took Su Qian back to her home. So it's not a nice place, but Susie cleaned the inside and outside very cleanly, which makes it seem warm. Auntie, I'm going to bother you again today. Su Qian was also stunned when she saw the gift box in Yuran's hand. You kid, you're already here, why do you still bring something with you? Hey, Mom, just accept it. Yuran didn't even listen to my advice. Hey, Qian, it's natural to come and see Auntie and bring some gifts. I'm not an impolite person. Auntie, this is a gift I carefully selected for you. Yuran handed over the gift. After Susie took it, she knew it was expensive when she saw the exquisite packaging. She pursed her lips and was about to say something, but then thought about Yuran spending 10 million on her illness, so she could only sigh in her heart, as she owed more and more. Oh, by the way, Auntie, I don't know much about the size of your clothes. Qian made this based on what I know. You try it on first. If it doesn't fit, I'll change it tomorrow. Susie nodded and turned back to change clothes. So Qian and Yuran sat on chairs and chatted about the banquet. Yuran, at the banquet, will that Lu Qingxiu come? So Qian bit her lip and asked the question she wanted to ask the most. Yuran was stunned for a moment, then recalled for a moment, Lu Qingxiu did not go in the book, otherwise he would not have gone. I don't know, I lost contact with her long ago. So Qian was still very satisfied with Yuran's answer, but Yuran's next words made her curl her lips again. But based on what I know about her, she probably won't go. She doesn't seem interested in this kind of occasion, but it's hard to tell. The wings of the butterfly effect have been flapping, but Yuran is not entirely sure. Su Qian focused more on Yuran's understanding of her. It was obvious that Yuran knew Lu Qingxiu very well. However, Su Qian also secretly encouraged herself. She also wanted Yuran to understand herself, and she also wanted to understand everything about Yuran. However, when she knew that Lu Qingxiu might be going, she still felt nervous in her heart. I can't lose to her. This is about Yuran's face. Maybe she doesn't care what others say about her, but she doesn't care about Yuran. Unconsciously, Su Qian regarded Yuran as her most important person. As the campus beauty of NTU, Su Chien is not afraid of her. While she was thinking wildly, Suzy walked out slowly with small steps. Su Chien was immediately stunned. Is this still her mother? Suzy was seen wearing a water blue cheongsam, her hair was tied up with a hairpin, and she was wearing sky blue high heels. The most important thing is that Su Chien's exquisite figure is undoubtedly exposed under the cheongsam. The S-shaped curve makes her look a bit sexy. The temperament of a mature woman exuding from the inside out gives her numerous bonus points. It's a pity that her face was a little pale due to illness, so she didn't apply makeup, otherwise she would be one of the most stunning beauties. Mom, you are so beautiful. Su Chien sighed sincerely, but if she could give birth to a school beauty like Su Chien of Nanjing University, how could Su Chien be an ordinary vulgar girl? Hey, there are some flaws. Yuran sighed, seeming a little dissatisfied. Although Su Chien is middle-aged, what woman would not care about her appearance? When Yuran said this, her eyes were a little dim. Hey, I'm old, and these clothes are a bit ruined for me to wear. Yuran smiled. Auntie, please don't talk nonsense. If you wear this dress and stand with Chien, people will definitely think you are sisters. The only flaw I mentioned is that the environment is not good. If you are in a garden with green mountains and green waters, I am afraid that I can't express my love to you, Auntie. Men have to break through the threshold. Hearing Yuran's words, even Su Chien felt some fluctuations in her heart, covered her mouth and chuckled. You kid are still making fun of me. How can I compare with Chien when I'm old? Mom, you are not old at all, you are really beautiful. In fact, Su Chien has always known that Su Chien is beautiful, but due to the burden of life and the torture of illness, it is difficult for beauty to endure. Wearing loose clothes and aprons all year round seemed to hide Suzy's beauty and figure, but at this moment she was shining again. The wind gently caressed Suzy's face, as if to smooth away the traces of age, and a tear dropped to the ground inadvertently. With her eyes closed, Suzy seemed to be able to vaguely see herself in her prime, dancing gracefully under the moon. The whole world could not open its eyes with that agile figure, and the matchmaker crossed the threshold of her home. The young man's anger surged into his heart. Thank you, Su Chien said to Yuran from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, she was envious that Su Chien had found such a good boyfriend. Why didn't she have such a blessing? Hey, when she thinks of Su Qingqin's father Wang Gang, she becomes even more angry. Compared with Yuran, he is worse than shit. Then Suzy suddenly blushed, wondering what happened to her today and why she was commenting on her daughter's boyfriend. But Suzy had passed that youthful age after all, and soon calmed down. If one family doesn't speak the same language, it's okay. Yuran waved his hand gently. After all, Su Chien was his first woman, and he still cared about her very much. Su Chien martial arts level, mortal admiration, 100. The full level of love, according to the system description, is undying until death. As the three of them were talking, the door creaked open. Sully, who opened the door and came in, was stunned for a moment. Sister, Mom, what are you doing? Seeing Yuran next to Su Chien and how her mother was dressed, Sully was a little confused about what day it was today. Yuran reacted quickly. Hello, I am your brother-in-law. Sully opened his mouth wide. What's going on? He only lived in school for a week, and he wasn't isolated from the world. When did he get a brother-in-law? Moreover, this brother-in-law seems to be quite handsome, but neither Su Chien nor Su Chien denied it. Only then did Sully realize that what Yuran said was not false. Hello. Sully couldn't accept it for a while. Xiao Li is back, let's have dinner. Suzy also put away the table, quickly went to the inner room to change out of her clothes, put on her usual clothes and started eating. Sully felt dizzy as he watched his sister and mother frantically putting vegetables into Yuran's bowl. Yuran does not reject anyone who comes, and now that his strength has become stronger, he can eat more. However, halfway through the meal, Yuran was the first to reveal his purpose. Auntie, I want you to change houses. This place is a bit remote. Su Chien, and even Sully were stunned for a moment, but Sully thought about it and decided that it had nothing to do with him and continued to work. Let my mother and sister think about it. No, we have already troubled you too much. Although you and Chien are boyfriend and girlfriend, we can't always be vampires. Su Chien also immediately refused. Yuran had helped them too much, and now he had to give them a house, which was really uneasy. Yes, Yuran, I will work hard to make money, and then I will let my mother and brother live a good life. Su Chien gritted her teeth and wanted to work hard on her own. Although Yuran had known this for a long time, let alone finding it extremely troublesome when reading, it felt pretty good when it actually happened to me. It would be a bit lacking in personality if you just accept everything as ordered and purely worship money. Auntie's illness needs to be treated. It's too far from the hospital. It's troublesome to go there for several hours at a time. Besides, the house is not given to you, it's just for you to live in. Don't be so excited. Yuran felt that Su Chien and the others had no reason to refuse. It was just a place to stay, so it wouldn't be that troublesome. Besides, Qian can go to an internship soon, and she can make money, so everything will be fine. Auntie's illness is the most important thing now, and it will be easier to get better if the environment is good. Su Qian and Su Qian looked at each other, with a wry smile in their eyes. It seemed that they couldn't refuse this time. The debt owed to Ran will most likely not be repaid in this lifetime. Okay, I've already said these 2 words, thank you. Ran, you will always be the benefactor of our family. Su Qian stood up and bowed to Ran, but Ran quickly helped Su Qian up. After all, Suzy is an elder, so he is not too embarrassed. Sully also stopped eating at this time. He seemed to have heard something terrible just now. Mom, is your illness cured? Sully was also extremely excited at this time. Su Qian's illness has always been a thorn in their hearts. Now it can be cured and he can take a breather. Sully was also extremely good. He was admitted to Jinling No. 1 Middle School on the recommendation of the high school entrance examination. Tuition and miscellaneous fees were waived, and the scholarship he received was enough for 3 years. Not to mention Su Qian, how could she not be outstanding at a university like Nanda? Moreover, Su Qian's academic performance was excellent, even though she worked part-time most of the time, but it still doesn't stop her from being a top student. Although the school beauty only cares about her appearance, good grades are also a bonus. Brother-in-law, thank you, thank you. This call from brother-in-law Sully was sincere, and his favorability level was high when he looked at the ridiculously handsome man in front of him. You're welcome. You should study hard in the future. Ran responded with a smile. But before Sully's surging mood cooled down, Su Qian dropped another bombshell. Ran, were you the one who solved Wang Gang's matter? Sully and Su Qian's smiles froze instantly as the word Wang Gang appeared. This beast, why are you mentioning him? Sully blurted out without hesitation, if it weren't for his beastly father, how could their family's life be so difficult now? Su Qian grasped the key point. It seemed that Wang Gang had not come to see them again. Ran's matter was not covered up and it was impossible to hide it from him. The only possibility was that Ran could help her solve it, but thinking of Wang Gang's money-grubbing character, Su Qian looked at Ran with worries in her eyes. Ran, have you gone to see Wang Gang? Both Su Qian and Sully called their father by his first name, and Sully didn't even treat him as a human being, which shows how deeply the two people hate him. Well, Wang Gang's matter has been resolved, and no one will harass you again in the future. Ran, Wang Gang is a piece of shit, it won't matter how much money you give him. Who said I gave him money? Ran looked a little funny. But even if you beat him up, he will still come back, and Ran better not do this kind of thing in the future, otherwise you will be in trouble when the time comes to call the police. Su Qian knew about Wang Gang's beating, and she was slightly worried when she looked at the boy in front of her. No matter what, her family owed him too much. Why did you fight with him, Ran? You weren't hurt, were you? After hearing Su Qian's words, Su Qian stood up immediately and immediately checked Ran's body. Ran also touched Su Qian's head. I didn't do it myself. I am a good law-abiding citizen. You will never see him again. Before Ran finished speaking, Su Qian became even more anxious. No, how could you do such a thing, Ran? Do you need our help to hide this kind of thing? Sully stood up directly. Brother-in-law, if this kind of thing is really troublesome, I'll take the blame. You've helped my family so much, it's worth it even if I go in. Ran suddenly laughed, but he was also a little satisfied. Did these two people think they had killed Wang Gang? It turns out that if Su Qian and the others hated Wang Gang so much, they would have killed him if they had known earlier. They still have to take the blame, but it can be seen from this that Su Qian and the others have completely accepted themselves. What are you thinking about? You too, he is your father no matter what. How could I do that? I am a good and law-abiding citizen. I just found a job for him elsewhere. When Su Qian heard Ran's words, she let out an anxious breath. Don't risk yourself for him, it's not worth it. That's right, brother-in-law. That guy is nothing but a father. I never recognized him. Sully's attitude towards Wang Gang can be said to be extremely bad, and he is no different from an enemy in his eyes. You kid, stop saying a few words. Su Qian made a move to ask Sully to sit down quickly. Why don't you say a few words? That guy is a beast. He cheated on me when you were pregnant with me, Mom. What has he done besides asking us for money and sucking our blood these years? Sully was in his adolescence, when he was at his most irritable, and his dissatisfaction with Wang Gang was instantly vented. Susie's face was also a little ugly, and it made her feel uncomfortable to have these family scandals exposed in front of Ran. Ran also saw this. Then Wang Gang really has no taste. Aunt Su Qian is so beautiful. How can he like other people? When Su Qian heard Ran's words, the corners of her mouth softened a little. No one doesn't like compliments. That woman is much uglier than my mother. What an eyesore. Sully angrily continued to sit down and cook, and the matter came to an end. At the same time, Lin Fan also came to the Bai family, preparing to treat the old man of the Bai family. Lin Fan walked into the Bai family with his head held high. After all, it was the Bai family that needed his help. Bai Yuan followed behind him, and when she saw Lin Fan like this, disgust filled her entire body. Xiao Yuan, how come you're still picking someone up now? Bai Shan, the current head of the Bai family and Bai Yuan's father, spoke with a hint of blame in his tone. It took me an entire afternoon just to pick someone up at the train station. You should ask Master Lin how he was arrested for molesting women. Bai Yuan looked at Lin Fan in front of her with a mocking tone. Lin Fan also frowned. This woman was being unreasonable. He had clearly explained it to her in the car. I've already told you that I was wronged, believe it or not. Lin Fan was in a very bad mood now. He was already very happy to be in the police station, but Bai Yuan's repeated ridicule made him a little angry. Bai Shan also heard Lin Fan's words. He wanted to ask a few more questions but stopped talking. After all, the Bai family needed his help now. Okay, stop talking, Master Linear. My father has been waiting for you in there for a long time. Please come in. Lin Fan glanced at Bai Yuan inconspicuously, snorted, bowed in his long robe, and strode inside. Bai Shan was slightly displeased with this arrogant character, but he had to endure it since it concerned his father's life. Being the head of the family still has this kind of demeanor. As soon as Lin Fan stepped into the inner room, he saw the old man lying there in a sickly state. The old man had gray hair, a gray face, and a deathly aura all over his body. It was obvious that he would not live long. Next to him, two people who looked like doctors were guarding him. Father, little friend Lin Fan is here. Bai Shen called out softly, and the old man's eyes, which had been tightly closed, opened a little, but he looked a little weak. Little friend Lin Fan is here. My old bones are really unable to move, so I can't greet you in person. I hope little friend Lin Fan will forgive me. Lin Fan had originally felt bad about the Bai family after what happened with Bai Yuan just now, but the attitude of Bai Shan and the old man in front of him was quite good, which made his expression slightly eased. He also observed the old man's condition carefully and quickly came to a conclusion. He casually glanced at the bowl of finished medicine next to him, and Lin Fan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the remaining medicine residue. Who prepared this medicine? It's the old man. What's wrong? The older of the two doctors said. You are going to kill him. Lin Fan glared at the old doctor. The old doctor was so angry that he trembled when he heard Lin Fan's words. What nonsense are you talking about? I have been practicing medicine all my life, so how could I have a prescription that would harm people? It is not right for you, young man, to talk nonsense at such a young age. Lin Fan snorted. Tell me, what is the prescription you wrote? Ginseng, deer antlers, calla lilies, these mild remedies are naturally helpful in treating Bai Kuowang's illness. Bai Kuowang is naturally the name of the old man lying on top. You don't even know what disease he has. The medicine he took would only accumulate in his body. If I had come 2 days later, he would have died. Faced with Lin Fan's harsh words, the old doctor was obviously a little angry. You are so rude, young man. I am treating your father, and you are looking for someone like this to insult me? Bai Shan didn't know how to answer either. The old doctor in front of him had been practicing medicine for 30 years, and the Bai family relied on him for many of their illnesses. But Bai Kuowang's illness was indeed not cured this time, so he thought of asking Lin Fan to come down the mountain. However, facing the anger of such a hero, Bai Shan didn't know what to say. Before Lin Fan cured Bai Kuowang's illness, he couldn't offend Lin Fan, so he could only act as a peacemaker and smooth things over. Lin Fan, Dr. Fang is also our Bai family's old doctor, but people always make mistakes. Do you think my father's illness can be cured? Bai Shan did not mention the old doctor's problem, nor did he say that Lin Fan was wrong. Everything depended on Lin Fan's medical skills. If the cure is good, everything will be fine. If the cure is not good, Lin Fan will not be able to leave the Bai family intact today. His Bai family is not an ordinary family. Of course, is this the reward? Bai Shan immediately presented a card. This is the agreed upon treatment fee of 10 million. Lin Fan nodded and then glanced at Dr. Fang. Watch, how do I cure the disease? Old Dr. Fang was also furious, his chest was shaking all over, and he was staring at Lin Fan. Lin Fan took out 13 silver needles. Looking at Bai Kuowang's body, he quickly gave Bai Kuowang acupuncture and explained the cause of Bai Kuowang's illness. Mr. Bai's disease is caused by the obstruction of the internal organs. Ordinary supplements cannot enter the body at all and will only accumulate in the body. No matter what treatment medicine is used, it is useless. Once the medicine accumulates too much, it will endanger life. If you want to cure the disease, you must clear the internal organs. It can be cured only by taking the medicine into the body. Lin Fan quickly applied the acupuncture, and Mr. Bai's complexion quickly turned red, as if he had been choked by something. Get the trash bags. Bai Shan did not dare to neglect, but quickly took the bag and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan handed the bag to Bai Kuowang's mouth. Vomit. Bai Kuowang suddenly vomited crazily, almost vomiting out everything in his stomach. This lasted for several minutes, and then Bai Kuowang lay there with a pale face. Lin Fan handed the garbage bag to Bai Shan and began to change the acupuncture points, and then used Qi Jin to help Bai Kuowang channel the internal Qi in his body. Not long after, Bai Kuowang's pale face turned rosy again, which shocked everyone present. The two doctors also looked extremely ugly. In this way, they were really quacks, as Lin Fan said. Fortunately, the Bai family didn't make it difficult for them, they just let them go down to rest. Okay, then just follow the previous prescription to simply supplement your nutrition. Lin Fan also let out a long breath after retracting the needles. Helping Bai Kuowang to clear his dirty air for nearly half an hour was not without loss. Bai Kuowang opened his eyes at this time and felt that all the burdens in his body had disappeared, and his body felt much lighter. He immediately cupped his fists and said to Lin Fan, "Little friend Lin Fan has superb medical skills. It seems like I can live for a few more years with my old bones." Without the illness, Bai Kuowang became obviously more excited. Lin Fan seemed calm. Collect people's money and help them eliminate disasters. Despite this, I, the Bai family, still owe you a favor. Xiaoshan, go prepare the guest room so that little friend Lin Fan can rest. Bai Shan also nodded hurriedly and personally guided Lin Fan. Bai Kuowang looked at the direction Lin Fan left as if he was thinking about something. Soon, he waved and asked Bai Yuan to come forward. "Xiao Yuan, what do you think of Lin Fan?" Bai Yuan is not a fool. She knows that Grandpa wants to bring her and Lin Fan together as soon as she sees her. Greedy, lustful, and arrogant. Hey, if you are capable, you will inevitably be arrogant. If you are lustful, it is not a big shortcoming. Don't set your sights too high. When Bai Yuan saw her grandfather's matchmaking, she didn't say much and left directly. Bai Kuowang looked at Bai Yuan's leading figure and sighed. It seems that the matchmaking is not easy. However, Bai Kuowang also brought Bai Yuan and Lin Fan together in the book. At that time, Bai Yuan only thought that Lin Fan was arrogant, but after pretending to slap two old doctors in the face, she became more interested in him. As the saying goes, interest is the beginning of downfall. But now, it seems that the situation has changed a lot. The Bai family was not the only one who knew about the courtesy Lin Fan received from the Bai family. Yuran, who was lying on the bed at this moment, simply moved his fingers. "Lin Fan, the treatment provided by the Bai family is pretty good, so hurry up and enjoy it. This may be the pinnacle of your life." In fact, it was not that Yuran had never thought about not letting Lin Fan go to Bai's house to snatch or destroy this opportunity. However, after Yuran thought about it carefully, it was better to give it to him. If it was destroyed, Lin Fan didn't know what other adventures he would have. The Bai family is just a second-rate family. Although it is a bit arrogant to say that they can be crushed to death with one finger, there should be no problem with two fingers. Because of this, it is even more impossible for Yuran to go to Bai's house to help Mr. Bai treat his illness. To put it bluntly, Mr. Bai has to look at his own mood when he sees Yuran. It was too outrageous to take the initiative to treat him, so Yuran let Lin Fan go to Bai's house. Moreover, if Lin Fan didn't go to Bai's house, how would he make Lin Fan feel uncomfortable at the banquet 3 days later? The more central issue is that given Lin Fan's medical skills, it is impossible for him not to give him any opportunities. After all, he didn't have the ability to rob and steal Lin Fan's medical skills. Hey, when I was looking at tomatoes back then, it seemed that some systems had such a prop. After all, the system is not powerful and is very picky. Are you right? Ida SA dog system? You are dead, Dona TQ, the man with the lower head will know the benefits. Why don't you go online less every day? What the hell are you talking about? Yuran was speechless about this system. Ever since he connected to the network here, it still seemed a little mysterious. Everything you said is correct. It is said on the internet that if Tongsheng wants to live a good life, he should not argue with Shabai. Are you right? Yuran remained silent and just nodded. System. Damn it, why do I feel like I'm being scolded? Yuran rolled his eyes disdainfully. And you still want to trick yourself? I think your system is not as smart as classmate Xiao AI. The bickering between the system and Yuran was naturally going on crazily in his mind, but soon Yuran slapped the system and forced it to shut down. It was Su Qian who came out after taking a shower, blowing her hair. System. Scumbag. Turn off your phone immediately. As for why Yuran and Su Qian came to the hotel to stay at night, it was all thanks to Su Qian's help. She drove Su Qian and Yuran out of the house on the grounds that the home was too crowded and Sully had to go to school and had to sleep alone. Well, Yuran is very satisfied. She jumped up from the bed and used a hairdryer to help Su Qian blow her hair. A faint smell of shampoo came from her freshly washed hair. Coupled with the faint fragrance of Su Qin's body, Yuran couldn't help but feel a little distraught. Eat the marrow to know the taste, eat the marrow to know the taste. As the so-called familiarity comes from the first time, Su Qian is not as shy as before, or she also has the slightest expectation. Just when all the clothes were thrown on the ground, Yuren suddenly thought of something and took out a piece of white silk. It is the white silk of Ayaka Kamisato who was drawn for the first time, and it is a good use at this moment. Yuren smiled slightly. Although Su Qianqian was shy, she didn't resist too much. She directly used the attack speed equipment 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times. It has to be said that after the game of Honor of Kings has attack speed shoes, the shooter's attack speed has been greatly increased, and it is easier to get critical hits. The damage dealt is naturally extraordinary, and the enemy will scream in agony every time it hits. Especially when she was attacking Zhen Ji crazily, Zhen Ji's small body couldn't withstand it at all, and she soon died and turned into a puddle of water. Well, this night was an extraordinary experience. Early the next morning, Yuran and Su Qianqian helped Su Qian move. Su Qian brought quite a lot of things, although most of them Yuran felt were unnecessary. You can buy them in supermarkets, but Yuran didn't say anything, just let her be happy. However, Su Qianqian's slightly crooked walking posture made Su Qian give Yuran a meaningful look. Even though he was as calm as Yuran, his face was half red. The new gameplay last night was a little too wild. The move was basically completed in the morning. Susie distributed the items that could not be taken away to the neighbors who took good care of them. The eldest sister next door looked at Yuran and said directly to Su Qian, "Susie's hard life has come to an end. Good luck to you. If you are lucky, you will have such a good man to help you." Susie also smiled and nodded. "Such a good man? Indeed. We're here, this will be our new home from now on." Yuran's sports car was placed elegantly in front of a villa. It can be said that Susie has overestimated the luxury of the house as much as possible, but she was still a little unbelievable when she actually saw it. In a central area like Jinling, where land is at a premium, such a villa appears. It is divided into 2 floors, bright and spacious. Susie couldn't name any of the decorations inside, but they strongly reflected one word: trench. "Let's go, let me get you familiar with it." Yuran didn't have much expression. He had many houses like this. He was very excited when he saw them at first, but then he gradually became numb. This is the indoor constant temperature swimming pool, this is the gym, and this is the kitchen. The bedrooms upstairs, 1 master bedroom, 3 secondary bedrooms, and 3 guest rooms. When the time comes, Auntie, you and Qianqian 1 room each for Sully. Yuran took Susie around the house quickly. Susie no longer knew how to describe it. She had never seen such a luxurious house before, and she didn't even dare to think about it. It had 2 floors, and any floor was several times larger than her original house. Su Qianqian was also shocked from beginning to end, and once again understood that Yuran's identity was not simple. "Auntie will live here from now on. If you have any questions, just call me. Qianqian will come back here during the holidays. It's not far from Nanda." After Yuran finished speaking, he handed the key to Susie and her daughter. "Thank you." Susie actually said it countless times, but she didn't know what to say in the situation in front of her. "The vocabulary is so poor that I can't say anything to Yuran. We are all one family. No need to say thank you. Auntie, please stay here while I send Qianqian to school." So Qianqian still had classes in the morning, so Yuran sent Su Qianqian back to Nanjing University. And he returned to his other house, where Lu Zitong waited for a long time. Lu Zitong respectfully handed Yuran a piece of information. "Master, what do you want from the banquet in 3 days?" Yuran took the information, and Lu Zitong was very prudent in his work. Yuran asked him to find information about the banquet, and he found almost all the information about him who attended the banquet. The slightly more important ones are also marked with red dots, which makes it very convenient for Yuran to read. Of course, most people don't really care about Yuran. His status as the only son of the richest man in Jiangnan province is something that not many people can take seriously. What he mainly wanted to see was the news about the mysterious man, and Lu Zitong also marked this news. Huang Yangsheng, the general of China's southern military region, came to the banquet because of his daughter's special situation. Daxia here is completely different from the China before traveling through it. The south is a military region, while the north is mostly composed of aristocratic armies, controlled by the 5 major families in the imperial capital. Although there are exchanges between the north and the south, they generally belong to 2 parts. General Huang Yangsheng is basically the 3rd in command under the commander and deputy commander. His high status was astonishing. No wonder Lin Fan was able to survive even if he committed such a serious crime in the future. However, Lu Zitong also marked a line of small words below. Dong Yu was once the old leader and had a close relationship with the Yu family. No wonder Yuran had an impression when he heard this name before. Yuran grinned. With this line of words, many things would be much simpler, and he would not have to recommend himself. There are definitely not a few people who are jealous that their family can rise so quickly. They can rise from scratch to the richest man in Jiangnan province. Not to mention the families in Jiangnan province, even the families in the imperial capital will probably look at him with eager eyes. The reason why the Yu family can continue to develop is inseparable from the southern military region. His father Yu Fu is a person from the military region, and the first wave of systems was also provided to the southern military region, along with the technology. According to his father at the time, he didn't actually think much about it. He just came out here to do something for them. Therefore, the private camp will have a solid shield, and even the 5 major families in the imperial capital will not dare to quarrel with the southern military region. Since he is one of our own, he has to take advantage of this favor. Yuren briefly looked at the rest of the list, and it was more detailed than what was introduced in the book, but it had nothing to do with Yuren. He's not in the business world, so he doesn't need to make any connections at all, and even if he wants to make connections, people will find him. This strength cannot be lost. Putting the document aside casually, Yuren was already looking forward to meeting Lin Fan in 3 days. He was very scared before, but once he heard that the systems discussed can double the points, those fears were forgotten. Lin Fan, are you ready? Ah, sneeze. Lin Fan rubbed his nose to see if someone was talking about him, but he had an uncomfortable feeling. Well, someone must be scolding him. After Yuren returned to his room, he looked at the 2,000 points on his system. The damn mall was not open as usual. Yuren thought about it and decided that it would be better to improve his strength to Jin first. 8th level of Ming Jin, 1,700 points remaining. 9th level of Ming Jin, 1,400 points remaining. Yuren stopped here for a moment. The system, your grandma's, why has it been upgraded to 500? And Jin's points in the first level suddenly increased to 500, which made the already poor Yuren even worse. As your strength improves, you'll get more points every time you improve your strength, dear. The system voice sounded very calm, as if it was used to Yuren's crazy words. Of course Yuren also knew that, but he felt unhappy. Originally, he wanted to do 10 draws in a row, but now he only had 900 points left after the upgrade, and he couldn't even afford to draw. That's too expensive. Can it be cheaper, maybe 400? After all, I'm not Ming Jin. Dear, the engine upgrade has always been at this price. It has not changed for so many years. If you can't afford it, think more about your own reasons. Have you worked hard to complete the task for so many days? Damn it, I mentioned it. Yuren was also helpless. It was imperative to improve his dark energy because Lin Fan was already at that level of strength now. With the improvement of his dark power and the Hongyao sword, he should not lose to Lin Fan now, just in case the protagonist gets desperate. According to the system, after killing Lin Fan, a stronger protagonist will come, so he plans to take care of himself as a novice experience package first. But as his disgust level increases, no one knows what Lin Fan will do, so he must have strong self-protection abilities. Dark Power Level 1, points remaining 900. After Yuren clicked to upgrade to Dark Energy, his whole body instantly became warm and he could clearly hear the sound of the bones in his body. It seems that something has changed inside my body. Yuren calmed down and began to sense the condition inside his body. The book introduces the Dark Power. The biggest difference between the Dark Power and the obvious power is that a cave that can hold vital energy will appear in the body, which can absorb and exhale the thin vital energy between heaven and earth to fight the enemy. In other words, Dark Power is the beginning of the road to martial arts, and Bright Power is just a transitional period. However, in the current Dharma-ending world, it is extremely difficult to absorb vital energy only by relying on heaven and earth. The reason why Dark Power is called Dark Power is that in addition to absorbing vital energy, it also carries vital energy during the attack and can directly attack the enemies inside. It leaves hidden internal injuries to others, so it is called Hidden Power. To put it simply, the dark energy can directly invade other people's bodies and cause internal injuries. If your energy control over the dark energy is strong enough, you can even accumulate and detonate it inside the enemy's body, severely injuring and killing the opponent instantly. He often read in books that there is a different level of heaven in each realm, and now it seems to be true. Now, if he meets myself at the 9th level of Ming Jin, I am afraid that I can defeat him in less than 10 rounds. After Yuren arrived at the basement, he prepared to test his dark energy strength. He restrained his strength when punching the dummy, but mixed in the power of his vital energy, so there were not too many scars on the surface of the dummy after one punch. In less than 3 seconds, the hidden force caused cracks to appear on the dummy from the inside. Yuren grinned, "What strength? It's a pity that his vitality is too little to be squandered. The speed of recovery of this vitality can only be described as slow. I don't know how long it will take to fill up this bottomless pit of vitality." Later, Yuren picked up some weapons and found that he could also apply hidden power to them, but they would basically break directly after use. After all, ordinary weapons cannot withstand the power of dark energy. The Hongyao sword can, but the power of the Hongyao sword is much stronger than his dark energy, so there is no need for enchantment. Overall, Yuren was very satisfied with this improvement in his strength, and he felt more and more satisfied with martial arts. Although he doesn't have any skills to absorb vital energy now, he is not afraid of Lin Fan just by relying on the skill. After returning to bed, Yuren opened the system panel out of boredom. Yuran martial arts level, dark power level 1 skills, Iron Mountain lean, Tiger Roar currently accepting information, the miracle doctor goes down the mountain, system points, 900 mall, not yet open, lottery pool, expand, looking at the 900 points, Yuran sighed. The points were really not enough. But Lin Fan, you have to be generous to the banquet in 3 days. How many points I can get is up to you. Yuran fell asleep as he was thinking. The white moonlight shining on the world brought a touch of brightness to the dark night. But what Yuran didn't see was that the moonlight entered his body intentionally or unintentionally. His body was absorbing the energy like a whale, and a small black hole was faintly forming above his body. If a martial arts master could see this scene, he would be horrified. The speed of absorbing vital energy is unheard of. When he got up the next day, Yuran stretched out and felt the vitality filling his body. He was first surprised and then ecstatic. This body is actually full of vitality. He doesn't have any vitality absorption method, but he can absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. Then there is only one possibility. System, you did this, call Brother Tong. There was a lot of arrogance in the system's voice, and Yuran also grinned. Brother Tong is so awesome, he can actually absorb vitality like this. Seeing Yuran's obedience, the system became proud. That's for sure. Brother Bentung's ability is unfathomable, and it's easy to absorb vitality. So that means I can use my vitality at will in Anjin. Yuran touched his chin. Most of the dark energy was very difficult to use in the use of vitality. Now that there is no restriction on the use of his own vitality, his strength can be said to have improved to a whole level. Host, do you really think it is so easy to absorb vitality? Isn't it? Yuran had an innocent look on his face and absorbed it all by himself in just one sleep. Isn't it easy? System. Of course it's not easy. Yesterday happened to be a full moon night, and the vitality was overflowing. Otherwise, it would be difficult to absorb the vitality. Anyway, you can use it sparingly. Okay, Brother Tong, everything you said today is right. Yuran was also very excited. The strength of the energetic Jin and the weak Jin were completely different. An Jin who is energetic can take on level challenges at his fingertips. Now, let alone the middle stage of An Jin, he is not afraid of the general late stages. But Yuran is not the protagonist, and he has no intention of seeking death. He wants stable happiness. This strength can already hold down Lin Fan anyway, so the script is already halfway through. Tremble, Xiao Lin Fan. Yuran rubbed his palms, absorbing his energy all night long and making him more energetic. If you are full of energy, you have to vent it quickly, otherwise what a waste. You think so, Su Chien? This time it's Kafka's purple stockings. Su Song is indeed very discerning and purple is indeed very charming. Su Chien lay weakly on the bed, her head resting slightly on Yuran's chest. This guy, in the middle of the day, was so impatient that he looked for himself to eat, and then he tried to show off. Although I don't hate it either. The two of them were leaning over each other when Su Qianqian's cell phone rang. Hey, Mom, what's the matter? Are you in a hurry? Okay, I understand. After Su Qian and Su Qian finished talking on the phone, they scratched Yuran's palm. Well, what's the matter? What's wrong? And, I don't know. She asked me to go back and asked me to help with something, but I can't go back to this state. Su Qian said weakly, if it weren't for the fact that there was no class in the afternoon, she would not dare to let Yuran do this. Then let me go and have a good rest. Then I will take you to have a big dinner in the evening. Yuran scratched Su Qianqian's nose, and Su Qian kissed him playfully. Okay, my Yuran is the best. Immediately, Su Qian huddled under the quilt and prepared to have a good sleep all afternoon. Yuran stretched out, put on his clothes and prepared to go find Suzy. I have to say that this is life. Su Qian was also very surprised when she saw Yuran, and then she thought of something. Her daughter's voice was hoarse when she answered the phone just now. As someone who has been here before, she immediately thought of the reason why Yuran came over. These two little guys were restless at noon. Immediately her face turned slightly red. This Yuran's fighting power was so strong that Qian couldn't get out of bed. Yuran was stunned when he saw Su Qian's face turning from white to red. What was going on? He lowered his head and looked at his clothes. There was nothing wrong with it. This was not a normal outfit. Then why is Susie's face so red? Could it be that he is wearing the legendary Aunt Jean's outfit? Aunt. Yuran shook his hand in front of Susie's eyes. Susie also came back to her senses and spat secretly, wondering what she was thinking about every day. Oh, it's okay. I have to trouble you again. Qian also wants to trouble you for this little matter. It's okay. Qian has something to do. I have more free time. As Yuran and Su Qian walked in, Su Qian also told Yuran her problem. She originally wanted to clean the house properly today, but some places were too high for her to reach alone. But it was too dangerous to stand on the chair without support. Her current health was not good, so she planned to ask Su Qian to come back and help her. After Yuran understood the situation, he immediately prepared to help. Suzy is indeed very capable and has managed the house in an orderly manner all by herself, but there are indeed some places that are difficult for her to reach. Su Qian is much shorter than Su Qian, only about 1.6 meters, and she looks a little bit clingy next to Yuran. Yuran quickly helped Su Qian move the chair over. Suzy said she wanted to wipe the chandelier above so she couldn't reach it. At first, Yuran wanted to do it by himself, but Suzy insisted that Yuran just hold on to the chair. Suzy was really embarrassed to let Yuran do the work. In fact, Yuran didn't care. In this life, Yuran didn't experience any pain in life, but in the previous life, he basically did everything by himself. Therefore, the fusion of memories from the two worlds is of great help to Yuran, almost perfectly filling his vacancies and making up for each other. Suzy stood on the chair with a rag and began to wipe the dust on the lamp. In fact, Yuran didn't know why he had to wipe the dust on it. Who would normally check if the lamp is dirty? Yuran just held the chair boredly, looking at Suzy's movements above from time to time. But looking at Yuran, she realized something was wrong. Suzy twisted her buttocks and wiped the lamp dust hard. After experiencing some years, she looks unique from Yuran's perspective. To say that Suzy's appearance must be good, although the illness had a great impact on her, the successive happy events made her a lot more energetic. It is said that people feel refreshed during happy events, and this is not a random statement. So when Suzy was rubbing the lamp, she was humming a tune naturally, and her buttocks were twisting back and forth naturally. Yuran's face looked a little unnatural, Su Qian was indeed a little too close to him. Suzy was petite, and even if she stood on a chair, Yuran could still reach her thighs. In other words, if Yuran leans forward a little bit at this time, then they will have a negative distance contact, and being impartial will hit you in the butt. It's terrible. Yuran swallowed slightly. The sage time with Su Qian at noon had passed. The second male lead in this book pops up again. He is not a good person, and it is difficult for Yuran to control him. Suzy above obviously didn't realize this, and was humming enthusiastically. After wiping this one, go to the next one, Su Qian said to Yuran with a smile, and was about to get off the chair and change positions. At this time, an unexpected situation occurred. Suzy twisted her ankle. Ah! With a scream, Suzy fell off the chair. The expected pain did not appear, and Suzy fell into a warm embrace. Looking up and meeting Yuran's eyes, Su Qian's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and when she saw her current posture, her pretty face turned red instantly. Yuran actually caught her like a princess hugging her. Feeling Yuran's strong chest and the good smell on her body, Suzy felt a little sinking and greedy for a moment. But thinking of Su Qian bit the tip of her tongue to force herself to wake up, actually wanting to take the initiative herself. Yuran didn't expect that Su Qian would suddenly take the initiative. If she didn't cooperate well, Su Qian ran directly into his arms. An elastic softness made him feel a little distraught for a moment. He was sure that Suzy was not wearing anything. However, since she was the only one at home, she would naturally not wear any unnecessary restraints. Yuran felt a little embarrassed when he saw Suzy running into his arms. But Suzy was even more embarrassed, because when she bumped into Yuran's arms, her stomach was obviously hit by something. Based on her years of experience, this brat. But her ambiguous posture at this moment seemed even more indescribable in Yuran's arms. Suzy was also in a daze, but she also knew that she had to end the current situation quickly, otherwise the trouble would be even greater. She simply stepped back, trying to distance herself from Yuran, but the ankle she had just sprained made her scream in surprise. She leaned back directly, and what supported her was not the cold floor, but the warm hands across her waist. "Auntie, if you're hurt, it's better not to be brave." Yuran also smiled bitterly. What kind of plot development is this? No one has told him. How could Suzy dare to look at Yuran head-on? She lowered her head and blushed without saying a word. Yuran first helped Suzy sit down on the sofa, then calmed down slightly and went to the medical room to take out an ice pack. Seeing Yuran going to the medical room, Su Qian felt an unknown sense of disappointment. This inexplicable emotion made her a little overwhelmed. Yuran quickly brought the ice pack. "Yuran, I'll do it myself." Su Qian looked at Yuran and spoke softly. She was a little confused now. "Let me do it, aunt, you are a patient." Yuran looked at Su Qian and didn't listen to her. He first took a brief look at Suzy's red and swollen ankle. The injury was not serious, but it would take a few days to heal. Putting Suzy's slippers aside, a small white foot was exposed, which was only as big as Yuran's palm. The instep had a smooth arc, the toes were round and the nails were trimmed beautifully and cleanly. Veins were faintly visible under the fair skin. The soles of her feet are pink when held in her hands, like the most delicate and softest jade in the world. Yuran pressed his thumb on the heel. Her heel was soft. A small foot that is as smooth as jade is exposed, as crystal clear as mutton fat jade, with a little bit of luster, slender and soft. Yuran gently held it in his hand, and then applied the ice pack to Suzy's injury. Suzy couldn't help but snorted. It still hurt a little when the ice pack was applied to the wound. But looking at Yuren holding her feet and feeling a little shy, her voice was a little strange. Auntie, it's better not to run around for the next 2 days. Then I'll tell Chien and ask her to come back and take care of you. Suzy nodded and inadvertently shrank her toes. At this time, Suzy's feet were still on Yuran's hands, which seemed a bit funny. Yuran let go of his hand, stood up slowly, and prepared to leave directly. What happened today shocked his brain. Although many people really think about this kind of thing, they are still a little overwhelmed when it actually happens to them. Yuran, thank you. Su Qian watched Yuran get up and said softly, but this time thank you seemed to be completely different from the previous tone. There was even a hint of charm. Looking at Su Qian's face, Yuran's mind felt a little swollen for a moment. The system panel also pops up at this moment. Suzy martial arts level mortal friendliness, admiration 80. The reason why brackets appear is that, according to the system, they appear between the two. The level as high as 80 made Yuran's head hurt. He had never thought about these things. Okay, look at you like that. Don't you mean to hit a straight ball? Just do it. You know nothing about the stupid system. Yuran rubbed his head and walked out. Suzy's eyes behind her gradually became dim. She didn't even know what she was expecting for a moment. From a series of things like Yuran helping her treat her illness, driving away Wang Gang, and helping her change her house, she had a very high impression of Yuran. But what happened today made this good impression slightly distorted. Suzy is a very strong person, but she also hopes that someone can protect her from the wind and rain, and Yuran's appearance is undoubtedly a light that lights up her life. But this light didn't seem to belong to her, and she was even worried that Yuran would never come again in the future. Hey, you are not such a coward. The system was still encouraging him, and Yuran's head hurt. Even if he planned to intercept Hu Linfan's bunch of heroines, he didn't hesitate. What happened today was truly beyond his expectation. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Before leaving, he still called Su Qian. Su Qian's injury still made Su Qian very nervous. I took 2 days off and ran home to take care of Suzy. Seeing Su Qian's meticulous care, Su Qian was relieved on the one hand, but also felt a little strange on the other. Yuran lay down on the bed, and the scenes of today continued to pass through his mind, like a movie. He was suddenly at a loss. Hey, System Suzy isn't the heroine of this book, right? Aren't you talking nonsense? Don't you even watch the finale? Yuran rubbed his head, and it was true that Lin Fan's wedding in the finale did not include her at all. She was just a tool to promote Su Qian's plot, nothing more. Why did he win Su Qian? Apart from her beauty, I'm afraid it was more because of the plot and points, right? This sudden appearance of Suzy caused a slight disturbance in his state of mind. Aren't you going for the heroine? Moreover, the female protagonists are indeed beautiful and capable, and the male protagonist's works must be high quality. This is true. So he had never considered anyone other than the heroine before. Yuran's deep thinking left the system a little puzzled. Judging from the situation these days, Yuran was not such a hesitant person at all. They are a decisive group. As he said himself, Lao Yu, likes to hit straight balls. What's going on today? I said host, you won't be timid because of the points issue, right? I'll let you be the villain. The villain should do whatever he wants. Do you understand? Yuran, whose mind was in a state of confusion, suddenly heard something glowing in his mind when he heard the words follow your heart. That's right, if you have money and a system, shouldn't you just do whatever you want? If the heroine likes him, grab him, if she doesn't, don't want him, at worst, he'll just kill him. It doesn't matter if he's not the heroine, he's not a slave to points, even the system is his subordinate. Well, it's just a little bit of wind and frost. After Yuran figured this out, he could say that his whole body felt smooth, and even his sleep felt much better. Even so, Yuran did not go to Su Qian. It would be better to give her a cooling off period. Of course, the main reason was that Su Qian was there. Moreover, Yuran still had to focus on the banquet 2 days later and had no time to manage his daily life. And the day before the banquet, Han Su, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, came running to see him. Brother Yu, I'm coming. Who will lead your Han family this time? My eldest brother Han Li. As for Han Li, Yuran asked casually. This Han Li was quite powerful, and he was considered one of the best talents of his generation. Business talents similar to Lu Qingxia started taking over from the Han family very early, but they were a few years older than Yuran. This Han Li was not bad at all, and he caused a lot of trouble for Lin Fan in the midterm. Yuran stopped asking further. He already knew the general steps this time, and now he was waiting for the banquet to begin. Lin Fan, are you looking forward to it now? Yuran smiled crookedly. The point should not be less this time. The banquet started at around 6 o'clock the next night. As a member of the 5 major families, Yuran would not arrive early, otherwise he would lose face. Yuran showed up at Su Qian's home on time at 5 o'clock. Chien, are you ready? Yuran strode inside, and the person who greeted him was naturally Su Chien. Seeing Su Chien attending the ceremony, Yuran couldn't help but feel excited. I saw Su Chien wearing a black skirt that exposed half of her thighs, and her proud figure was fully exposed under the skirt. The originally tied hair hangs down behind, which is a typical black, long and straight look. The seemingly simple makeup and clothes on her face give her a sense of white moonlight. The black high heels she wore under her feet made her look extremely noble. The black skirt and high heels were naturally the other clothes and shoes that Yuran had given her before, and they were still stunning to look at today. Does it look good? Su Chien blinked her big eyes and stared at the expression on Yuran's face. She actually started putting on makeup and changing clothes before 3 o'clock, and she also looked at her condition in the mirror countless times. But even so, she was still worried that Yuran would be dissatisfied. She had never attended such a banquet, but she also knew that there must be hundreds of flowers blooming inside. As Yuran's female companion, she must not weaken his limelight. It's very beautiful, but it still lacks something. Yuran smiled and hung the heart of the ocean necklace that had been prepared on Su Qingqian's neck. The heart of the blue ocean shines brightly under the black combination, making the originally beautiful Su Chien covered with a veil of ocean. Su Chien looked at the expensive sapphire on her chest. She didn't say anything to refuse it. After all, she wanted to represent Yuran's face today, especially when she might meet Lu Qingxiu, a senior who had been famous for a long time but had never met before. She didn't dare to underestimate her. By the way, where is Auntie? Is the injury better? It's much better. It will be fine in a few days. I have already told my mother. Yuran nodded, but didn't go in to say hello to Su Chien. He might as well wait for a while. When Susie heard the sound of the car leaving, she felt slightly uncomfortable. Didn't this guy come and see her? After all, she is his mother-in-law in name only, really. An unknown fire arose spontaneously. Susie got into the quilt with a wry smile and continued to do her embroidery, but her thoughts drifted to the sky again. Yuran took Su Chien to the luxurious manor where today's banquet was held. Su Chien held Yuran, who was dressed in formal clothes, with countless cautions in her heart. He is so handsome. Today, Yuran is wearing a hanfu, not a traditional suit, but with his good figure and high-end hanfu, he looks like a classically handsome man. Han Su and Lu Zitong had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Yuran coming, they immediately came over. Master, brother Yu, let's go in. Yuran nodded to them and entered the manor with Su Chien on his arm. The guard at the door glanced at Yuran and immediately made a gesture of invitation. He couldn't afford to offend this man. As for the invitations and the like, Lu Zitong didn't even take them out, just brushing his face was enough. Yuran came here because of a delay. As someone of his level, there is really no problem in arriving at this time, but there is still someone with him, so naturally he is our male protagonist. Lin Fan was naturally a maverick and could not come to the venue with the Bai family, so he arrived alone. Yuran glanced at Lin Fan. This was his first time meeting the so-called male protagonist. The protagonist looks like a standard character with clear facial features. He is not handsome but looks very determined. He looks out of place in a Taoist robe. Why can't you come in without an invitation? I am a guest of the Bai family, do you understand? Lin Fan looked at the guard who stopped him in front of him and immediately became angry. This is the rule, sir. Please show me your invitation. The guard looked at Lin Fan with a speechless look on his face. He was wearing a Taoist robe and running to a place like this. He didn't look like a serious person. Are you looking down on others? Why don't you show the invitation to the guy next to you? Come on. The protagonist must drag the person next to him into the water, and then the plot of being mocked and slapped in the face begins. It's a pity that Lin Fan didn't know that he was pulling a whale this time. However, Lin Fan's words obviously attracted the attention of the people inside. This Lin Fan actually arrived at a stuck point. Even the Bai family did not dare to be so indulgent. What's more, he actually mocked Yuran next door. Cold sweat appeared on Bai Kuoweng's head. This Lin Fan was simply killing him. After all, the order of arrival at the banquet is generally closely related to the level of status. I'm not telling you, buddy, you just came here dressed as a street vendor. Do you know where this is? Some of the busybodies inside couldn't bear it any longer and started taunting Lin Fan. They also wanted to show their faces in front of Yuran. Everyone also started laughing. Lin Fan's dress seemed incompatible with the banquet. This is the representative scene of Lin Fan's pretentious slap in the face, because Huang Yangsheng was about to arrive and asked about this farce. After learning that Lin Fan had superb medical skills, he immediately invited him to detoxify his daughter, and then slapped everyone in the face. Niobipols can only be said, but now that Yuran appears here, Lin Fan's chance is naturally gone. Bai family, this is your slave? Did you order to ridicule my young master? It was Lu Zidong who spoke, but everyone knew that he represented Yuran. Bai Kuoweng and Bai Yuan also trembled slightly, although Yuran was a loser to the outside world. but where the identity is, they don't dare to neglect it. This family slave made Lin Fan extremely angry, and he started to want to kill someone when he looked at Lu Zitong. Sorry, this is indeed a guest of our Bai family. He came a little late because he had something to do. I will take them in right now. How can Bai Kuoeng care about Lin Fan's emotions? If Yuran is dissatisfied with the Bai family, there will be big trouble. She asked Bai Yuan to quickly bring Lin Fan in. Lin Fan's anger was muted before he could express it, and Yuran showed a mysterious smile. Xiaofan, where are you? The Bai family is really clever. They actually let their own people arrive last. Bai Kuoeng's face changed drastically. He said such words that were simply murderous. Any one of the 5 major families here could crush the Bai family to death. But looking around, I don't know who said it. Yuran was also secretly surprised. It seemed that these people were all old foxes, and they threw such a big surprise at the Bai family without saying a word. Han Li also smiled with interest at the position of the Bai family, seeming to be moved. Damn B*************************************** D. It must be that son of a B************************************ from the Wang family who wants to slander us. Bai Kuoeng's face turned blue. If he did this in public, the Bai family would be easily targeted. Bai Yuan was even more unhappy when she saw Lin Fan's disapproving look. This man had no idea how big a problem he had brought to the Bai family. When Yuran entered the venue with Su Qian on his arm, there were many whispers from the side. Hey, Master Yu has changed his female companion. This one is no worse than the previous one. Young Master Yu still has good taste. Don't talk nonsense, someone from the Lu family is here today. It seems Lu Qingxiu is here. If they hear about it, it won't be a good thing for us. Su Qian listened to the whispers around her, especially the sentence that Lu Qingxiu had also arrived, and her tense body immediately reacted. Yuran also felt the changes in Su Qian. What's wrong? Su Qian shook her head, and then adjusted her state. Sister Lu, I won't lose this time. Yuran didn't know what was going on, but Su Qian, who was a little bit frightened just now, immediately became more confident, exuding a special temperament. But this was a good thing for Yuran, so he didn't ask any more questions and took Su Qian's hand and walked inside. Young Master Yu, Xiao Yadong. Along the way, many people who knew Yuran greeted him one after another, and Yuran responded with a smile. Lin Fan's little episode just now did not affect the lively atmosphere of the banquet, except that the Bai family was a little dull. But the most discussed one is Su Qian who attracts the most attention. After all, Yuran and Lu Qingxiu were well known throughout the city. Whether the sudden change of female companion today revealed any information made these old foxes wonder. Master Yu, today's female companion is a bit unfamiliar, isn't she? Han Li walked over with a smile and glanced at Han Su behind him. Han Su shivered and leaned back. Then he thought that he was with Yuran, so he puffed up his chest a little. Han Li asked a question that many people were curious about. After all, Yuran rarely attended the event without a female companion, so it must have been Lu Qingxiu. Girlfriend, Su Qian. Yuran's answer was concise, but a lot of storms immediately started around him, so Yuran and Lu Qingxiu were really blown away. Su Qian watched Yuran talk about her status openly, and she proudly puffed up her chest so as not to embarrass Yuran. Han Li also smiled with some meaning. If Yuran and Lu Qingxiu were to be together, it would not be a good thing for their family. Yuran is an idiot, but he is an only son and has abundant funds. Lu Qingxiu's business ability is extremely good, and the combination of the two may make it difficult for Jiangnan province to resist. Now that they are separated, it is a great joy for them. Although this new girlfriend looks good-looking, she is unheard of and must not be from a big family. Then it doesn't matter to them. Just when Han Li was about to say something more, a low exclamation sounded. Lu Qingxiu walked over there. Lu Qingxiu didn't know why she walked over suddenly, but she just felt a little unhappy. In fact, this was a very rare thing for her. For the sake of her sister, she had already put her feelings aside. Moreover, families like the Lu family basically have no family ties at all, so her mood has always been calm. But today I saw Yuran bringing a new female companion to the scene and loudly announcing that she was his girlfriend. Her calm state of mind was still slightly disturbed, and she couldn't help but walk towards the side. When Han Li saw the real master on the stage, he smiled slightly and exited the battlefield. This show was quite worth looking forward to. Lu Qingxiu stopped 5 steps away from Yuran, and Su Qian blocked her in a very natural posture. Lu Qingxiu's eyes also fell over Su Qian. Lu Qingxiu curled her lips slightly. She was no stranger to this person, and this name was something Yuran told her before. Back then, Yuran excitedly told her about the top 4 beauties of NTU. Although she didn't care, she still remembered a few people alongside her. Su Qian is one of them. Senior Lu, hello. Su Qian smiled sweetly and looked harmless, but the aura between the two women at this moment told everyone around them that this was not a drill. Lu Qingxiu just glanced at Su Qian slightly, and then looked at Yuran. Yuran, long time no see. Yuren stared at Lu Qingshu's strange appearance with 80k big eyes. Is this the sun coming out from the west? Lu Qingshu actually took the initiative to say hello to me? Although Su Qianqian's facial expression remained unchanged, her eyes became much darker. She doesn't like to play tricks, but that doesn't mean she doesn't know how to do it. How can a campus beauty who lives alone in Nanjing University be a stupid fool who doesn't understand anything? Lu Qingshu's move was obviously ignoring her. Senior Lu, I think it's a bit impolite to go over someone else's girlfriend and say hello directly. Su Qianqian's voice was sweet and her tone was not offensive, but almost everyone present looked over. This sentence is not simple. It directly shows the identity and declares sovereignty. Yuran also glanced at Su Qianqian curiously. He didn't expect that Su Qianqian, who looked soft and waxy on the surface, would be so tough in the face of Lu Qingshu. Is this a war between women? Even without the smoke, it seems extremely terrifying. He thought for a while and said nothing. It would not be good for Su Qianqian to say hello to Lu Qingshu. Moreover, the cold sweat on Su Qianqian's palm showed that her mood was not as relaxed as it appeared. He and I have known each other for a long time. Su Qianqian is just a newbie here. Isn't it annoying to worry so much? Lu Qingshu's voice was cold, and her words were naturally merciless. She didn't like women like Su Qianqian who pretended to be weak. Sister, I'm joking. If you take too much care, it will naturally make you annoying, but just taking care of those peacocks with their tails open shouldn't be like that. Su Qianqian's voice was still soft and waxy, but her voice was raised by a degree, and she looked at Lu Qingshu with piercing eyes. This irony caused many people around to whisper. They did not expect Su Qianqian to be so strong. Without the background, without the protection of Yuran, Lu Qingshu would probably eat all the bones. Hello Lu Qingshu, Qianqian is a little ignorant, I hope you don't take it to heart. At this time, a middle-aged man strode toward the venue, and Yuran smiled slightly as he looked at the person in front of him. The goal has arrived. Yuran was no longer interested in listening to the two women's argument at this moment. However, the different names for intimacy and Yuran's partial and protective words towards Su Qianqian still made the people around them nod slightly. It seemed that Yuran had really let go. Su Qianqian gave Lu Qingshu a smile and followed Yuran's pace, but the pride in her smile made Lu Qingshu's eyes slightly cold. Due to the commotion caused by losing Lin Fan, Huang Yangsheng didn't pay attention to him and just strode directly to the field. Mr. Huang, Mr. Huang, Mr. Huang. Everyone present greeted Huang Yangsheng one after another. Although most people were not close to Huang Yangsheng at all, it was good to show his face. What if someone took a fancy to him? Uncle Huang. Yuran also smiled and greeted Huang Yangsheng. Huang Yangsheng stopped and looked at Yuran. His eyes seemed a little confused, and then he suddenly smiled. It turns out to be little Yuran. I haven't seen him for a long time. He has grown up and become handsome. I can't even recognize him. How is your father recently? Hee, thanks to Uncle Huang. Huang Yangsheng smiled and walked into the venue with Yuran. Yufu was Huang Yangshen's soldier back then, and Huang Yangsheng had also visited Yuran before. But many years have passed, and although Yuran's appearance is different from before, he is still very similar to Yufu. Huang Yangsheng is a typical Iron Tower man, tall and powerful, with a slightly rough voice. It was a bit incompatible with the atmosphere of the banquet, but no one cared about it, and they all started to befriend Huang Yangsheng. However, Huang Yangsheng didn't pay too much attention and went straight to the main seat, with a hint of melancholy in his eyebrows. After Huang Yangsheng arrived, the banquet officially began. Most people who come to this banquet may not even know Huang Yangsheng, they just come to this banquet for friendship and relationship. The person who knew Huang Yangsheng had to be at least the head of a second-rate family. They vaguely learned that the purpose of Huang Yangsheng's visit this time was to detoxify, so they all brought the best doctors in the family, which is why the Bai family attracted Lin Fan. If they can climb Huang Yangsheng's big tree, no one in Jiangnan province will dare to confront them in public. So soon there was a lively fight below, and the sound of laughter and drinking resounded throughout the audience. Huang Yangsheng also had a few drinks under the encouragement of various family heads, but the melancholy in his eyebrows could not be eliminated. Su Qianqian sat next to Yuran obediently. This snack is good, you can try it. Yuran fed the food to Su Qianqian's mouth. Su Qianqian also ate it slowly, and then fed Yuran back. Han Su next to him felt uncomfortable looking at the sour smell of love. Han Qian, if you have something to do, go and do it. In fact, Yuran probably knew what Han Su was thinking. Han Li was too strong and he wanted to have some ability to protect himself. Fighting in the family has always been like this. Fortunately, I am an only son in the Yu family. Han Su hesitated for a moment, then nodded, and then went to other tables to make friends. After all, Han Su is a member of the Han family, and the family below him is somewhat flattering, which makes him look good. As for whether he can succeed, that's not Yuran's concern. Many people came to communicate with Yuran, but after Huang Yangsheng arrived, most of them went to Huang Yangsheng to make friends. And Yuran's status is not something that ordinary people can come here, so it's a bit quiet here. Only Yuran and Su Qianqian were showing their affection as if no one was around. Not many people paid attention to Yuran's display of affection at this moment, but there was a pair of eyes staring at them from beginning to end without leaving. Yuran would occasionally glance at his ex-fiancée, wondering what was wrong with her that made her stare at him all the time. If the friendship level wasn't only 30, he would have really thought that Lu Qingxiu was in love with him. After feeding the baby, Su Qianqian would challenge Lu Qingxiu without hesitation when she saw her gaze. As time went by, Lu Qingxiu's brows became even gloomier. Yuran also pulled Su Qianqian's sleeve and spoke softly. Don't provoke her anymore. It will be troublesome if she gets angry and targets you. Su Qianqian was quite well behaved. She listened to whatever Yuran said and no longer looked at Lu Qingxiu. She just focused on looking at Yuran. Yuranka never dared to underestimate the ability of his villain fiancé. Su Qianqian was really just a little Karami in front of her. Although Yuran is not very afraid of her now, he doesn't want to cause any trouble. Lu Qingxiu's mood had been a little low since the beginning of the banquet. It was probably because attending this banquet was totally out of character for her. Although she had heard before that Yuran had a new girlfriend, it was a different feeling to see it in person now. She felt that she didn't like Yuran, but seeing how nice Yuran was to Su Qianqian, she felt a little uncomfortable. This situation clearly belonged to me before. But what bothered her most was that after Yuran broke off the engagement, those old guys in the family started to show up again. The accusations against her are endless like a torrent of water, which is of course also related to the recent decline in the company's performance. Without the help of the Yu family, she would obviously suffer a great impact, and more importantly, there was a powerful force sniping at her. Just 1 week was enough for her to feel overwhelmed. She knew that she would have to vomit out all the benefits she had enjoyed from the Yu family. Although Yuran doesn't understand business, his parents are not ordinary people, especially Yuran's mother, who has always been unhappy with her. I have been busy with these things these days, and I attended the banquet today on a whim because I saw that Yuran had a new girlfriend. She always felt that something was beyond her control, which was a bad feeling, and she had important things to do. She suddenly felt that it was a good thing to have Yuran by her side. At least it would play a positive role in her plans. She saw that Yuran and Su Qianqian were no longer looking at her, and her head was slightly lowered, but her eyes seemed to be considering something. Everyone, we are holding this banquet in Jiangnan province today because Huang has something to ask for. If anyone can help Huang solve this problem today, Huang will definitely reward him handsomely. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Huang Yongsheng finally couldn't help it and spoke loudly to the banquet hall. The people present were stunned at first, then ecstatic. They didn't expect Huang Yongsheng to ask for help. What if they could solve it? Everyone began to get excited, and some even shouted out loudly, "Mr. Huang, if you have any problem, just tell us directly. We will never shirk our responsibility to help you." Huang Yongsheng looked at the excitement in the audience, but his mood did not change at all. This time he really just wanted to give it his all. "My daughter Huang Lingmeng was unfortunately poisoned a few days ago. I have sought out many famous doctors but no one can cure her. I am holding a banquet today in the hope that someone or a family can help my daughter detoxify. If someone can, I will reward him handsomely." After Huang Yongsheng finished speaking, 2 men in black pushed a wheelchair and slowly came to the center of the hall outside the banquet hall. The person sitting in the wheelchair was Huang Yongsheng's daughter, Huang Lingmeng. Huang Lingmeng's face was pale, and there were bruises on her arms. She looked like she was poisoned. The facial features on her beautiful face were wrinkled, as if she was enduring some severe pain. Huang Yongsheng was heartbroken when he saw Huang Lingmeng. He only had such a daughter, but she was poisoned by the enemy's revenge, and no one in the army could save her. Now that the date is approaching, he can only try to see if there is anyone in Jiangnan province who can help his daughter detoxify. Yuran also looked at Huang Lingmeng without leaving any trace. Sure enough, as the book said, the poison had penetrated into his bones and it was almost impossible for gods to save him. Soon some gray-haired old gentlemen from various major families came out first to observe Huang Lingmeng's condition. "Mr. Huang, I wonder what kind of poison your daughter has been poisoned with." A doctor just took a brief look at Huang Lingmeng and knew that Huang Lingmeng was extremely poisoned and could even be said to have missed the best time for treatment. 5 poison powder. Huang Yangshen's eyes burst into flames, and 3 words popped out of his mouth through gritted steel teeth. All the doctors present immediately exclaimed, "Voodoo powder is not a legendary poison, and even the materials are derived from daily life, but this poison is extremely difficult to cure. Voodoo powder is made by fusing any 5 of the 5 poisonous flowers and 5 poisonous insects. Although the materials are common, it is extremely difficult to fuse the toxins together. Therefore, voodoo powder is actually considered a rare poison, and its solution is also very easy. Almost all the combination solutions are made public, but the problem is which 5 kinds of poisons are included in the 5 poison powder. If you guess the wrong one, it will disappear directly." After all, the corresponding antidote can only remove the corresponding toxin, and the military doctors have only deduced 3 toxins after these days of deduction and observation. If you want to continue research, it will take a lot of time, but it is obvious that Huang Lingmeng does not have that time, so Huang Yangsheng held a banquet to see if there is no way to treat the horse as a living doctor. Several experienced doctors circled around Huang Lingmeng many times, checking Huang Lingmeng's pulse from time to time. Huang Yangsheng was also well prepared. Huang Lingmeng's blood was placed next to him. The doctors observed carefully, but many slowly left soon. They cannot detoxify this kind of poison. If Huang Lingmeng miscalculates, he will die. Huang Lingmeng's current condition is not good. It would be better if he died naturally. If he dies after eating their formula, I'm afraid Huang Yangsheng will be furious. Therefore, less than half an hour later, there were only 5 doctors surrounding Huang Lingmeng, and doctors returned to their positions one after another. They all shook their heads at their companions. This poison could not be cured, at least not in this short period of time. In my opinion, the blood is light purple and corrosive. It should contain 2 toxins, scorpion venom and corrosive flower, but it is difficult to distinguish the other toxins. I am afraid it will be difficult for us to deduce other toxins at this time. The doctor of the Han family just shook his head after looking at it for a long time. Although he thought it was possible to prepare an antidote, it was not realistic in a short time. As the Han family doctors returned to their original positions, only Huang Yangsheng was left next to Huang Lingmeng again. Huang Yangsheng was also slightly startled, but it was Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in Jiangnan province. It took their army nearly a day to calculate these 2 toxins, but this old gentleman only took half an hour. Perhaps if he had asked for help earlier, Huang Yangsheng clenched his fist slightly. The expression on his face actually showed a hint of pain, and Huang Lingmeng pulled Huang Yangsheng's clothes with his hand. My father is fine. He died for the country. I am lucky. Huang Lingmeng had a smile on her face. When she came here, she knew that she was going to die soon. The father had no other choice, so he took this trick and showed the most unbearable side of his daughter in front of everyone. Everyone, if you know any smart doctors, you can invite them. I, Huang Yangsheng, will be very grateful. Huang Yangsheng's slightly trembling body showed that his mood seemed to be difficult to calm down. Yuran is sitting firmly on Diao Tai. It's not time for him to take action yet. According to the situation, no one can do anything. Our male protagonist started to show off, and as expected, Lin Fan sat up from the Bai family camp and wiped his greasy mouth from what he had just eaten. This kind of thing was not worth mentioning in his eyes, so he filled his stomach first, and after these incompetent people left the stage, it was time for his performance. When he strode out, he was about to announce his name, but unexpectedly a figure stopped in front of him. Yuren smiled slightly. I'm sorry Xiaofan, you are too young, you can't handle this kind of pretense, let me do it. Uncle Huang, maybe I have a way to help Lingmeng detoxify. Huang Yangshen's originally gloomy eyes suddenly burst into light, staring at Yuran with piercing eyes. Huang Lingmeng, who was curled up in a ball, also looked up at Yuran, and the hope of life was once again ignited in his heart. Although she said she was not afraid of death, who would want to die at a good age and in the prime of life? Boy Yuran, do you really have a way to help Lingmeng detoxify? Yuran nodded. Although wudu powder was difficult to crack, he had an antidote pill produced by the system. All poisons under an jin can be detoxified. Although wudu powder has left many doctors at a loss, it is just an ordinary poison, and the detoxifying pill can naturally detoxify it. Yuran still asked the system with some worry whether the detoxification pill would be effective. However, the system was very arrogant and only replied to him with one sentence. Produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. Although this dog system is very doggy, it will naturally not talk nonsense about such things. Boy Yuran, do you have a doctor in the Yu family who can tell the formula of this wudu powder? Huang Yangsheng looked at Su Qianqian and Lu Zidong who came with Yuran. These two young people did not look like doctors. No, but I have a way to detoxify it without knowing the formula. Before Huang Yangsheng had time to reply, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind. It's shameless to say that wudu powder has no way to detoxify except to see the 5 poisons. You, a dandy, should just stay aside. Mr. Huang, I can see the poison in Miss Lingmen's body. Naturally, this voice came from Lin Fan. Seeing Yuran cutting Hu off before him, a feeling of irritation came to his heart. Especially when he knew that the person in front of him was the person who reported him to the prison before, he felt even more unhappy. Today he is going to swell this dude's face. The Bai family's complexion suddenly changed. This Lin Fan actually insulted Yuran without knowing what was wrong. How dare he? Lin Fan, don't talk nonsense, Mr. Xiaoyu, this is not what our Bai family means. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuan was the first to speak out. He, who was already unhappy with Lin Fan, directly stopped him from speaking out to prevent Yuran from angering the Bai family. Bai Kuoang, on the other hand, sat firmly on the Diao Tai without saying a word. He was so scheming that he understood that if Lin Fan could climb up to Huang Yangsheng, the Yu family would not dare to attack them. So I only let my granddaughter speak. If Lin Fan can detoxify, then it is the unintentional words of the junior. If not, then Bai Yuan is the representative of my Bai family and has already drawn a clear line with Lin Fan. No matter what, the Bai family will not lose money. But Yuan ignored Lin Fan and just said to Huang Yangsheng, Uncle Huang, do you think I would joke about something like this? Between Yuan and Lin Fan. Before Huang Yangsheng could answer, Lin Fan, who was ignored by Yuan, became even more angry and rushed over, roaring at Yuan. You are looking down on human life. You absolutely can't save her. Only then did Yuan turn around and look at Lin Fan disdainfully. For a protagonist like this, ignoring him was the greatest cruelty. Well, that's pretty villainous. Huang Yangsheng also looked unhappy. This Lin Fan kept saying directly that his daughter must die. And what Yuan said was right. The relationship between their family and the Yu family made it impossible for Yuan to joke about it. What's more, the clothes Lin Fan was wearing didn't look like a serious person, so he naturally believed Yuan even more. Yuan, just treat it with peace of mind. I won't blame you even if it fails. Lin Fan was still shouting there. How can a playboy like you know how to treat illnesses? Yuan sneered. Noisy. Bang, a shocking slap resounded throughout the whole place, and the whole place was extremely silent for a moment. Lu Zitong couldn't stand the yelling Lin Fan anymore, so he went up and gave him a big mouth. Lu Zitong Mingjin's strength and speed were naturally not slow. He was standing behind Yuan very close to Lin Fan, and this slap hit Lin Fan squarely on the face. Lin Fan really didn't expect that Lu Zitong would actually dare to hit him. The most important thing was that this was a banquet. They usually talk but don't do anything. After all, everyone is civilized, but Lu Zitong obviously doesn't care about this rule. My young master is the one who rules. Lin Fan was unprepared and suffered a big loss. Although the slap was not very harmful, it was extremely insulting. Lin Fan also changed from confusion to anger immediately, with a ferocious expression as if he wanted to eat everyone in front of him. Gritting his teeth brought out a roar. You are looking for death. With his Jin strength, he could basically destroy the boy with only Ming Jin in front of him with one punch. In his rage, he had already forgotten all reason. He directly gathered all his strength and hit Lu Zitong hard. I want him dead. What happened at the scene instantly stunned everyone. First, they didn't expect Lu Zitong to hit Lin Fan in the face. Furthermore, I didn't expect that this audacious Lin Fan would actually dare to fight back. He was a member of the Yu family. But a discerning person can also see that neither Lin Fan nor Lu Zitong is an ordinary person, they should both be warriors. Although their strength cannot be seen, they are definitely not ordinary people. They can be spectators in this game. So they stared closely at the situation in front of them, unwilling to blink at all. Lin Fan's punch was very fast, causing a blast of air in the air. Lu Zitong, who was the first to bear the brunt, immediately felt the pressure. Invincible. This was his first feeling. Lin Fan's power was obviously much greater than his own, although he could not judge Lin Fan's specific strength. But he could also vaguely feel that it might be in Jin, but even so, he had no intention of surrendering. The young master is still behind him. The worst he can do is die. The young master must not be harmed. Lu Zitong also gathered all his strength in an instant, the veins in his hands popped out, and the muscles in his whole body collapsed tightly, to hit his strongest blow. But what he didn't expect was that before Lu Zitong's fist was released, he felt a punch rushing towards him in the opposite direction. That power was not at all inferior to Lin Fan's, and he even felt a vague threat from this punch, which was a threat to his life. But before he could react, a punch from behind directly hit Lin Fan's fist. After the two punches were added together, an astonishing collision sounded in the center. Lu Zitong was at the center of the interaction of forces. He quickly covered his body with both hands and was directly knocked back 3 steps by the aftermath of this force. What surprised him even more was that this power did not come from other people, but from Yuan. When did the young master actually have such strength? He vaguely remembered that the young master had become more powerful a few days ago. But before he could think about it, Lin Fan and Yuan had a shocking collision and the winner was already decided. A huge force was transmitted from Lin Fan's arm to his body, and Lin Fan vaguely felt that this force had other flavors. That is vitality, and this vitality is extremely powerful. As a classical medical school, they naturally have techniques to absorb vitality, but Lin Fan has never heard of such deep vitality in Jin. But regardless of whether Lin Fan heard it or not, the fist in front of him told him that it was real. The power of dark energy and vitality quickly invaded his right arm, and a sound of bone tearing resounded through the surface of his body. Lin Fan is naturally not an ordinary person. As a protagonist, one of their characteristics is his perseverance. Of course, he is still a little mature as a fledgling, but Lin Fan naturally would not give up easily. He roared angrily and exerted force with his feet, trying to push back this huge force. Snap! The sound of the tiles breaking under their feet shocked everyone present. What a huge force it was. Facing Lin Fan's increase in pressure, Yuren seemed very calm, because he had no choice but to go all out when he made a move. He concentrated all his energy on this punch. He did not dare to hold back in the face of Lin Fan, and the roar of the tiger was faintly waiting in his mouth. What he wanted was absolute suppression. However, Yuren obviously underestimated himself. Even if Lin Fan increased his strength, it could not match the powerful vitality bonus. Unable to bear the huge force any longer, he flew backwards and fell to the ground, sliding for tens of meters. Lin Fan couldn't bear it anymore and spat out a stream of blood. Then he looked at Yuren with a strong look of fear on his face. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. The strength Yuren showed was so strong that everyone couldn't believe it. Everyone present had some knowledge, and they all murmured two words: warrior. It seems that although this Yuren is a fool in business, he has good martial arts skills. I'm afraid that the idiot look I used to have was also deliberately put on to deceive everyone. This person is very scheming. Just when everyone thought so, Yuren calmed down his numb right arm a little. Grandma, it's the first time I've used this power, it's so powerful. However, his expression remained unchanged. He looked at Lin Fan with a hint of ridicule, and the corners of his mouth were slightly crooked. If you dare to go against me, you are worthy of it. You are so annoying, so get out of here. The dandy energy radiated almost from the inside out, and the feeling of self-satisfaction almost overflowed the screen. Everyone present could not help but open their mouths. Well, there are still some problems with Yuren's evaluation. He is indeed different now from before. He should be a capable idiot. But everyone was still stunned by Yuren's strength. Although his strength was good, what he said still felt like a fool. So people present still didn't think highly of Yuren. Yuren didn't have any idea about this, because he was originally a rich second generation, so why should he pretend to be gentle and elegant? The rich second generation just wants to bully others. But the eyes of two people present lit up. One was Huang Yongsheng and the other was Huang Lingmeng. Both of them murmured, "Unjin." Huang Yongsheng thought that Yuren's strength was so strong, and he had entered martial arts. Maybe what he said about being able to help Huang Lingmeng detoxify was not just rhetoric. That means my daughter can be saved. What Huang Lingmeng was thinking about was that such a young Jin was so powerful that he really wanted to compete with him. Huang Yongsheng and his daughter are not ordinary people. Although Huang Yongsheng is a southern general, his martial arts talent is extremely poor. He barely used resources to reach the 9th level of Ming Jin, but Huang Lingmeng, as his daughter, was extremely talented in martial arts and had already entered the middle stage of Dark Jin. He was also the youngest Anjin force in the Southern Army, leading a group of special talents, so he was ambushed during a mission. Huang Lingmeng was injured and poisoned in order to save everyone. Huang Lingmeng was able to reach the middle stage of Anjin so quickly because, in addition to her extremely high natural ability, she also had an extremely combative heart. This kind of person is generally called a martial arts idiot. Although it is a bit inappropriate for a flowery girl, Huang Lingmeng is indeed like this. So when she saw Yuren's martial arts talent, her first thought was to fight him. Lin Fan, as his defeated general, was naturally ignored. After all, as a martial arts idiot, he only fights the strong. I wonder what Uncle Huang thinks of this move. Yuren laughed heartily, seeming to be a little carried away. Of course, this was also the character he wanted to create, a playboy with some talent. He thinks this kind of persona suits him very well, and most people who look more arrogant will not be wary of others. Lin Fan naturally does the same. If you want to hold him tight, you have to keep him hopeful. An arrogant playboy shouldn't be able to hit you, right, Lin Fan? Huang Yongsheng looked at Yuren and was a little complacent but didn't say anything. After all, it's normal for young people to be a little complacent with such achievements. Yes, I didn't expect that boy Yuren would embark on the path of martial arts. It is not surprising that Huang Yongsheng is a martial artist. After all, the Yu family is so rich that it is easy to accumulate some resources. But to be able to cultivate to this level obviously requires not only resources, but also talent. Another very important point is the person who leads the way in martial arts. For Yuren to achieve such strength, there must be an expert guiding him behind him. Huang Yanshen's thoughts were naturally clear to Yuren, otherwise how could he pull out this big flag? Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to my master's teachings. Before he left, my master gave me a few life-saving things, including an antidote pill that can cure all poisons. Yuren magically took out a box, opened it, and a beady elixir was instantly revealed in front of Huang Yanshen's eyes. This is the detoxification pill produced by the system. The strong fragrance of the pill spread instantly to the entire audience, and a slight smell made people feel refreshed. What a baby! In today's cities, pills are extremely valuable, and Huang Lingmeng, who has entered martial arts, naturally understands this even more. Otherwise, how could the military be helpless against her poison? According to what Yuren said, this pill was given by his master to save his life. Such affection is quite deep. Quack, quack, host, you finally admit that I am your master, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Just as Yuren handed the elixir to Huang Yangsheng, the systematic laughter in his mind made Yuran's hands freeze for a moment. The dog competition system, get out of here, it has nothing to do with you. Gagaga, host, you are called Sundara. I understand. You are too honest to speak out. No need to say more, no need to say more. Don't go online too much. The stupid bird system is not as smart as classmate Zioi. Huang Yangsheng looked at the hand that Yuran handed over for a moment, and then handed it over, sighing secretly in his heart. Yuran was also reluctant to give up. After all, this was a life-saving thing. This time he owed a huge favor. Is there anything particular about taking this? You don't need to chew it, just swallow it. Reimu's toxins will be eliminated quickly. Huang Yangsheng nodded and handed the elixir to Huang Lingmeng. Huang Lingmeng looked at Yuran's face and swallowed it without hesitation. Everyone has given their life-saving things to themselves, so why should I hesitate? After swallowing it, Huang Lingmeng frowned instantly, which made Huang Yangsheng a little worried. Girl, how does this feel? It is medicine after all, and the effect may not be so obvious at first. Huang Yangsheng was also a little worried about whether this elixir could cure him. After all, Huang Lingmen's poison had penetrated into his bones. Seeing Huang Lingmen's expression, he was even more worried. Huang Lingmeng shook his head. It's not that the efficacy of the medicine is bad, but that the efficacy of the medicine is too good. This level of detoxification pill is probably already a perfect level of pill. It was not that Huang Lingmeng had never taken elixirs before, but this was the first time she had seen such a heaven-defying elixir. She believed Yuran's words even more that this was a life-saving thing given to him by his master. She felt that the toxins in her body were slowly fading away, and the pain she once felt was gone forever. She suddenly stood up from the chair, which shocked Huang Yangsheng. Huang Lingmeng punched directly and powerfully. I feel great, thank you Yuran. The sons and daughters in the army were generous, and Huang Lingmeng was even more happy, as he no longer had to be tortured by this damn voodoo powder. And she vaguely felt that after the pill was detoxified, some of its pure medicinal power spread throughout her body, and she even felt a faint sense of breakthrough. This favor was greatly owed to Dafa. This elixir is absolutely hard to find. You're welcome. How dare I ignore the relationship between Uncle Huang and my father, otherwise my father will definitely kill me when I go back. Huang Yangsheng laughed loudly when he saw his daughter recovered, and his depression disappeared. Okay, good boy, I will go and tell your dad when the time comes that you are a good boy. Yuran also smiled wantonly, and glanced at Lin Fan who was seriously injured and vomiting blood. No one dared to help Lin Fan who fell there. He was seriously injured and watched Yuran save Huang Lingmeng. He can do it even if he has infinite roar in his heart. But what chilled him even more was that the people from the Bai family didn't dare to show their faces at all, as if they wanted to distance themselves from him. The pain in his arms and insides and the dull pain on his face made his anger increase a few degrees. I just gritted my teeth secretly. I, Lin Fan, will definitely avenge this. Everyone, I hope you won't spread the word about today's incident. Huang also asks everyone to give me a penny. Huang Yangsheng swept the venue. Although his tone was polite, his eyes were scanning like an eagle's eye. Everyone also quickly agreed with a smile and did not dare to say nonsense. Neither the Yu family nor Huang Yangsheng was the one to offend. The banquet also came to an end at this moment, and Yuran opened the system happily. The points this time will definitely not disappoint him. After the banquet, Yuran said goodbye to Huang Yangsheng and Huang Lingmeng, and left with Su Qian. As for Lin Fan, he didn't even look at him. This kind of greatest disregard can show his arrogance. Although he can crush Lin Fan to death now, but after all, he has little experience at present, so he might as well live a little longer. Yuran took Su Qian back to where he lived. After all, it was not good to go to hotels all the time. Su Qian also looked at Yuran's residence curiously. Unlike her imagination, Yuran's temporary residence was surprisingly simple. Basically, it was very homely, which allowed Su Qian to quickly adapt to this place. She was really afraid that Yuran's home would be full of luxurious decorations, and she would really have to be careful when the time came. It's been a tiring day. You should take a shower first. Yuran smiled slightly at Su Qian, and Su Qian nodded. This dress looks good. The high heels are really tiring to wear and she sweats a lot. Yuran was about to go to bed to see what he had gained this time, but Su Qian suddenly turned around and smiled. Want to come together? Yuran, who originally planned to open the system, immediately turned it off. Here I go. System, scumbag, you are such a scumbag. Yuran ignored it. Points are available at any time, but this opportunity is not always available. The sound of running water in the bathroom shows that it is not peaceful inside, but the content still requires payment to watch. I, Lao Yu, will not share it with you. The joy of this is not enough for outsiders. When lying on the bed, Yuran had already entered sage mode, and the exhausted Su Qianqian had already fallen asleep in his arms. It also gave Yu Ran time to check out his harvest. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 2,000 points. Because Lin Fan's hatred for you has increased to 30, you will receive double points, gain 4,000 points, and get an additional chance to draw 10 consecutive draws. Dog system, have you swallowed up my points? Yu Ran became furious and yelled at the system. This system never does that kind of thing. Host, please respect yourself. Amit Ba. That's nonsense. Last time, if the hatred value was increased by 5, the points would be doubled. This time, if the hatred value is increased by 25, the points would be doubled. According to the ratio, the points should be 8 times this time. The system gives me points back. Didn't this system tell the host? No matter how much the hatred value is increased, the points will be doubled. This system has given you an extra 10 draws in a row, so just be satisfied. Yu Ran gritted his teeth. The damn system never told him about this, but now he had nothing to do. At least he was given 10 draws in a row, so he could accept it. However, Yu Ran suddenly frowned. He had made Lin Fan like this, and his hatred value had only increased by 25? This is very inconsistent with the character of the protagonist, who must retaliate. In fact, Yu Ran never expected that what Lin Fan hated most after this incident was not Yu Ran, but Lu Zitong and the Bai family. Although he was defeated by Yu Ran, it was Lu Zitong who really humiliated him. After all, that slap hit him firmly on the face, and Yu Ran was hated together with him. On the contrary, the hatred value is not very high. In Lin Fan's eyes, Yu Ran is just a dandy, arrogant and domineering, and those bullies who bully others are the ones who really make people hate him. Not only that, he hated the Bai family even more for being ungrateful and even adding insult to injury. Bai Yuan not only publicly stated that she had nothing to do with him, but even the Bai family had no one to help him after he was injured, so they just left alone. And he threw his things out directly, completely forgetting the life-saving grace Bai Kuowang promised. After all, for Bai Kuowang, the interests of the Bai family outweigh everything else. Lin Fan has been ostracized by both Yu Ran and Huang Yongsheng. He is simply seeking to bring hatred for the Bai family by going his own way. What's more, it's not like the Bai family didn't pay for medical treatment, nor was it ungrateful. He even gave Lin Fanka an extra 10 million and wrote a letter telling him not to provoke Yu Ran. This was already the end of his benevolence. But Bai Kuowang did not expect that the sum of these things would bring Lin Fan as much shame as that slap. Therefore, his hatred towards the Bai family has reached its peak this time. Lu Zitong and Yu Ran, who instead humiliated him, are still slightly behind. Of course, Yu Ran didn't know these things clearly, but it was a bit strange. It would be good if Lin Fan had less hatred towards him, and he could still harvest wool a few more times. Delightful. Yu Ran glanced at Su Qianqian next to him and was not in a hurry to improve his strength. Every time he improved his strength, he needed to adapt for a while. Obviously this time was not a good time. What if Su Qianqian is injured tomorrow morning and this happy life of S*X is gone? This is something he cannot bear. Now that she has had more in-depth exchanges with Su Qianqian is no longer as jerky as before. The knowledge I learned from Mr. Hata and Mr. Hashinomiya in my previous life can also be put into practice. Just one word. Cool. Although Su Qianqian got up early, she didn't get up until noon. Yu Ran's crazy energy made her lie in bed and didn't want to move at all. What about the fields that she promised would not be damaged by plowing? She felt that she was really going to be spoiled. She suddenly felt that it wouldn't be a bad thing to have a sister to share the burden. Since Su Qianqian didn't want to get out of bed, the important task of taking care of Su Qian naturally fell on Yu Ran today. Yu Ran also went directly to Su Qian's house after lunch, preparing to take care of Su Qian. As for whether this care is serious or not, it must be serious. When Yu Ran saw Suzy, she was doing embroidery in a set of clothes that looked like yoga clothes. The yoga clothes outlined Suzy's figure more perfectly, with bulging front and back, full of charm. The most important thing is that the pain has been reduced a lot, and there is a hint of blush on the face, making it look more attractive. Su Qian was caught off guard by Yu Ran's sudden visit, and her face suddenly turned red when she thought of what happened a few days ago. Yu Ran also smiled slightly. After a few days of accumulation, Suzy's friendship/admiration value has reached 90. If it does not decrease but increases, there is only one situation, and that is self-defense. Qian was a little sleepy, so she asked me to take care of her. Her complexion has improved a lot, and she looks good today. Yu Ran said with a smile, his face looked like a harmless lamb. Su Qian secretly spat. Su Qian had no habit of staying in bed at all. This accident was really terrifying. But this enemy actually ran over again, and it seemed like nothing happened. Could it be that what happened a few days ago had no impact on him at all? But Suzy looked calm on the surface. Then it's troublesome for Xiaoran. Yu Ran smiled and nodded, sat down on the ground, and then held Suzy's little feet. This pair of jade feet is truly as if they were made in heaven. Susie was also taken aback and shrank back unconsciously. "What are you doing?" Yuran pretended to be confused. "Of course you want to see Auntie's injury? Ha! Where did Auntie go?" Even the experienced Susie was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Yuran's faint smile made her really think that Yuran didn't seem to think much about it. Am I overthinking? I have to say that Yuran's smile is really deceptive. Yuran really wants to check on Susie's injuries. He didn't lie about this, but as for whether he had other ideas, that is unknown. Yuran looked at Susie's small feet. The 5 delicate toes were white and beautiful. They were indeed jade feet. Compared to Su Qingqian's beautiful feet, they are more attractive. However, Yuran has no intention of tasting them for the time being, but he is bound to take a look at them. Suisai looked at Yuran and saw that he was checking her wound normally at first, so she felt relieved. But before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed Yuran's audacious look. Susie was definitely not mistaken, it was an extremely aggressive look. She had seen Yuran look at Su Qianqian in the same way before. What does this kid want to do? Yuran seemed to notice Susie's gaze and put down Susie's feet. The wound should be healed soon, but Auntie's feet are really pretty. Yuran stood up and praised casually. Susie's eyes narrowed. She was now a little unsure whether Yuran was speaking casually or had ulterior motives, but she didn't know what to say at this moment. There were some things she didn't dare and couldn't point out. Yuran didn't seem to care about the change in Susie's eyes. He just sat next to her, his eyes looking at the embroidery that Susie had not yet finished. "Auntie, your embroidery skills are really good. This 2 dragons playing with a pearl are so lifelike, it's simply a work of art." Susie looked at Yuran's praise for her and just smiled slightly, but she didn't know if there was something wrong with her ears. She seemed to hear something different in Yuran's tone of voice. Could it be that Yuran really had that kind of feeling towards her? This was actually a misunderstanding of Yuran by Susie. As everyone knows, I, old you, am a person who likes to play straight and a good citizen who never does such shady things. Yuran really thought that Susie's embroidery was very good, and wanted to start a conversation with Susie, and then do this and that, and finally that, and it would be done. Yuran, I don't have any problem with that. If you are busy, you can leave first. Susie bit her lips and teeth. She was in a state of confusion. Her hands kept moving together, showing her inner unrest. She really wanted to calm herself down now, but could Yuran help her calm down? It was definitely impossible, so she decisively refused. "Auntie, this won't work. Qian told me to take good care of you, and I'm fine." Yuran smiled brightly, he was really fine. Lin Fan was still recovering from his injuries, so they had to wait until his hair grew back before they could fleece him. Susie looked at Yuran in a daze. She clearly didn't want Yuran to stay here, but she felt a little secretly happy that Yuran stayed here. She didn't know how to describe this contradictory feeling. When Yuran saw Susie's expression, he knew that she must be struggling and hesitant. "It's okay, let old you add fuel to the fire. Auntie, let me give you a massage. I learned a little bit before for my mother." This is actually Yuran talking nonsense. He can give a chicken feather massage, but his real purpose is not to do anything else. He just pressed it a few times symbolically, and it didn't matter whether it worked or not. Before Susie could speak, Yuran had already stood up and came behind her, gesturing for her to relax a little. Susie's words of rejection lingered in her mouth for a long time, but she didn't say them out in the end. Her emotions towards Yuran were also extremely complicated, but no matter what kind of feeling it is by no means annoying, so she did not refuse Yuran's request. When Yuran started to massage his shoulders, Su Qian also frowned. It didn't look like he knew how to massage, but Yuran didn't use much force. Anyway, he just treated it as playing with a child. But soon Susie discovered that something was wrong with Yuran. He actually started to give up his shoulders and gently beat her back. But after hammering for a while, Yuran's hand moved closer and closer to her thigh. No matter how stupid Su Qian was, she knew that this boy had no good intentions. In fact, as long as she yelled, Yuran would definitely stop, and that would be the end of the matter for today. After that, she and Yuran would still be as if they were meeting for the first time. But for some reason, the throbbing in her heart made her take no action for the first time, and just watched Yuran's actions. "Auntie, let me massage your thighs." Yuran finally realized that he had done so much foreshadowing, which was not in line with my straightball personality, Lao Yu. But starting now, it's my turn, Lao Yu. Susie's thighs were very slender, and she had no time to gain weight due to the previous illness. Her thighs are very skinny, even her thighs are not as thick as Yuran's arms. Yuran quickly finished massaging all parts of her thighs. Looking up, she met Su Qian's complicated eyes. Su Qian didn't expect Yuran to be so bold. When she handed Su Qian to Yuran, she thought that Yuran might not like Su Qian peacefully, but she didn't expect that she would be the second one. Although she knows that she is not bad, she is by no means a top beauty. What does this mean? Yuran would be surprised if he knew what Su Qian was thinking. With Su Qian's temperament and appearance, as long as she recovers from her injuries, she will be an absolute top beauty. Otherwise, how could there be a school belle daughter like Su Qian? It's just a joke that it's in her genes. The two looked at each other, and Suzy turned away first, but she still said nothing. Yuran stood up slowly, and then got close to Su Qian's body. Su Qian's body was trembling, but there was still no movement. Well, she thought it must be caused by her leg being injured and unable to move. Yuran hugged Su Qian gently without making any movement. Sister Qian, thank you for your hard work. Seeing Yuran's changed title and Yuran's movements, Suzy inevitably trembled. Yuran, don't mess around. Suzy's voice was trembling, and there were even tears appearing in the corners of her eyes. I won't mess around. I just think it's really hard for you, Sister Qian. When Qian was with me, she told me everything she did from childhood to adulthood. You're really working hard. Please let me take care of you in the future, okay? Yuran's voice was soft but close to Suzy's earlobe, and the faint voice drifted into Suzy's heart with the wind. Su Qian has been waiting for this sentence for too long. She has raised 2 children alone and is still in poor health. Only Su Qian and Sully know how much she has paid, but the person who said this to her was wrong at all. Yuran, I know, but you still have Qian. Suzy whispered, but with a hint of vibrato. Yuran's expression remained unchanged. He had already thought of his words. Su Qian was the biggest obstacle among them, but also the biggest help. Yes, of course I know. It is precisely because of Qin's existence that I feel sorry for you even more. Qian often told me that I will be very nice to you in the future, but when the time comes, you will have your own family and you will be alone. It's not good to be alone, so I think it's better to take care of you directly. Yuran didn't know if his absurd reasoning could convince Su Qian, but Yuran knew that Su Qian actually didn't need to convince her at all, he just needed to give her a reason, that's all. The admiration value of up to 90 already explained everything. But there's nothing wrong with it. Does Sister Qian feel bad about me? If she doesn't feel good about me, I will never force it. At worst, I won't come anymore. Yuran's decisive tone seemed to be thinking about Su, and he was determined to succeed or succeed. And it was this determination that caused Suzy's last line of defense to collapse. Yuran will never come again in the future, just like Su Qian warned Su Qian before. Their family owes Yuran too much, and it is obviously impossible to burn bridges across the river. So Suzy refused without much thought. No, that's not the case. I feel very good about you. You are a very good boy. Yuran smiled slightly, and the final move was about to decide the outcome. He suddenly held Su Qian's shoulders and looked into her eyes. That's okay, I really want to take care of you, Sister Qian. The sincerity in Yuran's eyes finally made Su Qian defeated, and her lips trembled slightly. Good. Before the second sound came out, Yuran's lips were already blocked, and the fierce kiss intensified on the sofa. Su Qian was already extremely mature compared to Su Qian, and her kissing skills were naturally incomparable to Su Qin's. The kiss between the two lasted for a long time. Suzy hadn't felt such a domineering and powerful feeling for a long time, and she felt like her heart was about to melt. And against Yuran's strong chest, she felt the long-lost warmth, and she finally found the sheltered harbor. Perhaps the previous hardships and fatigue were just to meet him. Suzy clung to Yuran's chest for a long time and refused to let go. She seemed to be worried that this was a mirror image, which made her satisfaction disappear instantly. Yuran patted Suzy's back gently. Looking at Suzy's movements, he was actually surprised. There is not much introduction to Suzy in the book. In other words, Suzy actually acts on her own, and he actually really felt sorry for what happened to Suzy. Of course, he felt sorry for her. If Suzy didn't have the devilish figure and appearance, he would just feel sorry for her. Now he is not only distressed, but also loving. Thank you, Yuran, but don't worry, I won't affect you in the slightest. It would be better if you have time to think of me and would like to come and accompany me. Suzy whispered softly into Yuran's ear, and Yuran burst into tears instantly. Listen, what a good girl. He is really not a scumbag, he just wants to give every good woman a home. At this time, Yuran definitely couldn't follow Su Qian's advice, so Yuran simply hugged Su Qian. The way the princess hugged her made Suzy exclaim, and then she huddled tightly in Yuran's arms. At 1.6 meters tall, he looked small and exquisite in Yuran's arms, but rather cute. Yuran directly carried Su Qian into the bedroom. As soon as he put her on the bed, Su Qian took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yuran's neck and started kissing her fiercely. It is said that women in their 40s are like wolves and tigers. At this age, Suzy has been alone in a vacant house for many years, and her heart and body are full of loneliness. Now that she is determined to give herself to Yuran, she looks even more bold compared to Su Qian. It's time for Lao Yu to enjoy the day once again, so I won't tell you the details. All I can say is, very moist. Yuran understood all the feelings of youthfulness and maturity in one day. She is truly a top beauty. Compared to Su Qian was more violent, but her constitution was worse, so she was exhausted in less than an hour and lay motionless on the bed. If it weren't for the fact that she was still breathing in and out, Yuran really thought she was going to die. Although 1 hour is far from Yuran's peak, he has already said that he is very strong. That damn system actually gave him Shiquan Dabu pill. Is it looking down on him? Host, you are not like this when you take Dabu pills. If you climbed the system, am I weak? I'm experimenting with the power of your big tonic pills. Yuran spoke seriously, his face extremely sincere. Suzy smelled the aroma of food when she woke up. Although Yuran was indeed a little violent, she was actually the one taking the initiative in most cases. Thinking of how unrestrained she had been before, Suzy's mind suddenly calmed down. What had she been doing before? She reluctantly prepared to get dressed and get up, when the door opened directly. Yuran's strength had reached Jin, and his senses were naturally much stronger. When he felt that Su Qian was awake, he immediately opened the door and came in. Why didn't you call me when you woke up? Sister Qian, you are still a patient, so be careful. Suzy also rolled her eyes at Yuran angrily. I knew I was a patient, but I still exerted so much force, so I didn't know how to be gentler. Yuran was also laughing wildly. Sister Qian, you have wronged me. You obviously said it was not enough. Su Qian's pretty face turned red when she told Yuran, and she was helped outside by Yuran. Looking at the sumptuous meals on the table, she was also a little dumbfounded. Are these lobsters and abalones made by Yuran? Suzy looked at Yuran with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Yuran was honest. I ordered takeout and gave it to Sister Qian. She is a little weak. Yuran does know some home cooking, but these dishes are obviously beyond the standard, and what he wants most now is money, and the things that can be solved with money are nothing. When Su Qian heard Yuran's words, she also frowned. Why did he feel that Yuran's weakness seemed to be specific? Helping Suzy sit down, Yuran also placed a piece of lobster meat in her bowl. I've already sent someone to deliver food to Qian. Don't worry, she will go back to school directly tomorrow and won't be back at night. Su Qian's eyes were a little complicated when she heard Su Qian's name, but soon she could only sigh. She really owed it to the brat in front of her. Sister Qian, don't worry, I will stick to my word and I will definitely treat you and Qian well. Yuran looked at Su Qian sighing and quickly agreed. I know, it's just that you seem to have said this before, and it feels a little weird to say it now. Suzy did not deny her previous behavior. Although it was a hormonal action, she obviously thought it through carefully. And seeing as Yuran, this brat, might be more troublesome in the future, he can also help his daughter, well, that's it. After eating, Suzy leaned on the sofa and prepared to continue embroidering. She looked a little confused when Yuran sat next to her. Aren't you going home? Yuran also smiled shyly. Qian said that if she doesn't come back, I will definitely take good care of Sister Qian. Su Qian looked at Yuran's smile and the corners of her mouth twitched for a moment. Should she say it or not? The young man is in really good health? If she remembered correctly, Su Qian was sleeping in the hotel and couldn't come, right? This little b**************** D is really energetic. But even so, Su Qian did not reject Yuran, but worked hard to recover her body. Revisiting her old place, she learned something about it. Early the next morning, under Suzy's strong objection, Yuran regretfully left the bed and prepared to go home directly. Suzy's foot injury today was no longer a problem. It's okay for him to stay here any longer, but he has other things to do, and he has to say goodbye to Wenro Township for the time being. Arriving at his own private practice basement, Yuran beamed instantly as he looked at the accumulated points. With 4,900 points, the wave took off immediately, and Yuran naturally began to use his own strength without hesitation. After all, in this world, strength is the foundation of success. Upgraded to the second level of dark strength, with 4,400 points left. Upgraded to the third level of dark strength, with 3,900 points left. The third level of Anjin to the fourth level of Anjin is the middle stage of Anjin. It is no surprise that the price has risen again. System, you are robbing money. You actually want 1,000 points to level 1. Yuran's eyes bulged out when he looked at the subsequent increase in points. They doubled again. This is too expensive. Host, this system focuses on a fair and conscientious service. Please do not question the behavior of this system at will. I don't know if it's because I've watched too many dramas about overbearing presidents, but the system actually got tough for once. Yuran sighed, Grandma, this dog system is really a big player in points. There is no way to continue ordering. Upgraded to the fourth level of Anjin, with 2,900 points left. Upgraded to the fifth level of Dark Power, with 1,900 points left. Upgraded to the sixth level of Anjin, with 900 points left. Ding, the accumulated consumption points have reached the quota, now open the system mall. When Yuran reached the sixth level of Anjin, he spent the points and finally opened the long-dusted system mall. Yuran also quickly opened the system panel to check. Yuran martial arts level, dark strength 6th level skills mastered, Iron Mountain reliance, Tiger Roar currently receiving information, the miracle doctor comes down the mountain, system points, 900 mall, click to open, lottery pool, expand, clicking on the system mall, Yuran looked at the products in the mall. You don't know this, but you are shocked when you look at it. There are so many things in it, ranging from daily necessities to various martial arts and weapons. It even has some spaceships. It can be said that as long as you have points, there is nothing you can't think of and nothing you can't do. However, the points above made Yuran gasp a few times. It was really not that expensive. Blue-silver coil, the level of the skill cannot be predicted. After using it, even the world may be destroyed, let alone people. Points required 1 billion. There is also a line of small words below that states that countless more powerful worlds have been entangled and died. Star Luo chessboard, the level of the props cannot be estimated. Once obtained, the host will be invincible in the world and can refine and control this galaxy. Points required 1 billion. I'm talking about the system. Can I really afford to replace this thing in my lifetime? Yuran looked at the items in the mall in reverse order. The introduction of each skill and prop was invincible in the world. It really said that the heifer was flying, so awesome that it reached the sky. Please host, please work hard, everything is possible. Although the system was a gesture of encouragement, there seemed to be a hint of ridicule in the words. Yuran was also speechless. How could he afford it at this price? System, do you really have these two things? You're not trying to trick me, are you? Yuran is actually a little unbelievable. The system really has such awesome props, and it still needs to cooperate with him? Based on your human situation, it probably means that your boss will reward you with a car if you do a good job at the end of the year. That's probably what it means. When Yuran heard these words, they sounded so familiar to your grandma. Isn't this just a painting? Damn it, I didn't expect that I would become a rich second generation and still have to eat cakes. What a stupid system. Yuran shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Let's take a look at the items he could afford to buy. But as soon as he opened the first page, the first product surprised Yuran. Specialty of Dachu. After using it, I said it is good, the effect is just right, invincible heroine powder, you deserve it. Points required 100. The corners of Yuran's mouth twitched slightly, and then he spoke in a very serious tone. System, are you really a serious system? I suspect you are engaging in color schemes, and there is conclusive evidence. Slander. Host, you are slandering this system. This system has no idea. Yuran looked at the second item without saying anything. Invisibility talisman. After being attached to the body, it uses special light and shadow to make itself invisible. It lasts for 3 minutes and can be easily seen through by powerful or special items. Points required 200. Yuran looked up, his expression self-evident, and his eyes were pointed directly at the system. Host, you are blatantly slandering me. You are slandering me. I am a serious system. Yuran didn't say anything, just sneered at the corner of his mouth and let the system guess, while he continued to look deeper to see if there were any other items. Location conversion talisman. It can be used to change the location of a person within a specified distance. The conversion time is within 0.5 seconds. The stronger the strength, the more difficult it is to convert. Points required 500. Yuran looked at it and found that this spell was pretty good, but it was too restrictive. It required ordinary people and a specified distance. It seemed that it could be within 1,000 meters. However, the effect is still quite large. After all, it ignores many things and can directly switch the positions of two people. If he instantly switches to a person's side, Tiger Roar plus Hong Yao sword, Hua Jin will be caught off guard and he will have to eat a pot. However, Yuran has no plans to change. The main reason is that he is too poor now and is down and out. He can't afford the rest at all at the moment, but he has marked a few very good things so that he can buy them directly if necessary in the future. So he still planned to keep it for emergencies. But there was one thing he actually needed right now. Elite level combat awareness. Immediately obtain elite level combat awareness after use. Points required 1,000. Yuran's demand for this is still quite large, but it's a pity that it's still a little short of the mark. It seems that he needs to gather more of Lin Fan's wool. According to the system's explanation, the elite level is probably the level of an ordinary soldier king, which is more than enough for Yuran, who basically doesn't take any risks. Even though he was knocked down by Lin Fangqian with one punch, if it was a life and death fight, his fighting consciousness would probably be a breakthrough. But fortunately, there is a system that can quickly instill such unreasonableness into him, otherwise he would really have to practice hard. After being promoted to the 6th level of Anjin, Yuran conducted simple training in the training room and became familiar with his own strength. It has to be said that the middle stage of Anjin is indeed much stronger than the early stage of Anjin. Even if he doesn't use his vitality now, Lin Fan would never be able to catch his punch before. After getting used to the strength, Yuran planned to go to school. Yuran went to school for two purposes. One was to find Qian, and the other was because his counselor was urging him to go to school again. Lu Zitong had no other choice. He had been suppressing it for a long time and could no longer hold it in. Finally, he had no choice but to tell Yuran. Yuran was also speechless. His family had already been arranged, so why did he need to go to class? What's more, I am seizing the time to improve my abilities, so why would I be interested in attending classes? If that doesn't work, I can just buy a detailed explanation of university knowledge on the system. Alas, I have to say that the system has indeed corrupted Yuran's mind. However, Yuran still plans to go directly to Nanjing University to solve his next campus problems. Lu Zitong drove Yuran to Nanjing University. He kept looking at Yuran curiously. He was extremely familiar with Yuran. It was no exaggeration to say that he was the person who knew Yuran best in the world. But he had no idea when Yuran became a warrior, and Yuran had changed a lot, seeming to be much smarter than before. However, he had no intention of asking about these secrets. After all, he just had to do his job well. But he vaguely felt that the young master's change was closely related to the broken engagement. Yuran soon met his counselor. Alas, those sexy and beautiful counselors in novels are all lies. My counselor is obviously a middle-aged lady. Although she is probably a little older than Susie, she is completely different from Susie in appearance and other aspects. He has no interest at all. Yuran, you kid, even though the principal said so, you can't not come to NTU for a day. There are several teachers who are very dissatisfied with you. If you don't come, those old-fashioned people may not come this semester. I gave it to you. The counselor said to Yuran earnestly that this final exam of their junior year would be their last exam in college. Several of their teachers were very unhappy with Yuran's absence from class, but luckily the principal intervened and Yuran was not forced to fail the course. But this semester is a little different. One of the junior classes is taught by an old-timer. He is considered the most experienced professor in Nanjing University. He has an old-fashioned personality and does not give face to anyone. After so many years of teaching, he has already had many students all over the world. So he didn't care about what the principal said. If Yuran skipped his class, he would probably fail, which would be very troublesome. Fortunately, this professor only teaches one class per semester, so this is the real reason why the counselor called Yuran back. Yuran nodded after hearing the instructor's patient explanation. He didn't need to skip just one class, and this class was a public class, so he could take the class with Su Qian. Then you can decide what to do in class. Classroom-style JPG? Well, it sounds quite interesting. Yuran also nodded and agreed. After walking out of the counselor's office, Yuran went straight to find Su Qian aimlessly, but he didn't expect to meet an unexpected person at the door. Lu Qingxiu. Yuran looked at Lu Qingxiu and found it a little unbelievable. How could Lu Qingxiu suddenly return to Nanjing University? Didn't she go back to inherit the company during her sophomore year? Lu Qingxiu raised her eyes and looked at Yuran, her eyes still showing the same indifference as before. Just when Yuran thought that Lu Qingxiu would ignore him, she unexpectedly spoke. Yuran, long time no see. Yuran, didn't we just meet at the banquet 2 days ago? Why is this topic so abrupt? Yuran didn't really want to get involved with his fiancée. Lu Qingxiu was not only scheming, but also difficult to talk to. Don't you see, even the last Lin Fan failed to conquer Lu Qingxiu? But if he didn't say a word, it seemed that he was a little separated from his past. After all, he used to be crazy about Lu Qingxiu. Oh, long time no see. I'm waiting for my girlfriend to finish class. How about you? Yuran spoke in a straight line at high speed. He wanted Lu Qingxiu to stop the topic immediately. He said to wait for Su Qian, you must have nothing to say. I'll come back to take graduation photos and get my diploma. Lu Qingxiu's voice was still indifferent, but she answered his question steadily. But although the tone was still cold, Yuran still sensed something was wrong, especially when Lu Qingxiu pulled her hair with her hand. Yuran was obsessed with Lu Qingxiu to the point of being crazy and understood every move of Lu Qingxiu. This action clearly means, I'm not very happy. But why is Lu Qingxiu unhappy? Just because he mentioned his girlfriend Su Qian, but they had met her at the party. Lu Qingxiu's friendliness of 30 was only slightly better than that of a stranger. Are you saying you like it? Are you jealous? Absolutely impossible. Could it be that she wants to plot against herself? It's no wonder that Yuran thinks this way. After all, Lin Fan's only few difficulties were caused by Lu Qingxiu, so he understands more clearly what a terrible person this indifferent woman in front of him is. Because of this thought, Yuran didn't answer Lu Qingxiu's words. Lu Qingxiu didn't say anything more, and the two of them fell into an inexplicable silence. This atmosphere made Yuran feel a little uncomfortable. When he was about to leave, his footsteps stopped abruptly. That's not right. I, Lao Yu, have done nothing wrong, so why should I run away? Besides, he is here to wait for Su Qian. Where is he going? Thinking of this, Yuran simply held his hands and looked at Lu Qingxiu to see what she wanted to say. I have to say that Lu Qingxiu is really good looking. No matter how you look at her, she looks good. Lu Qingxiu may have taken a graduation photo today. She just wore simple jeans with short sleeves, but she managed to show off that kind of high-end beauty. Sure enough, whether the clothes look good or not really depends on the person. Lu Qingxiu frowned slightly as she looked at Yu Ran's careless eyes. She had known Yu Ran for a long time, but she had never seen Yu Ran's eyes like this. In the past, Yu Ran, in order to please Lu Qingxiu, was afraid that she would be angry, let alone look at her unscrupulously, and did not even dare to look at each other for too long. Therefore, it was obviously a bit unnatural for Lu Qingxiu to receive such a look from Yu Ran. If it had been anyone else, Lu Qingxiu would have given him a roll of her eyes or turned around and left. But now she stood there indifferently, not knowing what was going on in her mind. Yu Ran saw that there was no expression on Lu Qingxiu's face, as if she was in a daze. But when encountering this expression, Yu Ran knew that Lu Qingxiu was struggling and seemed to be thinking about making a certain choice. Hey, sometimes it's a headache to know too much. Yu Ran, I'm about to graduate. Do you want to take a photo with me? Lu Qingxiu pursed her lips slightly, seeming to have made a very difficult decision. No, Yu Ran has something else to do next. Su Qianqian strode over and stood in front of Yu Ran. Is get out of class over? Yu Ran looked at Su Qianqian standing in front of him and rubbed her hair. Su Qianqian stood in front of Yu Ran like an old hen guarding her chickens, looking at Lu Qingxiu warily. Seeing Yu Ran's intimate movements, Su Qianqian seemed to enjoy it. But Lu Qingxiu's expression remained unchanged, and she just rolled her hair casually, showing that her heart was not as peaceful as it is now. Well, get out of class is over. If get out of class isn't over, I feel like I'm going to be exploited. Su Qianqian looked at Lu Qingxiu warily, and the classmates who quickly swarmed out were stunned when they saw this scene. Two school beauties competing on the same stage? Fighting over a man? This will definitely be the headline news on campus tomorrow. Some gossip lovers have quietly taken out their mobile phones, preparing for a breaking news. He has already written the title. Shocking, the story that two school beauties and a man had to tell in school. Yu Ran obviously didn't have the habit of being treated like a monkey, so he pulled Su Qianqian away directly, while Lu Qingxiu followed Yu Ran and the others step by step. Seeing this situation, the classmates next to them became even more gossipy and followed Yu Ran quietly. But as a person stood in front of him, he bumped into him without looking carefully at the road. Hey, why are you blocking the road? Lu Zitong smiled slightly and pressed the shoulder of the candid photographer hard. Brother, you have a very good body. You even dare to take pictures of my young master. The sound of bones gradually breaking made the candid photographer's expression instantly become convulsive. It hurts, it hurts. No more patting, no more patting. Lu Zitong casually sent away the candid photographer, although he didn't know why the young master got together with Lu Qingxiu again. But this was not something he had to interfere with. But he didn't want Yu Ran and Lu Qingxiu to be together. That woman didn't like Yu Ran at all. There was no comparison with Su Qianqian. After being together with Su Qianqian, the young master smiled much more than before. As a subordinate, he only wanted the young master to be happy. When they reached a secluded path, Su Qianqian finally couldn't bear it anymore. Lu Qingxiu, what do you mean? Why are you following us? Do you like being a light bulb so much? Lu Qingxiu didn't even look at Su Qianqian, but just glanced at Yu Ran casually. Just dropping by. Su Qianqian stamped her feet angrily, but there was nothing she could do. She had no control over which way Lu Qingxiu took. Yu Ran sighed. Lu Qingxiu's rank was higher than Su Qianqian's by an unknown amount, and Su Qianqian was an expert in this method. Lu Qingxiu is the undoubted king. Not to mention Su Qianqian, even Yu Ran felt that Lu Qingxiu was interested in him. What happened at the banquet plus the current situation? Su Qianqian doesn't believe you when you say that Lu Qingxiu has no idea about him. Just Lu Qingxiu's seemingly cold words and unexpected actions. Almost 99% of men have to be controlled by her. In the past, Yu Ran was so controlled by her that she had a high rank. It's a pity that Yu Ran now has the help of the system. The untouched 30 friendliness tells Yu Ran that this Lu Qingxiu is completely pulling the strings. She wasn't attracted to him in the slightest, which was why Yu Ran wanted to stay away from Lu Qingxiu. Even if he had a system, he felt that he might not be able to outsmart Lu Qingxiu. But he couldn't be indifferent to Su Qianqian's jump. Originally, Lu Qingxiu was at most a familiar stranger in his eyes. After all, Su Qianqian is his girlfriend, not to mention that Yu Ran really doesn't want to have a relationship with Lu Qingxiu. Stop following us, we are going on a date for dinner. Yu Ran tried his best to make his voice sound as cold as possible, but it didn't seem to have any effect on Lu Qingxiu. She still followed Yu Ran without saying a word, glancing at Yu Ran gently with her eyes from time to time. Yu Ran really had a headache. If Yu Ran jumped out and said that Lu Qingxiu didn't like him, then the whole world would probably attack him. Really Gan. Unfortunately, Yu Ran couldn't do anything to her. They said you could do something along the way? Su Qianqian's face changed color with anger. Fortunately, Yu Ran didn't have the slightest nostalgia for Lu Qingxiu, which made her feel very comfortable. She just couldn't stand how Lu Qingxiu trampled on Yu Ran's sincerity. but the roar of the car finally broke the awkward atmosphere. "Master, do you want to go out to eat with Miss Qian?" Lu Zitong got out of the car and handed the car key to Yuran respectfully. Yuran patted Lu Zitong's shoulder as if he had been saved. The lips moved slightly. "Take Su Qian away in a hurry." Lu Zitong also smiled happily, because what Yuran's lips said was, "Good job, more money." "Oh, heaven and earth, here I come again. Miss Kingxiu, I will take my leave first." Lu Zitong said goodbye to Lu Kingxiu politely. After all, Lu Kingxiu was from the 5 major families, so he still understood. Lu Kingxiu watched Yuran leave with Su Qian, but gave Lu Zitong a meaningful look and then strode away. No success. There was only a murmur between heaven and earth that only Lu Kingxiu could hear. After arriving at the hotel, Su Qian still stamped her feet angrily. This stinky Lu Kingxiu obviously did it on purpose. Okay, leave her alone. She thought I was Yuran from before. With this little trick, don't worry, I won't be manipulated by her. Yuran comforted Su Qian with a smile and gave her a piece of beef. Su Qian's anger disappeared quickly, and she was soon dating Yuran with a smile. With Yuran, she would be happy no matter what she did. In the evening, Yuran took Su Qian back to visit Su Qian, although Yuran said that Su Qian's foot injury had healed a lot. But Su Qian is still a little worried. When Su Qian opened the door, Su Qian was embroidering her Erlong opera beads and saw Su Qian and Yuran coming back together. She felt unnatural for a moment, but quickly covered it up. "Mom, how is your injury?" Seeing that her ankle was basically healed, Susie smiled and nodded. "Mom is okay. That's for sure, with my careful care, Mom's foot injury will be healed soon." Yuran also interrupted with a smile, but the care he emphasized was not heard by Su Qian. Instead, Su Qian rolled her eyes. This bad boy dared to tease Su Qian in front of her. Su Qian's injury was healed, and Su Qian felt relieved, and the three of them chatted happily. In the past, Susie didn't actually pay much attention to their chat content, but now she also wants to integrate into Yuran's life, so she listens very carefully. "By the way, I have good news for you. As for your part-time internship, I have already taken care of it." As soon as Yuran's words came out, Su Qian jumped up immediately. Okay, what kind of part-time job is it?" Su Qian has long wanted to help Yuran. Even if she can't help her, she still wants to save money to buy some gifts for Yuran. They may not be expensive, but they are all hers. It was actually prepared before. It's just that my aunt happened to hurt her foot, so I didn't tell her. It just so happens that my aunt's injury is healed now, and you can rest assured to work. It's about finance. Su Qian also brightened up, and the part-time job with a professional counterpart made her even more satisfied. He listened carefully to Yuran's next words. "But it's not in Jinling. It's in Suzhou. It's a newly established financial company. The current leader is a doctor in finance named Dong Chun-Kaiu. I plan to let Qian follow him and learn something while working part-time." When she heard that she was going to Suzhou to work part-time, Su Qian's expression changed slightly. Doesn't going to Suzhou mean that she will be in a different place from Yuran? She doesn't want to in her heart. Now is the sweetest time, and she doesn't want to be separated from Yuran. Su Qian opened her mouth, but did not say a word of rejection. When she heard this kind of position, she knew how much effort Yuran had made to help her find it. If she refused, it would definitely break Yuran's heart. So although Su Qian felt reluctant in her heart, she still didn't say it out loud. But knowing a daughter is better than a mother, Su Qian can see through Su Qian's thoughts at a glance. Qian is studying at Nanjing University after all. Wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse if she goes to Suzhou part-time? Of course I have considered this. Qian is about to finish her junior year, and there will be no classes for her senior year. There are also fewer things to do next. I think I can give it a try there. It is said to be a part-time job, but in fact it will be very useful for Qian's future work. It's very beneficial, and after all, the company is just starting up there. Qian joins now and becomes a veteran. It is inevitable that Jinling will open a branch when it grows. At that time, Qian can apply to work in Jinling. Yuran's words not only left Su Qian speechless, but even Su Qian understood Yuran's good intentions. He immediately gave Yuran a hug and kissed Yuran on the face. "Husband, thank you, I will definitely work hard. Now call me your husband. Why didn't you refuse before?" Yuran scratched Su Qian's nose teasingly, and Su Qian's face turned red. Su Qian shook her head helplessly when she saw the interaction between the two. This girl Qian has been eaten to death by Yuran, but Susie smiled indifferently. Even she was eaten to death by this boy, so what did it matter? By the way, when are you going to let Qian come over? The sooner, the better. Suzhou is not far away. It can be traveled back and forth in 2 hours. If Qian has some free time, she can go back to Jinling, and I will go to see her. When Su Qian heard the conversation between Yuran and Su Qian, she secretly encouraged herself. She must make some achievements. Otherwise, how could she be worthy of Yuran's help to her? Then I'll go tomorrow. I don't have any classes these 2 days, so I'll go and get familiar with it first. Okay, I'll take you there tomorrow. You'll stay in Suzhou for a few days, and there will be a class that you have to attend. Then we'll come back together. When Su Qian heard Yuran's words, she jumped 3 feet high. In an instant, the sadness of parting disappeared a lot, and she jumped back to the room to pack her things. Suzy and Yuran were sitting opposite each other in the hall, and Suzy couldn't help but speak. Did you run this company? Yuran looked at Su Qian in surprise and nodded. Sister Qian is really perceptive, you can see it all. You brat, how can there be such a good company where you can both intern and study? The team leader is still a big boss. Later, you even asked Qian to come to Jinling to open a branch. I don't believe this was not done by you. Su Qian has been in the society for many years and is not a fledgling like Su Qian. Naturally, she knows very well how good the job Yuran said is. I originally planned to hand over this company to Qian, but she is still young and is learning from the big boss. Yuran shrugged. He was not in the mood to start a company. He was a man who wanted to become the king of martial arts. But no matter what, thank you, Su Qian said sincerely, but Yuran smiled evilly. Sister Qian, it's not good to just say thank you with your mouth. As she spoke, she moved her face towards him. Su Qian was also a little frightened. This brat, Su Qian was packing her things inside. She glanced quickly, and quickly kissed Yuran on the face before breaking up. Unexpectedly, Yuran took it one step further, pulled Suzy into his arms, and kissed her deeply. Su Qian was caught off guard by Yuran's sudden attack, but she did not dare to resist, for fear that the sound would be too loud and attract Su Qian out. She could only try her best to cooperate with Yuran. After the kiss, Su Qian hit Yuran with her fist. But it's not very strong, and it looks more like coquettishness. You are going to die. What if Qian suddenly comes out? Just be honest when you come out. I have no intention of hiding Sister Qian. Yuran teased. With his current perception in the middle stage of Anjin, Su Qian's situation could not be hidden from his eyes and ears. But of course he wouldn't say it like that. After all, even though Suzy said she didn't care about this, Yuran still had to give it to her. Highlights. If a woman says she doesn't want it, she wants it. Suzy was slightly shocked after hearing this. Although she never thought that Yuran would make her public, she was still deeply touched by what Yuran said. Don't talk nonsense. It's not good for Qian to know. Suzy lowered her voice, but the coquettishness in her voice made Yuran tremble a little. It seemed that what she just said was very useful to Suzy. Yuran didn't get any closer. Relaxation and restraint are the correct answer. Aren't you going to rest here at night? So Qian was a little stunned when she saw Yuran's uncharacteristic behavior. When did this pervert leader change his gender? Well, I have some things to deal with at home, and I'm resting here. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave tomorrow. Yuran smiled evilly and scratched Su Qian's face. Su Qian also smiled back. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Yuran said hello to Su Qian and returned directly to his villa. He still had some news to learn before leaving. Master, I have investigated Lu Qingshu's recent affairs clearly. This is information. Lu Zitong handed Yuran the information, which made Yuran frown. He had to figure out Lu Qingshu's affairs, otherwise it wouldn't be a problem if he was always being led around. Is the capital chain broken? Suspected of being sniped? Yuran looked at the information in his hand and tapped his fingers lightly on the table, as if he understood what was going on. Lu Qingshu rubbed her brow gently. What happened during this period was far beyond her control. She didn't expect that there would be so many troubles after she and Yuran broke off their engagement. She had never paid much attention to Yuran, and the engagement was just the result of the Lu family's coercion. She felt that her status was entirely due to her own efforts, but after Yuran broke off her engagement, she discovered what it means to influence the whole body with one move. Companies that had good relations with the Yu family began to gradually reduce their cooperation with them. Not only that, the issue of funding also began to come under various attacks. The originally promised payment was also delayed inexplicably, and she was extremely busy in just half a month. She's not stupid, this is obviously the Yu family's revenge, and she doesn't know what role Yuran plays in it. However, she felt that it was more likely that Yuran's parents were seeking revenge for their son. So after careful consideration, she decided to use the easiest way to solve the problem, which was to repair her relationship with Yuran. As long as Yuran was willing, her problems would be solved. But it was obvious that things were beyond her control. Yuran not only found a new girlfriend, but also treated her like nothing. Although there was a bit of acting in the communication between her and Yuran, some anger and unhappiness did show up naturally. This kind of half-truth is easy to manipulate people's hearts, but she found that Yuran was completely different from before. Warrior? Is it because of this that you turn a blind eye to her? Lu Qingxiu sat on a chair, her slender calves resting casually on the table. She felt a little tired all over. She casually pulled out a piece of information she had asked to collect from her desk and read it carefully. Su Chien? Does Yuran like this genre now? The two of them had established a relationship in just 2 days. She was still a little unbelievable when she saw these simple news. If you want to solve the current company's difficulties, solving Yuran can be said to be the simplest and least expensive way. Lu Qingxiu has always adhered to this philosophy and acted absolutely calmly. Therefore, she gave everyone the feeling of being cold and arrogant, and she was so indifferent that no one dared to approach her. Boom, boom, boom. A knock on the door interrupted Lu Qingxiu's contemplation. Please come in. Lu Qingxiu changed back to her normal sitting position and looked at the men who opened the door. Miss, the family is somewhat dissatisfied with your recent situation. They feel that your breakup with young Master Yuran was too hasty and has caused immeasurable losses to the Lu family. The subordinate lowered his head and reported the matter to Lu Qingxiu, staring at the floor without daring to raise his head at all. A beauty like Lu Qingxiu couldn't help but peek whenever she raised her head, and the person who peeked wantonly before had his eyes gouged out by Lu Qingxiu, so he only dared to lower his head and report the news. He knew very well how powerful his master was. Those old guys. Is there any other news? Even Lu Qingxiu, who was as indifferent as snow, still showed a trace of anger on her face, but it was fleeting. She has been able to control her emotions very well, otherwise in a family like the Lu family, nothing would be left. They are already coveting the position of Miss. It seems that they are all waiting for the financial report of the Miss Company this month. The subordinate reported his news to Lu Qingxiu in detail, and he left with relief as Lu Qingxiu waved. The aura of his young lady is really too strong. The pressure of being face to face makes him never want to come again next time. He should let the boss report next time, he thought to himself. Lu Qingxiu leaned on the chair, and her irritability made her involuntarily open a cabinet. There were a lot of gifts inside, all of which Yuran bought for her, but she basically didn't open them. At this time, she opened the cabinet and wanted to study Yuran. Without Yuran's help, it would be difficult for her to maintain her position in the Lu family. Only she knows how much effort she put into getting to this point without any background. Looking at it, she felt more and more irritable. Lu Qingxiu took a deep breath and took out a photo. Only then did she calm down. The photo was of her sister, whom she had not seen for 10 years. Although the Lu family lets them talk on the phone every year, they have never actually met in person. The goal she has been working hard for is to rescue her sister. Her parents made a big mistake when they were in the Lu family and were banished by the clan rules. They then died outside. She didn't even know how they died. All she knew was that at the age of 13, she suddenly fell into a daze when she looked at the corpses of her parents, losing the last protection of her elders. Her situation became increasingly difficult, and her younger sister was also taken away by the Lu family. The two sisters had already shown amazing beauty at that age, so the Lu family has already made plans to throw them out for marriage when they reach adulthood, and she runs these companies to increase her voice in the family and rescue her imprisoned sister. She actually didn't know why her sister was imprisoned, even though her sister was still so young, but she wants to save her sister. She only has her sister. She will do whatever it takes to do this. This company is her hard work, and it is currently the most profitable industry of Liu's company. If she loses this company, her status in the Lu family will plummet. She might even lose the opportunity to talk to her sister every year because of this, and she would never allow it. Lu Qingxiu closed her eyes tightly, and when she opened them again, she returned to her previous indifference, but the blood dripping on her palms showed how uneasy she had just been. Lu Qingxiu gently wiped off the blood on her nails and hands, picked up her cell phone and made a call. She wants to change the lives of herself and her sister. Yuran looked at the news and understood Lu Qingxiu's current difficult position. That lunatic Lu Qingxiu would do anything for her sister, and her scheming depth frightened him. He didn't know if the break in the capital chain had something to do with him, but Lu Qingxiu's behavior was definitely related to him. Yuran pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of what Zhang Mei had said before. I guess it won't be my mother's revenge. Toot toot. Hey, Xiaoran, why do you have time to call your mom today? Mom heard about what you did at the banquet, which was really great. But Mom heard that martial arts is very tiring. You must have worked hard to improve so quickly, right? If you need anything, just tell Mom. Before Yuran opened his mouth, Zhang Mei started to praise and care about him, which made Yuran feel warm in his heart. It's really tiring, I have to click on the system a lot. Thank you, Mom, but Lu Qingxiu's attitude towards me was a little different at the banquet and at Nanda. That stinky woman is just pretending and wants to deceive my son to see if I don't kill her. When Zhang Mei heard about Lu Qingxiu, she instantly became furious. Yuran rubbed his eyebrows. It was really his mother who did it. No, I have a girlfriend now, and I didn't even pay attention to her when she came to me. What, you guys can do it. When will you bring it back for me to take a look at? When Zhang Mei heard this, she immediately beamed. As long as it wasn't Lu Qingxiu, anyone else would be fine. Well, it will take some time, but her family is relatively ordinary. Hey, Xiaoran, you need to change your thinking. It's just normal. Why do you think your girlfriend cares about other people's family conditions? No matter who you are, they are not as rich as my family, so these things don't matter. Just be nice. Zhang Mei's sincere teachings made Yuran couldn't help but smile. She was a really good mother. Oh, Mom, I got it, but Lu Qingxiu doesn't need to target her, just treat her as a stranger. Besides, my family will lose a lot of money by targeting her, so there's no need. Not bad, not bad. My son already knows that he is thinking about his family, so my mother will stop and teach her a lesson. You thought my son was easy to bully. Zhang Mei is very satisfied. Not only has her son stepped out of Lu Qingxiu's shadow, but he also has a new girlfriend. As for who the girlfriend is, it doesn't matter. Who can be more irritating than Lu Qingxiu? By the way, Xiaoran, your dad seems to have something to tell you, so I gave him the phone number. Zhang Mei handed the phone to Yufu, and Yufu's voice soon rang. Xiao Ran, you are so awesome. Mr. Huang has personally called me to express his gratitude and praise you very much. I heard that you have entered Anjin. You are so awesome. You are worthy of being my Yufu's son. Yufu's proud voice made Zhang Mei over there roll her eyes at him. Screw you, you know nothing about martial arts, my son is obviously the best. Yuran smiled as he listened to his parents bickering. It felt really good. Oh, by the way, son, I recently heard that an auction house is going to hold an auction. There may be items related to warriors in it. It's about a week away. I've helped you get VIP tickets. You can go directly then. Don't feel bad. If money is useful to you, just buy it. Okay, Dad, I understand. Is there anything else? Nothing's wrong. I'm hanging up. F***ku, just hang up. My son called me, just hang up. Yuran heard Zhang Mei snatching the phone away from the other side of the phone and chatting with Yuran about some household matters. It wasn't until the night got darker that Zhang Mei reluctantly hung up the phone and told Yuran to sleep well. Yuran was lying on the bed, thinking about the auction that Yufu mentioned, which was also mentioned in the book. He was going to ask Lu Zidong to prepare it, but he didn't expect that Yufu had already prepared it for him. This auction can be said to be a huge opportunity for Lin Fan, but now, they all belong to me, Lao Yu, Yuran giggled. The phone received a text message notification tone. Yuran twisted his mouth for a while, and his father gave him another billion and asked him to spend it hard. It was so good, Yuran slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Yuran directly dialed Lu Qingxiu's phone number. As the president of Liu's, she was not in the habit of sleeping in. Hello? Lu Qingxiu's still cold voice sounded, but Yuran heard a hint of joy. That Qingxiu, I found out what happened before from my mother. From now on, my Yu family will not target you anymore, and you won't use it to please me. Besides, your acting skills are too poor. I am the only one in this world, the person who knows you best, so you continue to work hard to be your President Lu. After Yuran finished speaking, he hung up the phone. After this time, he should really be done with Lu Qingxiu. He was still a little afraid of Lu Qingxiu's unscrupulous attitude. The most important thing was that he was also worried that Lu Qingxiu would do anything to his parents. Lu Qingxiu often insists that if the problem cannot be solved, then solve the person who caused the problem. Although his parents were surrounded by a group of bodyguards, they were just afraid of what might happen. Moreover, it would still be a headache for him to have another secret enemy staring at him. He still prefers Lin Fan, an enemy on the surface who can be manipulated at will. Lin Fan's injury is probably almost healed. I don't know in what capacity he will go to the auction, but he is vaguely looking forward to it. It wasn't until the beep sound rang 5 times that Lu Qingxiu silently put down her phone. Was her previous performance so poor? However, Yuran said that it would be a good thing not to target her anymore, but Zhang Mei's previous actions still left her in deep trouble. The recent financial statements are still not very good, and those people in the Lu family may still cause trouble, but she also prepared a countermeasure. One plan continues. Yuran took Su Qianqian and drove towards Suzhou. Along the way, Su Qianqian was sitting in the passenger seat chatting with Yuran. It actually made the atmosphere on the road much better. Su Qianqian wore a dress today, with skin-beautifying silk threads, which made her thighs look slender and beautiful. Yuran couldn't help but play with it at traffic lights, which made Su Qianqian make a shy sound. Sadder. However, not only was this ineffective, it actually made Yuran even more aggressive. After the car arrived at the place, Dong Chunkaya was already waiting at the door. Mr. Yu, the prototype of the company has been completed, and I am also preparing the basic projects. May I show you around? Yuran said hello and followed Dong Chunkaya to look at his financial company. When Dong Chunkaya introduced it as he walked, Yuran kept nodding. I have to say that Dong Chunkaya's hands and feet are indeed very nimble. The preparations have been so complete in less than a week. he is very satisfied. He is indeed a talent. Well, I'm very satisfied. This is Su Chien, my girlfriend. She also studies finance, so I want to put her here to study with you. Dong Chunkayo nodded quickly. Mr. Yu, I will give good guidance to Mr. Su. That's not what I meant. You are still the main priority here. What Chien said is mainly about studying. Manager Dong, please take care of me. Su Chien showed a gentle smile, and Dong Chunkayo quickly held half of her palm and retreated at the first touch. By the way, do you have enough funds? Do you want to add more? Enough is enough. Dong Chunkayo was also sweating profusely. Is this the young master? He just wanted to spend hundreds of millions. Let's do this. Chien comes here, I will add another 200 million, and you try to stabilize the situation. After stabilizing the situation, you can choose Lin Hua Company as the first target. When Dong Chunkayo heard this, tears filled his eyes and he knelt down on one knee. I will live up to President Yu's trust. Lin Hua Company was a thorn in his heart, and Yuran asked him to remove it directly. Originally, he had no way of repaying the kindness of knowing him, and even more so now. After today's mission, Yuran took Dong Chunkayo and Su Chien to dinner and then went to the hotel to rest. It's the best time of the day again. At the hotel that night, Yuran experienced a nice atmosphere. It's a pity that Su Chien has to work and study these days, so Yuran doesn't give her any strength. In the next few days, Yuran was completely free, reviewing the plots and characters in the book and becoming familiar with his own power. Listen to the report about Lin Fan. Anyway, take your time as you like. Su Chien had really worked hard these days. When she got to the hotel every night, she fell into bed and fell asleep. Yuran did not embarrass her. It's better to save a little and go back to teach Sister Chien how to behave. 3 days passed in a flash, and Yuran took Su Chien back to Nanjing University to attend the class of the old professor. For the sake of his graduation certificate, Yuran was still very conscientious. Although Yuran felt that it was of no use, it could stop many people's mouths. Yuran never thought that this professor's class would be so popular that he directly borrowed the school's largest lecture hall for teaching. And Yuran and Su Chien met the woman he didn't want to meet at the door, Lu Qingxiu. Yuran was actually a little surprised, because Lu Qingxiu had already graduated from her senior year and there was no need to attend such a course. Did you come here just for yourself? Yuran quickly took a look at Lu Qingxiu's favorability score. 40, well, it's a 10-point increase, which is gratifying, but it has nothing to do with liking it. Yuran, thank you. Just when Yuran was about to walk in as if he hadn't seen anything, Lu Qingxiu suddenly spoke. Su Chien immediately held Yuran's hand alertly, as if making an invisible demonstration. It's okay, we're settled. Yuran didn't want to talk to Lu Qingxiu. Although he was very greedy for such a big boss, he also knew how much he weighed now. For now, he has no plans to provoke Lu Qingxiu. After Yuran and Su Chien entered the venue, Lu Qingxiu couldn't help but have a slightly gray look in her eyes. Clearance? But she, who had always been unhappy, just left here. Yuran was actually right. As a graduate, there was no need for her to take such a class. She came specifically to see Yuran. She originally thought that Yuran did such a thing because he still had her in his heart, but now it seems that is not the case at all. Are alliance plans temporarily on hold? Lu Qingxiu was sitting in the car, feeling an unknown emotion well up, but she suppressed it immediately. A big event for the Lu family was coming, and she didn't have much time to think about it. Su Chien and Yuran sat on chairs and looked relieved when Lu Qingxiu didn't follow. She was really afraid that Lu Qingxiu would sit next to Yuran. Yuran said he didn't like her anymore, but after 2 years of chasing her, Su Chien was worried that Yuran would miss her even a little bit. She sat on Yuran's right side, Yuran held him in his arms smoothly, and on Yuran's left side was Lu Zitong. Master, Lin Fan has entered Nanjing University, and he seems to be here too. Lu Zitong lowered his voice slightly, and Yuran raised his brows slightly. In the book, Lin Fan entered Nanjing University with the help of the Bai family. After all, campus is an indispensable setting for miracle doctor dramas. Moreover, every girl on campus likes her more and more, and that feeling is unmatched by women who go out into society. Yuran knew very well that Su Chien could never experience this feeling outside the campus. Too many interests in the adult world will destroy this purity of campus. But now the Bai family should have fallen out with Lin Fan. Lin Fan actually entered Nanjing University. Did the butterfly effect finally push him back to the main line? Just as Yuran expected, as long as Lin Fan's strength is not abolished, he will still be appreciated by others. Which family took in Lin Fan? Yuran frowned. The people at the banquet knew that Lin Fan had offended him and Huang Yangsheng, so they probably wouldn't make friends with Lin Fan. Unless the people who helped him were not afraid of Yuran and Huang Yangsheng. It should be the Han family. The Han family is very capable. The people monitoring him have seen people from the Han family entering Lin Fan's residence, but it's unknown what they talked about inside. Yuran nodded. If it was the Han family, it would be understandable. They were the same 5 major families, so naturally they couldn't be afraid of the Yu family. Moreover, the Han family and the Yu family have always had a normal relationship. The Han family was the head of the 4 major families in Jiangnan before the rise of the Yu family, although the Yu family rose up in a short period of time and surpassed them economically. But the Han family is superior in terms of foundation, so they are not satisfied with the rise of the Yu family, and always want to restrict it. So it is reasonable to win over Lin Fan, who has a bad relationship with the Yu family. And Jin and a miracle doctor are enough to win over the Han family. What's interesting is that in the book, although the Han family also had a relationship with Ye Chen, it was because the Han family took refuge in Ye Chen. Now it seems that it is the other way around. Yu Ran leaned on the chair. It was a little more troublesome for Lin Fan to catch up with the Han family than with the Bai family, but it wasn't too much trouble. After all, they didn't dare to really start a war with the Yu family over Lin Fan, and if something happened to Yu Ran, they would definitely fight to the death. Warriors in the city cannot take action easily, and the Han family will definitely suffer in a purely economic war. And for a family like the Han family, family interests are more important than anything else. If Lin Fan gets into trouble, he will most likely be abandoned directly. With Lin Fan present, Yu Ran became interested in this class. As we all know, the place where the protagonist is present is not peaceful. However, this lesson was not recorded in the book, which made Yu Ran even more interested. Unexpected circumstances? The teacher teaching this class is Xiang Yang, the oldest economics professor at NTU. I heard that teaching is his side job, but he is very serious about teaching. He feels that he is a scholar. Although side jobs outside are more profitable, he cannot lose his job. So he was very obsessed with teaching, and even Yu Ran had to come to his classes. The title of Xiang Yang's class is Employment and Employment Situation. It is a relatively general course, but it is of no use to Yu Ran. Employment? Does his inheritance of family property count as employment? However, although Yu Ran was not interested, so Chien was very interested. After all, finance was closely related to this. After listening to a few words, Yu Ran found that Xiang Yang was indeed very capable and not a vain person. He explained the current situation very thoroughly as soon as he came up. Now that the virtual economy is prevalent, the real economy is experiencing an employment crisis. Although the internet industry is currently developed, in fact this piece of cake is being targeted by too many people, and currently it is not an excellent choice for ordinary people. Yu Ran raised his eyebrows. When everyone said that the internet could make money, Professor Xiang Yang actually said that the internet was not a good choice. As soon as these words came out, the people below also started a discussion, and there were a lot of confusions. Xiang Yang was not in a hurry to continue. He knew that someone would definitely have questions. NTU students were not green and would take the initiative to ask their own questions. Professor Xiang, I don't agree with your point of view. I think the internet is the fastest place to make money right now. Yu Ran also suddenly looked at that place. The voice was Lin Fan. Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Yu Ran actually didn't find it strange. As for the protagonist, it wouldn't be in line with his personality if he didn't show his face on such occasions. Not only was Xiang Yang not angry, he also nodded very seriously. Then he made a gesture of please. I have to say that this professor was very polite. Professor Xiang just said that the current internet is not a good place for development. I don't agree, because the most profitable thing at present is the internet. Several companies that have emerged recently are also related to the internet. The internet is the most worthy place to try, so Teacher Xiang, I don't agree with saying that the internet is not suitable for us. Well, not being afraid of power and daring to resist are essential qualities for a male protagonist. If I were not a villain, I would admire Lin Fan very much. Yu Ran leaned back on the chair calmly. He actually felt that there was nothing wrong with what the professor said and what Lin Fan said. Although he is a business idiot, he still knows what makes money. This classmate said it very well. The internet is indeed the most profitable place, but what I am talking about in this class is employment. Employment is for the majority of people. Most of the majors studied by NTU students are not related to the internet. If there is no blindly participating in network work will only be counterproductive. Lin Fan did not sit down. After hearing Xiang Yang's words, he immediately began to refute. The rise of so many ordinary people on the internet shows that there is no decisive relationship between the internet and majors, and the students in our school themselves have higher quality and ability, and have better selectivity when facing the internet, so Professor Xiang said that the internet it's a bit arbitrary to say you can't work on the internet if it's not relevant. Lin Fan's words also attracted bursts of applause from the audience. This was actually what they were thinking. Obviously many people on the internet are not as good as them, but the speed of making money makes them extremely excited. What is this classmate's name? Lin Fan. Lin Fan replied proudly, with his head held high like a victorious rooster, while Professor Xiang shook his head. Classmate Lin Fan, you are right, but have you seen the winners, and what about the losers? The success of the internet is certainly exciting, but the opportunity is just finding a needle in a haystack. Maybe Nanjing University has a chance of success, but it may not be very high. This point touches the hearts of the students. Making money online is making money, but if you fail to succeed, you will be wasting your time. If you don't dare to give it a try, how can you succeed? Lin Fan naturally did not think about failure, because even if he failed, he had a guarantee of medical skills and money was not an issue at all. So his answer was still very proud. This debate lasted for quite some time, until Lin Fan said that, "I think the internet can be successful, and I will work hard to prove it in practice." Professor Xiong didn't say anything more, just asked him to sit down, and warned most people not to think about making quick money, but to work hard to improve themselves. Yuran actually believes this, because in the book Lin Fan combines the internet with medicine and beauty. Unfortunately, now that he is here, Lin Fan has no hope. After the previous episode, Professor Xiong introduced several companies that he thought were better, such as electric power, researchers, etc. It provides guidance to some confused students on their path, and comes with various stepping stones and methods for professional improvement. Even if Yuran is not interested, he can't help but nod his head once he hears a few sentences. This Professor Xiong is really awesome. At the end, Professor Xiong even gave some corporate communication methods and their internal internship methods. This makes many students very satisfied. It is no wonder that Professor Xiong Yang's courses are so popular. This kind of practical teaching is what college students need most. Seeing that get out of class was about to end, Yuran hooked up with Lu Zitong, and then whispered a few words into his ear. Lu Zitong nodded. He would always fulfill the young master's instructions seriously, so he left early to arrange some things. This class ends here. I hope every student has a bright future. Amidst a burst of applause, Professor Xiong's class ended, and Yuran took Su Qian out leisurely. His eyes casually glanced at the proud Lin Fan. It seemed that he had already moved on from the banquet. Want to be famous in college? Hey, I still satisfy you. As expected, Lin Fan's impassioned speech and proud spirit just now matched his resolute face. It attracted many people to come and communicate. Some were interested in what Lin Fan said about online entrepreneurship, while others simply thought Lin Fan looked pretty good. There were men and women, but Lin Fan, an old pervert, only wanted to communicate with his male classmates next time when he was free. For female classmates, it is possible to discuss it now. You old pervert, I have never seen such a person before. He must be punished. Lin Fan looked at the circle of people surrounding him and was very happy. The shadow of the banquet a few days ago was also swept away, but there was still a flash of fierceness in his eyes. The Bai family and Lu Zitong would not end so easily. Just when I was thinking of this, another girl who looked pretty good came over. "Hello, Lin Fan, your speech just now was really powerful." Lin Fan responded with a gentle smile. "Thank you for your compliment, you look good too." "Really? Thank you." The girl was also happy. At this moment, another person came behind Lin Fan to talk to him. Lin Fan's spring-like smile really gained him a lot of favor, and he suddenly felt that his life had reached a climax. But suddenly Lin Fan found that something was not right with his body, and his body was suddenly no longer under his control. "Jinny is so beautiful. Oh Bai, Jinny is so beautiful." He sang incomprehensible lyrics directly from his mouth, and his body danced involuntarily. His shoulders kept twisting, and then he turned around, shocking everyone present. "What is this situation? We were having a good chat just now, but out of nowhere we started dancing successfully. Is this some special hobby?" Lin Fan's behavior also immediately stopped the person who wanted to talk to him. This Lin Fan doesn't seem to be normal. It would be bad if he accidentally hurts himself. Not only that, the people who were talking to him also had dark faces when they saw Lin Fan singing and dancing. Why does this guy suddenly singing and dancing like no one else is around? The most important thing is that his twisted figure and duck-like voice are really not very good. So the people talking around him silently moved away, leaving the stage to Lin Fan. Lin Fan's singing and dancing time ended in just 30 seconds, but the people just now had already dispersed. Lin Fan's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that he would be tricked again when he arrived at the university. Who could it be? He tore 2 pieces of paper off his back. Talisman. Sure enough, someone is plotting against him. This kind of charm must be close to the body, which means it can be hidden in the crowd just now. But the people just now left when they saw him dancing enthusiastically. In other words, he had no idea who had plotted against him. Lin Fan had a gloomy face, his high spirits just now were gone, and he didn't expect to be tricked again. The most important thing is that the enemy doesn't know who he is. Is it because he can't bear to see him in the limelight? Or does he have a grudge against him in the first place? Lin Fan's intuition told him that he was the second one, and the one who had a grudge against him was the Bai family. Lin Fan clenched his fists. The Bai family is very good, really very good. They provoke you again and again. I really think that I, Lin Fan, have no temper. As for why Yuran was not suspected, Lin Fan labeled Yuran as an arrogant playboy. It was impossible to bear his grudge, not to mention that they had no grudge in the first place. At most, Lin Fan hated them unilaterally. So Lin Fan directly targeted the Bai family. This kind of talisman was relatively rare and could not be obtained by ordinary families, and the Bai family happens to have this ability. Thinking of this, Lin Fan sneered and left the scene. The Bai family? My revenge is always ready. Yuran walked away with satisfaction from a distance, although he didn't know that Lin Fan held a grudge against the Bai family because of this incident. But as long as Lin Fan is unhappy, he will be happy. Who calls him a villain? It's great. It's a pity that this plot is not in the book, and the dog system doesn't give any rewards, which really pisses me off. It's a system that's stuck to death. However, Yuran unexpectedly discovered an unexpected gain. Tishan relied on singing, dancing, rap and basketball to explore before, and he had achieved some success in basketball before. When I saw Lin Fan's poor singing performance today, I didn't expect that Tishan Guo would also have his DNA moved. Just now, his shoulders actually imitated Lin Fan's dancing posture and kept twisting, and in just half a minute, Yuran felt that his Iron Mountain support had been completed. With the blessing of triple buffs, Tishan Kiao is no longer just a passive skill, but can be used actively. Although the conditions are a bit harsh, the power is definitely impressive. However, when Tishan relied on Dachin, Yuran vaguely felt that this skill did not seem to be that simple, and it seemed that it could be applied to other aspects. Tishanyu can perfectly mobilize the power in his body to the shoulders to perform impacts, but what if it is replaced with other parts? If you punch it down, it will be much more powerful. Yuran is also a little excited about this, but he didn't expect that there is such a saying. But now is not a good time for research. He is still with Su Qian. After sending Su Qian home, Yuran couldn't wait to return to his practice room, where he wanted to test his ideas. For this reason, he even refused Su Qin's invitation to stay overnight. Let me see who else dares to say that I, Lao Yu, am lustful. Well, the main reason is that Su Qian is very busy now and can't eat, so Yuran chose to train martial arts. Tishan relied on being the first skill that Yuran obtained, and he originally thought it was of low value. But now it seems that Yuran underestimated this stepless skill. Since Tishan can now be actively released, Yuran kept releasing it in the training room, while using it to find his own inner feeling. Regarding the use of vitality and internal strength, of course, this is because there is a system to help him absorb the vitality as a pavement, otherwise he would not dare to squander it like this. After using it dozens of times, Yuran finally found a little opportunity. Sure enough, when the vitality and strength in the body show a certain ratio, the loss of strength can be completely avoided. Can concentrate all the power in one part. Yuran was also overjoyed, and immediately began to experiment, beginning to imitate the operating rules of Tishan Liu, and transform the power into his fists. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the special dummy in front of him smashed his head with a punch. Yuran was overjoyed. Although this punch did not fully exert 100% of its power, it was definitely more than 50%. Compared with him before, he was not even a little bit better. Excited, Yuran practiced all night in the training room. He slept straight through the next day and didn't wake up until night. He rubbed his swollen and painful head. Even if he stayed up all night, he still couldn't grasp the real Iron Mountain transformation. It was really difficult. Host, you are already very powerful. It is extremely difficult to convert stepless skills. Even the strength of a Grandmaster level will take several months to accumulate. The fact that you can do this in one night will probably shock the martial arts world. Yuran laughed out loud when he saw that the system started praising him for the first time. I just said that I am one of the best martial arts geniuses in a million. Yuran laughed, and then went to find Su Qian. The right balance between work and rest is the right way. How tiring it is to practice hard every day. The system was relieved to see that Yuran stopped practicing. If this kid continued to practice, his vitality would not be able to keep up. I can finally rest. It's been another day of being squeezed by the host. I'm trembling with anger. When will our system stand up? When Su Qian saw Yuran, her expression was first one of surprise, and she twisted her small waist to greet him. Sister Qian, are you so happy to see me? Yuran smiled and hugged Su Qian directly. When dealing with mature women, a more direct approach would be better. And I, Lao Yu, am a straight shooter. Well, I'm very happy. Su Qian greedily enjoyed the warmth of Yuran's arms. Although she didn't think it was a big deal when Yuran went to accompany Su Qian, she was indispensable for being envious. But she also knew that she wouldn't fight, but she still hoped that Yuran could come and see her. So when Yuran came, her joy was beyond words. At her age, her youthfulness had long been forgotten. Tonight is another day when the bedboard is pressed hard. The creaking sound made people wonder if the bedboard was about to break. Well, it's not very strong, so I'll change it to a bigger and stronger one to prepare for the future. After staying with Su Qian for 2 days, a fire started to ignite at the drop of a hat. Yuran even found that Su Qian was better than Su Qian. Courageous, skilled, capable, and proactive and enthusiastic. Now he is a mature woman. Until his father's phone call came. "Hey, son, are you busy? If not, go home. There are guests at home." Yuran nodded when he heard it, packed up and prepared to go home. Susie also reluctantly said goodbye to him. Limping back to her house, she wanted to continue embroidering a piece of embroidery that was unique to Yuran. Yuran was also curious about what kind of guests came to the house. Even Yufu came back and called him back. Moreover, Yufu did not reveal the identity of the guest at all, he just said that he should come back quickly, mysteriously. 7. Yuran got out of the car and heard the sound of laughter before he got home. He glanced over. A heroic woman stood next to her father and showed a perfect smile when she saw Yuran coming back. It's her. The guest was Huang Lingmeng, which Yuran did not expect. Moreover, Huang Yangsheng did not come, only Huang Lingmeng came. Huang Lingmeng is wearing a smart outfit, and her slim shorts reveal her slender thighs, which have traces of muscles from training. Compared with Su Qinqin's long legs, they are more impactful. The voluptuous thighs did not destroy their beauty. The eyes moved up and there was a big wave in front of her, even though it was not a tight suit. You can also see her vaguely perfect curves, and her high ponytail tied casually makes her look full of energy. There is no trace of makeup on her delicate face. Although it is a little less charming, it is a little more real. The slender neck was like a white swan. Seeing Yuran approaching, he smiled directly. "Let me introduce you." "Forget it, no introduction is needed. Huang Lingmeng, as you know, is the daughter of Mr. Huang. She is currently the role model for the young people in our southern army." "Hello, Yuran." Huang Lingmeng didn't have the squeamishness or weakness of a girl at all, and she was full of heroic spirit. Yuran also had a taste of her tenderness, but what surprised Yuran was that even after practicing martial arts for a long time, her hands were still white and pink, with no calluses. It looks like what a girl should look like. "Hello, Riemu, you look more energetic now than you did that day, you should be fine. I have to say that the healthy Huang Lingmeng is indeed very beautiful. Even without makeup, she will definitely outshine thousands of beauties." "Thank you for that." Huang Lingmeng expressed his gratitude generously and took out a box from his chest and handed it to Yuran. "What's this?" Yuran looked at the things she gave him very curiously. Could it be that the box contained some kind of elixir as well? "My token has something like this. If you encounter difficulties, you can come directly to the military headquarters to ask for help. I owe you a favor." After Yuran opened it, he saw a copper token inside. The token had the word military engraved on the front and the word yellow engraved on the back. It looked like he was looking for Huang Lingmen's voucher, so Yuran didn't refuse and took it directly. This thing was of great help to him. If you encounter something that cannot be solved in the future, you can still leave a way out. It's a pity that Huang Lingmeng is not the heroine, although looking at her appearance, she looks like the heroine. There is a high probability that she will be the heroine in the future, so we need to establish a good relationship first. Zheng Mei personally cooked for Huang Lingmeng, which flattered Huang Lingmeng, and she enjoyed the meal happily. After the meal, Zheng Mei pulled Yuran aside. "Son, what do you think of Riemu? Mom thinks he's pretty good. He's pretty, decent and unpretentious, and he's also a warrior. He's a perfect match for you." Yuran was stunned for a moment. "Is my mother trying to give me a blind date?" "No mom, I remember I told you that I have a girlfriend." Zheng Mei showed a smile that I all know. "I don't know about you kid. When you were with Lu Qingxiu, you wanted to publicize it all over the world, but now there is no movement at all. I'm afraid you were just trying to fool my mother before. Although my mother knows that your relationship with Lu Qingxiu was hurt, but you can't stop moving forward, you know?" Zheng Mei's sudden concern made Yuran speechless. She didn't expect that a cheap mother like herself didn't believe that she had a girlfriend, but he obviously brought Su Qian to the banquet. Isn't it considered high profile? "I really have a girlfriend," Yuran said very helplessly. "Then bring it back and show it to mom." Zheng Mei crossed her hips and was very dissatisfied with Yuran's performance. What kind of strength did Lu Qingxiu have to let her son hang from a tree? She is working out of town now. It will take some time. Okay, then you and Lingmeng should have a good relationship first." Zheng Mei looked like I understand you, but Yuran knew that she didn't believe it at all. After all, except Lu Zitong, no one else was sure that Su Qian was Yuran's girlfriend, but Lu Zitong was his and would not take the initiative to tell Zheng Mei about him without his permission. However, he still planned to find a time for Lu Zitong to tell his mother. He was really afraid that if this one didn't work, Zheng Mei would introduce others to him. This would be so happy. It doesn't seem impossible. Yuran's eyes lit up. What his mother introduced to him was not ordinary at all. Forget it, Su Qian is his current real girlfriend, the ones coming later still have to queue up, there is no rush. Come on, son, even if you have a girlfriend, it doesn't hurt to get to know one more. Your dad always said that your Yu family is a single generation, so if you have a few grandsons to strengthen your Yu family's team, your dad will be very satisfied. Zhang Mei patted Yuran on the shoulder, as if encouraging. Yuran glanced at Zhang Mei. Well, Mom, you still understand me. If you get to know me a few more, I'm afraid you'll get angry, Mom. Yuran, can you fight with me? After dinner, Yuran was lying on the sofa, chatting with Su Qian. Su Qian was talking about the situation there. Huang Lingmeng strode in and directly launched a challenge to Yuran. Fight? Why? Yuran was a little puzzled, because Huang Lingmeng was only a supporting role and was not introduced too much in The Doctor Comes Down the Mountain. In fact, Yuran was also very curious. In theory, Lin Fan would not let go of a beauty like Huang Lingmeng. She is still a top-notch rich woman with connections, and she is not a vase. Yuran can see Huang Lingmeng's face. Huang Lingmeng martial arts level Anjin 7th level friendliness 50. The strength of Anjin 7th level has reached the late stage of Anjin, and he is definitely the best among his peers. However, judging from Huang Lingmeng's friendliness towards her, she was not the kind of woman who would commit herself to him if he saved her life. Is this also the reason why Lin Fan failed? Okay, let's try it. Yuran didn't refuse. He had practiced his special move all night and could try it again today. There is a large open space behind the Yu family, and the two people are 50 meters apart and looking at each other. Yuran, I know your strength is not bad, but I am very powerful. Huang Lingmeng raised her swan-like beautiful neck and looked at Yuran proudly of her strength. She does have the capital to be proud of, and Yuran thinks that his strength is no worse than hers, even if his cultivation level is lower than 1 level. But he is produced by the system. Produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. The host fucks her, ouch ouch. The system suddenly appeared and encouraged Yuran. He wanted to prove that it was indispensable to Yuran. Who asked Yuran to scold it every day? Humph. Yuran was ready to start, but in fact his actual combat experience was still very different. He had not purchased the combat experience pack yet and was inexperienced. But he is also fearless. He believes in a word. Break all laws with one force. Both sides began to charge at the same time, both hoping to use the power of the charge to transform into more powerful potential energy. Look at my Iron Mountain Fist. Tishan Fist is a skill that Tishan evolved from. Although Yuran has not yet reached the level of great success, it is definitely considered a small success. Yuran's charge was powerful and looked extremely fierce. Experience tells Huang Lingmeng that the correct solution is to avoid to the side and then attack Yuran's side and rear. But Huang Lingmeng has her own pride. Yuran should only be in the early or middle stage of Anjin. It seems a bit weak for her to avoid his attacks in the late stage of Anjin. So she stepped forward directly, preparing to confront Yuran head-on. Haishan Fist. Huang Lingmen's hand was filled with blue energy fluctuations and it hit Yuran's fist fiercely. Haishan Fist, this is a basic martial art of Xian level. It looks like Lingmeng has mastered it to a great level. He is truly the leader of this generation of young people in the Southern Military Department. Yu Fu stood at a high place and couldn't help but sigh when he looked at the situation in front of him. I didn't expect you knew martial arts? Zhang Mei smiled and looked at the situation below. Madam, you are going too far in mocking me. I really don't have any martial arts talent, but I still have a good eye. What's more, I was originally from the Southern Army, so I still have this eye. Oh, then do you think Xiaoran can win? Zhang Mei didn't care about any skills at all, she just wanted to watch Yuran. I don't know. This guy is mysterious and mysterious. He probably got a lot of adventures. How can I see through him? Yu Fu shrugged. He was not a master of martial arts. He only knew Haishan Quan because he had a close relationship with the military. Looking at Huang Lingmen's vitality, Yuran knew that the heroic woman in front of him was no show-off. So he did not hesitate to add his own vitality. System, you are noble, you know how to use your vitality, you are amazing. However, unlike when he faced Lin Fan, Yuran restrained himself a little and only used 1/4 under the system's advice. Boom! Violent sounds resounded throughout the backyard. The two people clashed fists, and the surrounding leaves rustled down. A burst of smoke accompanied the leaves and enveloped the battlefield. Yu Fu and Zhang Mei both stared nervously at the situation ahead. Although it was not the first time for them to see a warrior take action, that was their son. Then I saw only one person flying backwards. It's actually Huang Lingmeng. Huang Lingmen's full-strength attack in the late engine stage was almost knocked away by Yuran's direct move. Huang Lingmeng landed on the ground, turned around a few times to clear the distance between Yuran, and looked at Yuran with a solemn expression. I didn't expect that I had already overestimated Yuran so much, but I still underestimated him. But when Yuran's aura was released, he was obviously in the middle stage of Anjin. In other words, Yuran's cross-level challenge knocked her away, which was a big blow to her who had always been proud. Sister Lingmeng, are you okay? After all, it was a discussion, so Yuren still voiced his concern for Huang Lingmeng. It had to be said that the genius of the Southern Military Department was really worthy of his reputation. Compared with Huang Lingmeng, Lin Fan now is just a piece of cake. The vitality is released and the Xian level martial arts is perfected. This is absolute strength. Even though it is only a skill at the early stage of Xian level, its power is definitely not inferior to that of the middle stage of Xian level. It is just more powerful than it is in defense. Just now, Yuren keenly felt that if he struck at the last moment, he might be able to seriously injure Huang Lingmeng, but his attack did not catch up with his head. This is called lack of combat experience. But even if he had it, he wouldn't be able to use it. After all, it was just a discussion. Yuren, you are very strong, so I won't hold back. You may be injured by this move. If you don't want to fight, you can refuse, but if you are injured, I will pay for the healing medicine. Come on, Sister Lingmeng, I've prepared the healing medicine for you. Yuren smiled. He seemed to know Huang Lingmeng's attributes, a martial arts idiot and a proud little princess. That means that if you want to conquer, you must first defeat. Huang Lingmeng put her hands together, almost forming a huge wind shadow around her. Her eyes were sharp and lethal, staring at Yuren in front of her. Everything around her seemed to be dancing with her, full of momentum. Even Yu Fu and Zhang Mei saw that Huang Lingmeng's move was not simple, and frowned. But she didn't dare to disturb him. Zhang Mei just pursed her lips a little. She was a little worried about Yuren taking on this battle. The pinnacle martial skill of Xian level, Wind Palm. Huang Lingmeng stood up from the ground, the powerful clothes on his body rustling with the wind, and his whole body was wrapped in an extremely powerful wind. And the ground that she only used as a pedal actually had a faint crack, and the surrounding wind gathered towards her, forming an unrivaled force. Attacking Yuren with unrivaled momentum, this move was earth-shattering. Yuren looked at Huang Lingmeng's shocking move and knew that Huang Lingmeng had used his trump card. Huang Lingmeng has her own pride, and she will never allow herself to be defeated head-on by a cross-level challenge. So she used her strongest move to compete with Yuren. This was her respect for Yuren. Then come. Yuren gathered all his strength in his hands and held on tightly to the remaining vitality. Not enough. Yuren vaguely felt that he would lose with this punch. Huang Lingmeng was not the kind of person who wanted to live up to his reputation, but he is still not a lamb to be slaughtered. He directly punched Huang Lingmeng and saw the two fists getting closer and closer. Zhang Mei was so scared that she closed her eyes. Huang Lingmeng's aura was too strong, but Yuren seemed to have nothing around her. She was very afraid that Yuren would be hurt. Roar! A roar came, followed by the sound of fists clashing. The strong wind blew against the current and the trees were broken. A person fell from the air to the ground. That was Huang Lingmeng. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Huang Lingmeng's face turned gloomy. She didn't expect that Yuren actually knew the sonic technique, and was caught off guard and hit directly from the front. Not only was she injured, but the power of the punch was also greatly weakened. So this time she lost, and she lost completely. Sister Lingmeng, are you okay? I have healing medicine here. Yuren pulled Huang Lingmeng up from the ground and handed the healing medicine extracted from the system to Huang Lingmeng. Huang Lingmeng looked up at Yuren. Without the cover of trees, the sun shines on his face. How do you feel? It seems a bit handsome? Huang Lingmeng didn't expect that she would blush unexpectedly, so she swallowed the healing medicine given by Yuren in one gulp. Thanks. Huang Lingmeng's face turned crimson. Yuren looked at the faint lip marks on her lips. Although it was a bit unexpected, it was reasonable. Huang Lingmeng's favorability score instantly soared to 75, and there was a trend of turning towards admiration. Yuren really guessed it right, the proud little princess who was a martial artist. The life-saving grace and the leapfrog challenge made this little princess's heart beat. Huang Lingmeng was very surprised when she felt that the injuries in her body were healing rapidly, indicating that the quality and level of this elixir was very high. Huang Lingmeng suddenly thought, could this be another life-saving thing given to him by his master? Then he would have taken another big advantage. In an unknown corner of Yuren, the girl's favorability increased. Yuren, you are really strong. This is the first time I feel such pressure among the younger generation. I will work hard when I go back. Although Huang Lingmeng failed, she quickly adjusted her mentality. As the number one person in the Southern Military Department, she encountered many things. This situation cannot defeat her. Riemu-san is also very strong. I also took advantage of her when she was unprepared. If Riemu-san is careful in the next battle, I will definitely lose. Huang Lingmeng just smiled and said nothing. If she was defeated head-on, she would be defeated. She would only work harder. Thank you uncle and aunt for your hospitality, I'll leave now. Huang Lingmeng doesn't want to stay for a moment. She wants to go back and work hard. She will definitely defeat Yuren next time they meet. Sister Lingmeng, there is an auction tomorrow, how about you go with me? Yuren wants to strike while the iron is hot. This is a rare opportunity to get along. No, I have to go back and work hard. Yuran's day won't be too far away. I will still come to challenge you. After Huan Lingmeng finished speaking, she said goodbye to Yuran's family. The proud princess would not give in. Yuran somewhat understood why Lin Fan didn't have her in his harem. Lin Fan couldn't defeat her now and would never conquer this little princess. But that means the male protagonist who conquered her is stronger than her. Damn it, the sense of crisis is coming, the sense of crisis is coming, you have to work hard. System, you are right. This system cannot add points to the host at will. Garbage system, crawl. Yuran rolled his eyes. Except for Hong Yaojian, he basically used all his cards this time, and then defeated Huang Lingmeng. It was too dangerous. I almost lost. Host, you mean that Huang Lingmeng didn't even touch your clothes, and you almost failed without even breaking your skin? You know shit, just a little bit better. Yuran snorted and ignored the system. He also felt that the system was really right in what it said, one realm and one heaven. If he was in the late stage of Enjin, he would win without using Tiger Roar. But he never thought that Huang Lingmeng was the most outstanding talent in the Southern Military Department, and she also used skills at the peak of Xian level. You must know that the skills at the peak of the normal Xian level can only be learned at the peak of Anjin, and can only exert their normal power when they reach the peak of Anjin. Or the technique is inherently one level lower than the strength and is easy to master. However, Huang Lingmeng had just entered the late stage of Enjin, and his talent was evident by being able to use the techniques at the peak of Enjin. Yufu and Zhang Mei were extremely satisfied with Yuran's performance today, and the smile on Yufu's face never fell off. Okay, show off. What does it have to do with you if your son wins? Hey, I have a bright face. Lingmeng is the most talented person in the military. Xiaoran's defeat of her means that Xiaoran's talent is higher than hers. There is a dragon in my Yu family. Although Zhang Mei was talking about Yufu, the corners of her mouth were also happy. The stronger her son was, the more satisfied they would be. Yuran had a peaceful sleep at night, and he was ready for the auction tomorrow night. It's been a long time since I've picked up Lin Fan's wool. Lin Fan, are you ready? Ah, sneeze. Lin Fan sneezed in his dream, turned over and continued sleeping, not knowing who was thinking of him. Looking forward to the stars and the moon, the time for the auction has finally arrived. Yuran is very excited. He wants to collect Lin Fan's wool, and he also wants the good things in the auction. When the gilded invitation was handed to the security guard did not dare to delay and directly led Yuran into the VIP room passage. The VIP room is very large. You can directly see all the conditions of the ordinary seats below, but you can't see anything inside. Great place. Yuran stared down, but never saw Lin Fan. It seemed that Lin Fan must have gone to the VIP box with Hanli. Yuran leaned gently on the chair, closing his eyes and waiting for the auction to begin. Lu Zitong paid attention to the situation below for Yuran. Just as Yuran closed his eyes, a young girl walked in. Hello, valued customer, do you want a massage? Yuran opened his eyes and saw that she was a sexy and hot woman. She was extremely hot in a low-cut dress and black stockings. In terms of appearance, she is also a standard internet celebrity. She is definitely a good woman, but compared with women like Su Qian, and Lu Qingxiu, she is far behind. So Yuran just closed his eyes and showed no interest. Even the massage ghosts didn't believe him. The young girl was a little disappointed when Yuran ignored her. These customers were so generous that one visit might be worth half a year's salary. So she stepped back and looked at Lu Zitong. Lu Zitong also frowned and asked the girl to go out. He doesn't like this kind of woman at all. A low-cut dress with black stockings doesn't look good at all, it's vulgar. Twin ponytails and white silk are his true love. As time passed, the seats below were soon filled with people, which surprised Yuran. It seemed that the auction was very popular. And when Yuran glanced down, warriors who were rarely seen were almost everywhere here. It seemed that this auction was quite famous. A gray-haired old man walked up, which surprised Yuran. Generally, women who are auctioned are not all fairies. This will cause the hormones in the human glands below to soar and the prices to skyrocket. A gray-haired old man, it seems that this auction house is very confident in its own things. Welcome to our Yangshan auction. Needless to say, there are no rules. Everyone knows that you should not use any tricks. Each bid increase must not be less than 10,000 yuan. The old man said with a smile, but an aura appeared on his face. The peak of dark power. Yuran used the system to check the old man's situation, but he didn't expect that the auction would be so generous. Peak Jin is used for auctions. When the energy cannot be used, the basically invincible Peak Jin actually acts as an auctioneer. This actually made Yuran very interested in the backstage of this auction. While Yuran was thinking, a delicate box suddenly appeared on it. The old man opened it directly, and instantly a scent of elixir filled the air. Vitality pill, taking Ming Jin can directly improve it, and the probability of entering Dark Jin will be increased by 30%. Taking Dark Jin in the early stage will also have a lot of gains. Wow! There was a burst of cheers on the field. Unexpectedly, the first item in the auction was a big deal. This elixir can be taken from Ming Jin to the early stage of Dark Jin. It can also increase the chance of Ming Jin entering Dark Jin. You must know that it is definitely not easy for Ming Jin to enter Dark Jin. General Huang Yongshang also stopped at this level. It is not an exaggeration to say that a Dark Jin warrior has the heritage of a family, and the Ming Jin warriors below are all jealous, and their auras are a bit messy. Some people even stood up directly, as if they wanted to go up and snatch this thing, but the old man just said with a smile, "The bottom price is 10 million. The old man didn't care about the following situation at all and directly made a quotation. As soon as the reserve price came out, the jealous people below instantly cooled down. 10 million is not a small sum of money, and the value of this elixir is obviously more than 10 million. Yuran lost interest after just one glance. The elixir that was only useful in the early stage of Anjin was already in the late stage of Anjin, which was completely meaningless. This Yangshan auction is a big deal. It had such an atmosphere at the beginning, and now the whole place is heating up. Just when Yuran was about to lean there and watch the show, he caught Lu Zitang's eyes full of desire from the corner of his eye. That's right, Lu Zitang is Ming Jin now. He actually doesn't have many resources. This kind of thing is a luxury for him. Yuran wanted to change some elixirs in the system for him later, but after thinking about it, Yuran still shook his head. Training people must be based on his own strong foundation, and there is a very useful training plan in this auction. However, Lu Zitang had no credit but hard work, so this elixir can be photographed. 1200 W. I want to get this pill for 12 million, you are dreaming. 15 million. I don't have the guts to shout anything. 20 million. You want to take away the elixir for 20 million? 25 million. Although the minimum price for a single bid is 10,000, it is obviously useless to add only 10,000 to such an expensive item, so the price goes straight up. Before Yuran could call the price, things were getting heated, but Yuran knew that retail investors couldn't eat this kind of elixir. After all, a dark warrior is very important even to the 5 major families. 50 million. When the price reached 50 million, the voices of the people below gradually became quieter. This amount of money was no longer within the reach of ordinary people. 55 million. A clear voice came from a VIP box, directly overshadowing the people below. 60 million. After the first box opened, many VIPs could not sit still and began to bid. But no matter how good a pill is, it only increases the probability of dark power by 30%, which is far from worth the price. However, the rarity of the elixir is too high, and most of the people who took the pictures were not to train their subordinates, but to train their own children or simply for themselves. 65 million. As soon as this voice came out, all the voices fell silent and looked at the people in the VIP box strangely. Yuran raised his eyebrows. From Han Li's voice, Han Li seemed to have practiced martial arts himself, probably for his own use. Is there a higher price of 65 million? Pills are not common. If they are lost this time, I don't know when they will appear again next time. The old man at the auction smiled and shouted to the surroundings. In fact, they would be very satisfied if this elixir could fetch 50 million. Now the premium is so high, they are very satisfied, but satisfaction is satisfaction. If there is a higher price, it will definitely be better. Old Yinbai. Han Li cursed secretly. The auction old man's words directly made the people below get ready to take action again. Even several private rooms started to discuss whether it was worth the price. 65 million once. 65 million twice. The old auctioneer deliberately prolonged his tone in an attempt to entice others to take action, but after 2 attempts, no one bid. Han Li was also secretly happy. Finally, no one took advantage of the old man's words. He could only give it up as soon as it was ready. Anyway, it was over budget. Just when he was about to hammer the hammer down, an unhurried voice came. 65.01 million. The old auctioneer and Han Li were both a little stunned, and then looked at the box where the bids were being made. You ran. Han Li squeezed the woman sitting in front of him hard, and the woman couldn't help but wailed. When Lin Fan, who was sitting inside, heard the name Yuran, he immediately became a little embarrassed. Sooner or later, he would repay the humiliation given to him by this playboy 100-fold. Is there a higher price? The old auctioneer was a little stunned, but he immediately came to his senses. It was not unprecedented for Xiang Yuran to increase the price like this, but this kind of price was more hurtful. It's just a little more than you, so most people would rather pay more than offend anyone, not to mention there are many people who are crouching tigers, hidden dragons attending the auction. No one wants to offend these people for no reason, but it appears now. Is there more than 65.01 million? The old man smiled and looked at the box where Han Li was sitting to see if the person in the box had any intention of fighting back. 70 million. Han Li coldly reported the last price, but he did not increase the price bit by bit like Yuran did. Otherwise, with Yuran's character, there is a high probability that he will fight to the end. If it is added at once, Yuren may not continue to increase the price because it is not worth it or to give the Han family face. 70.01 million. Yuran's unhurried quotation instantly made Hanli slam his hammer on the table in front of him. This Yuran obviously wanted to go against him. He didn't believe that Yuran couldn't recognize his voice. Young master, we can't add more. Adding more may exceed the budget. The secretary next to him reminded him in a low voice, and Hanli just nodded, his expression gradually becoming calmer. But anyone who knows him well knows that this is a precursor to his rage. The Han family is no worse than the Yu family, but Hanli is completely different from Yuran. Yuran is the only son and heir. And even if he, Hanli, is the legitimate son, there is still competition, and it is impossible to mobilize a large amount of money. The most important thing is that he wants this pill himself, and his little treasury has reached its limit. If Yuran gives up and goes back if he raises the price, his family will definitely educate him. After all, this pill is really not worth the price. Since brother Yu likes it, I will give this pill to you. Hanli calmly exported and did not choose to increase the price. Brother Yu? People from the Yu family in Jiangnan? Isn't that the idiot in there? SHH, you are too brave. I can't protect you if someone hears you. The people below were discussing a lot. Hanli's statement about brother Yu directly exposed Yuran's identity, which caused Yuran a lot of trouble. After all, some people who are crazy about martial arts can commit robberies midway. Hahaha, brother Han, you can continue to add more. I don't have anything else, it's just that I have a lot of money. Yuran's laughter immediately stunned everyone on the field. You are really a fool. You don't give anyone any face. This brother Han shouldn't be that Han family. Absolutely, otherwise there is no other Han family who can be brothers with Yuran. But it seems that what Yuran said makes sense. He does have a lot of money. Hanli looked at the commotion below and stared at the box where Yuran was sitting for half a minute. Yuran, very good. But he didn't say anything to continue. Yuran was just a fool. The key is that this idiot was very rich. Continuing will be detrimental to the next auction. Seeing the silence on both sides, the bystanders were a little dissatisfied. After finally seeing the wealthy families fighting, why did they suddenly stop talking? Master Yu, your elixir. The woman who came to deliver the elixir was no longer the type of coquettish ***ch. She looked elegant in a green dress. Yuran swiped the card happily, and then threw the elixir to Lu Zitong. Lu Zitong was stunned for a moment. For me? What else? Your young master, I have an invincible talent and I have already secretly developed it. If I don't give it to you, who will give it to you? Lu Zitong was stunned on the spot. 70 million. This money was a huge amount of money no matter where it was, and the young master just threw it into his arms as if he didn't care. Master, Okay, stop whining, ***ch, and eat quickly. You don't want to be unable to help me in the future. Lu Zitong bowed respectfully, and then swallowed it directly. He was now at the 7th level of Mingjin. After eating, it was basically confirmed that he was at the 8th level of Mingjin. The remaining medicinal power will help him when he attacks in Jin. Lu Zitong sat cross-legged. Perhaps because he had been at the 7th level of Mingjin for a long time, Lu Zitong's upgrade was completely natural. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Zitong arrived at the 8th level of Mingjin, and then stood obediently behind Yuran. The auction is still in full swing. With the first vitality pill paving the way, everyone is extremely interested in the items at the auction. Of course, not all the auctions will be items used by warriors. Many antiques and ancient paintings will be put up for auction. Yuran leaned on his chair and looked at those things without making any move. These calligraphy and paintings could be seen everywhere in his house, and he had no interest in them. The next item to be auctioned is the Swan's Dream necklace designed by the famous French designer Lisa. It was polished using red sapphires and jadeite as accessories for half a year. It is the only one of its kind in the world and has a base price of 50 million. The auction old man held a necklace in his hand. The necklace was exquisite and beautiful. It was made of red and sapphires and decorated with wings. It was set off by emeralds around it, making it look extremely noble. This made all the women present unable to take their eyes off it. Such high-end and noble things are their true love. There are even women who are acting crazy towards the people next to them, wanting it. The base price is 20 million. As soon as the reserve price came out, the sound went off. This was the first item in the auction whose reserve price exceeded the vitality pill. A lot of warrior masters looked at the things on the field with disdain. What the hell? A broken necklace is so expensive. It's a money grab. But the women don't care. They have already started a passionate pursuit of this necklace. 2100W, 2300W, 2500W. Even though the price is expensive, there are still many people competing. 3000W. The fight for the vitality pill in the box ceased, and this was the first time that the price was continued. It was still Hanli who proposed the price. Lin Fan also looked at Hanli curiously. Brother Han, why did you buy this necklace? give it away. The words were concise, while Hanli looked at the necklace in front of him and thought of someone. Lu Qingxiu, as proud as a swan, as beautiful and pure as white, this necklace is unworthy of anyone but her. One of the very important reasons why Hanli hates Yuran is that Yuran's crazy pursuit of Lu Qingxiu left him without even a chance. But now that Yuran and Lu Qingxiu had broken up, he had another chance, and he felt hot thinking about it. Lu Qingxiu should also like this necklace. 30.01 million. Familiar recipe, familiar taste. Hanli heard the voice like an angry lion, and looked fiercely at the box where Yuran was. Sure enough, this kid is here again, this damn rich second generation. Damn it, no, I am also the second generation of rich people. But I, the rich second generation, am not as rich as Yuran. Hanli leaned back on his chair dejectedly. He really couldn't compete with Yuran for money. This kid was targeting him. Yuran's price increase did not scare away the crazy rich woman below. 3300W. 3301W. Yuran still only added 10,000 yuan each time. Hanli suddenly came back to his senses. So Yuran wasn't targeting him? He had always been raising the price like this? If Yuran heard this, he would definitely snort coldly. I'm not targeting anyone, I'm saying that everyone here is garbage. I am so poor that all I have left is money. The rich woman wanted to grit her teeth and try again, but the people around her shook their heads at her. Yuran is just like the legend says, a super idiot, arrogant and domineering. This price increase is a naked show of force. But there is no way, his fist is too big. Lin Fan was slightly stunned as he looked at Hanli, then he suddenly clasped his fists. Brother Han, I want to go down and take a look. Hanli glanced at him and let him go without any concern. Lin Fan saw Yuran targeting Hanli like this. If he got something he liked later, wouldn't Yuran also target him? That wouldn't work. He had a keen eye and he felt that there might be a chance to pick up a bargain today, so he had to go down. Hanli naturally knew Lin Fan's little thoughts, but he didn't care. Even if there were really good things, it would not be Lin Fan's turn to take them. Master, Lin Fan sneaked down. Lu Zitong looked at the sneaky figure and reported to Yuran. Yuran almost laughed out loud as he looked at Lin Fan's sneaky back. Was he putting so much pressure on the protagonist? He was actually targeting Hanli and would target Lin Fan later, but he couldn't be too obvious, otherwise Lin Fan's hatred value would increase too quickly and he would be able to take advantage of less. This is intolerable. He is still willing to make more money from this stingy system. So he targets everyone indiscriminately, which fits his personality, an arrogant and domineering playboy. Even if Lin Fan's things were stolen, his hatred value would not increase too quickly. Host, you really are making me cry. You are not as attentive to women as you are to Lin Fan. You be asterisk 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 D system, you have the nerve to say that. If you weren't so stingy, would I be like this? Seeing that the system was still shouting out mocking words, Yuran directly gave it a blow on the head. After getting the heart of the ocean, Yuran readily paid for it and started playing with it. He had to admit that the necklace was indeed beautifully made. It looks noble and beautiful when worn. Master, are you going to give this to Miss Chien? Lu Zitong watched Yuran take the picture of the necklace and asked casually, after all, the young master only has Su Chien as his girlfriend now. Yuran shook his head. He had no intention of giving this necklace to Su Chien. With Su Qingqin's personality, she would feel even more guilty if he gave her such a necklace, which would be detrimental to their relationship. There is absolutely no need. Lu Zitong was surprised. If not Su Chien, who else could he give it to? Could it be? Don't think about it. It's not for Lu Qingxiu. I have nothing to do with her for now. It was naturally impossible for Yuran to give it to Lu Qingxiu. Now he wished to be as far away from her as possible. What is that? Lu Zitong looked at Yuran with a look of curiosity on his face. Does the young master have a new love? That's not right. He was always there when Su Chien wasn't with Yuran. Could it be that he was flirting with Su Chien and someone else at the same time? Damn, after awakening, the young master is simply a role model for our generation. Suddenly, Lu Zitong looked at Yuran with admiration in his eyes. Yuran looked at Lu Zitong's eyes and knocked on his head unhappily. What are you thinking? It's for my mom. Yuran actually considered Suzy, but gave up. Suzy is the same as Su Chien, and even if Suzy has this necklace, she can't wear it. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain to Su Chien, so he bought it and was in an awkward situation where no one gave it to him. Well, there were still too few women. But who said he must give it to his woman? His first thought was to give it to his mother. My mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. This necklace barely suits her. Yuran could truly feel Zhang Mei's concern for him, so he decided to give his mother a gift. In the following moments, Yuran attacked a few more times, not for any other reason but simply to show off. Compared with the Swan Dream and Vitality Pill, the money for other things is totally insignificant. Yuran's arrogance and domineering behavior can be said to be fully reflected throughout the entire auction venue. The main thing is that the other person is really rich, and there is nothing you can do about it. If you maliciously raise the price, you are cheating him. If he made a phone call, he would probably suffer even greater losses, so everyone's attitude towards Yuran was basically to give in if possible. Yuran didn't want everything anyway. Although it was excessive for him to only add 10,000 yuan each time, he usually added at the end when buying things. The auction would not suffer a loss, and Yuran did not violate any rules, so the auction house had no objection and instead expected Yuran to raise the price. The next item to be auctioned is an antique painting, the Linya Tuesday. This painting did not cause any surprise at the auction. Although it could be considered an antique painting, it was not painted by any famous person and the price was not outrageous. The reserve price is 1 million. The auctioneer announced the reserve price, and only a few people raised the price, and the bidding stopped at 1.5 million. This is also the normal price of ordinary antiques. If this painting was not a unique copy, it would not even be qualified to be included in the auction. A 2 million, the sound of a price increase resounded throughout the venue, and many people looked at the person who raised the price in confusion. How can this antique be worth this price? Maybe he really likes her, everyone guessed in their hearts. Lin Fan was relieved when he shouted out 2 million and no one followed. When he saw the painting, he knew it was not simple. There is definitely something mysterious going on inside this painting. Yuran grinned. According to the book, this painting was indeed picked up by Lin Fan at a bargain price. It was a staggering bargain for Lin Fan, 2,100,000. A slow and steady voice sounded, and everyone immediately realized that it was that idiot Master Yu again, and he started again. Lin Fan frowned. Why did Yuran come out again? Hasn't he been silent for a long time? A 5 million, ha. Lin Fan's bid increase immediately shocked everyone. He directly raised the price by 3 million, which was far beyond the true value of the painting. A 5.01 million, Yuran was excited inside, but he looked calm on the outside. The value of the things inside was so great that 5 million, 50 million, or even 500 million would not be enough to describe its value. Lin Fan looked at Yuran's box with gritted teeth and hardened his heart. 10 million. Wow. The whole place was in uproar. They hadn't expected that there would be someone who wasn't afraid of death and was willing to challenge Yuran. However, it was obviously impossible to force Yuran to resign with just 10 million yuan. 10.01 million. Yuran's calm voice sounded, and everyone showed an expression of as expected. Lin Fan clenched his fists and finally gave up. He had no chance of competing with Yuran in terms of financial strength. This damn rich second generation. Lin Fan gritted his teeth secretly, and became even more annoyed with Yuran. The organizer was even more delighted. If he didn't know that Yuran was not one of their own, he would have really thought that he was a hired assassin. The original 150W product was raised to 1000W. It must be said that Yuran is really their lucky star. Lin Fan glanced at Yuran's private room angrily, and deliberately hid himself among the crowd and said something strange. The Yu family is so arrogant, they don't want to be enemies with everyone here. This sentence can be said to be quite vicious and will push Yuran to the opposite side of everyone. Unexpectedly, a mocking voice came from the box. Hey, who do I think you are? Isn't this Lin Fan, you little brat? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, and then his anger went straight to the Tianling guy, glaring at the situation in the box. He will never forget this voice. Lu Zitong. That be asterisk 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 D who dared to slap him in the face. Who is Lin Fan? Another voice came from inside the box. It was Yuran's voice. Master, don't you remember? He was the one who wanted to be the limelight at the party? I can't remember him, and he is not qualified for me to remember him. There was a burst of low laughter on the field. This idiot from the Yu family was indeed very interesting. The person who stumbled didn't expect that they didn't know him at all. Yuran's voice and the low laughter around him made Lin Fan's anger disappear for a moment. He doesn't know me, he actually doesn't know me. And that guy who takes advantage of others, I will turn you into a dead dog sooner or later. Lin Fan's face was twisted into a ball, and his ferociousness made the people next to him shudder, and they silently moved away. The laughter also stopped, and the atmosphere on the field returned to what it was before. Everyone did not target Yuran as Lin Fan thought. Lin Fan did not fight back. He felt that it was not necessary for the time being. He was not strong enough right now, so he had to be patient a little, but soon. Yuran also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This kind of ignorance was the biggest blow to the protagonist. When the etiquette lady delivered the things to Yuran's private room, Yuran felt very hot when she saw the painting. Finally got it. Although Lu Zidong was curious about why Yuran bought this painting, he probably just had money and no place to spend it. But he clearly saw Yuran's expression of joy. But the young master of literature, antiques and paintings has not always been uninterested. Just when he was still deep in thought, a tearing sound brought him back to reality. What did he see? Yuran just tore up the painting. The corner of Lu Zitong's mouth twitched, and he tore up the tens of millions of paintings at will. Can you only say that being rich means being willful? Yu ran through the painting aside and looked at the list he took out carefully. Longtang medicinal bath recipe list. The big characters flying in the air at the top made Yu Ran look satisfied. This is an important item for Lin Fan to be able to conquer the world later. Dragon medicinal bath, as the name suggests, is a recipe for medicinal bath. After soaking, you can soar into the air like a soaring dragon. This is the introduction in the book. The Longtang medicinal bath formula can be said to be an extremely excellent formula. The main function of this formula is to cleanse the muscles and cut the marrow, which can discharge impurities from the body. And it can improve people's talents, and it has an extremely important effect on people with Huajin and below. For Anjin, it can help remove impurities in their bodies and improve their blood. The acceleration level is improved, and it is stronger than ordinary dark power. But naturally there are disadvantages in it, that is, pain, extremely painful, like boiling water cooking, the whole body is extremely hot, and it makes people extremely tormented. If you can't get through it, there is only death. But everyone knows that toughness is a necessary quality for the protagonist, so it is extremely effective in improving the protagonist. But this is not its main function. What is most awesome about it is that it can produce dark energy in batches, and it is not just ordinary dark energy. For Jin, blood energy is just the icing on the cake, but for Ming Jin, it is a must for improvement, so for Ming Jin, soaking once can improve his strength. Moreover, after the medicinal power in the medicinal bath evaporates, there will be an additional improvement. It is simply the best of treasures. Moreover, people who have been soaked in medicinal baths are extremely powerful, much more powerful than the same level. After all, there are no impurities in the body, and they are more powerful than ordinary warriors. Therefore, their chances of being promoted to Huajin will also be greatly increased. Lin Fan only used this to win over a group of people, and finally achieved hegemony. But, now it's yours. Yu Ran laughed loudly, which made Lu Zitong look confused. From his angle, he didn't see anyone holding a list. He only saw Yu Ran tear up the painting, then be quiet for a while, and then suddenly laugh. Well, master, it's only 10 million. It's not that much. Lu Zitong tried hard to comfort Yu Ran. He felt that the young master was showing signs of becoming possessed. But it was only when he walked forward that he saw the list in the young master's hand, and the flamboyant handwriting also caught his eye. Suddenly, a sense of shock surged into Lu Zitong's heart. Could this be the reason why the young master bought the painting and tore it up? I thought the young master was on the first floor, but it turns out he is already on the 5th floor. Master, what is the use of this medicinal bath? Lu Zitong looked at Yu Ran's expression and asked the question he wanted to ask most. This medicinal bath can cleanse the essence and marrow of people with dark energy and improve their blood energy. Do you think this deal is worthwhile? Lu Zitong is one of their own, and Yu Ran also wanted him to use this medicinal bath, so he did not hide it. Lu Zitong's pupils suddenly widened. He knew exactly what the young master meant by this sentence, and his breathing became rapid. This is a real good stuff. Compared with this, the previous vitality pill is just a lump and has no meaning at all. This kind of medicinal bath can be regarded as a treasure of any family. Master, that's great. With this thing, who dares to say that our Yu family has no foundation? Ha ha ha, well said. Yu Ran was very satisfied and leaned back on the sofa. Lu Zitong looked at the medicinal bath with some hope, but he didn't say anything. After all, he didn't know the formula and price of the medicinal bath. Besides, the young master didn't allow him to do this kind of thing, so he would be overstepping the boundaries by asking for it. Yu Ran lay there lazily, waiting for the final treasure to appear. He had no idea about anything else. He was too lazy to pack the things after he got them. The auction was in full swing, and soon it reached the final moment, and almost everyone sat up. Even the people in the VIP box who had not spoken began to get nervous, as the last thing was the key to their fight. Many people come here for it. It's the last item again. I'm sure everyone knows it, so I won't keep you in suspense. It's the token of the Haitian ruins. The Haitian ruins are about to be unveiled. It is said to be the cave of a master-level figure. No one knows what's inside, but all the people who enter visitors must hold a token to enter. One token can enter 5 people. The auction will start now. There are 5 tokens in total. Each faction can only bid for one. Please make your bid. There is no reserve price. Yu Ran was also looking at the things in front of him with some envy. According to the introduction in the book, this relic has actually existed for a long time, but it has never been deciphered. Until recently, some people found out that they had to get a token outside to enter, and one token could allow 5 people to enter. However, the innermost part has not yet been opened, so we are still waiting for the full appearance of this relic. Although the exploration token was a master token, Yu Ran knew that he was a master close to demigod and had already stood at the top of this world. This relic only allows people below the level of Hua Jin to enter. With Lin Fan's strength and dark energy and the irresistible poison, he can be considered a leader among them. This relic was of course prepared for Lin Fan, and the things inside made Lin Fan very rich. Therefore, the good things in the ruins are extremely tempting, but ruins are naturally accompanied by dangers, and the number of these tokens is not scarce. That's why some of them are put up for auction. After all, some people need a wayfinder. Therefore, there are auctions for this token in almost all major cities across the country, but even so, the price remains high. After all, this is a Grandmaster level cave. Grandmasters are like mysterious dragons that are hard to find, and are nuclear bomb level characters. Who wouldn't be jealous? If you can get the inheritance, it's not an exaggeration to say that you can reach the sky in one step. Therefore, almost everyone is keen on tokens, but currently there are only 5 pieces, and only 5 forces can take them away. The degree of competition for them is self-evident. Then auction the first token first. 100 million. The old man in black below was the first to make a direct offer, as if he were buying cabbage. Most of the people sitting below immediately sat down and had nothing to do with them. 20 million. A light female voice came, doubling the price without mercy. You want to buy a ticket to a master-level cave for only 100 million? You can get your money back by taking out any good thing inside. So a price of 100 million is naturally unlikely. 400 million. This was Han Li's offer, and the Han family was extremely jealous of this cave. 401 million. Yuran still added 10,000 yuan, no more, no less, and seemed to want to fight Han Li to the end. When Han Li saw Yuran's quotation, he immediately looked unhappy. This damn guy is coming towards me again, but this time I bring my familia's money, so Lita give it a try. 600 million. 601 million. Bang! The sound of something being smashed sounded in Han Li's VIP box. Yuran, do you insist on going against me? Han Li gritted his teeth and even stopped pretending to be basic and called Yuran by his first name. Are you worthy of saying such things to me? Your father is just a legitimate son of the Han family. Money will speak for itself at the auction. If you don't agree, just join me. Yuran said disdainfully, and an arrogant and playboyish attitude made everyone present breathless. Han Li calmed down his mood slightly and continued to increase the price. 800 million. This was his bottom line. If Yuran added more, he wouldn't be able to follow, but he didn't believe Yuran had so much cash. After all, this is money contributed by the entire Han family, and only one person is Yuran. 810,000. Sorry, the price is higher than yours. The price is one price. I can't even buy a toilet. What is Dugu's secret trick? There is no trick, Yuran said nonchalantly, and also made a joke that only he could understand. Han Li endured his anger and sat down. He still had 4 tokens, so he didn't have to fight with Yuran. This guy was really rich. The first token was entirely a contest between Han Li and Yuran. Everyone understood it and no one participated. After all, it is extremely stupid to be richer than Yuran. As Yuran said, he was so poor that all he had left was money. It was not that Yuran had never thought about preventing Han Li from getting the token, but the rules of the auction made him give up. The most important thing is that Lin Fan will also go, and he expects this little brother to continue to earn points for him. Those opportunities were nothing compared to points in front of Yuran. Quack, quack, host, you finally understand the importance of this system. Faced with a system that had convulsions from time to time, Yuran was very used to opening the interface and clicking the first meow on it. Ah, host, what did you put there? This system is going to be contaminated. Meow meow meow. After the first token was taken, the subsequent tokens became more intense, and Han Li also won one. The price of the tokens also stunned everyone, with the cheapest one reaching 750 million. This martial arts poor person really can't afford it. No wonder my father immediately gave him $1 billion when he heard about his martial arts practice. Mom heard that he participated in the auction and made another $1 billion. This thing is really expensive. After the auction was successfully concluded, Yuran stretched himself. There was still a lot of time before the ruins were opened, and he had to make some preparations. But what he was looking forward to even more was, how many points will the system give you this time? He has decided that if the system does not give him a satisfactory score, he will directly give the system a song. I can't sit beside you sadly. Friendly reminder, don't listen. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and earning 2,000 points. Since Lin Fan's hatred for the host has increased to 50, he will receive double the reward this time. No more? No more. It's not such an important opportunity for me to intercept Lin Fan. It's just 2,000 points. The system seriously suspects that you swallowed up my points. This system has always been fair and impartial, so please don't talk nonsense. Yuran rolled his eyes at the system and stopped talking to it, remaining stingy as always. However, 4,000 points are enough for him to advance to the late stage of Anjin. Host, I finally appeared once, but you stopped talking? Then what do you say? Of course, I hope all readers will give me a thumbs up. What's the use of just talking? Readers will give you some praise. This system will definitely be updated. Please praise, please give me flowers. Thank you readers, Tongzikaotaos to you. Lu Zitong drove Yuran back home. Yuran thought for a moment and decided to ask his father for someone. It would be too troublesome to train him from scratch. It's better to just use the Yu family's secret guards, whose loyalty is more reliable. Hey, Mom, do you and Dad have time tonight? Come home, I have something I want to discuss with you. Yuran dialed Zhang Mei's phone number. When Zhang Mei heard that her son had something to discuss, she agreed. After all, my son rarely asks to find them, so this first time must be a big deal. In the evening, a luxury car parked at the Yu family's residence, and Zhang Mei took Yu Fu's arm and came politely. After sitting down, we chatted about home cooking for a while, and soon after the meal was over, we started to get to the point. Dad, are there any very loyal warriors in our family? Yuran naturally learned from the book that the Yu family had secret guards, but he had no memory of it. In order to make it less abrupt, he still planned to ask Yu Fu. Yes, what's wrong? That's right. You are old and still a warrior. It's not surprising to know these things. I will transfer as many subordinates as you need. Yu Fu ate his meal and replied casually that he had no intention of hiding these things from Yuran, but in the past Yuran was only focused on Lu Qingxiu. Give me about 21st, around in Jin. I got some good things at the auction to help with training. Oh? Only then did Yu Fu look at Yuran with a special eye. Not bad, not bad. My son has grown up and knows how to take care of the family. In this way, tomorrow I will let the secret guard team come back and be under your control. You are also a warrior, so you should be more suitable for them. Yu Fu didn't say anything, but nodded happily. They all supported Yuran unconditionally in whatever he did. Go, why should I share your worries? How old is your son? Xiaoran, don't listen to him. Just ask for what you want. If you don't share your worries, just listen to your father. Zhang Mei pushed Yu Fu and looked for trouble. Finally, her son came out of Lu Qingxiu's shadow and had a goal in life. She just hoped that Yuran would be happy. How big is not too small? Well, when I was his age, I was already in charge of the family. Go, can you compare with my son? Hey, why do you want a rebel? Yu Fu, I think you are in trouble. Seeing his parents bickering, Yuran smiled. He finally understood why families of villains always beat the younger ones before the older ones. This kind of family is really so happy. Okay, Mom and Dad, I will definitely give you a surprise. By the way, I bought a few things for you at the auction. Yuran handed the swan's dream necklace to Zhang Mei, and handed some toys, calligraphy and paintings to Yu Fu. Is this for Mom? It looks so good. Mom likes it so much. She loves you so much. Zhang Mei danced excitedly and gave Yuran a big hug. The swan dream necklace is indeed extremely beautiful. No woman can resist her charm, but what's more important to Zhang Mei is that it was a gift from her son. Even if it's a street stall item worth 20 yuan, she thinks it's good. The meal was enjoyable, but Yu Fu and Zhang Mei left early the next morning. They just took time out of their busy schedule to have a meal with Yuran. They are still busy. Yuran opened the system panel and it was time to improve his strength again. Purchase Elite Combat Awareness with 3,900 remaining points. For Yuran, combat consciousness is what he needs most at the moment. Otherwise, no matter how high the level is, he will suffer a big loss in real combat. A majestic knowledge flowed into Yuran's mind, and something similar to experience flowed through his limbs. The muscles all over his body were tense, as if he was receiving something terrible. It took a long time for Yuran to absorb the fighting consciousness. It took Yuran half an hour to digest all the fighting consciousness. After digesting everything, he could only say, "Invincible." This combat consciousness covers almost all aspects of combat, is comprehensive and powerful, and is what Yuran needs most at the moment. In other words, although Yuran defeated Lin Fan before, he didn't have much confidence in a life-or-death battle, but now he has. Combat consciousness gives him the ability to control the real battlefield. This 1,000 points is worth it. The next step is to break through the late dark stage. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 7th level of dark power, with 2,400 remaining points. Yuran let out a breath. The damn system had increased the price to 1,005 points. Although he had expected it, he still couldn't help but want to scold the system. Dog. Just when Yuran was about to curse, he found that he couldn't find the system. The system was hidden directly. System, Ida S familiar once and Ida S familiar again, and you still want to scold me? IALL just make it impossible for you to select it. Yuran got used to the strength of Njin's 7th level, and sure enough, the gap between Njin's late stage and mid stage was not small. Now he probably can easily defeat Huang Lingmeng without using the lion roar technique. Just as he was about to continue shopping, Lu Zitong's voice sounded outside the door. Master, the secret guard has arrived. Let them all come in. Yuran stopped continuing to improve his strength. He was not in a hurry anyway, so he first took a look at the situation of the Yu family's secret guards. After the door opened, a group of big men walked in very orderly and quickly stood in 2 rows, waiting for Yuran's instructions. Yuran looked at the 20 people in front of him and nodded. The faces of the 20 people had a ferocious look, and they looked like they were quite capable of fighting. 15 of the 20 people have reached Jin, and the other 5 have also reached the peak of Ming Jin, only 1 step away from Jin. After all, they are the secret guards of the Yu family. Just a part of them, but they are so powerful. It seems that Yu Fu has put a lot of effort into training them. Yuran looked at the 2 leading captains. Both of them were at the 5th level of dark strength and were quite strong. When Yuran looked at them, they also looked at Yuran curiously. They have always only obeyed Yu Fu's orders, but yesterday Yu Fu suddenly said that he would hand them over to Yuran for command. As qualified secret guards, they did not ask the reason, they only needed to execute the order. Yuran glanced around and found that among the 20 people, the lowest loyalty to him was more than 50. Such a high level of loyalty after meeting him for the first time also shows that he is indeed a loyal person. After all, he had just come over from his father, and they had all been loyal to his father before. The 2 leaders looked at Yuran with a slightly deep look, and they could feel the looming danger on Yuran. As people who have been licking blood for a long time, they are very sensitive to this kind of danger, which shows that the young master's strength is likely to be superior to them. They were secretly surprised but did not express it. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yuran. From now on, everyone will follow me, Yuran said with a smile, with a hint of charlatanism in his voice. The 20 people on the field also smiled knowingly and wanted to continue to see how Yuran was doing. His father also told him yesterday that most of the secret guards given to him were his father's former comrades or people who had made mistakes in the military. These people's loyalty is basically at the highest level, but their status is special. I hope Yuran won't treat them too harshly. Yuran could understand his father's worries, fearing that he would try to establish his authority or something. I am also a warrior. My strength is, well, a little stronger than yours. The reason why I brought you here from my father is to give you a fortune. When dealing with these secret guards, Yuran went straight to the point. They didn't like the lengthy opening ceremony. The 20 secret guards did not move or speak, but some began to make eye contact, and there seemed to be some distrust in their eyes. Of course I know that everyone doesn't believe it, so the first thing today is to discuss with everyone. Yuran smiled. If he wanted to gain leadership quickly, force was the best thing to use, although Yuran knew they would obey orders. But whether they obeyed the order because of Yu Fu or because of Yuran is completely different. What kind of sparring method do you want, young master? The leading captain asked, his voice neither humble nor arrogant. You guys come together. Yuran spoke calmly, but his calm voice immediately caused an uproar. Although everyone did not ridicule because of their training, their eyes were full of disbelief. Young master, we won't be merciful when we go together, the leading captain said euphemistically, meaning that if you want us to come one by one, we can still release some water, but we can't release water if we go together. After all, we all can't afford to lose face if we lose together. It doesn't matter, I also want to know the combat effectiveness of our team. Seeing how confident Yuran was, the secret guard captain stopped trying to persuade him. Everyone is ready. Following the order from the secret guard captain, all the secret guards were ready for battle. Yuran instantly retreated dozens of meters away, preparing to fight. Even though it was just a discussion, Yuran was stunned by the momentum. Not bad, really good. Since you want to see our strength, you don't have to hold back. The captain stood up directly from the ground and pounced towards Yuran. 20 people also came from all directions. Although it was just a discussion, the strict nature of the team instantly cut off all Yuran's escape routes. Seriously? That's fun. He has just been promoted to the late stage of Anjin and the elite level of combat awareness, and he has not yet experienced actual combat. Now, just in time, 20 people attacked Yuran from almost all directions. Lu Zitong, who was watching the battle from the side, was also sweating. He knew that Yuran was very strong, but it was difficult to break the situation in the current situation. 15 people of the same level are surrounded. No matter how powerful it is, it will be difficult to be 1 vs 15. Yuran carefully observed their moves, and he found that the captain's speed was slightly faster than the others, while the other 18 people maintained a similar speed. In other words, the 2 captains would entangle Yuran, and then the attacks of the 18 people would come at the same time, taking away the enemies in one continuous wave of attacks. Good cooperation. Yuran secretly praised that with elite-level combat awareness, he could also see these tiny things. When everyone was almost 5 meters away from him, roar! A tiger roar came out directly, and no one expected that Yuran could have such a move. Sonic attack can be said to be the rarest martial skill. Everyone was caught off guard and was directly attacked by Yuran's tiger roar. The 5 Ming Jins flew upside down on the spot and hit the floor directly. The other Anjin were not much better. The attack rhythm was disrupted in an instant. About 10 people stopped on the spot, injured by the roar of the tiger, and held their hands on the ground. Only 2 captains and 4 of the 4th level of Anjin were barely able to move. This was of course the result of Uran's mercy. Otherwise, with his secret strength and vitality, the tiger roar would force everyone to lie down. However, someone must be seriously injured, and there is no point in exchanging ideas, so there is no need. Uran stepped forward and used his hands to attack the 2 captains. The 2 captains exchanged fists with Uran and were knocked back 3 to 5 meters. The remaining 4 4th level Anjin also arrived at Uran's side, and the tiger's roar also had a considerable impact on them. If Uran couldn't see it before, but now he looks over, there are flaws all over his body. Uran shuttled among the 4 people very nimbly, knocking them all down with the smallest amount of force. Then he walked straight towards the 2 captains. As soon as the 2 captains got up, they received a punch from Uran in the face. They hurriedly blocked, but Jin's later power was beyond their ability to block, and they were knocked away again. Uran stopped pursuing and stood in the center of the battlefield, scanning the surrounding situation. "Do you want to continue?" Uran's voice was not loud, but it vibrated in everyone's ears like the sound of a bell. The 2 captains struggled to get up, but the rest of them couldn't get up long ago. The 2 captains did not continue to attack, but clasped their hands. "Young master, I surrender." Uran confirmed his leadership position instantly with a simple show of his hand, and the loyalty of almost all the secret guards increased to varying degrees. This also made Uran sure that there were no young people here, they were all his own. Although everyone fell to the ground at first, Uran did not strike hard. In addition, the warrior's recovery ability was relatively strong, and soon everyone stood in a row again. "I said before that I can give you an opportunity, a huge opportunity, which can double your combat effectiveness." If Uran said such words again at this time, no one below would refute, staring at him with bright eyes. Uran's move just now completely made them feel about this young master to a different level. "Young master, please speak clearly." One of the captains clasped his fists and looked at Uran with pleading eyes. "I have a secret medicated bath formula that can help you remove impurities from your body, increase your body's energy capacity, and improve your physical fitness." Everyone looked at Uran in shock. Although they did not question Uran, they were still in disbelief at such an effect. Containment of vitality is the cornerstone of Jin, and it is also a necessary process to improve to Hua Jin. Improving the body can only be regarded as an unexpected blessing. Of course, there is no free lunch in the world. What this medicinal bath brings is extreme pain, like a burning pain. If you can't bear it, it is common for you to die. So have you thought about it? Uran's voice suddenly became louder, and his voice echoed throughout the venue. The 2 captains looked at each other, nodded to each other, and stepped forward. "Young master, we are willing to try." Uran is not surprised. To be able to become the captain of this group of people, these 2 people must have their own merits. For example, courage. "Yes, but I've made it clear that this medicinal bath formula is not cheap. If anyone chooses to endure it and runs out midway, I will send you back. I don't need such cowards in my men." The price of a medicinal bath is not low, costing several million a time, but it is still a waste for Uran. Regarding the improvement of warriors, not to mention 1 million, 10 or 10 billion would not be able to achieve such results. As one of the necessary items for Lin Fan's future success, this item is extremely valuable. Of course, because Uran himself does not need to soak, the value to Uran is not as great as that of Lin Fan. Lin Fan was also transformed after taking a medicinal bath. Lu Zitong. "Master, this is the quantity of medicinal materials purchased. Please take a look." Uran had already asked Lu Zitong to collect medicinal materials, and he believed that Lu Zitong would never let him down. Uran glanced at the list and saw that Lu Zitong had bought a lot of almost all the medicinal materials, and he divided the purchases among more than a dozen people. The quantity and type purchased by each person are completely different, making it impossible to guess the real medicated bath formula. In fact, the medicinal formula that Uran gave to Lu Zitong was mixed with a bunch of unnecessary medicinal materials, so even the formula that Lu Zitong got was fake. It's not that Uran doesn't trust Lu Zitong, but that there are some weird abilities in this world. If there is any hypnosis that can tell the truth, it will be very troublesome. However, if hypnosis is used in this way, it does not conform to the short film Uran has watched, and the effect of hypnosis, so Uran also took a little precaution. Among the medicinal materials, the most difficult to buy is ginseng that is over 300 years old. According to the current list, up to 5 servings can be prepared for medicinal baths. "Master, I have already ordered you to go to other places to purchase ginseng. Your needs should be met soon." Uran nodded. Old ginseng was not easy to buy, but 20 servings of medicinal bath would definitely be enough. Uran shielded the left and right, took out the large medicine bucket prepared in advance, and put the contents into the bucket in proportion according to the medicinal bath list. After all the medicinal ingredients are added, add water. The medicinal bath began to boil in an instant. Among the medicinal materials was a special medicine called Huayanhua, which would quickly release heat when it encountered water. So there was no need for Uran to heat it himself, and the liquid became thicker in an instant, but the green color made Yuren feel a little off-putting. After Yuren took out the medicine bucket, everyone's eyes were fixed on the gurgling medicine bath. The green color and the boiling smell bubbling upwards made them wonder if Yuren was going to kill them. Yuren heard many swallowing sounds, and the nervousness of human beings when facing the unknown was clearly highlighted. Yuren looked at the two captains. Which of you comes first? The two people seemed to have discussed it, and the captain on the left strode out of the team. Young master, I come first. Okay, take off all your clothes and then go in. Yuren got out of the way and looked at the captain who was striding towards the medicine barrel. His clenched fist showed that his mood at the moment was not as steady as his pace. The captain arrived in front of the medicine bucket, performed a deep breathing technique, and then took off all his clothes in an instant. Exposing broad shoulders and solid muscles, there are several scars on the strong body, which looks a little ferocious. It is said that wounds are a man's medals. Yuren glanced at them and saw that this man did have many medals. The aura of having lived on the battlefield for a long time could not be concealed. After taking off his clothes, he quickly entered the medicine bucket without any hesitation, and then sat cross-legged, which was the posture Yuren told them before. But as soon as he sat cross-legged, a hissing sound came out of his mouth. Instantly his face turned red, his mouth opened and he roared. The surrounding secret guards were sweating for him when they saw the captain like this. Come on, Lao Cao. The captain who was soaking in it was named Cao Bing, and the other captain was named Su Huang. The two of them had a very good relationship. Su Huang cheered Cao Bing, and the surrounding secret guards looked over and began to cheer Cao Bing. Come on, Captain Cao. Captain Cao, you are the best. Captain Cao, when you become stronger you can steal that woman. Everyone cheered for Cao Bing in different ways, but the last cheer made Yuren slightly concerned. Lu Zitong handed Yuren a piece of information in a very timely manner. Yuren browsed it. What a good guy, what a good guy. Lao Cao really inherited the prime minister's legacy, and that woman turned out to be a wife, divorced to be precise. She and Cao Bing were childhood sweethearts, but later they became strangers because Cao Bing was in the army. When they met again, she was already someone else's wife. I thought I had no fate in this life, but I didn't expect that my childhood sweetheart was violently domesticated. Lao Cao took action and ended up half dead. Finally forced to leave the army, Yu Fu paid a large price to keep him alive, and he later joined the secret guard. But because of this incident, the woman's parents disagreed even more, thinking that Cao Bing had violent tendencies. The pure love version of Prime Minister Cao is very good. Just as Yuren nodded, he saw that Cao Bing's body was red as if it had been cooked. The dangerous moment has arrived. Yuren knew that medicinal baths were somewhat dangerous, but he still believed that the secret guard his father gave him would not be so incapable of fortitude. What's more, this group of early backbone members from the army were all extremely outstanding. Cao Bing could no longer endure the burning pain. He felt as if his skin was being boiled by boiling water. Not only that, his internal organs were invaded by the heat and began to burn inside. It caused him extreme pain. Cao Bing finally couldn't bear it anymore and started to roar loudly, trying to vent the pain, but even so his posture remained unchanged and he held on tightly. Perhaps venting through sound can really relieve the pain. Afterwards, Cao Bing's expression seemed much softer, although his scrunched-up face did not recover. But Yuren knew that he had passed the most dangerous moment. Although the pain would still be unbearable, completion was inevitable. This also made Yuren feel relieved. If something really happened, the subsequent training would be troublesome. Sure enough, Cao Bing's expression of pain became less and less, and all the secret guards breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Cao Bing in a daze. The red color on the body gradually faded, and a layer of black mud adhered to the surface of the skin, which was the impurities discharged from the body. As time passed, 2 hours after Cao Bing entered the medicine barrel, the color of the medicine barrel finally changed from green to black. The black color was naturally the impurities discharged from Cao Bing's body. Okay, go to the shower room over there and take a shower. Yuren pointed to the shower room, and Cao Bing slowly stood up and strode towards the shower room, but this time the steps seemed more steady and powerful than before. After Cao Bing finished washing, he put on his clothes, walked out and stood in front of the team. What's the difference? Yuren asked with a smile. After all, he had never brewed it before, so he couldn't systematically say that his products must be top quality and free of impurities. Having plugins is awesome. My whole body feels much lighter, and my strength is totally different from before. I feel like I have endless energy now. I am much stronger than before. Cao Bing expressed his feelings, which caused an uproar among the crowd. Cao Bing was a typical straightforward person and would never lie. This means that the effect of this medicinal bath is really very powerful. Cao Bing, I feel like your skin has improved. How come you look a bit more like a human now? Su Huang supported his chin and felt the difference of Cao Bing. His skin unexpectedly became smoother, which was not at all like what people like them should look like. that should be the case. I found that all my scars have disappeared, and some of my old injuries have also recovered completely, Cao Bing said seriously, and everyone's eyes widened, and they noticed that Cao Bing was different from before. This medicinal bath is so powerful, it can even remove scars and whiten the skin? Everyone exclaimed in amazement. If those girls who love beauty knew this, they would probably go crazy. Cao Bing's skin now looks like that of a 16 or 17-year-old. It's simply amazing. However, this kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can bear. There is no reward without hard work. Everyone has seen the effect of the medicinal bath. Next, let's show you his increased strength. Su Huang was about the same strength as Cao Bing before, right? Now let's try fighting again? Cao Bing already felt that he was different and urgently needed a test subject. Su Huang was also a little unconvinced. Could he be much stronger than him just by taking a medicinal bath? He doesn't believe it. On the training ground, Cao Bing and Su Huang had finished preparing for each other, and both of them were staring at each other with burning eyes. Start! Following Yuran's order, Cao's soldiers took the lead in launching the attack, and it was visible to the naked eye that their speed had increased by at least 50% compared to before. Su Huang also discovered this change, but how could he believe in evil and directly punch Cao Bing to confront Cao Bing head-on? The two fists connected, and Su Huang flew backwards instantly and fell heavily to the ground. How is this possible? The secret guards of the 4th level of Anjin stood up. They knew that there was no difference between Cao Bing and Su Huang. Unexpectedly, after Cao Bing took a medicinal bath, the strength of the two men was instantly different. No more fighting, Grandma, you are so ruthless. Su Huang stood up with a grin on his face and intuitively felt the power of the medicinal bath. Cao Bing frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Yuran stepped onto the battlefield. Come on, attack me with all your strength. Cao Bing nodded, immediately got up and punched Yuran. Yuran ducked to the side and punched Cao Bing in the face with his left hand. Cao Bing was not an ordinary person. He immediately made a defensive stance with his left hand, and Yuran punched Cao Bing's left hand. Cao Bing stepped back a few steps, but before Cao Bing could stabilize his body, he immediately attacked forward. Yuran continued to sidestep, and Cao Bing suddenly kicked Yuran's stomach with his right foot. Yuran grabbed Cao Bing's right leg with his right hand and threw him away with force. Cao Bing staggered for a while, causing everyone to cheer. The young master has such a strong sense of fighting. It's so powerful. Who have I ever heard say that the young master is a playboy? Those people don't know enough to slander the young master. Their fighting spirit is even inferior to that of Captain Cao. Yuran's move also made the surrounding secret guards more convinced of him, not only his strength, but also his combat experience. Young master, be careful, I'm going to use all my strength. Cao Bing suddenly took a deep breath. Huang Ji's advanced skill, Mountain Shaking Fist. A mountain will be shaken by one punch. As Cao Bing's unique skill, Zhenshan Fist was familiar to the secret guards present, but suddenly everyone's eyes widened. They discovered that Cao Bing's fist had a layer of misty gas attached to it, which was vitality. Although it is said that dark energy can absorb vitality, they have never had it in their bodies, or they have never used it. Cao Bing was 10 times more shocked by this move than when he punched Su Huang over before. Cao Bing rose into the air and used his strongest move so far. Yuran stood still, looking at Cao Bing's approaching figure, all his strength concentrated in his hands. Iron Mountain Fist. Without any vitality attached, the two punches hit each other instantly. Cao Bing stepped back dozens of steps, while Yuran remained motionless, looking at Cao Bing and nodding. Yes, the improvement was really great. It was much stronger than before. He was very satisfied with the effect of this medicinal bath. There was also a burst of applause from the surroundings, and they once again clearly understood Yuran's strength. Cao Bing suddenly stopped where he was. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then instantly became an uproar. Today, they were shocked again and again. This is Cao Bing. Breaking through. Cao Bing's breakthrough didn't take long, and it basically happened naturally. He took a long breath and calmed down his mood. Thank you, young master. The young master's call was so sincere that Yuran saw that his loyalty had soared to 90 visibly. Cao Bing is naturally talented if he can practice to the middle stage of Anjin, but he lacks good resources, which leads to the accumulation of a lot of filth in his body. It seriously affected his promotion, but after this, Cao Bing's future promotion path will be unimpeded. Just now, Yuran helped to polish his blood a little, allowing Cao Bing to make a breakthrough. Yuran estimated that the current Cao soldiers could defeat Lin Fan without using poison. However, poison can be considered as one of the methods, so it is still easy to lose to Lin Fan when fighting alone. But why fight alone? Why fight alone when you can fight in a group? Cao Bing's breakthrough and increase in strength made everyone envious, and everyone looked at the medicinal bath that had become turbid. I will naturally provide medicinal baths, but they must be arranged in order and according to their strength. Su Huang will be next. Su Huang naturally ran over in a hurry, waiting for Yuran to bring the new medicinal bath, and then he also enjoyed the feeling of pain and happiness. In order to prepare the formula for the medicinal bath, Yuran worked hard personally, and spent several days working hard on the medicinal bath for these two teams. Lu Zitong, on the other hand, is frantically buying resources outside. He has been the busiest these days. The secret guards of the Yu family did not disappoint me. They were all determined people. Even if they were about to faint from pain, they would never stop. The people after taking the medicinal bath were not to be outdone, and quickly began to polish the blood in their bodies to increase their strength to a higher level. Among them, more than half of the people in the team have broken through to the first level, and the benefits have been huge. Everyone admires Yuran. By the fourth day, except for the 5 secret guards of Ming Jin, all the secret guards had completed the baptism of the medicinal bath. The pain of Ming Jin's baptism is almost the same, but your physical fitness is not as good as the members of Jin. It's up to you to choose whether to break through to Jin and take a medicinal bath or take a medicinal bath now. In addition, this medicinal bath will help you. The ability to break through to dark power, Yuran was indeed telling a lie. Ming Jin was meant to polish the body, and medicinal bathing would speed up this process, so taking a Ming Jin bath would almost certainly improve the level. But it is inevitable that the pain will be even worse. Master, I want to give it a try. What Yuran didn't expect was that Lu Zitong actually took the initiative to stand up. Yuran had not thought of letting Lu Zitong take a bath, but the risk was too high. As his indispensable secretary, Yuran had no intention of letting him take this risk. After all, the secretary's strength was not the most important thing. Moreover, there are a lot of ways to help him improve his strength, and those are all Lin Fan's resources. But since Lu Zitong took the initiative, Yuran would not refute him. Be careful. If you can't hold on any longer, just come down. Yuran said a few words of concern to Lu Zitong, and Lu Zitong felt warm in his heart. The secret guard Yuran had never said a word of concern before, which shows that his status in the young master's heart is still different. To catch up with the young master. Let us do it. Lu Zitong followed what Cao Bing and the others did, and sat cross-legged after entering the medicinal bath, but he only just sat in. A burst of shrill screams immediately made everyone tremble 3 times. Ah! Lu Zitong's screams echoed throughout the training room, causing several other people to tense up. Worry looks so cruel. In just 1 minute, Lu Zitong seemed to be roasted, but what was more serious was that Lu Zitong's skin was already faintly cracked. Lu Zitong's screams have not stopped since he entered, but none of the surrounding guards laughed at him. Everyone looked at Lu Zitong with worries and expectations. They all know how strong the medicinal bath is, and it is a risky act for Mingjin warriors to sit on it. Young master! Cao Bing exclaimed. Yuran ignored him, but stared at Lu Zitong closely. At this time, his body had begun to bleed, and even his face was covered in blood, which looked extremely oozing. Yuran knew that the most critical moment had arrived. Lu Zitong's roar changed from a high pitch to a low roar, and anyone could tell that his voice was hoarse. That kind of extreme pain is indeed not something that most people can endure, but even so, his posture remained motionless. Lu Zitong won the respect of all the secret guards with his actions. Many of the secret guards were from the military, and the tips of their swords licked blood, but someone like Lu Zitong, who grew up with the young master, can actually do this. Now everyone understands that this man's ability to stand by the young master's side does not rely on connections. The wounds on the body began to scab slowly, and then quickly fell off, leaving skin as white as jade. This marks that Lu Zitong's body has begun to repair itself, a true success. What is surprising is that Lu Zitong's body is like a cup filled with water at this moment, and his blood is extremely full. There is a soft chirping sound, indicating the 9th level of Ming Jin. Just when everyone thought it was over, Lu Zitong suddenly began to absorb the power of the medicinal bath. Everyone around him was instantly shocked. He wanted to break through to Anjin in one go. How is this possible? There is such a question mark floating in everyone's mind. Can the medicinal bath be upgraded to 2 levels in a row, including a big level? They didn't believe it, but Lu Zitong was doing this? Is the medicinal bath enough to improve dark energy? It is obviously not enough for Lu Zitong, but Lu Zitong absorbed a vitality pill before. This was enough. The power of the vitality pill flowed out of his body at this moment, flowing through his limbs and bones. Lu Zitong's voice crackled in an instant. The surrounding energy gathered towards him, although it was meager but it was real. And Jin, Ida done. Lu Zitong broke through 2 levels in a row and reached Jin. Yuran showed a look of joy. Not bad. The bodies of the 5 Ming Jins next to them all became hot. As Ming Jins in the team, they always wanted to break through. And this opportunity is now in front of them. The 5 Mingjin secret guards did not hesitate and stood straight in front of Yuran, chanted in unison. Young master, we are willing. The 5 people with the 9th level of Ming Jin naturally entered the Dark Jin stage without any objection after soaking in the medicinal bath. Now all of them are Dark Jin, and they are not ordinary dark strength, but what they lack now is martial arts. Even the captain only has yellow level advanced martial arts, but Yuran's martial arts are automatically learned and irrigated into his brain, and there is no way to teach them. But it's okay, he still has Lin Fan, the treasure hunter. Young master, something big has happened. Yuran did not relax his surveillance of Lin Fan these days, and Lu Zidong immediately went to sort out the information. But when he came back, his steps were very fast, and his face was full of seriousness. Young master, the Bai family is gone. The Bai family is gone? Yuran was stunned for a moment, then frowned. After receiving the news from Lu Zidong, it was found that 204 members of the Bai family were found dead today, and 203 of them were all found dead in the Bai family. Only Bai Yuan survived outside. Yuran's pupils shrank suddenly. Was his clan exterminated? How is this possible? This is not a fantasy novel. This kind of genocide happened in the city? Are you kidding? Yuran couldn't calm down after looking at this information for a long time. The Bai family, a second-rate family in Jiangnan province, was exterminated? I'm afraid this kind of case caused an uproar in Jiangnan province. No, this kind of case must be blocked, otherwise the impact will be too bad. This is genocide. Do you have any first-hand information? Yuran looked at Lu Zitong, wanting to get the information he wanted. Lu Zitong also took a deep breath. There is a high probability that Lin Fan did it. Our tracking personnel found that Lin Fan appeared near the Bai family a few days before the incident. All members of the Bai family died of poisoning. Lin Fan? Unexpected but reasonable. Apart from Lu Zidong, who slapped him, Lin Fan probably hated the Bai family the most that day. The male protagonist has a retaliatory character, and it is inevitable that the Bai family will be retaliated against, but Yuran didn't expect it to be so cruel. No one survived except Bai Yuan. You must know that the Bai family in the book was Lin Fan's initial success, and they also took off all the way. Unexpectedly, they were the first to be eliminated. Yuran was also very sad. Bai Yuan, as the female protagonist, might have turned against the male and female protagonists, and wanted to annihilate the family. The butterfly effect of this series is really amazing. Lu Zitong, come with me to the police station. Yuran would not let go of such a good opportunity to deal with Lin Fan. As for the Bai family, they would die. He just sighed without any sympathy. After all, after the Bai family gained power in the book, they did not get along well with their rival families. It was just a cycle of cause and effect. When Yuran arrived at the police station, he saw many people coming out of the police station. They were figures from various families who came to inquire for information. The silent genocide of the Bai family cast a shadow over all of them. Maybe their family will be next? Almost all families are exerting frantic pressure to find the murderer. Mr. Xiaoyu, are you also here to ask about the case? Police Chief Lu Huan suddenly looked 10 years older. Even though such a vicious case happened, the scene was cordoned off immediately. But if the paper didn't stop the fire, all the upper-class families had known about it for a long time, and almost all of them came to the police station to inquire about the situation immediately. It's nominally asking about the situation, but actually it's putting pressure. Yes, such a bad case happened in Jinling. As a taxpayer, I also want to find out what kind of villain did it. Just as Yuran was asking, suddenly a sound came from inside, and the sound became louder and louder. Why don't you let me arrest Lin Fan? He is the most suspect. Yuran looked towards the source of the sound, and a very fierce woman came out. Yuran didn't even need to look at her face, she was just a super giant panda. Yunyi has no doubt that although he has never seen her, it must be her. Know people by seeing their chests. This kind of scale can't even help you. Yuran even forgot to look at Yunyi's face for a while. There's nothing I can do about it, it's all because it's too abrupt in the middle. Yunyi's face was also full of anger. She had never seen such a bad case and such a rampant murderer. Yunyi, beyond suspicion, do you have evidence? There is no way to arrest Lin Fan without evidence. Director Lu Huang sighed helplessly. This kind of case must be a vendetta and related to drugs. By reasoning, the person who meets these two conditions is Lin Fan, but you have no evidence. Lin Fan is now a member of the Han family. Even if he is the director, he does not dare to arrest people at will. Even if Lin Fan is arrested, there is nothing he can do as long as he does not admit it. Yunyi's face was filled with anger. There is always a way to get him to admit it once he is captured. And this matter must be closely related to the Han family. Lu Huan could only sigh helplessly, so what if he knew that after Lin Fan joined the Han family's camp, the Han family made a crazy financial blow to the Bai family? Previously, I had spoken harshly to the Bai family and wanted to hit them hard. It can be said that the collapse of the Bai family would be most beneficial to the Han family. But what about the evidence? There is no evidence at all. All the Bai family died at home, and the surrounding surveillance could not detect anything, just like ghosts. It was so difficult to investigate the case that Lu Huang had no choice but to report it to the police. Someone would definitely investigate such a bad case. But Yuni seemed unwilling to give up and was bound to take action against the Han family and Lin Fan now. Yuran looked at Yuni's expression and thought, well, he is still the second in command, with a strong sense of justice but no ability. But now that she and Lin Fan are at odds, the investigation will most likely end in ruins. Without the flower protector, her little guild will be eaten up by others. Yuran briefly inquired about the case and walked out. Although Yuni was said to be the heroine, he did not communicate in depth. Su Chien was already an accident. This kind of thing made him not want to provoke the second one. But after walking out of the police station, there was a statue-like woman in black at the door. Looking carefully, the redness and swelling in her eyes had not disappeared, as if she had been crying for a long time. The haggard look on his face made everyone feel pity for him. Her eyes kept looking into the police station, as if she was expecting something. Yuran walked past her, and she and Yuran looked at each other, but it was fleeting. Yuran also knew this woman, Bai Yuan, one of the heroines. The only survivor of the Bai family is so miserable. Just as Yuran was about to leave, fragmented sounds came softly. Master Yu, has the case been resolved? Yuran looked at the broken woman and shook his head. Without evidence, it would be difficult to solve the case. Bai Yuan bit her lip, stopped talking, nodded and left the scene. Yuran didn't have any intention of staying, so he returned home on his own. This Lin Fan is too cruel to dare to do such a thing. I'm afraid the Han family also played a very important role in it. Yuran leaned on the chair and analyzed casually. Are the Han family crazy? Once this kind of case is discovered, the entire Han family will be in trouble? Is it necessary to be at odds with a second-rate family? Lu Zitong's doubts were also Yuran's doubts. It was expected that Lin Fan would take revenge on the Bai family, but killing the entire Bai family was a bit outrageous. And why would everyone in a family like the Bai family gather at home? What kind of poison is so powerful? Is it just revenge? Yuran always felt that things were not that simple. Yuran closed his eyes and meditated, trying to find something special about the Bai family in the book. In less than half a moment, Yuran opened his eyes suddenly. Found it. Yuran was curious about 2 points: why the whole clan had to be exterminated and how it was done. A very inconspicuous introduction to the Bai family in the book seemed to give Yuran the answer. The water used by a family like the Bai family is not tap water, but well water. The Bai family has a very special well that stores a large amount of groundwater. According to the description in the book, the water is sweet and delicious and has the effect of relieving fatigue. In other words, the drinking water of all the Bai family members at home comes from this well. If poisoning is needed, just poison the well. Yuran had preliminarily found the reason for the collective poisoning of the Bai family. Lin Fan happened to have stayed at the Bai family before. In order to entertain distinguished guests, the Bai family would definitely introduce their well water. Therefore, Lin Fan should know the location of the Bai family's well, but the Bai family's surveillance does not seem to be damaged. In modern times with advanced technology, it is impossible for him to sneak into the Bai family, poison them and leave quietly. And not being discovered is definitely not something a Dark Force warrior can do. This case is full of doubts, but it is closely related to Lin Fan. The heinous nature of this case made the entire Jiangnan province upper echelons furious. This kind of thing happening in the city was a slap in their face. A special task force was set up on the night of the incident, and it was imperative that the case be solved quickly in a short period of time. Lu Zitong, go and tell the police station about Lin Fan. We are good citizens who abide by the law. Yuran closed his eyes slightly and spoke casually. Lu Zitong also understood what Yuran meant and immediately gave the order. Yun Yi is very angry now. After the task force was established, she followed the task force to inspect the scene again. The bodies scattered all over the place showed the tragedy of that night. Almost all the investigators were shocked. It had been a long time since such a vicious genocide happened in a place like Jinling. As the only survivor, Bai Yuan has been making various statements and taking notes at the police station, asking about the details of what happened. The autopsy results are out. It's definitely poisoning. It's a strong toxin. Almost everyone died within an hour of the onset of the poison. Emperor Lu was in a very uneasy mood. How could such a powerful poison appear in Jinling? The Bai family didn't even have a chance to ask for help. The basic judgment is that the murderer should have poisoned the well, but after testing the well, there was no toxin, just some strange things in the water. Everyone in the task force is an elite and they were able to analyze the entire case with just a little thought. It was not a very complicated case, just a pure poisoning and revenge killing, and there was no change in the property of the Bai family. Of course, it is hard to say about the turmoil in the Bai family's external companies, but because a member of the Bai family had just died, the rival's takeover was not quick. However, the Bai family will soon be divided up and become a thing of the past. Strange things? Explain clearly. The task force leader said sternly that this case was a huge challenge for them. After testing, it seems to be poison tongue orchid, a non-toxic herb, a non-toxic herbs. Everyone looked at each other. Obviously it was not what they thought. No, agave mixed with other herbs can become extremely poisonous. There are many medical experts here, and they also want to analyze the truth of this terrible incident. But there is a lot of water in the well. If the amount of poison is not enough, it should not be possible to kill so quickly. But if the amount is large, the water quality should change. It is impossible for everyone in the Bai family to be so stupid as to drink it. The task force also discovered a fatal problem. There is no such thing as a colorless and odorless poison, let alone a poison that can kill so many people at once. It's impossible that the Bai family drank it without noticing anything. Then, isn't it well water? Impossible. According to Bai Yuan, the Bai family never eat together. The only thing they have in common is that they all drink well water. The task force was also caught with dandruff flying everywhere. The non-toxic well water turned into a highly toxic one and killed the Bai family. This sounded outrageous. Unable to figure out the reason after discussion, the task force decided to divide their forces into several groups to go to the surrounding areas to understand the situation. In the afternoon, a major discovery was made. A few days before the Bai family was killed, someone saw Lin Fan appearing near the Bai family. As the number one suspect in this case, Lin Fan was immediately invited into the police station. "Big wave girl, it's you again." Lin Fan was laughing and joking, and didn't seem to feel any nervousness. He greeted Yun Yi as usual. Yun Yi's pretty face was dark and she just stared at him. "I know it was you, you devil." But now it was not her turn to interrogate Lin Fan, but her status was enough to attend. However, the interrogation was also very fast. Lin Fan was released the next day. He had appeared near Bai's house a few days ago. Lin Fan explained that he had gone to buy something, and then nothing happened. He had a sufficient alibi that day, and he had been with the Han family. "I will definitely bring you to justice." Yun Yi stared at Lin Fan angrily, but Lin Fan just laughed. "Okay, Sister Dabo, I'll wait for you." You family. After Yuran briefly paid attention to the Bai family's case, he invested in the training of secret guards. He did not feel much about the death of the Bai family. He still firmly believes that power is the most important thing in this world. It is worth mentioning that Yuran has upgraded his strength to the 8th level of Anjin, leaving 1900 points as a backup. The incident with the Bai family reminded him that he was not promoted to the 9th level of Anjin. 5 days have passed. The murder of the Bai family happened quickly, but it was also solved quickly. What surprised Yuran was that the murderers were a group of local ruffians. This group of local ruffians confessed their poisoning because they had a grudge against the Bai family. They also clearly explained the time and place, and their words were confirmed by surveillance. Therefore, the case of the Bai family extermination was closed. Impossible, there is definitely someone else who is the real culprit. How could this group of people be so poisonous? Moreover, the situation of the poisonous tongue plant has not been solved yet. Yun Yi couldn't believe it at all, but the almost comprehensive testimony of the perpetrator showed that they had no problem. This group of scoundrels loved raising birds, so they used birds to fly over the Bai family's wall for poisoning. This is also the reason why the surveillance did not find it, but the time and location can all match. So the task force closed the case. After all, the whole of Jinling now needs an answer from them. The pressure on them is very great. As for the existence of the behind-the-scenes instigators, those people deny it. The emergence and ending of the Bai family extermination case were very dramatic. The task force also breathed a sigh of relief and reported the situation to their superiors. Only Yun Yi didn't believe it at all. She never believed that this matter was that simple. She firmly believed that Lin Fan definitely played an important role in it, but because there was no evidence, she could not object to closing the case. But she swore secretly. She must pull out Lin Fan's foxtail. After training as a secret guard for a few days, Yuran was a little bored. Lin Fan was very dissatisfied with the lack of sound and image at the Han family recently. As the protagonist, you don't do anything, so how do I get points? Not competent at all. Just when Yuran was a little bored, Lu Zitong hurried over again. "Master, Bai Yuan asked to see you. She said she had something very important to discuss with you." "Bai Yuan?" Yuran frowned. He had no interaction with her, but after thinking about it, he decided to meet Bai Yuan. In the splendid hall, the waiters are actively serving dishes, and plates of Weijiao beef and lobster are being brought to the table. You can tell at a glance that the consumption is not low. At this moment, Bai Yuan and Yuran were sitting in the box. Bai Yuan was dressed in black and her face was extremely haggard, adding a sense of fragmentation to her beautiful face. "Master Yu, thank you for coming to see me today." Bai Yuan's voice was light, but there was a deep sadness in her words. It stands to reason that it would be very difficult for her to meet Yuran alone, not to mention that the Bai family is even less qualified now. "No thanks, I'm just curious why Miss Bai wants to see me." Yuran actually understood in his heart that Bai Yuan came to see him most likely because of Lin Fan. Bai Yuan bit her lips and lowered her head. I hope Mr. Yu can avenge me. Yuran was not surprised. Bai Yuan had absolutely no other request except revenge for the Bai family. Revenge? Wasn't the prisoner arrested? Although Yuran understood in his heart, he still showed a surprised expression on the surface. After all, his character was that of a playboy. How could those people be so poisonous? It must be Lin Fan's revenge on our family. He knows about our well. Bai Yuan raised her head, with half a tear in her eyes. She looked pitiful to me. Lin Fan? Miss Bai, I'm curious why you are looking for me. I don't want to get involved in this kind of thing. Bai Yuan looked up at Yuran, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, with a hint of certainty in her voice. Because I'm sure Mr. Yu will deal with Lin Fan. Lin Fan's arrest at the train station, the previous banquet, and the witnesses are all related to Mr. Yu. I don't think this is a coincidence, so I think Mr. Yu will deal with Lin Fan, so I beg Mr. Yu to help me once. After saying that, Bai Yuan knelt down directly and lowered her head into the dust. For a high-ranking young lady like her, this was such a difficult decision. Yuran's eyes fell slightly on Bai Yuan's face. It was inevitable that he would kill Lin Fan, so he didn't have to refuse Bai Yuan's request. But, it can't be too obvious. Why should I help you? Lin Fan is a member of the Han family now, and I don't want to fight with the Han family. Yuran's tone was calm, but Bai Yuan was even more convinced that Yuran was not simple. That arrogant playboy was probably Yuran's protective color. I can give everything I have, including everything from the Bai family. Now that the words have reached this point, the tenderness on Bai Yuan's face has completely disappeared and turned into deep hatred. Yuran looked at her expression. She was born for revenge. Bai Yuan stared at Yuran with burning eyes, as if she wanted to read some information from Yuran's expression. But it was a pity that she couldn't see anything. Yuran's expression seemed like a bottomless abyss, unable to be penetrated. Everything in the Bai family? What else is left in the Bai family now? Yuran pondered for a moment and asked lightly. Young Master Yu is right. The current industries of the Bai family are basically about to be annexed, and the talents are also preparing to leave. I have cashed out all the shares and sold them all. I still have billions in funds. In addition, the Bai family he also has some background in martial arts. Bai Yuan slowly explained the current situation of the Bai family. After the Bai family was exterminated, the companies of the Bai family began to be divided and robbed. In just a few days, she sold all the Bai family's companies and shares in order to leave herself with the power of revenge. If she insists on supporting the Bai family's current mess, she will be left with nothing left. This money is indeed a lot of money, but competing with the Han family is simply a fantasy, so Bai Yuan can only make a desperate effort to find foreign aid. And Yuran is the person she thinks is most likely to help her. Yuran also secretly praised Bai Yuan's courage. The heroine is still a heroine, and accepting her was indeed a good decision. Okay, but in addition to everything in the Bai family, have you also given everything in yourself? Don't you regret it? Yuran's voice was crisp and clear. Bai Yuan looked up at him, with a hint of light in her eyes. No regrets, master, I will devote all my loyalty to you. Bai Yuan slowly lowered her head, ready to kiss Yuran's shoes to show her loyalty, but Yuran looked at her and did not stop her. Until the moment her lips were almost touching the shoes, Yuran suddenly hooked her chin with his fingers. Very good, I agree. You will be my maid from now on. I will help you kill Lin Fan. If the Han family is involved, I will help you find out their mastermind. Yuran gently hooked her chin and slowly lifted her up. Bai Yuan looked up at Yuran. Yuran's words made the hope in her heart rise again, like the only light in the darkness. That was the God who redeemed her, and she was willing to sacrifice everything for it. Bai Yuan gently kissed the back of Yuran's hand. As you command, my master. Yuran was so satisfied with this meal that he actually invited another heroine over. These are all points. I just don't know if points can be given to a female protagonist who turns against the male protagonist. Bai Yuan's loyalty has reached 80, and it only takes a few words to make her so loyal. This also shows how helpless Bai Yuan is at this moment. Yuran's promise is like the bamboo pole she stretched out when she was drowning. She didn't know what was on the other end of the bamboo pole, but she could only believe it. Master, what is this? Lu Zitong was waiting for Yuran downstairs, and was slightly surprised to see Bai Yuan obediently behind Yuran. Bai Yuan and you will be colleagues from now on, and she is now my maid. Danger! 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 Several big words suddenly appeared in Lu Zitong's mind. He knew that the young master would find a maid sooner or later. This was his hunch, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. That young master, I haven't been laid off yet, so there's no need to be in such a hurry. Lu Zitong said tentatively, but all he got was a blank stare from Yuran. Brother Lu, I will learn from you how to serve the young master. Bai Yuan's crisp voice sounded, and Lu Zitong could only helplessly curse in his heart. As a man, I am naturally at a disadvantage in serving. Why is the young master not a lowly? then he is very willing. The car stopped at the entrance of the shopping mall. When the three of them were about to get in the car, they unexpectedly met two people who were about to enter the shopping mall. It turned out to be Lin Fan. Meeting Lin Fan by chance was something Yuran never expected. Most of the things now are different from those in the book. Although Yuran asked people to monitor Lin Fan, it was impossible to report to him 24 hours a day. Lin Fan's visit to the mall was naturally not included in the report. There was also a gorgeous woman beside Lin Fan, who was pretty good looking. Master, that's Hanya from the Han family. Hanya is from the Han family, and she didn't expect that even if Yuran snuffed out so many of his romantic opportunities, the stallion would still be able to find his love. Hanya is also Lin Fan's woman in the book. After the demise of the Yu family, the Han family was worried that Lin Fan would also attack them as a marriage partner. Hanya was also a vain person, so she quickly fell in love with Lin Fan, who was at the height of his power at the time. Unexpectedly, history is surprisingly similar. After Lin Fan defected to the Han family, he was able to hook up with Hanya. However, Hanya was originally a concubine and had little status in the Han family. Hanli probably gave her to him in order to win over him. Hanya also wanted to increase her status because of Lin Fan, so she naturally agreed. Bai Yuan behind her immediately became angry when she saw Lin Ran, clenching her fists tightly, as if she could no longer suppress her anger. Lin Fan first glanced at Lu Zidong, then glanced at Yuren fearfully, glanced casually at Bai Yuan behind him, and then quickly walked into the mall while pulling a woman. Oh no! Bai Yuan spoke softly, as if she wanted to say something, but said nothing. We met him unexpectedly. Find an opportunity to get rid of him. Even if we don't kill him now, we still have to charge some interest. Yuren smiled crookedly and pulled Bai Yuan towards Lin Fan's direction. Why are you working so hard? Isn't it just to slap Lin Fan in the face? The host is mighty, F***k him. The system, which had been dormant for a long time, came online again, and strongly supported Yuran's behavior. Lin Fan took Hanya into a luxury store. Every product was carefully hung on the booth waiting to be picked up. Brother Lin Fan, I want this. Hanya pointed at a bag with a coy voice. Lin Fan glanced at the 7-digit price and secretly sighed at the high price. But now he is not a poor boy with nothing. He is still willing to spend money on the first woman with him. The waiter smiled slightly. It seemed like he was going to have a big order again today. Although Lin Fan looked unattractive, he must be quite rich. I directly chose the most expensive bag, this year's exclusive version of Master Michel. Okay, sir, do you want to wrap it up? Lin Fan nodded, took out his black card and prepared to swipe it. At this moment, a shout came from outside the door. Wait a minute. I'm attracted to this bag and I won't sell it to him. Yuran strode in and said to the waiter, not taking Lin Fan seriously at all, just like before. Lin Fan was extremely angry when he was treated like nothing again. Although he knew Yuran's playboy character, he could no longer bear it this time. Where did this dandy come from? I fell in love with this thing first. Don't you understand that it's first come and last served? Lin Fan sarcastically said that when everyone had money, it was impossible for the clerk to choose not to sell to him. Besides, Hanya was also a member of the Han family, so the pressure from the Yu family should not have any impact. The waiter also smiled at Lin Fan. Okay sir, please go out and turn left. The waiter's attitude was good, which made Lin Fan feel extremely satisfied. Ha ha ha, the waiter told you to get out. Do you, a young man like you, still have the nerve to stay? Aren't you leaving yet? Young master? Lin Fan glanced sideways at Yuran and twisted his mouth. He didn't know why he always wanted to make this expression, but he never had the chance. At this moment, it was finally his turn. Snort. Yuran snorted casually, almost laughing out of anger. Someone actually wanted to chase him away? Stupid. Yuran spoke calmly, not caring at all about Lin Fan's words. Sir, you misunderstood. I meant for you to turn left when you leave the house. The waiter made a gesture to Lin Fan to leave. Lin Fan's crooked smile froze instantly. What? He was allowed to leave? But Lin Fan was not someone to be trifled with, and his brows immediately darkened. You are so brave. Do you know who I am? How dare you let me go? The waitress's expression was a little bit off. Smiling and treating people was her service tenet, but when she saw her boss nod, she also took a deep breath. I'm telling you how shameless you are, you idiot. I told you to get out, didn't you understand? Who do you think you are? I told you to get out now. The waiter's roar made Lin Fan a little unable to hold back. How dare a waiter speak so arrogantly to him? Lin Fan's veins popped up instantly, and he seemed to want to hit someone, but he gave Yuren a wicked look with a half-smile on his face, so he could only give up secretly. Now he is being closely watched by the damn big-breasted girl, and if he commits the same crime again, he might be in big trouble. But just walking away was definitely not his style. Call your store manager. Lin Fan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He didn't believe that Yuran could really cover the sky with one hand in Jinling. Just then, a middle-aged man walked in sweating profusely and saw the crowd in the store at a glance. "What's going on?" "Manager, this person said he wants to see you." The waiter pointed at Lin Fan. "Looking for me? What do you want to see me for?" The store manager's tone was a little impatient and a little breathless. "The lady next to me is Han Ya from the Han family. We came to buy something, and this waiter told us to get out." "Is this how you serve in your store?" Lin Fan's voice rose an octave in the back, as if to shock the store manager. He could already foresee the store manager begging for mercy helplessly, and he still dared to act arrogantly in front of him. "Oh, you know that and you still don't get out. I'm telling you, are you really shameless? I told you to get out now." After listening to this, the store manager waved his hand impatiently, but his eyes kept glancing at Yuran, who was sitting next to him. Lin Fan was stunned, and so was Han Ya. He didn't expect that he would still be kicked out even if he mentioned the Han family's name. "This luxury goods store doesn't even know about the Han family? Did you hear me clearly? I'm from the Han family. If you dare to do this to me, believe it or not, I will close your store tomorrow." Han Ya also became angry. She originally wanted to act like a cuddly woman in front of Lin Fan, so she planned to let Lin Fan handle everything. She had never suffered such injustice outside, and she could no longer hold back her anger. "Very good, I don't believe you guys are so lawless. I'm going to contact the administrator of this square and I'm going to close down your store." Lin Fan's face was grim, and he roared at the store manager. Yuran sat on the sidelines and watched the show, with no intention of taking any action. Soon, a pot-bellied man came over with an administrator's badge on his arm. Lin Fan took a look and thought, it was God's help. Just when Lin Fan was about to report the store manager, the man just looked at him with disdain. "Why don't you get out of here?" Lin Fan was stunned by these words. What did he mean? Even the administrator told him to get out. Lu Zitan finally couldn't hold back his laughter at this moment. Lin Fan actually tried to be arrogant in the Yu family's mall. "It's really fun." I said to Lin Fan, "Are you shameless? If you don't get out of here, I really want people to kick you out." Lin Fan was angry but helpless. He glanced at Yuran, who was indifferent, but it was Bai Yuan who looked at him. The naked killing intent in her eyes made him slightly clench his fists. At this moment, he also knew that he couldn't stay here any longer, so he snorted and pulled Hanya to leave. However, he always felt very unhappy about sneaking away like this, so he put down his harsh words. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully young people into poverty. I, Lin Fan, will remember what happened today. Yuren stood up slowly at this moment. Lin Fan's words gave him an opportunity. I said to the administrator, this person actually tried to threaten people shopping in this mall. Shouldn't this be dealt with? The administrator clapped his hands, as if awakening from a dream, and shouted into the intercom. Security! Someone is doing harm to the mall. Someone come and drag him away. Lin Fan, who had just stepped out of the store, looked at the manager in astonishment. He finally understood that both Yuran and this mall were wearing the same pair of pants. In this way, there is no need for him to hide and tuck him in. Even the security guards want to stop him. Seeing the two security guards rushing towards him, one on the left and the other on the right, Lin Fan just sneered, although it was a bit troublesome to get into the station, and he would be annoyed to death by the big girl. But he will never allow others to trample on his dignity. Seeing the baton hitting him, he used both hands violently, preparing to shatter the baton with a punch and give them a blow. Lin Fan's strength was indeed impressive. The baton was broken in an instant before Lin Fan could feel proud. I only saw two fists coming towards his face. Oh no, this is the killer move. These two are Lianjiazi and fell into the trap. Lin Fan hurriedly blocked, but it was too late to retract the fist he had just thrown. He only blocked one punch, and the other punch hit his eye socket firmly. In an instant, his eyes turned black and purple, and he flew out directly. However, Lin Fan immediately jumped up from the ground like a carp. Unjin! Lin Fan looked at the two security guards in front of him and said fiercely. These two security guards were pretended to be Cao Bing and Su Wang. After Yuren saw Lin Fan just now, he sent them a message to raise troops for 1,000 days and use them for a while. Now is the time to exert force. The two people did not speak to each other and continued to attack Lin Fan. The two people's attacks were very methodical, one to the left and one to the right. The time interval was very good, and it was obvious that they had been cooperating for a long time. Although Lin Fan is extremely powerful, even though he only has the 4th level of dark power now, he is definitely not afraid of being at the 6th level of dark power alone. But now that there were two of them, and they were battle-hardened and well-coordinated, he fell into a disadvantage in an instant. Cao's soldiers attacked fiercely, and Lin Fan had no choice but to be restrained. Su Huang took the opportunity to attack the lower 3 roots and the side. The two cooperated seamlessly, and soon Lin Fan was swept away again, with many scars already appearing on his body. Just when Lin Fan was about to use poison, Yuran walked out, glanced at the battlefield, and said calmly, "This man can also use poison." He seems to be inseparable from a poisoning case. Security brother, please be careful. Lin Fan glanced at Yuren fiercely and retracted the hand holding Du's hand. Du himself was a surprise. It is difficult to be effective when he is on guard, and the Bai family poisoning case has not been in the limelight. If he suddenly shows his superb poisoning skills, I am afraid that Big Girl will not let him go. While Lin Fan was hesitating, Cao Bing and Su Huang would not talk to you much. The two of them had been honing their killing skills, and they wanted to take advantage of your illness to kill you. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Fan attached his vitality to his hands. Holy Doctor Wave Hand. Both hands were released, instantly blocking the menacing attacks of Cao Bing and Su Huang, and the Holy Doctor's wave hand actually had the effect of dislocation. The moment he blocked Cao Bing and Su Huang, he actually attacked their chests. It was truly a skill of the protagonist, weird and powerful. Su Huang and Cao Bing were not ordinary people. They immediately defended and blocked the punch. When the two people were wavered by the Holy Doctor, they fell back. The light shines brightly in the hand. Shaking mountain fist. Yellow vitality appeared in Cao Bing's hands, his fists were faintly carrying the force of a collapse, and a transcendent force hovered around him. Pai Hei Palm. Su Huang opened his palms, surrounded by blue power, with the waves of the ocean giving the surroundings a feeling of drowning. The two people attacked Lin Fan with all their strength, and Lin Fan's eyes were splitting. Although they were only Huang-level advanced martial arts, Su Huang and Cao Bing had already gone through the baptism of medicinal bath. He was 2 levels higher than Lin Fan. Even though Lin Fan had many methods, he still felt very bad when his poison was restricted. These two people didn't test at all, they just attacked with all their strength. Holy Medical Chi Shield. Lin Fan's hand quickly pinched a magic formula, and the surrounding air slowly came towards him. The blend of his energy formed a transparent shield, isolating the attacks of the two people. As expected of Lin Fan's defensive skills, Cao Bing and Su Huang's full-strength blows were barely able to break the shields, and Lin Fan only took a few steps back. The tiles on the ground quickly shattered as Lin Fan stepped back with great force. Lin Fan suddenly stomped his feet and then stabilized his body. But Cao Bing and Su Huang would not give Lin Fan a chance to breathe. As soon as Lin Fan stabilized his position, he saw the same move coming towards him as before. This was a fatal move. Holy Medical Chi Shield. Lin Fan wanted to repeat his old tricks, but Cao Bing and Su Huang didn't give him time to gather energy. After destroying the shield, the two moves were imprinted on Lin Fan's chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spat out from Lin Fan's mouth, drawing a beautiful parabola in the sky. Lin Fan fell heavily to the ground, and all the surrounding tiles left in an instant. It pierced his back, causing Lin Fan to be injured for the second time and scream again. Su Huang and Cao Bing did not hesitate at all and continued to attack him. Lin Fan broke into a cold sweat and his pupils shrank suddenly. These two people wanted to kill him. Absolutely deadly. Lin Fan did not dare to neglect, gritted his teeth, took out a charm, crushed it with force, and disappeared instantly. Su Huang and Cao Bing's attacks were in vain, and they could only withdraw their attacks and look around for Lin Fan. Lin Fan had already disappeared. Lin Fan fell on the road outside the shopping mall, startling the old man riding an electric bicycle. I'll go, this young man. He doesn't watch the road. Lin Fan struggled to stand up and punched the telephone pole. If I don't avenge this revenge, I, Lin Fan, will never be a human being. Mom, what is that big brother doing? A little boy passing by looked at Lin Fan innocently and asked in a sweet voice. Let's leave this small town quickly. This kind of person is a lunatic. How can a normal person hammer a telephone pole without any problem? He is still shouting about revenge. You must not imitate him. This situation is a disease. The little boy looked at Lin Fan nervously and continued to ask his mother innocently. Mom, what's the disease? The movement here has attracted Lin Fan's attention. The little boy's voice did not deliberately lower his voice. Almost everyone on the roadside stopped and looked at the situation here. The little boy's mother saw Lin Fan's gaze and pulled him away from this place of right and wrong quickly, with a hint of murmur. Shu yu nibiu. Lin Fan struggled to get up angrily, but he didn't expect that he was being watched like a monkey. Seeing more and more people pointing fingers at him, he had no choice but to cover his face with his hands and quickly leave the scene. On Yuran's side, Cao Bing and Su Huang saw Lin Fan disappear and both came to Yuran's side. Young master accuses us of not being able to complete our mission. Yuran's mission for them was to kill them, but Yuran also knew that it was impossible for these two to kill Lin Fan. However, he was still happy to see Lin Fan being beaten so seriously. Bai Yuan next to her saw that Yuran was really helping him take revenge, and her beautiful eyes were also stunned for a while looking at Yuran's back. Then her vision blurred, and she firmly believed that her choice was correct. It doesn't matter, this Lin Fan is indeed extraordinary. This time can be regarded as a training exercise. Overall, I am very satisfied with you. I will continue to work hard next time. Yuan patted Su Huang and Cao Bing's shoulders to encourage them, and at the same time touched by Yuan's head, who was in a daze. I let him run away this time, but I will kill him next time. There were no touching love words, but in Bai Yuan's eyes, this was the best comfort, so she showed a sweet smile. Thank you, master. Yuan lost his composure for a moment. As the heroine alongside Su Qi and Qian, Yuan always felt that Bai Yuan was a bit offended, but this smile made him understand completely. What does it mean to look back, smile and be charming? This was also the first time he saw Bai Yuan smile. Smile more from now on, you will look beautiful when you smile. Yuan's casual words were remembered in Bai Yuan's heart, and her smile bloomed just for Yuan. Yuan returned to the store and looked at the somewhat surprised clerk, store manager, and administrator. The fight between Lin Fan and Cao Bing just now really subverted their worldview. Don't tell anyone what happened today, understand? Yuan's words were very gentle, but the three of them nodded like chickens pecking at rice, not daring to disobey in the slightest. Well, you did a good job. One of the waiters felt a little wrong to you. This store is indeed small and could be bigger. As the administrator, you will be a little tired. The building on the right will be left to you to manage. The three people's faces all showed joy. Yuan's few words directly gave them promotions and salary increases. They already felt that they had reached the pinnacle of their lives. Regardless of what the administrator said later, Yuan's information notification was executed very quickly, and Lin Fan and the others were fighting so fiercely but no one else came, which also shows his ability. For those who have made meritorious deeds, Yuan will naturally not be stingy with rewards. The three people left happily, and Yuan also waved his hand and led everyone away. After entering the car door, Bai Yuan carefully helped Yuan open the door, blocking the upper edge of the car with her jade hand to prevent Yuan from hitting his head. After waiting for Yuan to get in the car, Bai Yuan sat obediently next to Yuan. Cao Bing and Su Huan came by car, so there were only two of them in the back seat. Yuan was also a little tired. After watching a fight, it was very hard and extremely draining of energy. So he needed to rest, so he hugged Bai Yuan, leaned against her soft place, and took a good rest. Yuan didn't take action personally today. His men beat Lin Fan to the point of running away with his head in his arms. This kind of insult was even more humiliating. Moreover, he also discovered that after losing the medicinal bath, Lin Fan's strength dropped seriously. He was unable to defeat Cao Bing and Su Huang without using poison. Lin Fan must have hated him, but when he asked the dog if the system had points, it started to pretend to be dead again. When can this stingy system be replaced? This system is not stingy at all. This system is summarizing this incident. In view of the bad attitude of the host, this system has decided not to reward. No, brother Tongzi, you are my brother. If you don't give me this reward, won't it show your generosity and domineering power? Yuan has always been able to bend and stretch, so bending down for points is not a thing at all. Perhaps the system was pleased with it, and the next second the system's notification sound appeared in his mind. Since Lin Fan's hatred value has reached 70, the host will be given 2 extra 10 draws. Whoa! The hatred value suddenly reached 70. It seems that Lin Fan was very angry today, but it's all like this before it reaches 100. It seems that Lin Fan's temper is not that bad. Who will ever say that the protagonist has a bad temper in the future? I, Lao Yu, am in trouble with him. It's great to be beaten 10 times in a row. Just beating Lin Fan has such value. I'll beat him more times next time. Lin Fan sneezed, and the pain in his body doubled. He quickly used his energy to heal his wounds. Damn Yuan, and those 2 security guards, Lin Fan, will definitely take revenge. After Yuan arrived home with the car, he couldn't wait to return to his room, ready to start smoking 10 times in a row. I wonder if good luck will come to him this time. Congratulations to the host for getting the black silk stockings. Congratulations to the host for getting General Thunder's black silk stockings. Congratulations to the host for getting Shen He's black silk kuo. It's just a black stocking gift package. This system is not a serious person at all. Does he like this black stocking? He doesn't like it at all. Well, he can let Bai Yuan try it on today. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the detoxification pill ×2. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd level of Mingjin skill, which has been converted to 215 start power according to the host's current strength. Congratulations to the host for getting the explosion pill ×1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak Xian level skill Yang Finger. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special physique that is immune to all poisons. Well, although the front is black silk, the back is still slightly exposed. The body is immune to all poisons as its name suggests. But it seems to be just a junior physique, directly ignoring the poison below the master level. It sounds a bit tasteless, but it is indeed a good physique for Lin Fan. He has obtained another peak Xian level skill, which is what Yuan can use now. It is not bad, not explosive, but it is quite satisfactory. The explosion pill can improve one's combat effectiveness in a short period of time, but there will be a period of fatigue after the end. It is a desperate pill and is considered the best among pills. Ming Jin's skill, M, is better than nothing. Now he improves it once to 1500, and Ming Jin's skill twice is equal to 2/15. This system is awesome at math. However, Yuran still has a second lottery draw, and he is still looking forward to an explosion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white silk of Xinhai. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white silk of the little grass god. Congratulations to the host for getting Barbara's white silk. Yuran very much suspected that the system was intentional. This crooked system showed that he was not a good person at first glance. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Mingjin skill ×2. Congratulations to the host for getting Shiquan W pills ×2. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic battle formation. 3 people become a tiger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blockade array ×1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak earth level skill Qinglian sword art. Finally, TM's luck exploded. The Qinglian sword technique, the peak earth level skill, was already a skill that could only be mastered by peak Huajin and even masters. Coupled with his Hanjiao sword, Yuran could only say one thing: I'm invincible, you can do whatever you want. A large amount of knowledge poured into Yuran's mind. If it weren't for the help of the system, it would be impossible for him to learn this level of skills. Yuran slowly opened his eyes. It was indeed a peak level skill. This skill was several blocks ahead of the previous skills. If he was worried about Lin Fan's trump card before, now I'm sorry, Lin Fan, just struggle to your heart's content. GGG. 3 people become a tiger is a 3-person formation. With tacit cooperation, the weak can defeat the strong, and the 3 can be freely matched. In other words, 2 people can use this formation, which can be used offensively or defensively. It is indeed a good formation, although it is basic. But teaching them to Cao Bing couldn't be more suitable. The blockade array can block the space for a short period of time to avoid Lin Fan's previous escape method. It can be said that if Yuran lets Lin Fan die, Lin Fan will have to die. GGG, tremble. Shiquan W1 Yuran simply ignored it. What kind of international joke was he making? He is in Jin. Dragon spirits and tigers don't need this kind of thing at all. This is blasphemy to him. Throw it directly into the system space and relegate it to the cold palace. The 2 draws made Yuran feel much better. He went to the bathroom to take a shower and felt refreshed. He hummed a little tune and walked back to his room. But as soon as Yuran opened the room, he saw a jade body lying on his bed. When Bai Yuan saw Yuran coming, she also smiled and smiled slightly. I'm here to help the master sleep. Yuran also didn't expect Bai Yuan to be so direct now. It was just the first day she surrendered to him and she was acting like this. It was so immoral. Yuran couldn't bear it at all and must teach her a lesson. You are so bold and evil, you dare to seduce him naked. Yuran couldn't bear it at all and handed over a piece of black silk produced by the system. Put on the black stockings. Bai Yuan very obediently put on black stockings, which made her already perfect leg shape appear smoother. It would not be good to wear no clothes. This kind of behavior is not good. As a good young man in the new era, Yuran deeply hates this kind of behavior. F***K, the quality of this black stocking is so good. Yuran was stunned for a moment. Why was this black stocking so strong? Produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. Ed you up, you stupid asterisk system, please change it back quickly. Yuran directly turned on the silencer and attacked, and the system disappeared directly. The quality of these stockings seems to require a Hongyao sword to cut them off. Hong Yaejian, brother, you're going to do this to me for the first time when I appear on the stage? Yuran ignored its whining. A spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Bai Yuan was completely obedient to Yuran, and Yuran once again felt a different scenery. The bed curtains swayed slightly, and the thin quilt rose and fell. Even with the sun basking on their butts, the 2 of them were still sleeping soundly. Lu Zitong was pacing back and forth downstairs. It was over. His position as secretary was no longer guaranteed. This Bai Yuan is like that. Why can the young master be so obsessed? From now on, the king will not come to court early? Lu Zitong expressed his fierce contempt for Bai Yuan. He had worked hard to get to this point, but he didn't expect Bai Yuan to take a shortcut. Yuran stretched lazily, but found that the beauty was not beside him, and he frowned. This fairy actually got under the quilt. It seems that she is afraid of the cold, so Yuran must make her hot. Chess has a saying, one pillar holds up the sky and defeats the flying elephant. After the 2 got up, Yuran's expression was very calm, sitting on a chair enjoying lunch, thinking about the origin of life and the origin of the universe. Bai Yuan didn't get up at all, and her body was not much stronger than Su Qinqin's. It was really hard to withstand such a torment. Yuran was eating lunch slowly and thinking about the origin of the universe when the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and earning 1,000 points. Since Lin Fan's hatred value increased to 70, he received double rewards. Yuran suddenly stopped while eating. Is this an unexpected surprise? I was given a plot reward for no apparent reason? What reward? I have only done one thing since yesterday, oh, not alone. Damn it, it turns out that the female protagonist still gets points even if she turns against the male protagonist. You are really awesome at the system. I have long said that this system is an upright system, but the host often slanders the system. How distressing. Who slandered me, Brother Tanzi? If I, Uran, had known about it, I would have taken the lead in the charge. The system was so proud that it finally overpowered the host, but it suddenly froze. No. Uran smiled slightly. It was enough to deal with this system whose IQ was not as good as Xiao AI's classmate. With a little trick, let's call it a piece of cake. Last night, Bai Yuan also confided a very important thing to Uran, that the Bai family actually has an inheritance of Huajin skill. It is an orb that Hua Jin transferred his lifelong skills into before his death, so that future generations can directly inherit it. Bai Yuan has already obeyed Uran's advice, although she will not hide this kind of thing from him. Uran put his hands on the back of his head and meditated for a moment. This was actually mentioned implicitly in the book. As the first woman Lin Fan met, Bai Yuan was naturally of high quality, and she was the kind of person who progressed simultaneously in business and strength. After Lin Fan flirted with girls and was promoted to Huajin, Bai Yuan appeared at the peak of Anjin and caught up with Lin Fan all of a sudden. She just said that she had received some inheritance, but it was not clearly stated in the book. It seemed that it was this bead. Uran was thinking about who to use this bead for, but after thinking about it, Bai Yuan was the most suitable. First of all, Bai Yuan is successful in the book, so there is no need to worry about any hidden problems. Secondly, Bai Yuan is from the Bai family, so she has the best affinity for the beads left by her predecessors and will not waste them. In addition, it was useless if Uran asked for it. He immediately regained his strength, and the only one in need might be Lu Zitong, but Bai Yuan is still an ordinary person. The demand for copper is higher than that of Lu Zitong, and Uran also wants to know that the endurance of the Anjin female warrior must be very strong. This suited his needs perfectly. Well, the decision is yours, Bai Yuan, go ahead. When Bai Yuan got up in the evening, she was surprised to hear the news. Master, do you really want to leave this bead to me? Bai Yuan had a look of disbelief on her face. Since she told Uran such a thing, she naturally had no intention of using it herself. But Uran actually gave it to her directly, which made her a little touched when she was surprised. As a descendant of the Bai family, you have the best compatibility. Besides, it would be better if you stay with me and have some strength. Otherwise, things may happen easily. Uran is right about this. He wants to be the protagonist when he has nothing to do. He is so dangerous around him that ordinary people are really not suitable to be around him. Bai Yuan nodded firmly. Since Uran asked her to use it, she would use it well. She had never thought about the danger, and she had a great sense of trust in Uran. Bai Yuan took out the orb she inherited. From the outside, it was just a gray bead and looked of little value. But when Bai Yuan's blood dripped onto it, the beads began to release intense light. The whole room was illuminated by the beads as if it were daytime. Under Uran's guidance, Bai Yuan sat cross-legged and began to absorb the energy from the beads. As soon as the energy entered her body, Bai Yuan's body began to tremble violently. As the eldest daughter of the Bai family, she had never suffered at all. Such pain instantly made her faint. Although it was an inheritance in name, it was intended to instill power into her body, and all the meridians in her internal organs felt like they were being torn apart. Guard your mind and don't faint. Uran couldn't interfere, he could only encourage him from the side, and Uran's voice gave Bai Yuan, who was about to faint, a little clearer. But the severe pain of irrigation overwhelmed her again, and she gritted her teeth to prevent herself from fainting. Her aura also increased rapidly, with the first level of Ming Jin, the second level of Ming Jin, and the ninth level of Ming Jin. Ming Jin cultivates external force in the body, while In Jin cultivates the vitality in her body. An inheritance directly opens up a space in her body. The instant pain made Bai Yuan unable to maintain her posture any longer, and she fell directly down, her mind falling into chaos. Hold on, after passing on the inheritance, you will have the ability to kill Lin Fan. Uran supported Bai Yuan and slowly sent the voice into Bai Yuan's mind. He didn't know where Bai Yuan's will came from. She, who was originally groggy, actually opened her eyes at this moment, and clenched her hands into fists. Hatred makes her power grow day by day. The first level of dark strength, the second level of dark strength, the ninth level of dark strength. Just like in the book, Bai Yuan rushed into the ninth level of Anjin in one day. Decades of practice by others allowed Bai Yuan to reach the sky in one step. However, this disadvantage is also huge, and her follow-up is basically as difficult as reaching the sky. But Uran is not particularly harsh, and whether Bai Yuan can enter Huajin is not important to him. Congratulations, now you are also a master of Anjin. A smile appeared on Bai Yuan's tired face. Her facial features had not fully recovered from the pain just now, so her smile was a little forced. You're already great. Uran touched Bai Yuan's head to encourage her. He was not a scumbag who would abandon her as soon as his favorability level was high. He said that he just wanted to give every good girl a home. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Bai Yuan's mouth, dyeing Yuran's white shirt bright red. Yuran was startled. System, what's going on with him? However, he has no medical skills, so at this time, he has to awaken the omnipotent, tool man, system. Host, you are so stupid, really, she just bit her tongue. Does this still need to be identified by the system? Yuran calmed down after hearing the system's words. He just bit his tongue, so that's okay, it's not a big problem. Yuran put Bai Yuan on the bed and let her sleep peacefully. Everything was perfect the next morning. Bai Yuan's inheritance was completed without any danger, just like in the book, but Yuran was also curious about what motivation Bai Yuan in the book had for her to complete the inheritance. But he didn't think much about it, he hugged Bai Yuan in his arms and fell asleep. The next morning, it was still Bai Yuan under the quilt. The second male figure was satisfied. I have to say that this way of waking someone up is a bit too comfortable. Yuran got up quickly, followed closely by Bai Yuan. Lu Zitong watched the two of them get up and prepared breakfast. I'm so out of breath that I need to prepare an extra breakfast. Master, do you like this kind of breakfast? Bai Yuan asked Lu Zitong for advice, and Lu Zitong looked at the Xiaolongbao soy milk on it with confusion. Don't you like it? Bai Yuan shook her head. I've eaten too many bitter things. I like this kind of breakfast very much. Ahem. Eat, don't talk about whether you have something or not. Lu Zitong obviously didn't understand what Bai Yuan meant, and still introduced Yuran's breakfast preferences, which were mainly Chinese breakfast. Yuran has always felt that steamed buns and fried noodles are much more delicious than any bread sandwich, and soy milk is more comfortable to drink at breakfast than milk. Therefore, Lu Zitong has been preparing Chinese breakfast, and occasionally changes to Western breakfast to try something new. The next day, Bai Yuan almost followed Lu Zitong, holding her little notebook and frantically writing down Yuran's preferences. She assumed her identity very perfectly. Yuran leaned there and didn't say anything. As long as Bai Yuan had this intention, he was still more accustomed to Lu Zitong's existence. Again, apart from being a fair-skinned, beautiful and long-legged girl, Lu Zitong met Yuran's requirements for a secretary in every aspect. Fortunately, Bai Yuan can compliment him. After all, Yuran still firmly believes in what he said in his previous life: if the secretary has something to do, it will be fine. The next few days were peaceful. After Yuran upgraded his strength to the 9th level of Anjin, he originally wanted to upgrade to Huajin in one go, but he didn't expect that 2,400 points were not enough. So Yuran had no choice but to give up, and Lu Zitong felt an urgent sense of crisis after knowing Bai Yuan's strength. He spent most of his time practicing, trying to become stronger. During this period, Bai Yuan also took a medicinal bath. Of course, only Yuran watched alone. Bai Yuan's willpower is beyond Yuran's imagination. No wonder some people say that hatred is the strongest motivation. Bai Yuan's Anjin 9th level is very much like a showpiece. She doesn't know any moves. The Bai family's strongest skill is Huang Ji's advanced breaking wind kick. Bai Yuan then calmed down and started practicing the Po Fang kick, striving to kill Lin Fan by herself. Everyone was practicing crazily, but Yuran became the most leisurely one. He occasionally practiced the latest Yang finger and Qing Lian sword technique. Only the tactics required his own training. After all, Xiao Chang and Daqin were not the same power at all. The more important thing is to replace Lu Zitong to monitor Lin Fan. What happened last time gave him a taste of the sweetness. Lin Fan, let's get some more points. However, Lin Fan has been calm for a week, never leaving the door or taking a step forward. It seems that the injury last time made him more cautious. He didn't dare to run around until his injury healed, and only moved within the limited scope of the Han family. On the night of the 9th day, Lin Fan seemed to have finally made some move and went out alone. After receiving the news, Yuran slowly opened his eyes and grinned. Are you ready? My points, baby. Lin Fan is a restless person. As the protagonist, how could he keep a low profile and be ready to go out as soon as he recovers from his injury? Hanya entangled him very tightly, and he couldn't offend him if he wanted to establish a relationship with the Han family, which also restricted his actions everywhere. However, after being injured by Cao Bing and Su Huang before, Hanya also complained about Lin Fan because of his cowardice, and she was secretly unhappy that Lin Fan left her alone. Hanya was originally a Muqiang woman, so her attitude towards Lin Fan was a bit worse, not as close as before. But she didn't say anything. The two of them used each other, but the frequency of her visits to Lin Fan dropped significantly. This allowed Lin Fan to recover from his injuries and go out for some fun. Sonic Bar. Yuran frowned as he looked at the place where Lin Fan entered. In his previous life, he had no interest in bars. He didn't like the noisy environment, and it was a bit messy inside. He has no interest in drinking. In his previous life, he was a social animal and was often forced to drink at the wine table. He doesn't like wine either. But in this life, he is rich. If I want to sign a contract with him, I will drink Coke. If I don't finish the big bottle of Coke, I want sign the contract. By the way, I am not allowed to burp. Yuran is satisfied when he thinks of this kind of scene, and rectifying the workplace starts with him. Yuran disguised himself slightly, entered the bar, and reviewed what happened to Lin Fan in the bar. Lin Fan entered a bar in the book, although the time was completely different from now. Yuran knew in his heart that it was another bloody plot, where a drunk woman was entangled. Lin Fan heroically saved the beauty, and then attracted attention. However, it is worth noting that the owner behind this bar is the queen of Jinling Underground, and Lin Fan also successfully attracted her attention because of this matter. Yuran strode inside and found a place to sit down. No matter what Lin Fan wanted to do, he would just destroy it. Lin Fan was obviously very excited about the new environment of the bar, dancing with his enchanting body. Yuran suddenly remembered when Lin Fan danced, "Chicken, you are so beautiful." I have to say that Lin Fan was very talented in dancing. Then let's see if we can draw a special dancing charm and let him continue playing music and dancing. Yuran moved his eyes away from Lin Fan and began to scan the bar. Almost instantly, Yuran found one of tonight's heroines. A woman in a light yellow dress looked very different in the bar, covering herself tightly. One look showed that she was not a regular visitor here, and the melancholy look on her face basically showed that she came here by chance. Although her gorgeous appearance is somewhat compatible with the bar, her top-notch looks make it obvious that she is Lin Fan's next heroic heroine. Yuran recalled that in the book, Lin Fan rescued a white-collar woman, and then through the power of the Bai family, he successfully pretended to slap her in the face and win her back. It is estimated that this is also the case now, using the power of the Han family to bring the beauty back. A woman of this level is simply not qualified for him to seduce. With Yuran's identity, there will be a lot of women like this around him if he waves. But why did he feel that this woman looked familiar, as if he knew her? He searched in his memory for a long time and finally remembered the woman's name, Li Tianmeng. One of the eldest ladies of the Li family. The Li family is also one of the 5 major families in Jiangnan province alongside the Yu family. In addition to the previous Han family and Lu family, there is also the relatively mysterious Chu family. Since I know him, I can't give Lin Fan this chance. However, the protagonist is really lucky. He can save a daughter from the 5 major families just by going to the bar. Maybe God gave him an extra chance because he was suppressed too hard by Yuran. But since Yuran is here, your opportunity is mine, GGG. Yuran leaned on the chair, took a sip, and instantly had an idea, dialing Lu Zitong's number. "Hey, let's go do something." In less than half a quarter of an hour, Li Tianmeng drank so hard that his whole body began to shake. As expected, 2 yellow hairs immediately surrounded her from left to right, ready to start touching her. Soon enough, Lin Fan appeared next to Li Tianmeng in an instant. Yuran actually doesn't know how to complain. How could you see this if you don't pay attention? Lin Fan must have been watching this for a long time. What are you doing? Let go of your dirty hands and don't touch her. Huang Mao also looked at him unhappily. Brother, do you understand the rules? First come, first served. First come first, last served is nothing. I am not someone like you. Get out of here. Lin Fan spoke very hastily and didn't care at all about the 2 yellow hairs. The 2 yellow hairs also became angry when they saw Lin Fan's attitude. Lin Fan was surrounded by one on the left and one on the right, and his hands made a crunching sound. "Why," I said, "your skin is itchy." Lin Fan also smiled instead of getting angry. "Damn it, I can't beat Yuran, and I can't beat you too, Huang Mao." In the flash of lightning, Lin Fan slapped Huang Mao twice. Huang Mao was instantly slapped to the ground, and a tooth fell to the ground with blood. "Ah!" the 2 yellow hairs screamed. Although the bar was noisy, Lin Fan's affairs immediately attracted attention. These newbies dared to cause trouble in the Sonic bar. A few regular patrons murmured something. They knew the energy behind this bar. But before things got serious, the woman in yellow clothes felt dizzy and staggered outside, not stopping at all for such a thing. "Girl, you are in too dangerous a state. I will send you back." When Lin Fan saw that the real master was about to leave, he immediately followed Li Tianmeng regardless of the 2 Wang Mao who fell to the ground and howled. The others showed disdain and pretended to be gentlemen. They were all here to have fun, and no one knew about their frivolity. Lin Fan chased Li Tianmeng out and was about to support her, but he didn't expect that Li Tianmeng wouldn't give her any face. He fluttered his sleeves and threw him away, walking forward step by step with unsteady steps. Lin Fan was not annoyed and followed Li Tianmeng step by step, like a guardian angel. But this is an adult world. Who doesn't understand what you want to do? Yuran leaned lazily at the door of the bar, looking at Lin Fan. He wanted to do it himself, but he was a villain after all. Wouldn't he lose his integrity by doing everything by himself? And there is a better option. This wave is called killing with a borrowed knife. "Lin Fan, what are you doing?" A roar broke the silence of the night, bringing a touch of life to the empty night. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, and his head felt big when he saw Yunyi running towards him at such a fast speed. "How did you attract this damn busted girl?" Lin Fan turned around and ran away without saying a word. This big girl was causing trouble for him because of the Bai family's affairs. He doesn't want to get caught by a busted girl here. Yun Yi naturally refused to give up and quickly chased Lin Fan. On the contrary, no one paid attention to the swaying Li Tianmeng, who was swaying towards the road. Yuran sighed. As a good law-abiding citizen, he had to save people again. When Yuran walked to Li Tianmeng's steps were already unsteady and he sat down on the curb. Lying down in a daze, Yuran supported her body and picked up the princess. Li Tianmen's body was full of the smell of alcohol, and he was sleeping soundly in Yuran's arms. Yuran held him and waited for a while before Lu Zitong arrived. Isn't this the second young lady of the Li family? Lu Zitong looked very surprised. He didn't expect that the young master would directly pick up the eldest lady of the Li family. How awesome! Is everything done? Yuran asked casually. He still trusted Lu Zitong and basically there would be no problems. It's done. Master, just wait and see tomorrow. Lu Zitong laughed out loud, and he knew he had some bad idea. Drive. Yuran didn't say anything more and took Li Tianmeng home first. Originally, if she were an ordinary woman, he wouldn't even bother to save her, but after all, Li Tianmeng was the second young lady of the Li family, so it would be normal for him to save her. Yuran put Li Tianmeng on the bed and covered her with a quilt. I took a shower and went back to my room to rest. What? You asked Yuran why he didn't sleep with Li Tianmeng. Beast. I, Lao Yu, am a good and law-abiding citizen. How can I do this kind of thing? It's simply impossible. Early the next morning, Li Tianmen's eyelashes trembled slightly, rubbing his groggy eyes, looking at himself in a strange environment. Her face suddenly changed. She didn't expect that she had stopped drinking yesterday, so she quickly checked her condition. This made her sigh in relief. There was nothing strange about her body, except that her coat had been taken off and put on a hanger. Li Tianmeng had no idea what was going on. He quickly found his cell phone in his clothes and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that the phone is still there proves that there is nothing serious wrong with her. However, out of caution, she sent her bodyguards the location and asked them to come quickly. Li Tianmeng gently opened the door and smelled the smell of breakfast, and his hungry stomach instantly began to growl. So she looked down, and was startled to see that it was Yuran. Yuran and Lu Zitong ate the xiaolongbao slowly. This xiaolongbao was really good. I glanced at Li Tianmeng slowly coming down the stairs. Hey, wake up, you're such a great young lady. You went to a bar and got drunk. Yuran and Li Tianmeng were considered acquaintances, and they didn't feel too unfamiliar when talking to each other. TCH, you can still control your drinking. Li Tianmeng also rolled his eyes at Yuran and went to brush his teeth and wash his face. After coming out, she was moved slightly when she saw the breakfast Yuran left for her. Not that such a small thing as preparing breakfast would move her, but she didn't expect Yuran to actually prepare breakfast for her. Yuran is a well-known love-minded playboy in their circle, although his martial arts skills blinded everyone's eyes at the banquet. But the long-standing prejudice has not changed. Li Tianmeng and Yuran are not strangers, and the relationship between the Li family and the Yu family is still quite good. Among the 5 major families, the Yu family and the Bai family have a better relationship, and the Chu family and the Han family have a better relationship. However, if the Chu family does not come out, the Han family will seem to be targeting the 2 families. As for the Lu family, the other 4 major families did not take it seriously. After all, the premise of cooperation is equal strength. But Yuran only had eyes for Lu Qingxiu before, and their relationship could only be considered as ordinary friends. My dear miss, why are you so careless as to go to the bar to drink? Aren't you afraid of being picked up by someone? Yuran took another sip of soy milk, crossed his legs, and spoke casually. They can certainly pick up corpses. Li Tianmeng sneered. She had a protective bead on her body. If someone had bad intentions, the protective bead would be triggered and he would know how powerful she was. And she would notify the Li family immediately. She wanted to use this method to fight against the injustice done to her by the Li family, but she didn't expect to be picked up by Yuran and taken home halfway. However, given Yuran's strength, this protective orb would probably have little effect on him. Li Tianmeng broke out in a cold sweat. If it is picked up by other people of similar strength, it will be a huge problem. Li Tianmeng stared at Yuran for a long while and suddenly asked back, "Why do I remember that our eldest son you never went to bars before?" At that time, he even shouted that he would keep his virginity for King Xiu. Li Tianmeng also started to act sarcastic. That's better than that 1s***t who used to talk about wanting to support a male celebrity every day. Yuran was also not polite and exposed each other's shortcomings. Li Tianmen's face suddenly turned red. She was also a fan during her adolescence. Later, she conducted a family investigation and found that none of these male stars were good people. By the way, why did you go to a place like that to drink yesterday without even a bodyguard? Yuran finally got back on track and asked Li Tianmeng about going to the bar. The expression on Li Tianmen's face suddenly dimmed, and then he lowered his head without saying a word. Hey, I'm your savior after all, but you won't say a word. That Lin Fan was following you yesterday. I'm afraid your thing can't defend against his strength. Yu Ran continued to pursue. In fact, if he asked Lu Zitong to investigate, he would be able to find out everything. Li Tianmen's affairs were definitely not top secret. Li Tianmeng glanced at Yu Ran, lowered his head again, and just muttered something. Thanks. There was no further contact after that, and it seemed that she was still unwilling to talk about her problem. Boring, like a mute person. Do you think I can't find out? Yu Ran leaned on the sofa and glanced outside the door. The noisy sound was most likely Li Tianmen's bodyguards arriving. However, Lu Zitong was outside and definitely couldn't come in without their permission. Li Tianmen's expression became even gloomier. She looked at Yu Ran, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Then she thought of something. Yu Ran, are you a warrior? You only know that I am a warrior. Then can you help me kill someone? Li Tianmen's expression suddenly became fierce, and her body began to tremble constantly, as if she had exhausted all her strength. I'd like to hear more about it. Yu Ran neither refused nor accepted, he just wanted to listen to what Li Tianmeng had to say. Seeing that Yu Ran did not explicitly refuse, Li Tianmen's eyes brightened a little, and then she mustered up her courage. I want you to help me kill my fiancé copyright. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, and his head felt big when he saw Yunyi running towards him at such a fast speed. How did you attract this damn busted girl? Lin Fan turned around and ran away without saying a word. This big girl was causing trouble for him because of the Bai family's affairs. He doesn't want to get caught by a busted girl here. Yunyi naturally refused to give up and quickly chased Lin Fan. On the contrary, no one paid attention to the swaying Li Tianmeng, who was swaying towards the road. Yu Ran sighed. As a good law-abiding citizen, he had to save people again. When Yu Ran walked to Li Tianmen's steps were already unsteady and he sat down on the curb. Lying down in a daze, Yu Ran supported her body and picked up the princess. Li Tianmen's body was full of the smell of alcohol, and he was sleeping soundly in Yu Ran's arms. Yu Ran held him and waited for a while before Lu Zitong arrived. Isn't this the second young lady of the Li family? Lu Zitong looked very surprised. He didn't expect that the young master would directly pick up the eldest lady of the Li family. How awesome. Is everything done? Yu Ran asked casually. He still trusted Lu Zitong and basically there would be no problems. It's done. Master, just wait and see tomorrow. Lu Zitong laughed out loud, and he knew he had some bad idea. Drive. Yu Ran didn't say anything more and took Li Tianmeng home first. Originally, if she were an ordinary woman, he wouldn't even bother to save her, but after all, Li Tianmeng was the second young lady of the Li family, so it would be normal for him to save her. Yu Ran put Li Tianmeng on the bed and covered her with a quilt. I took a shower and went back to my room to rest. What? You asked Yu Ran why he didn't sleep with Li Tianmeng. Beast. I, Lao Yu, am a good and law-abiding citizen. How can I do this kind of thing? It's simply impossible. Early the next morning, Li Tianmen's eyelashes trembled slightly, rubbing his groggy eyes, looking at himself in a strange environment. Her face suddenly changed. She didn't expect that she had stopped drinking yesterday, so she quickly checked her condition. This made her sigh in relief. There was nothing strange about her body, except that her coat had been taken off and put on a hanger. Li Tianmeng had no idea what was going on. He quickly found his cell phone in his clothes and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that the phone is still there proves that there is nothing serious wrong with her. However, out of caution, she sent her bodyguards the location and asked them to come quickly. Li Tianmeng gently opened the door and smelled the smell of breakfast, and his hungry stomach instantly began to growl. So she looked down, and was startled to see that it was Yu Ran. Yu Ran and Lu Zitong ate the xiaolongbao slowly. This xiaolongbao was really good. I glanced at Li Tianmeng slowly coming down the stairs. Hey, wake up, you're such a great young lady. You went to a bar and got drunk. Yu Ran and Li Tianmeng were considered acquaintances, and they didn't feel too unfamiliar when talking to each other. TCH, you can still control your drinking. Li Tianmeng also rolled his eyes at Yu Ran and went to brush his teeth and wash his face. After coming out, she was moved slightly when she saw the breakfast Yu Ran left for her. Not that such a small thing as preparing breakfast would move her, but she didn't expect Yu Ran to actually prepare breakfast for her. Yu Ran is a well-known love-minded playboy in their circle, although his martial arts skills blinded everyone's eyes at the banquet. But the long-standing prejudice has not changed. Li Tianmeng and Yu Ran are not strangers, and the relationship between the Li family and the Yu family is still quite good. Among the 5 major families, the Yu family and the Bai family have a better relationship, and the Chu family and the Han family have a better relationship. However, if the Chu family does not come out, the Han family will seem to be targeting the 2 families. As for the Lu family, the other 4 major families did not take it seriously. After all, the premise of cooperation is equal strength. But Yu Ran only had eyes for Lu Qingxiu before, and their relationship could only be considered as ordinary friends. "My dear miss, why are you so careless as to go to the bar to drink? Aren't you afraid of being picked up by someone?" Yuran took another sip of soy milk, crossed his legs, and spoke casually. "They can certainly pick up corpses," Li Tianmeng sneered. She had a protective bead on her body. If someone had bad intentions, the protective bead would be triggered and he would know how powerful she was, and she would notify the Li family immediately. She wanted to use this method to fight against the injustice done to her by the Li family, but she didn't expect to be picked up by Yuran and taken home halfway. However, given Yuran's strength, this protective orb would probably have little effect on him. Li Tianmeng broke out in a cold sweat. If it is picked up by other people of similar strength, it will be a huge problem. Li Tianmeng stared at Yuran for a long while and suddenly asked back, "Why do I remember that our eldest son you never went to bars before?" At that time, he even shouted that he would keep his virginity for King Xiu. Li Tianmeng also started to act sarcastic. "That's better than that one ***T who used to talk about wanting to support a male celebrity every day." Yuran was also not polite and exposed each other's shortcomings. Li Tianmen's face suddenly turned red. She was also a fan during her adolescence. Later, she conducted a family investigation and found that none of these male stars were good people. "By the way, why did you go to a place like that to drink yesterday without even a bodyguard?" Yuran finally got back on track and asked Li Tianmeng about going to the bar. The expression on Li Tianmen's face suddenly dimmed, and then he lowered his head without saying a word. Hey, I'm your savior after all, but you won't say a word. That Lin Fan was following you yesterday. I'm afraid your thing can't defend against his strength." Yuran continued to pursue. In fact, if he asked Lu Zidong to investigate, he would be able to find out everything. Li Tianmen's affairs were definitely not top secret. Li Tianmeng glanced at Yuran, lowered his head again, and just muttered something. "Thanks." There was no further contact after that, and it seemed that she was still unwilling to talk about her problem. "Boring, like a mute person, do you think I can't find out?" Yuran leaned on the sofa and glanced outside the door. The noisy sound was most likely Li Tianmen's bodyguards arriving. However, Lu Zitong was outside and definitely couldn't come in without their permission. Li Tianmen's expression became even gloomier. She looked at Yuran, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Then she thought of something. "Yuran, are you a warrior? You only know that I am a warrior. Then can you help me kill someone?" Li Tianmen's expression suddenly became fierce, and her body began to tremble constantly, as if she had exhausted all her strength. "I'd like to hear more about it." Yuran neither refused nor accepted, he just wanted to listen to what Li Tianmeng had to say. Seeing that Yuran did not explicitly refuse, Li Tianmen's eyes brightened a little, and then she mustered up her courage. "I want you to help me kill my fiancé copyright." Lin Fan's angry voice penetrated the police station, startling the sparrows who were resting on the telephone poles outside, and quickly stepped on the clouds to leave this place of right and wrong. It was Hanya from the Han family who came. Hanya looked at Lin Fan with a somewhat unhappy look, even with a hint of contempt. "It's useless to yell at me. Anyway, that's what those two yellow guys said. It's not a big deal. It will come out in a few days." Lin Fan's expression darkened, his face was as black as ink, and his eyes were about to burst into flames. "There must be someone behind the scenes, go check it out." Hanya rolled her eyes at him. There was nothing to investigate about this kind of thing, and it was Lin Fan who hurt people first. "It's useless. You were already out when we found out. We also helped you with the treatment. You can come out in 3 days. Originally, the penalty for intentionally hurting someone was at least half a month, but Daxia here could pay bail and be released from prison early, but he could not cause trouble during this period, otherwise the crime would be increased. Lin Fan sat on the chair with his fists clenched tightly. If he knew who did it, he would definitely let him know what it meant to live without dying. Even 3 days would bring a huge stain on his life. Lin Fan was so angry in his heart. Yuran, who was chatting with Lu Zitong, suddenly sneezed. It seems that someone misses him. Su Qian is far away in Suzhou. That little fairy by Yuan is by her side every day and she doesn't miss him. That's Su Qian. Well, I haven't cared for Sister Qian for a while, so it's time to go see Susie. He still gave Sister Qian brown sugar water halfway, he was not ruthless. Lu Zitong, go and tell Bai Yuan about this. He must tell his little maid about Lin Fan's affairs. Although his little maid has already gained full loyalty and favorability, this does not prevent Yuran from showing he is very concerned about Bai Yuan's affairs. Yuran went to have a little intimacy with Su Qian for a day, and when he came back, he was pestered by Bai Yuan who got the good news. Within 2 days, Yuran was connected to Wi-Fi on the sofa, bed, and bathroom. The signal was full and it was great. When Lin Fan walked out of the police station, Yuni let him out. When he walked outside, no one from the Han family came to pick him up. Even Hanya didn't come. Seeing this situation, Yuni couldn't help but snorted. It seems that someone has done all the bad things and there is no one left to connect to you. "You don't have to worry about it, Officer Yoon." Lin Fan said coldly that the reason why he didn't call her to Bomei was not because he was worried about being punished, but because the special care Yoonhee had given him in the past 3 days made him extremely angry. Turning on the lights in the middle of the night, surprise interrogations and insinuations made Lin Fan exhausted physically and mentally. Yoonhee almost went crazy trying to dig out the case of the Bai family's murder from his mouth. It's a pity that nothing was asked. Lin Fan had hidden his wealth a long time ago, so Yoonhee naturally couldn't find any evidence related to drugs. These 3 days made Lin Fan hate Yoonhee so much that he vowed that one day he would crush the scoundrel on his body and ravage him severely. Lin Fan walked out of the police station. It was already afternoon. He was not in a hurry to return to the Han family. The Han family also made him feel grudge this time. He knew that the Han family was also using their relationship with him, but he couldn't leave the Han family yet. He also needed the resources of the Han family to help him become famous. He sat at a small stall and drank 3 bottles of beer, then ate fried skewers and had a good time, sweeping away the depression of the past 3 days. Then he strode towards his house. He wanted to go back and have a good rest. He had barely had a good rest after being tortured by Yoonhee for the past 3 days. Although he is a dark warrior, he is also a little tired. Just as he stepped into a forest, the warrior's sixth sense, the protagonist's aura, made him realize that something was wrong. The surrounding trees were whistling in the wind. Although the sun had not yet set, the sky suddenly became dark and sand and rocks were flying everywhere. Formation. Lin Fan suddenly realized that something was wrong and dodged sideways. A special crossbow arrow passed through his side silently. Lin Fan was horrified. If he hadn't been so alert just now, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. Who is it? A Lin Fan roared and yelled, trying to find the mastermind behind this. The person who wanted to kill him now was most likely the one who ordered Huang Mao. Your awareness is quite sharp, but no matter how much you resist a little kid in the middle stage of dark power, it will be useless. You'd better let me take your life. Qin Yuan walked out from behind Lin Fan. He set up a trap array and a maze array, which were his strongest arrays at the moment. Lin Fan was now on guard, so sneak attacks were useless. However, Lin Fan's evasion of the attack just now had exposed his own cultivation level. Qin Yuan was already in the late stage of dark power, and even in the 8th stage. Facing a person in the middle stage of dark power, and with the help of formations, he had no idea how he could lose. Old man, you dare to plot against me. I think you are tired of living. Lin Fan mocked without any hesitation, but his hands did not slow down and he attacked Qin Yuan directly. Qin Yuan naturally did not want to be outdone and exchanged palm strikes with Lin Fan. Lin Fan retreated 8 steps and Qin Yuan retreated 5 steps. Although there was a gap in strength, it was not that big, but Qin Yuan was secretly frightened. It seemed that Lin Fan was only at the 4th level of dark energy, 4 levels lower than him. In a head-on confrontation, they were evenly matched. You really have some skills. Look at my flag attack. Qin Yuan was not a pedantic person. The person in front of him was obviously much stronger than his peers. He directly took out his formation flag and attacked Lin Fan. The formation flag emits yellow energy to activate the formation to launch an attack, although the formation itself does not have any offensive power. However, this special formation flag can activate the power of the formation and is considered the best weapon for the formation master. Lin Fan made a hand seal with his left hand, and an air shield appeared in front of him in an instant. This was not the end yet. Green energy was attached to his right hand, and he was going to attack with 2 approaches at the same time. Saint Doctor's Wave Hand, Saint Doctor's Chi Shield. Although Qin Yuan has reached the 8th level of dark power, his attack power is only comparable to that of Cao Bing after he has been soaked in a medicinal bath, and is only slightly higher after activating the formation. The combined attack power of Cao Bing and Su Huang is not as strong as that of the others, so Lin Fan naturally does not need to defend himself with all his heart. Qin Yuan was also shocked. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so powerful. The power of the formation he mobilized was broken in an instant. Lin Fan's Saint Dr. Wave's attack was still coming towards him, and Qin Yuan quickly used the power of the formation to instantly dodge the attack. The Saint Doctor waved his hand and hit the trees. In an instant, 5 large trees exploded at the same time. A 10-centimeter deep handprint was also imprinted in the center of the 6th large tree. So strong. Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment. This was a tough opponent, but when he thought of Li Tianmen's crying in reward, he hardened his heart in an instant. He took out another formation flag, which was blood red and looked very creepy. The blood red flag danced rhythmically in his hand, and waves of blood red energy condensed in front of him. The surrounding strong wind also rushed towards him, crushing countless flowers and plants along the way. This violent power also shocked Lin Fan. Boy, prepare to die. The bloody flag breaks the reckless attack. Lin Fan felt a great sense of oppression from the front, which was no less powerful than the combined attack of Cao Bing and Su Wang. His holy medical chi shield couldn't withstand the combined efforts of the two people in front of him before, and I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand it this time either. However, last time Lin Fan not only had to be on guard, but also had to use certain methods. This time, although he felt oppressive, he didn't feel much fear. The bloody flag's smashing strike brought up a blood red along the road, and even the flowers and plants withered in the places they passed, as if they had been robbed of life. Lin Fan took out a few poison pills at this time, crushed them, and thick poisonous gas surrounded him. The holy medical energy in his body also began to fluctuate. The holy medical scriptures he had learned were constantly circulating, and they seemed to resonate vaguely with the poisonous gas around him. There is no separation between medicine and poison. The medical poison heroine is broken. A stream of vitality mixed with poisonous gas rushed towards Qin Yuan, white and green mixed together, forming a very strange fluctuation of vitality. However, just like Qin Yuan's blood flag breaking strike, wherever it went, the flowers and plants withered and the trees withered. You can see the power of poison. The two forces of destruction collided together, making a sizzling sound of corrosion. What? Qin Yuan shouted. He didn't expect that Lin Fan's poisonous gas was so powerful that it could actually corrode his full blow. In less than 10 seconds, Qin Yuan's attack completely disappeared. Lin Fan's attack was slightly less powerful, but he still rushed towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan used the power of the formation to teleport to the side again and avoided the blow, but he saw Lin Fan slightly raised corners of his mouth. Do you think my move is so easy to dodge? The medical poison heroine break hit the place where Qin Yuan disappeared. After it shattered, a large amount of poisonous gas spread. Qin Yuan was caught off guard and directly inhaled a large amount of poisonous gas. Now is the day you die. Lin Fan was also afraid of long nights and many dreams, so he immediately burst out and wanted to kill Qin Yuan on the spot. Qin Yuan was obviously in a bad state under the poisonous gas. Lin Fan had already seen Qin Yuan's dying look, and already had a tendency to twist his mouth. Unexpectedly, when he arrived in front of Qin Yuan, he seemed to see a hint of joy in Qin Yuan's expression. No, I fell into a trap. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, but the attack was irreversible. The formation flags are turning. Qin Yuan waved the formation flag and disappeared instantly, while Lin Fan's sixth sense allowed him to twist in the air to resist the threat from the rear. Qin Yuan's eyes were vicious, his face was ferocious, and he thrust a dagger into Lin Fan's back, intending to kill him. Lin Fan's powerful sixth sense allowed him to forcefully turn 180 degrees in the air, but the dagger was less than an inch away from him, and he could only block it with his hands in a hurry. The dagger instantly pierced his hand and penetrated his chest with unstoppable force. Lin Fan also raised a palm and knocked Qin Yuan away, while he staggered 2 steps in place. Fortunately, the palm of his hand blocked the dagger's attack, otherwise if it were all pierced into the body, it would be difficult for the gods to save him. Even so, he was seriously injured. Lin Fan coughed twice and spit out a mouthful of bloody phlegm on the ground, but he didn't dare to look away from Qin Yuan. You're not poisoned. Lin Fan looked at Qin Yuan in disbelief. You must know that the poisonous gas formed after the explosion is extremely secretive. Those who don't know him would not know that it contains highly poisonous gas. If I had known you were good at using poison, you would have thought that I would not be prepared. Boy, today is your Memorial Day next year. Qin Yuan was also secretly grateful. Fortunately, Li Tianming told him that Lin Fan was good at using poison, and he had already taken precautions in advance, otherwise he would have suffered a big loss. It seems that Li Tianming really likes him, so he must work harder to kill this Lin Fan. Lin Fan was also secretly shocked. Sure enough, this person was the mastermind behind the scenes and knew very well the time and means of his release from prison. Now that he is seriously injured, he may be in some trouble. Boy, are you going to commit suicide or wait for me to take your life? Qin Yuan walked slowly over like an expert. In his opinion, Lin Fan was seriously injured and could no longer make any trouble. Lin Fan's eyes were solemn. It seemed that he had to use some incredible moves, otherwise it would be difficult to win. However, his expression suddenly relaxed, and the surrounding formation seemed to have gradually disappeared. Qin Yuan's move that changed the world had exhausted the power of the formations. Without the formation, Lin Fan was relieved. Qin Yuan's biggest trouble was being able to move with the help of the formation. It was difficult for his attacks to hit, but now it seems that God is also helping him, and there is no need to use the last resort. Qin Yuan seemed to have noticed that the formation was eliminated, but Lin Fan in front of him was seriously injured, so he didn't take it seriously. Boy, I see you have quite a bit of heritage. Why don't you hand over your heritage and I can let you go? Qin Yuan stared at Lin Fan with bright eyes. If he could compete with him with the 4th level of dark power, he must have a great inheritance. Even he was extremely excited. Lin Fan watched Qin Yuan's steps in silence, but secretly calculated the distance between Qin Yuan and him. 20 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps, now. Lin Fan suddenly burst into flames, and a copper furnace appeared in his hand. This was one of his trump cards. Lin Fan performed a hand trick, and the copper furnace hit Qin Yuan with supreme force. Qin Yuan was instantly shocked. He did not expect that Lin Fan actually had such a trump card. He was caught off guard for a moment and was sent flying straight away. Qin Yuan hit the ground heavily, blood overflowed uncontrollably from his mouth, and a small shield on his chest shattered. Earth-level spiritual weapon. Qin Yuan was shocked and couldn't help but take 2 steps back when he saw the copper furnace in front of him. It turned out to be an Earth-level spiritual weapon. This shield of his is also an intermediate-level mystic-level spiritual weapon. If a furnace can smash into pieces, it must be an Earth-level spiritual weapon. There was a strong look of greed in his eyes. This was a magical weapon that even the powerful would envy. At present, his body is seriously injured, and looking at the Earth-level spiritual weapon in front of him, he can only say that he is helpless. Lin Fan also looked at Qin Yuan warily. He didn't expect that he still had a shield to defend himself, otherwise he would have been dead when he hit him just now. Lin Fan only had secret strength and could not activate the power of the copper furnace, so he could only use the most clumsy way to hit people. But the Earth-level spiritual weapon is still an Earth-level spiritual weapon, and it is definitely not comparable to the mysterious-level spiritual weapon. Qin Yuan was also seriously injured. Qin Yuan looked at the Earth-level spiritual weapon with hot eyes, but he stepped back. Although he was hot with eyes, he would never take risks. This is his secret way of survival even though he has lived for such a long time. Lin Fan slowly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Qin Yuan retreating. If Qin Yuan really wanted to fight desperately, he might really be in trouble. This time Qin Yuan relied on the power of the formation. Next time he was on guard, he was confident that he would be able to kill him. Qin Yuan slowly left this place and took a healing pill. He was seriously injured and urgently needed to return to the Li family for recuperation. But not long after he walked out of Lin Fan's sight, a sharp sword energy attacked him. Who is it? Qin Yuan roared heartbreakingly. The sword energy came down from the sky with the might of heaven, and with the cyan sword light, it attacked Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment. He was already seriously injured, not to mention that even if he was at full strength, he might not be able to block this attack, because this attack actually carries a trace of the power of heaven and earth. This is a sign of energy. Now it is even more inevitable. How dare Xiao Xiao plot against me? Qin Yuan's roar echoed in the sky, and the only response was his indomitable and fierce sword energy. Qin Yuan was frightened and almost used all his defensive methods. However, he had nothing to hide from the terrifying sword energy and was torn in half in an instant. The scene was extremely bloody, killing everyone with one move. Yuran walked out from the side. This was the first time he had killed someone. He felt a little nauseous and his stomach was churning, even though he had already made plans when he came to this world. But now he is still a little nauseous, but fortunately he resisted this feeling and finally adapted to the current situation. Yuran took away all the valuable items from Qin Yuan and walked away. He had actually been observing Lin Fan and Qin Yuan fighting for a long time, and all this was within his expectations. That Qin Yuan was indeed a villain because he talked too much. If he had done it to Lin Fan earlier, he would have nothing to do, so he had to talk too much. Unlike a cautious villain like him, he goes all out when he comes up. He vaguely remembered Li Tianmen's doubts before leaving. Why should we tell Qin Yuan that Lin Fan is good at using poison? Wouldn't it be easier to kill him if we didn't tell him? In fact, the effect Yuran wanted was to hurt both sides. People like Qin Yuan would definitely seek stability and not fight to the death with Lin Fan. Then it would be his time to reap the rewards. If he really fought to the death, he would also attack. Lin Fan had many ways to save his life, so he would naturally not die, but Qin Yuan would definitely die. The results are still the same. The Qinglian sword art is indeed powerful. It was the first time Yuran used the Hongyao sword with the Qinglian sword art, and Qin Yuan had no resistance at all. Although he was seriously injured, even in his prime, Yuran was confident of killing him. However, his control of the Qinglian sword art is still too low. The Qinglian sword art has a total of 4 sword energies, and currently he can only use one. However, the power of this alone is extremely terrifying, and with the bonus of Hanjiao sword, it is absolutely unstoppable. Qin Yuan really has a lot of good things, and a Formation Master's collection is really rich. There are no less than 5 Xian-level spiritual treasures alone, and there are also many other miscellaneous elixirs and drawings. However, Yuran tested it and it didn't have much effect on him, but he could use it as a reward to the secret guards to make them stronger. Lin Fan, who had a big fight with Qin Yuan, naturally didn't know that Qin Yuan was dead. He secretly regarded Qin Yuan as the mastermind behind his murder. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to fail to kill you. As Lin Fan was walking away, 2 masked men suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Lin Fan was shocked to find that there were still 2 secret powers. If they had attacked him just now, it would have been a disaster. However, these 2 people were obviously in the same group as the old man just now. Lin Fan did not answer and attacked them. 2 people, one holding a knife and the other holding a sword, attacked Lin Fan. Lin Fan was seriously injured and didn't want to fight. He took out the copper stove and smashed it. The earth-level spiritual weapon was too powerful, so the two of them didn't dare to get too close. But Lin Fan was also entangled at this moment. He was very frightened now, fearing that he would really be in big trouble when Qin Yuan showed up. What you do today will be repaid 100 times in the future. Lin Fan's body was gushing red, and it looked like he had used some kind of forbidden technique, and he attacked the two of them fiercely. The two people did not dare to confront him head-on, so they could only avoid it and let Lin Fan run away into the distance. The two people did not continue to catch up, but slowly left the scene and took out an exclusive intercom. "Young master, I'm sorry that I couldn't kill him. He seemed to have burned some kind of forbidden magic and ran away." These two people were Cao Bing and Su Wang. Yuran's order to them was to intercept and kill Lin Fan, but it was obvious that Yuran did not think they would succeed. It just made Lin Fan feel sick. He didn't expect that Lin Fan was worried about Qin Yuan and burned the forbidden technique and left. It was an unexpected surprise. But everything is within Yuran's calculations. It's not that easy to open this condom and get out. Qin Yuan's death today must have caused an uproar. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Yuran also took off his clothes and left, hiding his merits and fame. Qin Yuan's death the next day immediately shocked the Li family. This is a warrior who is close to the peak of Anjin in the late stage. He was originally a strong man prepared by the Li family for the Haitian secret realm. As a result, he died midway, which made the Li family furious. At this time, Li Tianmeng took the initiative to stand up and admit his mistake. Lin Fan had followed her before and even went to jail for it, which made her very unhappy, so she told Qin Yuan about it. Qin Yuan went to Lin Fan to settle a score, and now he is dead. No one dares to say that it has nothing to do with Lin Fan. As for Li Tianmeng, since Qin Yuan is dead, the family will only verbally blame her and will not take any action against her. No matter what happened in life, death will be in vain. No one in this kind of family will embarrass the legitimate daughter of the family because of the death. Lawless. Lin Fan dares to kill. The current head of the Li family, Li Chang'an, stamped his foot on the ground, causing half of a tile to crack, showing his great strength. The matter of the head of the family must not be revealed so easily. The people of the Li family were all very angry. Naturally, they were not seeking justice for Qin Yuan, but wanted to obtain some benefits for the Li family. In order to win over Qin Yuan, they spent a lot of money and even married off their legitimate daughter. Now that the situation has become like this, if they don't ask the Han family for an explanation, wouldn't it be a loss of blood? Tianmeng, you are too willful this time. It is not easy for the family to win over such a person. Qin Yuan is not only in Jin but also a formation master. He is very powerful. The Li family cannot ignore this kind of talent. How did I know that he couldn't even defeat Lin Fan? Li Tianmeng whispered the words Yuran taught her while peeking at the family's reaction. Li Tianmeng's muttering made the Li family stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly realized that the boy the Han family was looking for was actually more powerful than Qin Yuan. They are close to the Yu family and naturally have an average relationship with the Han family. Naturally they are not happy to see the Han family having such help. We can't just let this matter go. Murder must be repaid with life, and debts must be repaid with money. It is only natural and right. The Li family members shouted slogans, but then calmed down. The Han family would at most give them some symbolic compensation, or even no compensation at all. It was impossible for them to deal with or even kill Lin Fan, and they might even reward Lin Fan for this matter. When warriors fight, death and injury are inevitable. If it weren't for Li Tianmen's words, the Li family would not have thought about Lin Fan. But now, this Lin Fan is in serious trouble. The family is not easy to deal with, so there are still police. Li Tianmen's muttered words silenced the scene. Li Tianmen's words made the Li family stunned for a moment, and then they all started to applaud. In fact, this is also a misunderstanding that these top families often fall into. For the sake of family face, they often do not want to seek official help for many things. And there are very few things they cannot solve, but it has happened now. Lin Fan is obviously difficult to kill because he cannot exert his energy, and the Han family is there to protect him. Therefore, it is difficult for the Li family to do anything to him, but it is not easy to ask for help from the authorities, as this is actual murder. After seeing the family's decision, Li Tianmeng quietly retreated. Yuran, you are such a genius. She felt a little excited and full of gratitude towards Yuran. Poor Lin Fan, his injuries had not yet healed, and he was taken to the police station again. It was still Yun Yi. Lin Fan was furious when he saw her, but in the end he chose not to take action and could only accept having his hands handcuffed. He was not strong enough to challenge the authorities yet. The time and place of Qin Yuan's death were extremely consistent with Lin Fan's, which could be seen from the surveillance footage. However, Qin Yuan cleverly chose an area without surveillance to set up his formation. After all, he didn't want to leave any handle, so no one knew what happened between Qin Yuan and Lin Fan. All they knew was that Qin Yuan died. The most important thing is that Lin Fan did not deny that he killed Qin Yuan, but but he did not admit it either. I told you, he wants to kill me. Is it impossible for me to resist if he wants to kill me? Lin Fan screamed hysterically in the interrogation room. He could not understand this group of people at all. He was clearly the victim. Even if you are resisting, the evidence of your murder is irrefutable. What else can you say? Yunyi had a serious expression on her face, and Lin Fan glared at her angrily. By now, his anger towards Yunyi had already overshadowed his lust. He even wanted to strangle this damn big-breasted girl to death all the time. I said, we just fought, both of us were injured, I didn't kill him. How can you say that I killed him? Lin Fan's voice was hysterical. No one would feel good if they were accused like this, and he was not the kind of person who would just accept things passively. Naturally, there was strong resistance. According to Qin Yuan's autopsy report, there are still residual toxins in his body. Do you dare to say that it has nothing to do with you? Yunyi stared at Lin Fan with sharp eyes. The topic of poison was a very sensitive one, and Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. The Bai family incident has not yet passed, and if I admit that I am good at using poison, I am afraid some people will not let it go. I don't know. I just fought with him and I'm not good at using poison. Yunyi suddenly slammed the table in anger. You also said that you are not good at using poison. A lot of flowers and plants were poisoned and withered during the fight. Qin Yuan is a formation master, he doesn't know how to use poison at all. You mean there is a third party involved? Lin Fan secretly thought that this was not good. He forgot to erase all traces of the scene because his injuries were too severe. Now he had to admit it even if he didn't want to. I only bought the poison for self-defense. If Qin Yuan wanted to kill me, I would throw it away. Lin Fan's stubbornness made Yunyi sneer slightly. Then how do you explain the poison found in your residence? Yunyi showed a transparent bag, which contained the poison made by Lin Fan. As the police arrived in a hurry, he did not have time to dispose of it. Lin Fan's face was as gloomy as water, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. What's wrong with using poison? There's nothing wrong with using poison in a life-and-death battle. Now you admit that you used poison? Then why did you say you didn't know how to use poison when the Bai family poisoned you? Yunyi kept sneering, his sharp voice piercing Lin Fan's forehead. Lin Fan fell silent for a moment, not knowing how to explain it. Now the description is getting darker and darker, so just stay silent to avoid more mistakes. However, Yunyi couldn't help but accuse Lin Fan of being the real culprit of the Bai family's poisoning just because he was good at using poison. He also needed substantial evidence. Regarding Lin Fan's matter, the Han family was very concerned about it, especially when Lin Fan defeated Qin Yuan and proved his role in the Haitian secret realm later. It can be said that the Han family used a lot of resources to rescue Lin Fan. If it were an ordinary family, they might compromise or be powerless, but the Li family was bound to imprison Lin Fan or even execute him. The incident was once a big deal, and the instigator was currently holding Bai Yuan's slender waist and sipping red wine. Yuan originally wanted to drink Coke, but the red wine under Bai Yuan's flaming red lips seemed to taste better. Red wine tasted better. Occasionally, I can detect the delicate and tender tongue, which also has a unique flavor. Toot toot. As the doorbell rang, Bai Yuan went to open the door very naturally, and then stood behind Yuan. There was a drop of red wine falling from the corner of his mouth to the floor, but Li Tianmeng didn't notice it when he came in. Li Tianmeng rushed in happily to tell Yuan the good news. Li Tianmeng's appearance is very coquettish, very much like the openness of a nightclub queen. Perhaps she is in a good mood, and her fiery red dress perfectly sets off her aura. Yuan, you are really awesome. As expected, you helped me solve the problem. That Lin Fan also went to jail on your suggestion. It really killed two birds with one stone. Li Tianmeng laughed loudly, and she was obviously more optimistic now that she had one worry removed. Lin Fan was the one who followed her that day, so she naturally found out. After all, there were many witnesses in the bar. At this time, Qin Yuan and Lin Fan were dead and injured, which was a double blessing for Li Tianmeng, so she was very happy. Well, this can be regarded as relieving your worries, Miss Li. How do you plan to repay me? Yuan's tone was relaxed, his body bowed forward, and he looked at Li Tianmeng aggressively. This was the first time that Li Tianmeng saw Yuan in such a situation, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. I don't know, by the way, why is Yuan so powerful? I remember you before. Li Tianmeng did not continue talking. It is true that the former Yuan was a fool and a love brain. It was difficult to imagine such a plan. Dang dang dang, this has to mention the great wisdom of this system, which has given the stupid host an IQ. I'm talking about the dog system. You're a little distracted right now. Do you want me to play you some more of your favorite songs? After Yuan's flattery several times, the dog system became a lot more arrogant, but as soon as Yuan's words came out, it shrank back again. It vaguely remembered that Yuan opened his phone and searched for the most unpleasant songs, and then made a note of system-specific songs. It does not want its sacred ears to be defiled. Since there were still people outside, Yuan didn't talk much to the system. He was already used to the system popping up from time to time. You are a late bloomer. Entering martial arts will naturally lead to wisdom. Yuran didn't say much, he just pushed his situation to the path of martial arts. Li Tianmeng also nodded and changed the topic very cleverly. Although Yuran saw it, he didn't care. Although Li Tianmeng is indeed good-looking, he comes from one of the 5 major families. If the fish is too big, it will affect other fish. And the favorability score doesn't lie, so Yuran didn't care about Li Tianmeng's remuneration. By the way, Tianmeng, this time has passed. What if the family still wants you to marry next time? After this incident, the relationship between the two people has obviously become much closer, and Yuran also omitted her last name. Li Tianmeng was obviously stunned for a moment when he heard Yuran's words, and then there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. They, the children of the big family, seemed unable to decide their own lifelong events. They cannot disobey the family's will. This has always been the case in big families. No child of a big family can be as handsome as Yuran. I don't know. Li Tianmeng, who was excited just now, suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, his head drooping. Of course, Yuran didn't say these things for no reason. He planted a seed. It was not his style to let the fish return to the sea, unless there was a bigger fish. Hey, it's hard to decide your own destiny because you're not strong enough. Lu Qingxiu was like that before, Yuran said casually and leaned back, while Bai Yuan handed over the wineglass. The dark happy water in it was a little inconsistent. The speaker has no intention, the listener has intention. But that's not the case here, because Yuran said it on purpose. Lu Qingxiu can fight against fate because the Lu family has taken over the company and has rights. What about Li Tianmeng? Li Tianmeng naturally thought of this. It is not clear whether Li Tianmeng has talent in this area, but as an additional heroine in the book, she should not be mediocre. There must be something outstanding between martial arts and business. It is indeed a bit arrogant for Yuran to have Li Tianmeng at his fingertips, so he can win it with a little more humility and a little more effort. Li Tianmeng's favorability score of 80 says it all. After all, he followed Lin Fan's script. There is no reason why Li Tianmeng can't fall in love with him. Besides, compared to Lin Fan, he is more handsome. Being handsome is also a kind of capital, and Li Tianmeng is always a good-looking person. So he has to let Li Tianmeng have a higher status in the Li family. This will be good for him in the future. Who knows what the protagonist will be later? His goal is to make Jinling his base, but of course this will take time. Li Tianmeng was not in high spirits and was about to leave without saying a few words. If you have any difficulties, you can always come to me. Yuran said something casually, but Li Tianmen's eyes suddenly brightened a lot, and then he suddenly pecked Yuran's face. This is a thank you gift for this help. Li Tianmeng seemed a little shy and ran away without looking back after the kiss. The master is so charming, yet another one has fallen. Bai Yuan's voice had a hint of respect, but Yuran felt a little sour. You are bold and dare to be sour. This maid needs more education and education. Is she so sore? Then she will not die from soreness in the future. Yuran pushed her head down without saying a word and taught her how to be a maid. Lu Zitong wandered outside with snot and tears. Since Bai Yuan became a maid, he couldn't even go back to live. How hateful. He can only find some cute little sisters in heaven and earth every day to heal his internal injuries. But he firmly believed that Yuran trusted him by leaving everything to him. Lin Fan's matter was in great turmoil, with the Li family and the Han family each holding their own opinions. The Li family demanded that people be punished by killing people and punish villains like Lin Fan. The Han family stated that Lin Fan did not kill anyone and that it was self-defense and should be acquitted. The two families were quarreling fiercely, causing everyone in the bureau to lose their heads. The relationship between the two families was not simple, and Lin Fan's case has never been concluded. The other people inside have already connected with each other, and they have seen that the final development of this matter has nothing to do with them. Only Yun Yi persisted in interrogating Lin Fan and was bound to dig out his secrets. Lin Fan became increasingly angry at Yun Yi's attitude, and simply didn't say a word after that. In the end, after a dispute between the two families, Lin Fan was sentenced to 3 years in prison for excessive defense. When Lin Fan learned the news, everyone was stunned. He had already been in prison for 7 days, including the last time. 7 days, do you know how I spent these 7 days? Now you tell me that you will lock me up for another 3 years. The Han family was also helpless. The Li family was determined to kill him, and Yun Yi insisted on convicting Lin Fan. 3 years was already the minimum time limit they strived for. But even so, Lin Fan has nothing to do with the Haitian secret realm anymore. So the Li family didn't say anything more, and their goal was achieved. When Hanya came to see Lin Fan's face looked as if he wanted to eat someone, and the fire in his eyes could spurt out at any time. Hanya's attitude towards Lin Fan became much better because of Qin Yuan's matter, and she also spoke softly to Lin Fan. Our family tried our best on this matter. The Li family refused to let go. Yun Yi insisted on convicting you. We are also one of the 5 major families and we have no choice. Lin Fan nodded. Naturally, he would not blame the Han family. All the blame lies with the Li family and that damn Yun Yi. If he goes out, he must make them look good. But when he thought about spending the next time here, Lin Fan's eyes dimmed a lot. Don't be discouraged. We've taken care of things inside. There won't be any problems. Just have a good rest. Hanya eagerly held Lin Fan's hand, and Lin Fan seemed to feel something in his heart, silently clenching his fists. The Han family has been so kind to me, and if I, Lin Fan, can't repay it, I will definitely be devastated. Hanya's voice became much softer. Just be fine, I'll wait for you to come out. Lin Fan nodded and walked slowly inside. He was swallowed by the boundless darkness. But in a corner where no one could see the surveillance, Lin Fan opened his mouth and swallowed something. Sentenced to 3 years? Yuran was also confused when he received the news from Lu Zitong. Originally, Yuran just wanted to cause some trouble for Lin Fan. After 3 years, the male protagonist has become a scumbag. But this time I didn't have any points to collect, but soon Yuran felt that it wouldn't be that simple. If Lin Fan can really stay in prison for 3 years, he will be in trouble, and there is a high possibility that he will cause trouble later. But this way Lin Fan would be out of sight, and it would be easier to deal with him in the future. Hey, Lin Fan, you are too weak. I only need to make a small move and that's your limit? Yuran couldn't help but sigh as he put his hands behind his back. Host, if you keep showing off, I will deduct your points. What the hell? How dare you, this dog system, if you dare to deduct points from me, I will fight with you. Yuran was beaten by the system in 1 second. He worked hard for so long and only got 1,000 points. How dare you deduct labor points? But what puzzles Yuran is that his current points are already 3,400, and he still has insufficient points after being upgraded to Huajin. I'm talking about the system. How many points do you need to upgrade to Huajin? This is more than double the 9th level of Anjin. Host, please explore by yourself. The Thundera system still remembered Yuran's insults to it and said it would not give him an answer. Yuran also rolled his eyes at it. There must be a road before the car reaches the mountain, and entering the sea and sky secret realm requires a lot of energy. He has no plans to improve now. After spending a quiet week, Yuran first went to see the busy Su Qian. Su Qian was forced to take a 2-day vacation, and then devoted herself to hard work. She hopes to be able to help Yuran as soon as possible. Dong Chunkayu is indeed very talented. The company is booming and has developed a lot of business in such a short period of time. After coming back, Yuran went to visit Su Qian again. Sister Qian was still very enthusiastic. Yuran stayed there for 2 days and then came back. Afterwards, the little fairy Bai Yuan became successful in her practice and finally mastered a martial art. Yuran rewarded her for 2 more days. It has to be said that Yuran was really busy, and on the 7th day, Li Tianming came to the door again, bringing a piece of news that Yuran expected. Lin Fan escaped from prison. Yuran took a sip of coke and nodded calmly. It would be strange if Lin Fan stayed there for 3 years. However, before, Yuran thought that Lin Fan would come out again before the secret realm of sea and sky was opened. Unexpectedly, within a week, Lin Fan could no longer bear it. Young people are still too anxious. Li Tianmeng looked at Yuran Gujing Liubo's appearance curiously, and became more and more interested in him. His sense of strategizing made Li Tianmen's eyes shine. Really handsome. In addition to this news, Li Tianmeng also revealed a little secret to Yuran. She also started to get in touch with family affairs. She was tempted by what Yuran said before. Yuran didn't have any big reaction, he just said that he would help if necessary. A small promise made Li Tianmeng so excited that she wanted to repeat her old trick of kissing him and running away, but what she didn't expect was, Yuran pulled her back and kissed her lips very domineeringly. She was a little shocked when her lips were blocked. She didn't expect Yuran to be so arrogant and forcefully kiss her. Well, she actually didn't resist. However, Li Tianmeng still had worries in his heart. Bai Yuan behind him and Su Qian at the banquet were proud of being the legitimate daughter of the Li family. So after Yuran kissed her, the two of them did not proceed with the next steps. Yuran didn't force her, he just curled his lips and smiled. You still want a sneak attack on me, you are really brave. Li Tianmen's face turned red and she ran away like a gust of wind. Yuran was lying on the sofa, and Bai Yuan massaged her gently. After the last education, Bai Yuan was able to put away her sour smell very well. At least he won't be discovered by Yuran, otherwise he will have to be educated again. Although that feeling is exciting, it is not beautiful. Hey, young master, Lin Fan has lost his trace. I can confirm that he has not returned to the Han family. Lu Zitong called. After Lin Fan was imprisoned, he basically lost the surveillance of Lin Fan, so it is difficult to find traces of Lin Fan. However, it is certain that Lin Fan did not return to the Han family. After all, it is impossible for the Han family to cover up such a thing. Well, don't worry, he won't contact the Han family for the time being. Just continue to investigate the surrounding area. He will come out sooner or later. Although Lin Fan has lost his trace, Yuran is not particularly worried. Before the Haitian secret realm comes out, it will be difficult for Lin Fan to make a big improvement. Moreover, he had mobilized a large number of informants, so Lin Fan would be discovered as soon as he showed up. But where will Lin Fan, who cannot see the light now, go? Hidden in the darkness? Yuran smiled slightly. The protagonists of this generation are not good either. The person who was most angry about Lin Fan's escape was Yunyi. She didn't expect that she had spent so much money to catch Lin Fan and then he ran away. And judging from the situation at the scene, it was obvious that there was a cooperation between inside and outside, which meant that someone was helping him. Han family. Yunyi clenched her fists. Apart from the Han family, she could not think of anyone else who would dare to be so arrogant for the sake of the Haitian secret realm. Miss Yun, we have never met Lin Fan. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. Han Li sat firmly on the Diao Tai and spoke in a relaxed tone, not taking Yunyi seriously at all. The Han family, you are very good. Do you really think you can cover the sky in Jinling with just one hand? Han Li straightened up at this time, with a smile on his face that he didn't know whether it was true or false. Miss Yun, you have to provide evidence for everything, right? I told you to check it out. Yunyi glared angrily, but to no avail, he could only leave angrily. She is not stupid. Most of the Bai family's property has been annexed by the Han family. It is a joke to say that the Han family doesn't know anything about the Bai family. But she also knew that what the Han family did was absolutely clean, and even if Lin Fan admitted it, there was no way he could drag the Han family into trouble. But no matter what, her goal now is to catch Lin Fan. A person came out from behind Han Li and spoke softly. Master, do you need me to go get her? Han Li shook his head. Don't act nonsense. No matter what, she is a member of the Yun family in the imperial capital. If something happens, she will definitely be held accountable. There is no need to cause trouble. Just tell Lin Fan to calm down and don't let him do it again next time. I'll wipe his A*****. After talking about it, Han Li's voice became much harsher, and he was obviously dissatisfied with Lin Fan's matter. Han Li's men nodded and disappeared from sight. A week passed like this, and Lin Fan seemed to have evaporated into the world. There was no trace of this person in Jinling. Yuran relaxed for a week. He fought with Cao Bing Su Huang during the day and Bai Yuan at night. His body was almost unable to bear the beatings. But fortunately, his physical strength is high enough and he can restrain a few of them. Bai Yuan's actual combat ability is constantly improving, and she is now able to tie with Su Huang and Cao Bing. However, if there is a life and death battle, she will definitely die. Although her dark power is at the peak and is higher than Cao Bing and the others, her fighting consciousness and level are far behind. The continuous training these days can be considered as a reward. Cao Bing and Su Huang have also touched the threshold of the late engine stage, and can basically reach the late engine stage before the arrival of the Haitian secret realm. Yuran is becoming more and more proficient in the use of Yu Yang finger and Qinglian sword technique, and now he basically has no rivals in Jin. Lu Zitong spent less time practicing, and spent most of his time busy tracking down Lin Fan's whereabouts. Master, we have him all over Jinling, but we still haven't found Lin Fan. Even after using the power of the internal network, there is no news, only. Seeing Lu Zidong hesitate to speak, Yuran waved his hand indifferently. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I have bribed some small gangs and factions, but they cover a wide area, but there is still no movement from Lin Fan. There is a piece of land that we cannot touch, the territory of the Underground Queen. Yuran was not surprised. If Lin Fan had been discovered so easily, he would have been caught long ago. It seemed that he had left a way out. But when did the Underground Queen meet Lin Fan? Did Lin Fan's behavior in the bar that time catch the Queen's eye? Yuran pondered for a moment and decided to meet this Underground Queen for a while. The Underground Queen is undoubtedly the strongest person in the Jinling underworld, and she is also one of Lin Fan's women in the book, but Lin Fan's conquest of her will be a very late event. Growing up in underground forces, she believed in the supremacy of strength, the law of the jungle and the strong. She had an extremely domineering personality, so that she could unify the Jinling underworld. The Underground Queen herself is extremely talented, and now she is also at the peak of her dark power. What does not match her character is that her name is very literary and Suandi. Therefore, it was impossible for Lin Fan to conquer her at this time, so Yuran was not worried that Insuandi would fall in love with Lin Fan. And even though she is the king of the underworld, she cannot fight with the Yu family to death. That would be courting death. What kind of tea do you want, sir? The waiter looked at Yuran, who was seated, and asked in a soft voice. A pot of black tea, the best to Hongbao, and I want to see Insuandi. Yuran didn't hide his purpose. After all, he always looked good wherever he went, so there was no need for special reasons to meet him. This is the privilege of the villain. The waiter's expression changed slightly and he nodded. They naturally knew the young master of the Yu family from Jinling, so they did not dare to neglect him. Although Ansuandi is the queen of the underworld, her status is slightly inferior to that of Yuran. She wouldn't care if it were the legitimate daughter or legitimate son of the 5 ordinary families, but Yuran couldn't. Heir to the stable Yu family, and his parents are extremely protective of their children and will do anything for Yuran. Moreover, Yuran is also very powerful now. He is no longer the playboy he used to be, and is more worthy of being treated by Ansuandi. Yuran only brought Cao Bing and Su Wang to guard behind him this time. Lu Zitong originally wanted to follow, but then he thought that he had not practiced martial arts during this period, so he trained hard in order not to be left behind by Yuran. Young master, you came to my place and really made this place shine. A crisp voice came, but there was a hint of domineering in the words. Then Yuran saw a woman wearing a windbreaker and blue boots appear in front of him. Ansuandi is not tall, she looks only 165 centimeters tall, but the pressure she brings is indeed very strong. I've heard about the queen for a long time, so I came here to pay my respects today. Yuran didn't put on any airs and made a gesture of invitation to Ansuandi. Ansuandi was not polite and sat directly opposite Yuran. Ansuandi has a very majestic appearance, with a hint of murderous intent in her eyebrows and eyes. Her aura is very strong. You can tell at a glance that she is someone who has been in a high position for a long time. I didn't expect that a big man like Mr. Yu could actually know me. I'm really honored. Although Ansuandi's words sounded flattering, there was not much respect in her tone and she was just doing things as usual. The queen is famous, so Yuran naturally recognizes her. I came here today just to ask the queen if she knows Lin Fan. Ansuandi put away her smile, stared at Yuran, and said nothing for a while. Yuran was not afraid and looked at her. Well, Ansuandi's appearance is quite capable. So Mr. Yu is here to cause trouble today. Ansuandi's voice was much colder, with a hint of murderous intent, which made Cao Bing and Su Huang behind him couldn't help but make an attack posture. 2 dark strength middle stages. Ansuandi glanced at the people behind Yuran and thought to herself, but her expression did not change. It has to be said that Ansuandi's change of face was enough to scare many young masters who have not experienced big storms. After all, the murderous intention was real, but Yuran was not affected at all. Without him, he would be stronger. No, it's just doubt. Yuran's indifference made Ansuandi take a high look. It seemed that the previous news that the young master of the Yu family was very talented in martial arts was not false. There are not many young people who can be indifferent to her pressure, but recently I met 2. Yes or no, what do you want, young master Yu? Do you want me to ask for someone? Ansuandi's tone was still domineering, with no intention of giving in. You want someone? No, if you want to catch him, you can't stop me. Yuran picked up the teacup, blew on it gently, and then took a sip. Great tea. Yuran's domineering words made Ansuandi's eyes become serious. She naturally saw that Yuran in front of her did not seem to be arrogant or in any other mood. He was just saying something insignificant, but he didn't know whether it was his own strength or the strength of the Yu family. Young Master Yu is indeed no ordinary person, but if you want to take someone in my territory, I'm afraid even the Yu family will have to weigh it up. Ansuandi is still not afraid. The underworld queen is no weaker than others. Why does the queen always feel that I am using the Yu family to suppress you? Or does the queen think that your peak dark strength is really strong? Yuran's voice was filled with a slight chuckle, and he took another sip of tea without caring. Ansuandi was shocked at this moment. Yuran actually saw her strength. She hadn't made a move for a long time. There was absolutely no energy fluctuation in her body just now, and she was actually seen through. Young Master Yu is very capable. I wonder if you are interested in traveling with him. Ansuandi stood up, and there was nothing unusual in her tone. People in her position would naturally not express their thoughts on their faces. It's what I asked for. Yuran stood up and was sure that Lin Fan was in Ansuandi's territory, but he was really curious as to why Lin Fan was here. Ansuandi and Yuran walked towards one of her bases together, followed closely by Cao Bing and Su Wang. The people around him were whispering, with disbelief written on their faces. Who is this? Who can actually walk side by side with the queen? You must know that the genius queen like Lin Fan before just encouraged her. What blinded you is the young master of the Yu family. Yuran was well known, so naturally many people knew him. It seemed normal for the young master of the Yu family to walk side by side with the queen. That's not right. Even if he is the young master, the queen will not go with him. Several old people scratched their heads. The queen's character would not stand side by side with a young man unless. I remember that Yuran seemed to be very good in martial arts. Although the news at the banquet was blocked, it didn't mean that no one knew about it. Yuranvui's martial arts was still widely spread among the upper class. It's just that the 2 people at the center of the topic didn't pay attention to these words. They talked casually, with a hint of laughter from time to time. What do you think of my base, Mr. Yu? It is said to be a base, but it is actually an extremely large building with a cave inside, which is a combination of bathing, casino and other entertainment venues. It's interesting, but it seems it's not convenient to compete here. Yu Ran shrugged. This Nsuandi was similar to Huang Lingmeng before. They were both extremely strong women. If you want to make her talk well and treat her differently, you must first defeat her. The martial arts talents of the two are almost the same, but Huang Lingmen's personality is more like a martial arts madman, while Nsuandi is a queen. Going down, I also want to communicate with Mr. Yu. Nsuandi smiled wantonly and raised her fingers slightly. Anyone who knew her well knew that she was going to be cruel. Yu Ran naturally knows the nature of this queen in the book, so Yu Ran also knows that if he wants to conquer her, he must first defeat her. Lin Fan's ability to hide here has a lot to do with his own strength, so Yu Ran naturally has to show his strength to gain the queen's friendship. The underground is a facility similar to a boxing ring, but the materials used are very strong and can withstand Huajin's attack. Along the way, Nsuandi said hello to the queen whenever she met everyone. It can be seen that Nsuandi's prestige here is extremely strong. Although Nsuandi was arrogant, she was kind to her subordinates and nodded. The boxing stadium occupies a large area, about the size of 2 football fields. There are only 2 small doors for entry and exit, and high walls are built around it to seal off the inside. The walls were flashing with black light, and one could tell that they were expensive to build. There are seats around for watching. This is a very important underground competition ground for Nsuandi, but because she plans to take action herself. Naturally, I don't have the habit of treating myself like a monkey and performing for others. There is basically no one else on the venue. I wonder how Mr. Yu wants to compete in martial arts. Let's win 2 out of 3 games. Since the 3 of us are here, we also want to get to know the queen. Yu Ran looked calm, while Cao Bing and Su Huan were also gearing up. After fighting so many times internally, they could finally open up to the outside world. Nsuandi glanced at Cao Bing and Su Huan, then nodded, and not long after, 2 people from the middle engine stage walked in. The 2 men were about the same height and shape, but one had a scar on his face. Although the other didn't have one, he still had a ferocious look. You could tell at a glance that he was not someone to be trifled with. Just compare yourself with Mr. Yu's men. After Nsuandi said that, she walked towards the highest point, while lowered their heads, clenching their right hands and placing them on their hearts. Yes, Nsuandi came to her exclusive seat, which was the highest point. The seat was inlaid with red diamonds, which showed her extraordinary status. Nsuandi put her right leg on her left leg and looked down at the scene. Master Yu, please. Nsuandi made a gesture of invitation, asking Yu Ran to sit below her and watch the battle. Yu Ran raised his eyebrows. Was he trying to give himself a blow? Yu Ran jumped up and stood directly in front of Nsuandi. Such jumping power and speed also surprised Nsuandi slightly. Missin, I'm not in the habit of being down there. I prefer to be up there. Nsuandi was reluctant and looked at Yu Ran, her voice neither salty nor cold. This is my exclusive seat. Then I don't care. Why don't you leave half the seat for me? Or I'll suffer a bit and Missin sit on my lap. Nsuandi's eyes became interesting. Anyone who dared to talk to her like this would not end well. It seems that the last person who molested her was 3 years ago. He was nailed to the door and hung for 3 days. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, someone would dare to do this again. Even Lin Fan was very serious when he saw her and did not dare to talk nonsense. What if I don't let you? Nsuandi leaned forward slightly, as if about to attack. That's offending. Yu Ran grabbed Nsuandi's wrist and tried to pull her up by force, but Nsuandi naturally refused to agree. Her left hand struck Yu Ran's hand like a knife, but to Nsuandi's surprise, Yu Ran was not affected at all. He forcefully pulled her up, so much strength and body. Nsuandi became solemn at this moment, and finally began to face Yu Ran in front of her. She originally thought that even if Yu Ran advanced quickly, he must have acquired some kind of natural and earthly treasure, and it must be that kind of rubbish and dark power. But now when I try it, it is not the case. Yu Ran pulled Nsuandi away and was about to sit on it. Nsuandi stretched out her left foot and stepped directly towards the chair. Yu Ran also grabbed Nsuandi's feet with his hands, but he was unexpectedly shaken away. The heavy force made his hands feel numb. Nsuandi was unyielding and pushed forward to take the seat again, while Yu Ran's fingers flashed. One finger of Yang. A bright fingerprint was moving towards the seat at an extremely fast speed. If Nsuandi still wanted to sit down, there would be a high probability that a hole would be poked in her butt. Nsuandi opened her palms and a small protective shield appeared. The one finger Yang hit the shield and shattered it with a bang, but most of the force was also removed. The hit on Nsuandi didn't hurt her at all, she just took a step back. Yu Ran naturally didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Nsuandi took 2 steps at a time and was about to sit on it. She formed a seal with her hands and attacked Yu Ran mercilessly. Ade and Aer below were also slightly stunned. This was one of Nsuandi's unique skills, the double wind palm. The palm speed was extremely fast and the power was devastating. I didn't expect that Her Majesty the Queen would use this trick just for the test. Yuran didn't learn any defensive skills and just turned away. The double wind palms hit the chair directly. The chair had never been attacked like this before and exploded with a bang. The debris fluttered in the air and slowly fell down, while Yuran and Ansuandi stood facing each other. "Missin, there's no room left now. You'd better sit in the second to last row." Yuran shrugged, jumped to the row below nonchalantly, and sat down directly. Ansuandi knew that Yuran was unhappy, and even addressed her as Missin, but she actually began to appreciate Yuran more and more. She also sat down a few seats away from Yuran and motioned Ada to go and compete. Cao Bing looked at Yuran, nodded, and entered the battlefield first. Ada and Cao Bing were both rubbing their hands, waiting for the battle to begin. "Mr. Yu, who do you think will win between the two of them?" Yuran didn't even turn his head. Ansuandi's tone at this moment was much better than before. "Cao's soldiers will win. Mr. Yu is so confident. Within 5 moves, the Neicao soldiers will win." Ansuandi's face darkened slightly. Yuran seemed a little too arrogant, but she became more and more interested in Yuran's arrogance. If it is true as Yuran said, then he is not arrogant but confident. This is due to Ansuandi's personality. She believes in the law of the jungle. The stronger Yuran appears, the more attention he can attract. "I say, system, it's really tiring to pretend to be a domineering president." Yuran complained to the system that with a personality like Ansuandi, you have to be a little arrogant and domineering to attract her attention. "This is totally out of character for me, Lao Yu. I should have just said, 'Hello, are you going to bed?' Straight ball is my spirit." Based on what the host said, I think the host can be her dog. "You dog system, you want to be scolded again, right?" From my observation on the internet, the host should often think I am Kamisato Ayaka's dog, so I can judge that the host really wants to be a dog. "You ran. Stupid system." "Then Mr. Yu, do you want to bet with me?" Ansuandi's words made Yuran slightly interested. He took a bet and turned his bicycle into a motorcycle. "Where's the bet?" Yuran asked with interest. "What can Mr. Yu do?" Ansuandi asked Yuran the question. "How about promising someone something if you lose?" Yuran thought of the common tricks used by male protagonists in novels and made such a bet. "No problem, then let's bet on whether Cao Bing can defeat Ada within 5 moves. Yuran nodded, not caring. After receiving the bonus from the medicinal bath, Cao Bing would definitely be able to defeat Ada within 5 moves. An ordinary Jin is not enough to fight. The battle begins. Following Ansuandi's order, Ada took the lead in launching an attack. His fingers turned into claws, his body fell forward, and he directly attacked Cao Bing's lower third line. Cao's soldiers have been on the battlefield for a long time, and they don't care. They stand in place and remain unchanged in response to all changes. Just when Ada's claws were about to attack Cao Bing punched him directly. But what he didn't expect was that Ada ghostly avoided the punch and attacked Cao Bing's legs directly. Ansuandi also smiled brightly when she saw this moment. If Cao Bing's legs were injured, he would definitely lose this battle. But when she glanced at Yuran's indifferent expression, she didn't seem worried. When Cao Bing saw that the attack failed, he somersaulted with both feet. Ada's attack failed, and he was in a low position at this moment. Cao Bing would not miss this good opportunity and punched hard. Ada could no longer hide and could only fight back with both claws. When the fists and claws were added together, Ada was obviously not as powerful as Cao Bing, and his claws were also incomparable to the fists. He was knocked to the ground and rolled 3 times. After Cao Bing landed, he saw that Ada hadn't gotten up yet, so he immediately made waves and rushed towards Ada to end the battle. Yuran's order to them was to end the battle quickly. This was a battle to show strength. Ada turned over and stood up, with a slight fluctuation of vitality on his claws. Crazy claws. In an instant, Ada's attack was fierce. Cao Bing's punch did not take any advantage. Instead, he was beaten back by Ada's claw attack. However, Ansuandi did not smile at this moment. Cao Bing retreated but was not defeated. His defensive moves were very steady and powerful. You could tell at a glance that he was a good fighter. Ada's frenzied attack at the moment was ineffective, and it might fail immediately if it encountered a counterattack. Suffered. Ansuandi opened her mouth slightly, and he saw Cao Bing's energetic fist gathering slightly. Cao Bing found an excellent opportunity to attack while on defense. Shaking Mountain Fist. Cao Bing's signature martial arts attack hit Ada with almost no hindrance. Ada's body shook violently, and his body's instinct made him put his hands in a protective posture. Bang! With the sound of a punch hitting the flesh, Ada hit the wall directly and fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Cao Bing stayed put and looked towards the high platform. Yuran showed a bright smile, while Ansuandi's expression was a bit subtle. She could tell that Cao Bing was extraordinary. I didn't expect that Ada, who was very skilled in the underground world, would be defeated so quickly and completely. This Cao Bing is really powerful. Missin owes me something now. Yuran smiled happily, really happy. Unsuandi was one of the few heroines he liked in the book. She had the ability to focus on love and justice, and had a great personality. Now Unsuandi owes something, and this kind of plot is basically the beginning of her downfall. Unsuandi didn't say anything but just nodded. Su Huang and Aer entered the arena. As expected, Su Huang knocked Aer unconscious with one palm strike. Their strength and physique were completely on a different level. Even the vitality can't compare to it. This is the incredible thing about the medicinal bath. Basically, except for the pervert like the protagonist, it can be invincible at the same level. Unsuandi's face looked a little cold. She didn't expect that Ada and Aer would be defeated so quickly. According to the rules of best of 3, she had already lost. Missin, the winner has been decided, but are you interested in giving me some advice? Yuren stood up and extended an invitation to Unsuandi. Unsuandi naturally had no reason to be afraid of a fight, so Yuren also asked Su Huang and Cao Bing to wait outside. The entire battlefield was left to just the two of them. Mr. Yu, this is no longer a trivial matter. Are you sure you want to continue? Unsuandi had a strong aura, with vital energy floating around her. She looked at Yuren with an extremely sharp gaze, as if she was looking at her prey. Of course I will continue. I am still very confident. Yuren smiled and said, how can I sleep with you if I don't defeat you? Then you have to work hard. I really like Mr. Yu as my prey. As soon as Unsuandi finished speaking, she rushed forward to engage in close combat with Yuren. This playboy's close combat ability was definitely average. She had been climbing up the crowd since she was young, and had gone through countless battles. Close combat? That's exactly what I want. Yuren was not afraid either. He had engaged in pure physical battles with Cao Bing and Su Huang during this period. That's all he could say. Products produced by the system must be high quality. Yuren blocked Unsuandi's punch and hit her in the face with his right hand without mercy. Unsuandi dodged and kicked directly towards Yuren's lower body. Yuren stood still as a mountain and went straight to grab Unsuandi's head. Unsuandi was forced to give up the attack, dodged sideways, and kicked Yuren hard in the stomach. Yuren attacked Unsuandi. They kicked each other and Unsuandi retreated 3 to 5 meters. She was slightly inferior to her in close combat. Double wind palm. The two palms, carrying strong winds, attacked Yuren's sides at a rapid speed. It was still the same move as before, and at this distance it arrived in the blink of an eye. Yuren stretched out his fist and broke it apart. Iron Mountain Fist. Although Yuren does not have any defensive skills, the Iron Mountain Fist is enough to defend against attacks. Unsuandi also flew into the air, with her hands constantly wrapped with the power of the hurricane, ready to launch a fierce attack on Yuren. Concatenated double wind palms. The palm prints attacked Yuren crazily as if they were free. Unsuandi seized the weakness of Yuren's lack of defensive skills and attacked fiercely. I have to say that Unsuandi is indeed a genius. Each of her martial arts not only has a starting move, but also consumes a lot of vitality and physical strength. If an ordinary person were to undergo such a crazy attack like hers, he would have died of exhaustion long ago. But Unsuandi was extremely strong, and her double wind palms were very powerful and fast, almost blocking all of Yuren's roots. But unfortunately, it did not cause any harm to Yuren. Yuren defeated almost every opponent with one punch, and was as steady as a rock. In the gap, Yuren pointed directly. Yang finger, the one finger of sun shone with light and instantly shattered the print of the double wind palm, attacking Unsuandi. You have to know that one finger Zen is a top Xian level martial art. Yuren didn't use any ruthless force when snatching the seat just now, otherwise Unsuandi would have been killed by that move. But this time, Yuren's attack was accompanied by his vital energy. If you underestimate it, you will suffer a great loss. Unsuandi looked at the one finger that broke through the air with a solemn look on her face and slowly put her hands together. An iceberg appeared behind him, and it collided violently with the fingerprint. Unsuandi's eyebrows turned white instantly, a cold aura surrounded her side, and a cold air spread outward. The surrounding air was faintly frozen, and even Yuren shivered in the distance. An iceberg generated by vitality appeared behind him, and the oppressive feeling made Yuren become serious. So strong. The extreme iceberg fell. Unsuandi slammed the iceberg into Yuren's Yangzi, and her eyes shot out like real light. Be conquered, little brother. With almost no hindrance, Unsuandi's attack penetrated Yi Yangji's attack and headed towards Yuren. The power of this move far exceeds Xian-level martial arts. It is definitely an Earth-level martial skill. She is worthy of being an underground queen. Her talent is indeed extremely high. It's not like I don't have Earth-level martial arts, but I won't use them for the time being. Extreme Ice Mountain Plunge is Unsuandi's special skill, and Yuren has long known about it, and their trump cards are basically explained clearly in the book. Yuren was basically playing cards with them. They even knew the color of Yuren's underwear. So Yuren had already thought of a countermeasure. Although the iceberg pendant would inevitably collapse as soon as the Qinglian sword technique came out, Yuren had no intention of using this move. Yuran was afraid that Insuandi would be chopped to death if he used this move. Even if it was injured and hit flowers and plants, it would be bad. One yang finger, shining fingerprints condensed on Yuran's fingertips, and Insuandi's expression relaxed. Qian donkey is so weak. Although Yi Yang finger is quite powerful, it is definitely not stronger than Ji Icebird pendant. Those who can master earth-level martial arts in Anjin are not ordinary people. But Insuandi looked at the extremely bright fingerprints in Yuran's hand, and there was a hint of uneasiness in her eyebrows. She hit at top speed with her yang finger, and Yuran seemed to be accumulating strength. One yang finger, Iron Mountain finger, two fingers combined into one. Yuran's body suddenly exerted force, and all the bones in his body creaked. All the strength was gathered in his fingers, and a large amount of vitality was accumulated. He was ready to go, and finally when the iceberg was less than 10 meters away from him, his fingerprints moved, and with an unrivaled force, he directly smashed the iceberg that Insuandi was proud of. It also shattered Insuandi's sense of superiority over Yuran. Insuandi was hit directly, and a thick ice shield formed in front of her in an instant. Unfortunately, it shattered like crispy skin when her fingers were pressed together. Instantly hitting her defensive stance, Insuandi was pushed back to the wall, her boots leaving long marks on the ground. The scratches on the floor and Insuandi's miserable expression all showed how powerful Yuran's move was. You win. Insuandi took a healing pill directly and turned around, not to show her weak side in front of Yuran. Missin is not bad either. She is the first person at the same level to be able to fight like this with me. Yuran also retorted, saying that he really wasn't lying. After all, he had only fought once with Insuandi, who was at the peak of Injin's strength. Yuran had also discovered before that the martial arts developed by Tishinguo were truly outstanding and worthy of being a stepless martial arts. It can be used in combination with other martial arts. Tishin relies on concentrating the whole body's strength into one point, while other martial arts release the vitality from the inside out. The two can be superimposed, and the power is beyond imagination. 1+1 directly destroyed Insuandi's extreme ice shield at the early stage of the earth-level martial arts. The remaining force also penetrated Insuandi's extreme ice shield. You must know that Yuran didn't use all his strength, he still had more than half of his energy left. The coldness in Insuandi's brows and eyes had disappeared, and she showed a hint of respect for Yuran's words. Young Master Yu is indeed amazingly powerful. I wonder if my little lady can treat young Master Yu to a meal. Insuandi also calls herself a little girl, and she really respects the strong. The queen invites you, with pleasure. Yuran naturally did not refuse, and returned to calling Insuandi queen. There was no third party at Insuandi and Yuran's dinner, while Cao Bing and Su Huang went to drink and brag with Insuandi's men. They integrated very quickly. Before the secret guards, they had a bold personality. Now with Yuran, they have become much more relaxed, and their original nature has been exposed a bit. Who did Mr. Yu study under? Insuandi raised her glass to toast Yuran, but Yuran touched her gently and drank in one gulp. Master won't let me leave my name to anyone. Yuran had Mao's master, and all of this was due to his persistence and hard work. Host, you are already thicker skinned than me. Yuran pretended not to notice the system's complaints. The beautiful woman was by his side and Yuran had no time to pay attention to it. Insuandi understood, but the master who could make Yuran become so powerful in such a short period of time was probably an unparalleled master. I'm afraid he's a master? Insuandi thought to herself, but she kept moving her hands and toasting to Yuran. She wanted to see if she could get Yuran drunk and tell her some useful information, but what she didn't know was that Yuran was secretly expelling the alcohol from his body down there. So after going back and forth, it turned out that Insuandi drank a little too much, but she was already drinking a lot, so she didn't get drunk. It just looks like a red face, but it looks like an attractive apple. During this period, the two chatted all over the world. No matter how much Insuandi inquired, they just laughed and laughed without any tricks. Insuandi thought highly of Yuran. He was both wise and courageous. Insuandi commented secretly, those who say he is a playboy are probably out of their minds. I wonder who idiot is spreading such rumors. Seeing that her persuasion to drink was ineffective, Insuandi started to get down to business. Master Yu is here for Lin Fan. Yes, Bai Yuan is mine. Lin Fan did so badly to the Bai family, and this revenge must be avenged. Insuandi also knew about the tragic massacre of the Bai family, but she didn't say anything at the moment. Yuran won her respect with his strength. Yes, but I won't hand over Lin Fan. I owed the Han family a favor and asked him to hide here. I won't take action, but I don't care if you do. What Insuandi said was very clear. It's your business to beat Lin Fan. I don't care about him, but I won't help you either. However, Yuran had no intention of letting Insuandi help him. Killing Lin Fan now was like killing a chicken, but he had not left the Haitian secret realm, so he planned to spare Lin Fan's life. Those are all points. However, if you save one life, you will save one life, and it is up to him to decide what kind of life to save. Then thank you Queen An. Yuran raised his glass to express his thanks. It was a pleasant meal. Although Nsuandi's temptations were beaten back by Yuran's tai chi, Nsuandi not only wasn't annoyed, but instead valued Yuran more and more. This is Nsuandi's character. The idea of the weak eating the strong has been implemented in her mind, and worshipping the strong is inevitable. When the two people came out, Cao Bing and Su Huang also staggered out. When they saw you, they immediately stood up straight. Disguise is also a must for secret guards. How could they be really drunk in a strange environment? By the way, does Queen Anne still have one condition left for me? What would Queen Anne think if I asked her to be my woman? When the smoke and dust dissipated, a ghostly figure quickly attacked Bai Yuan, but Lin Fan was fine. Bai Yuan and Cao Bing Su Huan were both surprised. The combined efforts of the three of them and the battle formation did not harm Lin Fan. No wonder the young master said that Lin Fan was difficult to deal with. However, Lin Fan's trembling arms and torn clothes also showed that it was not as easy as it seemed for him to block the three people from joining forces. The most important thing is that the copper furnace can no longer be used in a short period of time. Lin Fan has lost a trump card. Therefore, Lin Fan did not dare to fight, and wanted to seek a breakthrough quickly. Bai Yuan was his best breakthrough. Although Bai Yuan was also training during this period, she was obviously much less experienced than the experienced Su Huang and Cao Bing. Lin Fan's judgment to jump up and use her as a breakthrough point was extremely accurate, and Bai Yuan did not make an effective interception. Just when Lin Fan was about to break through, a finger of light shot through the sky at a very fast speed and headed towards his back. Yuran finally took action, choosing when Lin Fan was at his weakest. With a yang finger, this fingerprint was extremely fast, flying across the white clouds and flying birds straight towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan broke into cold sweat for a moment, and that unparalleled sense of crisis instantly overflowed his whole body. He almost turned his body around forcefully. Holy medical chi shield. Lin Fan used almost all his strength to build a shield, but in a hurry, it was like paper and was instantly shattered with a finger, directly hitting his chest. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, spraying blood directly into the sky. His body fell to the ground hard, and the big tree in the middle was broken by him. Bai Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then attacked him fiercely. The blood feud between the Bai family started today, but Bai Yuan's fist missed the point and hit the ground. With a stabbing sound, she smashed a big crack into the ground, which showed how powerful she was. At the critical moment, Lin Fan crushed the teleportation spell and fled again. I didn't expect him to run away anyway. Cao Bing and Su Huang sighed. They thought it was a sure kill situation, but they didn't expect Lin Fan to disappear suddenly like before. He should have a life-saving charm on him, but that thing is very precious. He won't have too many. Sooner or later he will run out. Keep looking. Yuran actually knew in his heart that Lin Fan's life-saving charm had been used up, and it would be difficult to survive the next time he met him. Su Huang and Cao Bing went as ordered, while Yuran patted Bai Yuan on the shoulder to signal her not to be discouraged. Although Bai Yuan didn't kill Lin Fan, she felt a little depressed. After all, Yuran had created such a good opportunity for her. But she still nodded slightly. Thank you, master. Yuran rubbed Bai Yuan's head. Look how effective Lin Fan is. He relies on him to stabilize his internal situation. Lin Fan staggered out of a deserted alley, clutching his injured body and walking towards the stronghold at high speed, not daring to stop along the way for fear of Yuran catching up. He didn't even have time to apply medicine and only took 2 simple healing pills. However, the healing medicine alone was useless for his current injury. Yuran's finger was so powerful that Lin Fan's entire upper body was dyed red with blood, looking extremely terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Fan finally found his stronghold and Yuran did not catch up, so he was able to rest in peace and recover. Lin Fan lay slumped on the bed, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Almost everything had gone wrong for him since he came down from the mountain. Since attending the banquet, he has either been injured or in the police station. His blood has almost dried up. This time, he was injured very seriously. He will almost be injured again as soon as he recovers. You must know that he is a miracle doctor, and his wound recovery speed is much faster than that of ordinary people. Even so, the injuries on his body have never gone away. Lin Fan closed his eyes, recalling Yuran's finger and the injuries he received at the banquet. Both times were thanks to him. The anger in my heart is burning. Yuran! A dagger was pierced into the paper engraved with Yuran, and Lin Fan's hatred for Yuran reached its peak. However, he still needs to take good care of his injuries now. All problems must be resolved before making plans. The secret realm of the sea and sky is coming soon, and he must be prepared. At this time, Yuran didn't know that Lin Fan's hatred for him had reached its peak and he was still bargaining with the system. System, where are my points? Lin Fan should have points after being so miserable this time. He has used up all his life-saving charms. Host, you have finally made this system very difficult to handle. This system also enforces the law impartially. Points can be awarded only after completing plot tasks. It's your grandma's business. If it's difficult to handle, don't do it. I'm screwed. Yuran was so angry that he wanted to overturn the table and fight the system to the death. The system was speechless for a while. According to the script, Yuran shouldn't call him Brother Tongza twice to make him happy, and then he reluctantly sent in the points. Unexpectedly, Yuran didn't follow the script at all. Really, why are you making such a big fuss? I'll just give it to you, the system whispered. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and gaining 1000 points. Since Lin Fan's hatred value has increased to 100, he will receive double rewards. In addition, Lin Fan's hatred value is full. The host has successfully transformed into a villain. Killing Lin Fan can obtain additional rewards. Yuran also noticed that the system had called him a few times before and couldn't tell the difference between east, west, and north, so he just yelled at him and behaved. Extra reward, system, you didn't tell me about it before. Yuran frowned. The system had previously said that the protagonist could be killed at any time, but there was no additional reward. Host, you didn't even ask. Yuran rolled his eyes. He could see that the system was doing this on purpose. Fortunately, it is not too late to know now that Lin Fan cannot die in front of the Haitian secret realm, and the Haitian secret realm still needs his treasure-hunting rat. Without Lin Fan, Yuran was not sure whether he could open the levels described in the book. After all, those were things that could not be solved purely by relying on strength. So killing Lin Fan happened after the Haitian secret realm. Lin Fan was so seriously injured that he was going to die out again. He didn't know when he would be found. By the way, system, if the hatred value is full, do you still get points for completing plot missions? Yes, but not doubled. Now that Yuran understands this, it seems that he can continue to cause trouble for Lin Fan, which is a pleasure. Not only did Yuran want to cause trouble for Lin Fan, the police station also mobilized various means to find Lin Fan. Among them, Yuni is the most enthusiastic. She must arrest Lin Fan and bring him to justice. What are you talking about? Poison tongue plant combined with forest liquid grass is highly poisonous? It is colorless and odorless alone, but when combined it is extremely poisonous? But the retention time will not exceed 3 days? Yuni finally used the Yun family's connections to investigate the situation related to the poisoning, and this was the answer the Yun family gave her. Yuni was furious and hit the table with a hammer. She finally knew how Lin Fan poisoned him. Based on the combination of all the previous information, Yuni also knew the truth of the matter. It was mentioned in the previous files that Lin Fan had appeared near the Bai family 3 days ago. At that time, it was still some time before the Bai family was exterminated. So looking at it as a little bit of suspicion, looking at it now, he clearly went to poison. It was Lin Yuko that I voted for. Lin Fan not only poisoned Lin Yuko, but also wanted to find the specific location of the Bai family's well. It was not unusual for a doctor to have such a method. 3 days later, poison tongue was also put into it. After the two merged in the body, they exploded. The poison was so violent that everyone died. The reason why so many people in the task force did not expect this method of poisoning was that, firstly, the forest liquid grass was too rare, and secondly, the toxin synthesized by the forest liquid grass and the poisonous tongue plant had a strong taste. There is no difference between forest liquid grass and roadside weeds, but it is extremely difficult to grow. It needs to grow in extremely shady places, cannot see sunlight, and cannot be preserved at high temperatures. There is a special kind of forest sap in the rhizome. Although it is not poisonous, it is highly toxic when combined with several things. However, the forest sap cannot be cut and must be thrown into the water in order for the sap to seep into the water, which is extremely poor in practicality. Therefore, no task force thought of such a thing at that time. After all, no one thought that it was a secondary poisoning. Lin Fan and the others were cunning enough not to tell those ruffians what they had thrown at them, so they naturally thought it was poisonous. In fact, it is just poisonous tongue. Both plants dissolve into water and are colorless and odorless, but if they are thrown in together, they will have a smell. However, under high temperatures, the sapling cannot exist in water for 2 days, but it can remain dormant in the human body for 3 days. This is the true situation of the poisoning case. Yunyi clenched his fists, and there was a kind of anger rushing to the top of his head. Such precise calculation must have been planned for a long time. Things like Lin Yuko are definitely not accessible to ordinary people, but Lin Fan's medical skills can definitely access them. Lin Fan, I must catch you. Yunyi reported what happened to the director. The director was shocked after hearing this, and then hurriedly reported it, and urgently listed Lin Fan as the highest level wanted criminal. Several prisoners in the Bai family case have been executed to account for the world, but I didn't expect that there is another hidden secret in the case. However, this kind of thing cannot be made public, and the culprit Lin Fan must be caught and verified. Lin Fan escaped from prison, which was already a serious crime, but now he is adding to the crime. A notice will be played below. The wanted criminal Lin Fan, male, 22 years old, has committed a major crime and is now on the run. Anyone who provides information can receive a reward ranging from 50,000 yuan to 500,000 yuan. Lin Fan was watching TV and was enjoying himself, but suddenly when he saw the wanted notice popping up on the TV, he became so angry that he smashed the TV with a punch. Wanted order. His dignified heir to the medical saint is actually wanted. Shame, what kind of shame is this? Although he escaped from prison before, in fact, under the management of the Han family, he turned a blind eye. The rule of law in this world is not perfect, otherwise the big family would not want to solve everything by themselves. Lin Fan held the still painful wound, his eyes were blood red. Yun Yi, you ran, Lu Zitong, and the Li family, when I become stronger, I will kill you all one by one. The painful past in the city made Lin Fan's expression look like cannibalism. He leaned on the bed, shaking constantly. Although the arrest warrant was issued, there was no information at all for a week. Even Yuran's subordinates could not find Lin Fan's whereabouts. Lin Fan spent this period of time recovering from his injuries. He never left the door or took a step forward. No one knew where he was. But as time went by, the stored food was not enough. He had eaten all the instant noodles and bread, and Lin Fan was faced with the dilemma of having to go out. But fortunately, his strength has been restored now, his wounds are no longer harmful, and he can escape quickly even if he encounters a problem. The Han family had no intention of contacting him during this period. The note Hanya gave them mentioned that the Han family would be watched to death and would not be able to contact him. In fact, it was indeed the case. The police station kept a close eye on the Han family. I thought they knew that Lin Fan's escape from prison was closely related to the Han family. The Han family is calm and is digesting the property it received from the Bai family, without making any major moves. Yun Yi was even more annoyed. Ever since he determined that Lin Fan was the real culprit behind the scenes, he also hated the Han family for helping them commit crimes. The Han family is the best beneficiary of the dissolution of the Bai family's industry, and almost 50% of the industry has been annexed by them. Now comparing the two, it would be the biggest joke if the Han family didn't know about it. Compared to Yun Yi, who was struggling, Yuran's life was extremely easy. Although Bai Yuan failed to ambush Lin Fan last time, but the reward was no less. This terrifying little goblin made Yuran's waist feel a little painful recently. Moreover, Bai Yuan repaid her in many ways, using her words, hands, and feet at the same time. It was so cruel. Oh, Yun Yi has found out the truth. Lu Zitong reported the latest situation to Yuran, and the results of Yun Yi's report came down and were recognized by the superiors. The higher UPS were furious. They told the lower-level officials to arrest the real culprit, and the Han family also received special attention. After Bai Yuan heard the news, tears flowed down unconsciously. Even so, the Bai family would not be able to come back. Lin Fan. Bai Yuan clenched her fists tightly. She was bound to kill Lin Fan with her own hands. Don't worry, even if you can't find him now, he won't be able to hide for the rest of his life. At least Lin Fan will definitely appear in the Haitian secret realm, where Yuran carefully selected the tomb for him. After all, killing someone in the city is illegal. He is a good, law-abiding citizen. Master, there is news about Lin Fan. He appeared in a vegetable market in the north of the city. Lu Zitong reported to Yuran, who smiled brightly. Xiaofan, my points are waiting for me. I have to say that Hua Jin is really a trap. He can't advance even with 5,400 points. Lin Fan still needs to work hard if he wants to join Hua Jin. Lin Fan felt a little uneasy while cooking at home. His intuition was always very accurate, but today he felt a little uneasy. Could it be that he was discovered outside today? Lin Fan murmured that he ventured out to buy food today, but he also wore a mask, covering his entire body. But he didn't expect that it would attract more attention because of this. After all, who goes to the wet market to buy vegetables and covers themselves tightly? Lin Fan felt uneasy, pacing around the room, and finally decided to take advantage of the night to observe in the dark, and retreat immediately if there was any danger. Lin Fan went to the commanding heights on the roof of a building and got up. Soon he found that several people were surrounding his house. Lin Fan had sharp eyes and could tell at a glance that it was Yuran and his party. Yuran divided into 3 teams and surrounded the house from 3 directions. The first team is Yuran himself, Su Huang and Cao Bing are in the first team, and Bai Yuan and Lu Zitong are in the first team. Originally, Yuran had no intention of bringing Lu Zitong, but Lu Zitong came anyway. He felt that he had already reached the second level of secret strength, and it was not that he was powerless. Lin Fan's eyes turned red when he saw Lu Zitong. This was the first person to humiliate him. If I can't kill you, why can't I kill you? Lin Fan was sneaking around and ambush him. He wanted Yuran and Lu Zitong to look good today. Isn't anyone here? Bai Yuan was a little disappointed. She didn't expect Lin Fan's sense of smell to be so sensitive that he ran away. Some herbs and clothes inside prove that he once lived here. Lin Fan hid in a hurry and did not have time to clean up the things inside, which further proved his identity. But depending on the situation, he left in a hurry. He may have discovered something temporarily. He may not have gone far, or he may be nearby. Both Cao Bing and Su Huang have relatively strong investigation and counter-investigation capabilities, and they can guess the truth almost at a glance. Then let's search nearby. Don't go too far away or worry about being attacked by Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan's escape was beyond Yuran's expectation, he was not too disappointed. If the protagonist was really too rubbish, he would not be able to bear the title of protagonist. Yes. The 5 people followed the original team and began to carefully investigate the surrounding area. Yuran jumped up and reached the commanding heights here, where Lin Fan had been just now. Yuran looked at the marks on the bricks and tiles, which were the evidence left by Lin Fan. Sure enough, I just took a peek here, but now I don't know if I ran away or went to carry out a sneak attack. Although Su Huang and Cao Bing's team, Bai Yuan and Lu Zitong's team were defeated by Lin Fan, it was extremely difficult for Lin Fan to attack and kill them. The 3 teams were not far away. Once Lin Fan showed signs, it would be difficult to run away. Yuran felt that Lin Fan should have run away. But this is conventional thinking, and it is obvious that Lin Fan is not an ordinary person. He carefully lay down on a high place in a house, covering himself tightly, and the dagger in his hand shone with a strange light. He wants to kill Lu Zitong. A novice like Lu Zitong can hit him and run away in time. As long as he doesn't fight with Bai Yuan, no one can stop him. Lu Zitong and Bai Yuan walked into several alleys and checked the situation vigilantly. Although the two were together, they could not stick together. However, the distance was only about 10 meters. Lin Fan held his breath and watched Lu Zitong's figure getting closer and closer. He suddenly jumped up and attacked Lu Zitong's head. He was going to kill him with one blow. Lu Zitong was already on alert, but Yuran reminded Lin Fan of his sneak attack, and they also took it to heart, so he immediately reacted to Lin Fan's sudden disturbance. He quickly dodged backwards, and Lin Fan hit him in the air. Lin Fan is here. Lu Zitong's voice was loud, and Bai Yuan reacted immediately. Cao soldiers, Su Huang, and Yuran also rushed towards this direction. Lin Fan didn't expect that he would miss, and he became angry and continued to draw the dagger towards Lu Zitong. Lu Zitong's speed was not as good as Lin Fan's, so he had difficulty evading and could only passively defend and counterattack, but his strength was completely inferior to Lin Fan's. He was directly knocked down by a punch, and Lin Fan stabbed Lu Zitong's neck fiercely. Lu Zitong didn't know where the cruelty came from and directly caught the falling dagger with his hand. He was forced to move away from his original position, but Lin Fan still stabbed him on the shoulder. Then Lin Fan tried to pull out the dagger, but Lu Zitong held on to the dagger tightly and refused to let go. The dagger couldn't be pulled out, but it made long scars on Lu Zitong's body. At this time, Bai Yuan had arrived and flew directly towards Lin Fan with a flying kick. Lin Fan did not dare to push forward, so he had to let go of the dagger and blocked Bai Yuan's kick. With the help of Bai Yuan's attack, he fled towards the distance. Lu Zitong was lying on the ground, his upper body turned into a bloody man, with a shocking scar from his shoulder to his chest. What's even more troublesome is that part of the wound turned green, which is highly toxic. Lin Fan had already tempered the poison on it in order to kill Lu Zitong. Lu Zitong was lying on the ground dying, with severe pain in his body. Bai Yuan didn't know what to do for a moment, so she could only help him up and wait for Yuran to come over. On the contrary, it was Lu Zitong who supported his body and spoke. Bai Yuan, I may not be able to survive. I'm going to say something to you next. You have to listen carefully. Bai Yuan was also stunned on the spot. Why do you still want to talk if it is so serious? It must be a very important matter. Could it be said? This is not possible. I am already the master's person, and there is no way I can betray him, not even the thought of it. Lu Zitong. Lu Zitong, look at your thick eyebrows and big eyes, you actually have such thoughts. If Lu Zitong knew what Bai Yuan was thinking, he would probably die on the spot. Who is this? He is not as good looking as number 3 in heaven and earth. Such a bloated figure is not what he loves at all. After I die, you will be the young master's only secretary. The young master likes to eat Chinese food for breakfast, but he can make Western food once a week. The young master has a sweet taste and does not like eating sour food. He is a little angry when getting up, but he will not get angry. You want pay attention to the young master's mood. There are also some things you can put in the yellow box at home. All the young master's preferences are recorded in it. The young master is a very good person to his subordinates. Lu Zitong's voice became weaker and weaker, but he still wanted to say a few more words. He still had something to explain, but Yuran had already arrived at this time, and looking at Lu Zitong, he stuffed the healing medicine and detoxification pill into his mouth. Lu Zitong burst into tears when he saw Yuran. Master, I won't be by your side anymore. You have to take care of yourself. Miss Qian is a very nice person, better than Miss Kingxiu. Master, please don't change your mind. Yu Ran was also angry and funny. This guy was still concerned about his own life events even before he died. Master, okay, you can't die. You can speak so fluently and live a good life. After Lu Zidong listened to Yu Ran's words, his mournful expression suddenly became normal. He found that his wounds were healing visibly to the naked eye. Not only that, the toxins in the body are also slowly being discharged, so you don't have to die. He thought that he would definitely die if he was poisoned by Lin Fan. After all, so many people in the Bai family were poisoned to death. Yeah, that's great. I can go to heaven and earth again in the future. But thinking of the shameful look and words just now, Lu Zidong felt helpless for a moment and lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Yu Ran kicked him angrily. Okay, Gu Zitong, don't pretend to be dead. I'll go after Lin Fan and have a look. Bold. Host, you are scolding me again for no reason. This system has clearly done nothing. I think it would be better for you to do something, such as raising your intelligence to be about the same as classmate Xiao AI. Damn it, how can a mere classmate Xiao AI be compared with me? No, host, you actually said that I have a low IQ. Yu Ran rolled his eyes inwardly, ignored him, and quickly chased Lin Fan in the direction he was running. When Lu Zitong felt that Yu Ran was gone, he stood up like a carp and touched his body and felt that he was indeed fine. Suddenly his eyes were fixed on Bai Yuan. You are not allowed to tell anyone what you said today. You have forgotten everything. The other young master's secretary is still me. You can't even think of taking my place. Bai Yuan looked at the lively Lu Zitong and was too lazy to talk to him and left directly. Lu Zitong stared at her back and snorted. The maid is amazing, the young master's most capable secretary is me. Su Huang and Cao Bing also arrived at this time. Their speed was slower than Yu Ran. After asking Lu Zitong about his situation, they also followed Yu Ran's order and went back together. In order to leave quickly, Lin Fan jumped on the roof and walked over the walls. He had to leave quickly, and because of this, his goal was huge, and Yu Ran couldn't follow him. However, Yu Ran secretly lamented that since he lacked body and martial arts skills, it would be difficult for him to catch up with Lin Fan. What a dog system. Host you. It's a rubbish system. The villain starts at full level. It's easy for me. Yu Ran complained a few words and was about to give up the pursuit. Originally, he had no intention of killing Lin Fan. Just when he was about to give up, out of the corner of his eye he spotted a car speeding down the road in the exact direction where Lin Fan escaped. Yu Ran glanced at the people on the driver's seat. Well, Yunyi, that woman with the world in mind. That's when Yu Ran got excited. What could be more interesting than the scene where the male and female protagonists kill each other? He continued to follow Lin Fan, wanting to watch the whole show. Yunyi was racing all the way. She originally got the news that Lin Fan might be hiding in this area, so she came to investigate. She didn't expect to see Lin Fan swaggering in the sky as soon as she arrived. She was so angry that she followed Lin Fan directly. She must bring this criminal to justice. Lin Fan obviously saw Yunyi driving a car and following him crazily, and his eyes narrowed sharply. No matter how fast he goes, he can't be faster than the car. The distance is so close now. Once he is stopped, he will be in trouble if Yuran comes from behind. Obviously, he also noticed a fluctuation behind him. Among the people who could keep up with him, Yuran was the only one. He had the urge to jump to a residential area to hide, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Although Yunyi and Yuran temporarily lost his position, as long as Yunyi sealed the place, he would have no chance of escaping. So he couldn't go down and had to leave quickly. He found that Yuran was not faster than him, which meant that he could just deal with this woman. Lin Fan's eyes flashed fiercely. He already had a high level of hatred towards Yunyi, so even if he killed her, there would be no burden. And now he has long been a repeat offender, with so many crimes to overwhelm him. Just do it. Lin Fan accelerated and quickly reached an open section of road. There were no people around here, so it was the best time to take action. Yunyi also accelerated and blocked Lin Fan's path. Yunyi made a perfect drift and put the car directly in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan, capture him without mercy. Yunyi jumped out of the car and pointed his pistol at Lin Fan. Miss Yun, you are too confident. How dare you come to me alone? Lin Fan was already annoyed after being chased all the way, but now he was even more fierce and fiercely looking at Yunyi in front of him. Yunyi also knew that Lin Fan was a warrior, but a Jin warrior could not guard against guns. She raised her pistol and stared at Lin Fan, not daring to breathe. Raise your hands and surrender. Otherwise I will shoot. Yunyi yelled, and the gun in his hand was already pointed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at her disdainfully, but he listened to the approaching wind behind him. He knew that Yuran was coming soon, so he didn't dare to stay at all, and rushed straight towards Yunyi. Yunyi didn't expect Lin Fan to dare to resist. Doesn't he want a gun? Come one step closer and I'll shoot. Yunyi's roar did not change Lin Fan's actions at all. Yunyi pulled the trigger in a rage when Lin Fan was less than 10 meters away. However, Lin Fan had already taken precautions. It is true that dark energy warriors cannot defend against bullets, but that does not mean that just anyone with a gun can deal with them. What's more, Lin Fan was a top dark energy expert like him. He jumped into the air in an instant to avoid the shot, and then punched Yun Yi's right hand holding the gun. Yun Yi was horrified, but she was completely helpless as Lin Fan got so close to her and was hit on the hand by Lin Fan. Yun Yi felt pain and the gun fell to the ground. At this moment, Lin Fan had no mercy on her and kicked Yun Yi in the stomach. Yun Yi was kicked directly into the sky, and then fell heavily to the ground, with blood spurting out of his mouth. Just as Lin Fan was about to kill, a finger of light came at his back at an extremely fast speed, and Lin Fan had no choice but to defend himself. The light of one finger attacked Lin Fan, but was directly blocked by Lin Fan. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Yuran appeared on the battlefield. Yuran was also stunned at what he saw. As soon as he arrived, he saw Lin Fan beating Yun Yi. Lin Fan, you said you don't know martial arts. Ugh, that's off topic. It looked like Yun Yi was beaten badly, and it seemed like Lin Fan was going to kill her just now. No way? Yuran's mind was full of question marks. Did Lin Fan really want to kill Yun Yi? When Lin Fan saw Yuran coming, he wanted to take Yun Yi as a hostage. Don't move, or I'll shoot you. Yuran also took out a gun, but the shape of this gun was a bit weird. It didn't look like a real gun, but more like a water gun, especially the transparent magazine at the back, which was clearly filled with water. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. Damn, did they really think he was stupid? Let alone Lin Fan, the blood at the corner of Yun Yi's mouth was flowing even more. Was Yuran really not a funny guy hired by Monkey? He was ready to attack Yun Yi without stopping. Being so close, even if Yuran charged up his one finger zen, it would be too late. Just when Lin Fan was full of confidence, he suddenly felt a sense of extreme danger. With a bang, an unexpected gunshot instantly made the scene silent. Ah! Lin Fan's screams echoed in the empty space for a long time, and the birds on the trees were all scared away by this crazy lion roar. The roaring sound was mixed with boundless pain, as if the most important thing had been lost. Lin Fan looked at his bloody lower body, and he seemed to have lost the ability to think. The pain of his body being torn apart was still unbearable for him. Yuran, I'll kill you. Lin Fan had lost all thoughts in his mind and attacked Yuran madly. He wanted Yuran to die. Yuran curled his lips and said, "It's just that I smashed your balls. Why are you so angry? I told you not to move, but you insisted on making me shoot you." That's right, this gun is the special pistol that Yuran drew for the first time. It looks like a water gun and can be used as a real gun as long as special bullets are used. We don't know why it works, but it really works. Lin Fan's frantic attack only elicited a disdainful sneer from Yuran. The gun was fast 7 steps away. If it's within 7 steps, the gun will be fast and accurate. Yuran raised the water gun, and Lin Fan's anger was like being poured with a bucket of cold water, and he sobered up instantly. He is seriously injured now, but he is still at the peak of Anjin. He is not comparable to a novice like Yun Yi. If you fight him now, you have a 20% chance of winning at most. Lin Fan stopped abruptly and ran away in the opposite direction. This sudden change made Yun Yi dumbfounded. Didn't you just scream for your best? Why did you run away in an instant? Yuran ignored Lin Fan, who was running away, and walked up to the second heroine. Looking at her broad mind, Yuran couldn't help but sigh at the greatness of the creator. Hey, are you okay, Officer Yun? Yuran handed over a healing pill, but it was not produced by the system. The one produced by the system had already been taken by Lu Zitong. Yun Yi did not accept it, but carefully took out a small box and swallowed the pill inside. Yuran was also speechless, forgetting that this girl also belonged to a big family, and there was no shortage of healing elixirs. However, this healing elixir was indeed not as good as the high-quality products produced by the system. Yun Yi failed to stand up in an instant. Yuran gave him a hand and felt the turbulent feeling coming from his arm. It felt so good. "Thank you so much, Mr. Yu." It was obviously a thank you, but Yun Yi's voice didn't seem too enthusiastic, and he even stared at Yuran for a long time. Yuran is also not angry. After all, we, Lao Yu, are also heroes saving beauties. Is this your reaction? I used to call you number 2, but now I see that you are much worse than Su Chien. Yuran also turned around and left, too lazy to talk to her. Master Yu, wait a moment. Yuran ignored him at all and strode to leave the scene. Yun Yi also noticed Yuran's attitude. Although she also felt that Yuran had just saved her and her attitude was a bit bad, this was caused by her professional habits. Master Yu, why do you have a gun? Yun Yi still asked her question and stared at Yuran's back. You must know that holding a gun is a serious crime in Daxia. Precisely because Yun Yi felt that Yuran was guilty, his attitude just now was not particularly good. Yuran, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and looked back at Yun Yi with a half-smile. You mean this? Yuran raised the water gun in his hand. Yes, Mr. Yu, please give it to me. I won't tell anyone. Yuran looked at Yunyi amusedly. He was exactly the same as the one described in the book, an idiot with a strong sense of justice. However, Yunyi's ability to tell the truth without telling others shows that she is actually very grateful to Yuran for saving her life. Otherwise she should have shouted, "Don't move, raise your hands, hand over the gun." This idiot never considered whether Yuran would silence her. This place is remote and uninhabited. How on earth did such an idiot survive to this day? Yuran decided to teach this idiot a lesson, and suddenly pointed his gun at Yunyi and approached her. Yunyi was horrified because her pistol was still on the ground far away and she hadn't picked it up yet. "Master Yu, don't get excited. Give me the gun and I really won't tell anyone." "Miss Yuan, has anyone ever told you that you are stupid?" Yuran sneered and approached, while Yunyi tensed up and looked at the gun pointed at him. "Young Master Yu, you saved my life today. If you give me the gun, I will treat it as if nothing happened. It's still a way to silence you and push it to Lin Fan. Who can know that it has anything to do with me?" Yuran walked towards Yunyi with a smile. The distance was getting closer and closer, 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Yunyi's heart was pounding, but she couldn't hold it back at the right distance. Yunyi suddenly rioted and tried to wrest the gun from Yuran's hand. The moment Yunyi moved, Yuran pulled the trigger mercilessly. The 5 senses of the Anjin warrior were incomparable to those of ordinary people. This is also the reason why Lin Fan is not afraid of Yunyi. In their eyes, her every move is no different from slow motion. "Ah!" Yunyi let out a scream as Yuran shot her in the head. A stream of water flowed down her hair, soaking her like a drowned rat. Naturally, there were no bullets in the gun, so it became a real water gun. Yuran pulled the trigger again and again. He was still muttering, "Idiot, I'll beat you to death, you idiot." Yunyi screamed as she was perfectly baptized from head to toe by Yuran's water gun. She was soaked all over as if she had been fished out of the river. Don't mention that this water gun has a pretty large displacement. Yuran stopped only after he had used up all the water in the gun. Yunyi was soaked all over, her clothes stuck to her body, revealing the pink lining underneath, and she looked extremely disheveled. She herself raised her head with tears in her eyes. "Silly girl, has anyone ever told you that you are stupid?" Yuran continued to criticize her mercilessly. "You've gone too far." Yunyi's voice suddenly became louder, with a hint of crying. Yuran also conjured up a dry towel from somewhere like a magic trick and helped Yunyi wipe her face. "You silly girl, how can this water gun really fire bullets? I was just trying to scare Lin Fan. I was secretly gathering my energy to shoot him." Anyway, the bullet had been taken away by Lin Fan's physical body, so Yuran talked nonsense casually. "Even if I really had a gun, what would you do if I really killed you just now as I said? Do you think your identity as the eldest daughter of the Yun family can be useful in this remote place?" Yuran helped her wipe the water stains off her face and body while teaching her a lesson. Yunyi looked up and said nothing. When Yuran was talking, she deliberately turned her head away and ignored him. "So remember, silly girl, if you want to punish evil, your own strength is the key. If I'm not here, will Lin Fan let you go? Do you think he can't fry you first and then kill you?" Yuran's words made Yunyi shudder. If this was true, she might die with regrets. "I shot you a few times as a lesson to you. Don't act so foolishly next time. At least call a few more people." After Yuran helped her wipe the water off her body, there was no way to dry the stains on her clothes. The pink lining of the set was very eye-catching. He just picked her up by the waist. "Don't you think it's abrupt?" "Sorry, old you, always hit the ball straight. Although number 2 is a troublemaker, I can't help but blind my eyes." "Ah!" Yunyi also screamed suddenly. The sudden close contact made her stunned. She was still thinking about Yuran's words just now. Yuran threw her directly into the passenger seat, then got into the driver's seat and drove away. Yunyi felt relieved when she saw that Yuran did not go any further. However, her heart was pounding as she lowered her head and thought about what had just happened. "Suddenly I realized that my underwear was already exposed." Ah! A shrill scream rang out in the car. "Silly girl, if you don't want to be watched, keep your voice down." Yuran was also convinced. This silly girl not only had a very long reaction time, but was also easily startled. Yunyi curled up into a ball, hugged her legs with both hands and turned herself into an ostrich, silently repeating can't see me in her heart. But she soon realized a problem. "Yuran, where are you going?" "My home." Yunyi's mind was full of question marks. No wonder she didn't know the way. This was not her way back at all. What did Yuran want to do? Yunyi looked at him warily. "What are you looking at? How do I know where your home is? Should I send you to the police station like this?" Yunyi shook her head crazily. If she went to the police station in this state, she would really be dead. "I'm afraid she would never go to work again in her life." "Don't worry, there is no one in my house. Miss Yun is still afraid that I will eat you." Yuran chuckled lightly, and Yunyi looked at his side face, not seeming to be as annoying as before. "I'm not afraid," Yunyi whispered. She was really afraid of Yuran. After arriving home, Yuni discovered another important problem. How could she take a shower without clothes? But just when she was about to speak, the doorbell suddenly rang. "Hello sir, your takeaway has arrived." A takeaway boy handed Yuran the takeout, but Yuran threw it to Yuni without even looking at it. "When I buy clothes based on your size, you first see if they fit. If they don't fit, I'll buy 2 more. Visual inspection? You pervert." Yuni whispered, went in, tore open the package, compared the dimensions, and found that there was nothing wrong with it. He went in to put out the water and prepare to take a bath. Before taking a bath, Yuni suddenly turned around and glared at Yuran. "No peeking. They say a woman wants it even if she says she doesn't want it." "I understand." Yuran teased and didn't take it seriously at all. Yuni looked embarrassed and slammed the bathroom door shut. She was no match for Yuran. Yuran took out his mobile phone and sent an OK gesture to Lu Zitong. He could visually tell that Yuni's figure was very big, but he knew there was something wrong with the size. He directly sent a message telling Lu Zitong to order a set of Yuni clothes to be delivered within half an hour. Fortunately, Lu Zitong did not disappoint him. He is indeed the almighty Lu Zitong. "Host, I think you should remove Lu. This system is the one that is omnipotent." "Oh? What about my movement and martial arts?" This stupid system. Looking at the stuck system, Yuran was speechless and stopped paying attention to it. He went to chat with his treasure Chien. Time management master is a must-have skill for a scumbag. "I've washed it." Yuni walked out, her body wrapped tightly, but she did not wear the coat Yuran bought for her, but wrapped in a thick bath towel. But that proud figure was even more terrifying under the towel. "How are the clothes? Does it fit?" Yuran looked at it and asked casually. "It's really eye-catching. It's okay, but the upper body is a bit tight." Yuni muttered the next words in a low voice, and then thought of something. Yuran Anjan's 5 senses naturally heard it clearly. "Why are you telling this to a stinky man?" Yuni went straight back to the room that Yuran had prepared for her and went to rest. She had been tired all day and was injured. Her body could no longer withstand it. "Lu Zitong, your underwear is too small. Master is already the largest size. This figure is really ugly, and it's hard to buy clothes. Most of Yuni's clothes are custom-made, and young ladies like them rarely buy clothes." Yuran put down the mobile app and despised this lolicon. What did he know about body shape? He also went into the room to rest. Lin Fan was injured this time and would probably hibernate for a while again. He could be free and happy for a while again. "Ha! Did you buy silly girl's breakfast?" Yuran looked at the steamed buns and soy milk on the table in surprise, and looked at Yuni with interest. "You don't know this by looking at it, and you'll be shocked when you see it." Yuni had already taken off her police uniform from yesterday and put on the purple dress bought for her. Her curvy figure made people drool. The swan-white neck is raised high, like a proud princess. The lower body and thighs are not decorated in any way. Just being exposed in the air makes people unable to take their eyes away. Those beautiful straight long legs look very beautiful, and due to years of exercise, her legs have a healthy voluptuousness compared to other girls. The high heels she wore were even more eye-catching, highlighting her beauty and tallness. Even Yuran, who was used to seeing beauties, couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Today's dress is the true style of the eldest lady of the Yun family. It's not that yesterday's uniforms weren't great, it's just that today's uniforms look better. Yuni was also furious when she heard Yuran call her silly girl. "You are stupid. I am the crime-solving flower of our bureau." But when she saw Yuran looking at her, her face flushed slightly. What kind of clothes did Yuran choose for her? She was soaked from head to toe yesterday, so she can only wear these clothes today. Since Yuni became a police officer, in order to ensure the seriousness of her work, she has never worn skirts or other clothes. Today she stood in front of the mirror and looked at them for a long time. She was a little dazed for a moment. Although she had always been called the beauty of the police station, today she felt that she was too beautiful. I have to say that Yuran's vision is excellent. No, it should be Lu Zitong's vision. Although Lu Zitong does not approve of Yuran's aesthetics of women, he still quite approves of Yuran's aesthetics of clothes. Yuni also saw Yuran's admiring eyes on her, and couldn't help but stand taller for a moment. Yuran almost had a nosebleed when he saw this. "This is too overwhelming. What is covering my eyes?" Yuni snorted and wanted to fight her. I don't know why, but her clothes were obviously wet by Yuran yesterday, but today she didn't seem to blame Yuran. Yuni even had the heart to show her beautiful side in front of him, but Yuni herself was a little confused. This is somewhat inconsistent with my original self. Yuran sat down and ate a steamed bun slowly. He glanced at Yuni's thigh and felt that something was missing. Well, there must be a piece of black silk missing. In fact, Lu Zitong prepared it, but Yuni thought it was too much and didn't wear it. Little did he know that her white thighs were a killer. By the way, why did you go after Lin Fan yesterday? Do you believe me when I say it's because of justice? Yuran took a sip of soy milk and replied casually. If you don't believe it, you are a bad person. Yunyi's face was filled with disbelief. Forget it if you don't believe it. Your reasons and mine should be the same, both for the Bai family case. Oh, Yunyi actually looked at Yuran in a different light, but she didn't expect that he was really for justice? Maybe Yuran is her kindred spirit. Silly girl, Bai Yuan is mine now, and I want to avenge her. Yuran didn't hide anything, and had nothing to hide. Putting this kind of thing in the open made it even more obvious that he valued love and justice. Your people. Yunyi thought about it, and somehow felt a sense of loss, as if cold water had been poured on him. Yes, that's why I helped her get revenge. Yuran saw that something was wrong with Yunyi's mood, but he knew what was going on, but he did not hide it. Lin Fan can make them live in harmony, and he can naturally do the same. If he hides it, it will become a Shura field, which will be more troublesome. Then I warn you not to abuse lynching. Yuran looked at Yunyi funny, and she even warned her. Seeing that Yuran didn't take it to heart at all, Yunyi became a little angry. Don't ignore the law. Yuran couldn't help laughing when he saw Yunyi getting angry. Ha ha ha, Officer Yunde, can you please work harder to arrest Lin Fan and bring him to justice? Yunyi was instantly speechless. It was impossible for her to catch Lin Fan in his condition. Yuran was clearly making fun of her. She felt angry again, but just as she was about to have an attack, she suddenly fell silent. Why on earth did she get angry? At any rate, Yuran saved herself. As for whether Yuran would catch Lin Fan or not, it was not up to her. She had never seen anything like this in the Yun family since she was a child. She was discouraged, lowered her head and folded her arms in silence. Are you still hungry? Want another steamed bun? Yuran handed over a plain bag. Yunyi just raised his eyes without making any move, and snorted coldly. Don't eat. Unexpectedly, Yuran stuffed the bun directly into her mouth. Ah, Yuran, you be asterisk 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 d. Yunyi, who still had a vegetable leaf hanging from the corner of his mouth, became angry and threw the pillow on the sofa at Yuran. Yuran tilted and dodged, then turned around and hit Yunyi on the head with a pillow. You be asterisk 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 d be asterisk 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 d. You're playing with pillows and you're using your warrior abilities to cheat. Yunyi rushed forward with all his teeth and claws, but was suppressed by Yuran with one hand. Yuran slapped her twice on the buttocks. Yunyi was ashamed and angry, and bit Yuran's hand. I'll go, you're a dog, let go quickly. Yunyi couldn't bear to let go at all, biting harder and mumbling indistinctly. What's wrong with me being a dog? The two of them had been arguing for a long time before they calmed down. They each tidied up their clothes and seemed to be calm. If it weren't for the tooth marks on Yuran's arm, no one would believe what happened just now. Smelly b asterisk 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 d. Yunyi snorted her but still ached slightly, and she felt even more ashamed. Can that place be touched casually? But Yunyi suddenly realized that she didn't seem to be very angry, just a little ashamed. You know, let alone spanking her before, other men would just touch her and her face would turn down. What's wrong with you? If Yuran knew, he would definitely say, girl, you are in love. However, Yuran didn't know what Yunyi was thinking. He just glanced at Yunyi's high friendship value, which seemed to be changing to an admiration value. Silly girl, are you going to work today? I have a day off this weekend. Are you stupid? I've never been to work, how do I know? You damn capitalist. It sounds like you are not the same. Your family seems to have more capital. The two started to quarrel again, until Yunyi snorted. She couldn't argue with Yuran anymore. Yuran's strength was good, and he was also brave with his words. Yunyi had no choice but to be defeated. What are your plans? Yuran asked. He asked Lu Zitan just now. Lin Fan had disappeared yesterday and should not be found in a while. In other words, he had entered leisure time again, but thinking of Lin Fan, Yuran suddenly realized that the system did not seem to give him points. Damn it, dog system, did you forget to reward me with points? You kid won't hack my rewards. Slander, host, you are slandering. What does that have to do with the plot yesterday? Why should I give points? Yesterday it had nothing to do with the plot. Lin Fan was seriously injured. I just saved the heroine. Doesn't it matter? What does the heroine's death have to do with the plot? Host, don't ask for points randomly. What about Lin Fan's serious injury? He was beaten to pieces. Don't tell me that this doesn't count. It seems a bit overwhelming to beat a chicken with a flying egg, so let's forget it. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 1000 points. Yuran nodded with satisfaction. This dog system would take credit for his hard work if nothing happened, but he looked at Yunyi with some pity. I didn't expect that whether she dies or not has nothing to do with the plot. This is too embarrassing, she is still the heroine after all. Yunyi was stared at by Yuran a little unnaturally, and she straightened her hair. There are no plans, why don't you take me to your place to have a look? Yunyi seemed to be talking casually, but his heart was full of tension. Whether this was too much depends on other people's privacy. Yuran was also stunned. Go and see him? He thought Yunyi must go home. I didn't expect that Yunyi, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, is not a good person. Looking at Yuran's expression, Yunyi knew what he was thinking, but Yuran's aggressive eyes made her face flush. What are you thinking about? My clothes are not dry yet. I wouldn't trust you here. Didn't you say I'm weak? I want to see your warrior's daily training. Why do you doubt me? It's so sad. Am I such a person? Host, aren't you? I remember the first time you asked me why these stockings were smelly. I suspect you like the original, system. You are talking nonsense, I will kill you. Yuran was furious with the crazy pop-up system. This system slandered him. He is not that kind of person at all. Yunyi didn't speak, just glanced at the clothes on the balcony. TCH, I can't even move such a big person here, and I'm worried that it would be boring for me to move my clothes. Yuran took the car keys and walked outside while muttering. Yunyi's face became more familiar due to the muttering, and it started to exude a white air. Yuran sent a message to Lu Zidong in advance that Yunyi was not purely one of her own yet, and there were some things that she still couldn't know. Is this your training ground? Yunyi looked at Yuran's training room curiously. It looked a little shabbier than the Yun family's training ground, but it had everything it should have, even though it was small. Miss Yun, do you have any advice? No, it's just a bit novel. Yunyi's eyes fell on the few secret guards who were training in front. Yunyi's arrival made them all put on masks. Yuran clapped his hands, and the secret guards quickly gathered over and formed a column. Come all over. Miss Yun is here as a guest today. She said she wants to see your training results and fight in pairs to see how strong you are. Several secret guards looked at each other and immediately stood up to each other, preparing for a real men's showdown. Seeing the fierce attacks and overwhelming martial arts on the field, Yunyi was also fascinated. Although the Yun family had a training ground in the past, she had never watched the training because she could not practice martial arts, so the Yun family's secret guards had nothing to do with her. So she looked a little fascinated. Is this the world of warriors? For a moment, envy overflowed on the surface. Yuran, can you teach me martial arts? Somehow, Yunyi suddenly blurted out these words. Yuran didn't expect Yunyi to suddenly say something like this. In the book, Yunyi was a reckless person who wanted to control any warrior, and then Lin Fan would rush to the rescue. Lin Fan was busy hanging out among more than 30 women, so naturally he didn't mention anything like teaching her martial arts. She just didn't think of learning martial arts, otherwise why would Yuran say that she was the second most troublesome person? What happened today? Did he change his nature? Or was he possessed by another spirit? Seeing Yuran looking at her curiously, Yunyi was a little at a loss, and then hung her head. I'm sorry, I asked too much. In the Yun family, no one was willing to help her on the path of martial arts, which showed that she did not have the talent for martial arts. She actually had the crazy idea of asking Yuran to teach her martial arts. She must be crazy. No wonder Yuran looked at her strangely. She hung her head feeling a little uncomfortable, and her eyes turned red in an instant. Suddenly she felt someone rubbing her hair. She looked up and saw Yuran touching her head. When she raised her head, she met Yuran's gaze. Why are you crying? I didn't say I wouldn't teach you. Yuran used a tissue to wipe away her tears, and her eyes just stared at Yuran motionlessly. Suddenly he burst into laughter. Really? Yunyi's eyes were shining as she looked up into Yuran's eyes, fearing that Yuran was just trying to be perfunctory with her. Of course it's true, but what would you call me if I wanted to teach you? Yunyi looked at Yuran without any hesitation. Master. The voice was so crisp that even she herself was a little unbelievable. You are so good, silly girl, you will be my apprentice from now on. Yunyi surprisingly did not correct Yuran's address, but just looked at Yuran with sparkling eyes. In the Yun family, do they have no intention of helping you to open up the martial arts? Yunyi nodded, with a hint of grievance in her eyes, but that aggrieved look was full of charm. After all, the family's resources are limited, and lack of talent is just a waste of resources. Kaivyudeo actually refers to dark force warriors. Bright force can be achieved by simply piling up resources. After all, bright force is only for body cultivation. However, dark power requires talent, and there is basically no hope if you rely solely on resources, unless it is the miraculous medicinal bath in Yuran's hand. Even the Yuankai pill only increases the probability a little. Therefore, great generals like Huang Yongsheng also stopped at the level of Ming Jin and failed to break through to Enjin. Since you call me master, I will naturally help you to open the path of martial arts. However, before opening the path of martial arts, you need to rely on yourself to master the Ming Jin. Yunyi had lived in the Yun family since childhood. Even though he had not embarked on the path of martial arts, he understood the classification of martial arts and nodded. Ming Jin is mainly for physical training, and it may be a little painful. It's okay, I'm not afraid of hardship. Yunyi's voice was loud and clear, his eyes were blazing. It was not easy to enter the martial arts world, so what was a little hardship? One more thing. Since you want me to help you develop your martial arts skills, your heart must be with me. Betrayal is not allowed. Although Yoon Yi basically would not have such a possibility, it still needed to be mentioned briefly. Yoon Yi nodded firmly. Go and buy according to the list above. It's best to go through your Yoon family's channels. The price should be cheaper. 10 kinds per set. The more the better. I'll pay for the extra money. Yuran handed Yoon Yi a list, which contained the natural resources and treasures needed to train a Ming-Jin warrior. If one wanted to quickly develop into a martial artist, spending money was essential. Yanjian flower, musha grass, heavenly fragrant cardamom, yinfen root. Yoon Yi read it out silently. Although she had never heard of these things, they were by no means popular medicinal materials. Yuran copied these formulas directly from the book, copying Lin Fan's formula for cultivating Mingjin warriors. The price per copy is about 50 million, but it's hard to tell. It's not easy to purchase in general places, so the price may be higher. Do you have enough money? Yoon Yi turned pale for a moment. Her business relationship with the Yoon family was basically diluted after she ran away from the Yoon family. She really couldn't afford the 500 million yuan. With her current salary of 8,000 a month, she had to work part-time since the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period to afford it. No wonder there are so few warriors, it's really a waste of money. Yuran obviously saw Yoon Yi's embarrassment, or he knew from the beginning that Yoon Yi could not afford the money. Even the children of the 5 major families in the imperial capital cannot get 500 million in cash without relying on their families. Although they are highly valued, their families are very large. Tens of millions may not be an appropriate number, but if you really want hundreds of millions, you have to think about it for a long time. This is why the children of big families also need talents to practice martial arts. Not only that, this formula is also top secret, and you can't become a warrior if you have money to buy the materials. Otherwise, why many families, even the patriarchs, are not warriors? Yuran is a special case. The only child is a cow, and in terms of financial resources alone, the Yu family is not inferior to other families, but the foundation is not enough. Yuran took out a black card and put it in Yoon Yi's hand. There are 1 billion in the card. Go ahead and buy it. You can spend it all, but at least buy 10 copies. Without 10 copies, your journey to martial arts will be very long. As for buying more, Yuran wants to see if it can help his parents enter the path of martial arts. Even if they are only in the early stages of Ming Jin, their physical fitness will be much better and they will be less likely to suffer from illness. And there are many ways to improve after entering, but it is difficult to open the chasm. Countless martial artists have been stuck at every major level of Ming Jin, Dark Jin, and Hua Jin. Yoon Yi looked at the black card in front of him and suddenly fell into a trance. In his memory, it seemed that no one except his parents had ever been so kind to him. 1 billion, you just lost such a huge amount of money to yourself? According to what Yuran just said, 10 copies of at least 500 million would help her learn martial arts? And he also gave her a priceless formula. If she brings this formula back to the Yoon family will definitely open a path to martial arts for her. This kind of formula is a priceless treasure, and Yuran just threw it to her so lightly. This kind of trust was something that even the Yoon family could not give her, and Yuran's position in her heart began to slowly overturn the Yoon family's position in her heart. A seed begins to take root and eventually grows. Thank you, master. Yoon Yi suddenly gave a big salute to Yuran, which shocked Yuran because he suddenly knelt down. Although Bai Yuan often knelt down, he was still not used to it and hurriedly helped Yoon Yi up. But he saw his cheap apprentice burst into tears again. Thinking of the Yoon family's rejection of her, she was stubborn just to prove herself, and thinking of Yuran's affirmation of her, her heart was already moved by it at this moment. After getting up, she suddenly hugged Yuran tightly, burying herself on his chest and greedily feeling the sound of Yuran's strong heartbeat. Since last night, Yuran's kindness to her has subverted her previous understanding. It is obviously a B***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ important thing is that Yuran doesn't ask for anything in return from her. She doesn't know what she has that can be of value to Yuran. Family? Martial skills? Money? None of them. Could it be a human being? His appearance is indeed not bad. Thinking of this, Yoon Yi's face turned slightly rosy. If Yuran heard what he was thinking, he would definitely nod his head firmly. That's right, I'm just hungry for your body. If you are really greedy for her body, it doesn't seem to be impossible. Her heart was pounding at the thought. Yoon Yi thought to herself, not realizing how long she had been buried in Yuran's arms. Such an intimate gesture had never been thought of before. The change in her mood caused her to take this action that she had not expected. She even became bolder. Although Yuran had only been in her field of vision for a day, the feeling it gave her was far deeper than the previous 20 years. The hero rescued the beauty, then watered her with a water gun, and was picked up by his princess, who was soaked all over. After arriving home, he prepared clothes for her. The home court was clearly occupied, but they really did nothing. Thinking of this, she suddenly doubted her own charm. She tangled her hair and suddenly realized that she was still in Yuran's arms. She covered her mouth that wanted to scream and slowly separated from Yuran's arms. Well, just pretend that nothing happened just now. Yun Yi brainwashed himself, and then he met a big bright eye. Bai Yuan showed a bright smile. Hello, Sister Yun. Yun Yi also blinked his big eyes. Was there a death scene? Hello. Yun Yi responded with an awkward smile. Women are always strange creatures. She had just thought that she could be a pair with Yuran. Now I feel extremely embarrassed when I am caught doing something intimate. You should know Bai Yuan. It's because of her that I attacked Lin Fan. Yuran introduced, while Bai Yuan greeted Yun Yi in a low manner. No matter what the relationship between Yuran and Yuran was, they must have a higher status than her, the maid. Well, Bai Yuan also came to see me before. You should also be careful about Lin Fan. He is not as simple as he appears. Yun Yi responded briefly and reminded Lin Fan of his situation, which made Yuran's eyes light up. Yesterday, Yun Yi refuted Yuran's behavior with righteous words. Today, he started to remind him to be more careful. She is worthy of being a double-standard sister in the book, but it's great for the authorities to complain about such double standards by onlookers. Only when it happens to yourself will you know how wonderful it is. Now Yun Yi has not even turned into Yuran's shape, but he has already begun to think about Yuran. Well, this villian is not in vain. By the way, Bai Yuan is now at the 9th level of Anjin. You can train with her when you become a warrior. Dark Strength 9th level. Yun Yi was stunned on the spot. She vaguely remembered that when she met Bai Yuan a month ago, she seemed to be an ordinary person. What kind of growth hormone is this caused by? Due to some special reasons, she still needs to sharpen her skills in combat. Yuran also explained a little bit, and the peak of dark strength in 1 month was indeed shocking. Bai Yuan didn't explain anything, everything was based on Yuran's statement. As for the inheritance pearl, Bai Yuan felt that it was given to her by Yuran and it was also Yuran's credit. Both body and mind belong to Yuran, and as a maid, she will naturally obey her master in everything. At this moment, Yun Yi's cell phone rang. Yun Yi made an apologetic gesture and went to the side to answer the phone. What? I know, I'll be right back. After Yun Yi hung up the phone, he apologized to Yuran. There is news in the bureau. Lin Fan may be missing. I am the person who fought with Lin Fan yesterday. I have to go to the bureau to do something. Okay, then I'll take you there. Yun Yi did not refuse. After all, the car belonged to Yuran. After getting in the car, Yun Yi sat in the passenger seat and looked at Yuran with confusion as he didn't start the car. Yuran also said helplessly, "The address. Don't you know the police station? I'm talking about your home address. Do you want to go there fully dressed?" Yun Yi woke up and patted his head. His mind was confused every day. Forestry residence. Yuran took Yun Yi back first. After the door opened, Yun Yi hurried back to the master bedroom to change clothes. Yuran took a look at Yun Yi's place of solitude. There were many flowers and plants placed by the window. Yuran couldn't name them, but there was a faint fragrance wafting from them. Although he lives alone, he is not as slovenly as some people. Yun Yi's residence is well kept and looks very comfortable. The overall color scheme is mainly white, black and gray, making the house grand yet restrained. That is the background of the eldest daughter of the Yun family, otherwise she would not be able to afford a house in this area with her salary. After Yun Yi changed her clothes, Yuran sent her to the police station. Before getting off the bus, Yun Yi waved goodbye to him. I will work hard to collect that material, and I will let you know if there is any news about Lin Fan. Yun Yi waved his hand, and the voice behind him was lowered. Yuran smiled brightly and said goodbye to her. He drove his car back to his villa. As time passed, Lin Fan's whereabouts was not found out after all. This time Lin Fan was hiding very deep. According to Yuran's guess, there is a high probability that he is no longer in Jinling. There is no place for Lin Fan here. But Yuran didn't care. In at most a month, maybe half a month, the secret realm of Haitian would be opened. In the book, the secret realm of Haitian was opened in advance, catching everyone off guard, and this allowed Lin Fan to frantically search for things inside. However, after hearing the news, Yuran didn't panic at all, but Lin Fan was in panic all day long after being chased, and he was probably less prepared. In the next half-month, Su Huang and Cao Bing were promoted to the late stage of Anjin one after another, and their strength improved again. Bai Yuan also slowly stabilized at the peak of Anjin. In addition to being relatively weak in martial arts, he basically has a certain amount of combat effectiveness. Lu Zitong still stayed at the 2nd level of Anjin, but as Yuran's secretary, he would basically follow him wherever he went. Yuran's candidates for going to the Haitian secret realm this time are the 5 of them. Lu Zitong is mainly the mascot, and the fighting power of the 4 of them basically crushes all the teams. What's more, Yuran's trump card still has 6,400 points. Although it cannot be upgraded to Huajin, many key items are marked by him and can be purchased at any time to save his life. This made Yuran more confident in the Haitian secret realm, and Su Huang and Cao Bing also kept training to repay the benefits that Yuran had brought to them. This time, the Haitian secret realm can be said to be a carnival for dark strength warriors. They may not have been qualified to join, but in just 1 or 2 months, Yuran helped them enter the late stage of dark strength. After cleansing their muscles and marrow, their fighting power soared, and they were even willing to take them into the secret realm of the sea and sky. The two of them were gearing up and ready. Master, according to reliable information, the sea and sky secret realm has begun to surge. If nothing happens, it will open within a week. Yuran has always left the affairs of the Haitian secret realm to Lu Zitong's attention, and Lu Zitong also reported the latest information about the Haitian secret realm to Yuran immediately. Set off. In the introduction of Yuran's words, 5 people took a private plane to the direction of the secret land of Haitian. The secret land of sea and sky is actually just like its name, at the junction of the sea and the sky. It is said that when the sea and sky become the same color, it is the day when the secret realm is unearthed. Yuran is not far from the Haitian secret realm. He has reached his destination in less than half a day. There are really not many people around the Haitian secret realm. There are many scavengers near the sea and sky secret realm. The so-called scavengers mean that the secret realm will spew out some tides before it erupts, and these tides will carry some special items. It may be garbage in the sea, or it may be treasures on the periphery of the Haitian secret realm, among which Haitianling was picked up from these tides. It is also the most valuable item in the tide. If you pick one up, you will basically have enough food and clothing for a few lifetimes, but dangers here are naturally not uncommon. This place is far away from the urban area, there is no security force at all, it is completely a carnival of warriors. Ming Jin scavengers could be seen everywhere rummaging for items in the sea, and even some dark Jin warriors joined them. It is said that a warrior even dug up an Jin's Chi Meridian pill before, which shocked the entire scavenging world. The Chi Pulse pill is a pill at the peak of the Xian level. It can unconditionally increase the dark energy to a small level and save your life if you fail to break through the transformation energy. It is somewhat similar to an upgraded version of the Vitality pill. Price but no market simply cannot describe the rarity of this elixir. The refining of this elixir has long been lost, and there are only 2 weakened versions of the elixir. Cyclone pill and Chi breaking pill correspond to life-saving and breakthrough respectively, but the chance of life-saving is not 100%, and breakthrough is only applicable to the late stage of Anjin. But even so, it is still priceless and unmarketable. Dark strength is so strong that Hua Jin has to open the Yuan veins in the body. Once the impact fails, there is almost no life or death. This is why Hua Jin warriors are extremely rare. Therefore, life-saving elixirs were almost snatched away. Basically, there was no money transaction at all. They were all bartered, or purchased with another currency, Yuan stone. Yuan stone is a stone that stores vitality. It can quickly replenish the body's consumption, and can also be used to clear levels. It is one of the common currencies in the martial arts world. However, Yuan stone is extremely rare, and it is basically impossible to produce it again under the current environment. It is a semi-non-renewable resource, because there are still some ancient inheritances that can produce Yuan stone. Yuan stone does not circulate in the market, because it is useless if there is less of it, and cannot be bought if it is too much, so no one buys it with money at all. Moreover, the country strictly prohibits the trading of Yuan stone, which has a great impact on inflation. Therefore, Yuan stones are basically exchanged for heavenly materials, earthly treasures and special artifacts. Hey, it's shipped! There was an exclamation in the distance that instantly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone looked over there. However, everyone frowned when they saw the item shipped. It was a rusty knife, and its shape looked very much like the Nepali military knife. The people here are naturally knowledgeable and memorized, and some people said something disdainfully. A rusty Nepalese army knife, is this also called shipping? Everyone's eyes also dispersed, and the eyes of those who fished it out also dimmed a lot. This is the normal behavior of scavengers, and the things they fished out are not valuable. It's shipped again. Damn it, it's Huang Ji's technique. In an instant, greedy eyes glanced at the scavengers over there, and a group of people surrounded them. The scavenger couldn't find the secret passage and ran away in a hurry. He also hated the person who just yelled. But it's very difficult to hide your secrets here. Many people use the idea that I can't get it and you can't get it to spy on others. Scavenging. It is basically impossible for a scavenger to have space to store props, so he can only be seen picking up items. After the shout, no one paid attention to the Nepali saber just now, and everyone headed towards the location of Huang Ji Kung Fu. The outcome of buying or grabbing is unknown. Young master, do we want to go there? Cao Bing asked Yuran, and Yuran shook his head. Huang Ji Kung Fu didn't have much appeal to him. What's more, with so many people going, how many people would he have to kill to get the Huang rank technique? There is no need at all. Neither he nor his subordinates have much need for Huang level skills. Previously, Yu Fu had handed over all the items collected by the Yu family to Yuran, and there were even a few books of Suanja Kung Fu among them. This was beyond Yuran's expectations. However, there is not even one copy of the Earth level, which is why it is said that the foundation is insufficient. Young master, I seem to have discovered Lin Fan. Lu Zitong had been carefully looking at the surrounding environment after landing, and then whispered, Lin Fan? Yuran glanced around and saw that Lin Fan was indeed present and approaching in the direction of the man who picked up the Nepalese saber before. Yuran's eyebrows suddenly moved. He was too far away and separated by a group of people, so he didn't use the system to identify the dagger. Now it seems that it is probably not a mortal object. It should be picked up by Lin Fan. Broken Earth-level spiritual treasure, mountain-cutting dagger. Earth-level spiritual treasure. Sure enough, he is the protagonist, but his luck is different. But now, it is mine. Yuran smiled crookedly. Do it. Cao Bing Su Huang immediately understood the meaning and moved to surround Lin Fan on the left and right sides, while Yuran and Bai Yuan were preparing to double-team Lin Fan from the side. Lin Fan had actually noticed Yuran a long time ago. If he hadn't secretly felt that this Nepalese saber was a good thing, he wouldn't have dared to show his face. Yuran gave him too much pressure. At this time, as soon as he saw Yuran moving, he disappeared with a whoosh. Yuran also made everyone stop chasing and walked straight in front of the scavengers. Hello, I bought this dagger. How much does it cost? Yuran did not commit robbery. He is a good, law-abiding citizen and would never do anything like that. Just give me a price. The scavenger handed it directly to Yuran. The aura of Yuran's group of people was beyond his reach. Let alone buying it, there was nothing he could do to rob him. 100,000. The scavenger's eyes widened for a moment, but Lu Zitong next to him operated very quickly and transferred the money directly. Thank you, boss. Have a safe journey, boss. The scavenger bowed to Yuran, and then continued to scavenge happily. Yuran played with the rusty dagger casually in his hand, and he really felt it. Well, I didn't feel anything. What a piece of crap. If it wasn't for the system's identification, he wouldn't believe it. You know the host, the product produced by the system must be high quality. How do I repair this dagger? It's not as sharp as a kitchen knife in this state. 1,000 points. I see you want to die. Yuran was furious. Wouldn't this cost his life? How dare you say that even with 1,000 points, 1,000 points, you can earn a piece of Earth-level spirit treasure blood? The system murmured, speechless at Yuran's insistence. Just tell me if there is a way without spending points. You can use immortal flowers, artifact stones, broken rocks, blood drops and other things to repair part of the power of this dagger. It is probably at the peak of the Xian level, but it is just garbage. I recommend that the host repair it with 1,000 points. It is a good deal. Yuran selectively ignored the suggestions behind the system. With Hong Yao's sword around, the same offensive Earth-level spiritual weapon had no value to him, and he is not good at using daggers, mainly because the daggers are not handsome, but the sword looks so handsome. He doesn't care if he's strong or not, as long as he's handsome, that's it. The four people around looked at Yuran playing with the rusty dagger in his hand, and their eyes widened to see what was going on. But it's a pity that no matter how they look at it, it's just a rusty dagger. Young master, is there anything special about this dagger? Cao Bing was impatient. After seeing Yuran pondering for a long time, he finally couldn't help but ask. Haha, of course it's special. According to my observation, this should be an Earth-level spiritual weapon. Earth-level spiritual weapon. The four people exclaimed in unison, and then quickly covered their mouths. Although they were not afraid of any team, the Earth-level spiritual weapon was something that all warriors would be excited about. Of course it's broken. If I hadn't read some classical books, I almost wouldn't have recognized it. Cao Bing, Su Huang, Lu Zitong, you guys go and collect immortal flowers, artifact stones, broken rocks and blood drops. You can temporarily repair this dagger. It is unlikely that he will be able to return to his previous power, but it should be no problem if he reaches Xian level. The three people nodded quickly and immediately ran around to collect these four artifacts. Among them, artifact stones, broken rock blocks, and blood drops are all commonly used artifacts for refining artifacts. Although they are not cheap, they can still be purchased. Only the three of them, Fu Hua, searched around but couldn't find a seller. This thing is indeed rare and difficult to store. Even if someone has it, they may not choose to sell it. After the three of them made unremitting inquiries, they finally found a seller who had immortality flowers, but Lu Zitong was a little dumbfounded. He didn't dare to make such a decision easily, so he had to come back and report to Yuran. You said that Hua is in the hands of the Lu family. Yuran was surprised to see the news brought back by Lu Zitong, but thinking about it, the Lu family would definitely be involved in such a major matter. To be precise, it should be in the hands of Miss Lu Qingxiu. Lu Qingxiu. Yuran looked at Lu Zitong even more puzzled. In his impression, Lu Qingxiu did not practice martial arts. Even in the book, Lu Qingxiu did not show any martial arts at the end. Did the butterfly effect make Lu Qingxiu also practice martial arts? Well, she said that if there is a transaction, let the young master do it by himself. Lu Zitong reluctantly reported that if it weren't for the seriousness of the matter, Lu Zitong would really not want to have anything to do with the Lu family. The young master's notoriety and sadness back then were inseparable from this woman. Now that the young master is so happy, he really doesn't want the young master to have anything to do with this woman. But this is the young master's own private matter, and Lu Zitong can only report it truthfully. It's interesting, let's go and have a look. I'd like to see what kind of medicine she sells in her gourd. A total of more than 10 people from the Lu family came, which made Yuran a little puzzled. Could it be that they had 2 Haitian tokens? But seeing that there were only 5 Anjin warriors, it probably wasn't what he thought. Many of the people who came were direct descendants of the Lu family, and they should have come to see the world. Master Yu. Hello, Mr. Yu. The Lu family also greeted Yuran warmly, and they benefited from it when Yuran chased Lu Qingxiu. So they were very dissatisfied with Lu Qingxiu and Yuran's breakup. Where could they find such a good man? Both Yuran's identity and strength are enough for them to have a good relationship with Yuran. Yuran nodded in response, and finally saw Lu Qingxiu surrounded by people. Lu Qingxiu dressed casually today, wearing a light sportswear, but even this could not hide her amazing appearance. 3,000 blue hairs were hanging down from the arrow, and her face was still indifferent. When she saw Yuran, she showed a rare smile. This surprised Yuran. He vaguely remembered that Lu Qingxiu would not smile at him at all, if it weren't for the fact that the friendliness level was still a pitiful 30. Yuran really has an illusion that she likes me. The 3 major illusions in life are well-deserved. I heard that you want to buy immortality flowers. Lu Qingxiu did not say hello or interfere with the daily routine, but directly stated the purpose of Yuran's arrival. Yuran was unambiguous and nodded. I can give it to you, but I have a condition. Stop. If we just talk about buying and selling, what's the point of adding a condition? It's not like there are no other old-fashioned people to buy. Yuran didn't want to have anything to do with his ex-fiancée, so it was best to get it over with once the deal was over. Yuran, you are so eager to buy the immortal flowers for the Sea and Sky Secret Realm. Other immortal flowers may not be available before the Secret Realm, and my request is not excessive. Lu Qingxiu's voice was indifferent, but there was a sure-win tone, as if she was sure that Yuran would definitely buy it. According to the rules, this is the case. An extra spiritual weapon at the peak of the Xian level will be of great help to the Haitian Secret Realm, but it really doesn't matter to Yuran. Oh, then I won't buy it. Yuran didn't even bother to bargain. His ex-fiancée's calculations were top-notch and he was able to manipulate Lin Fan, the protagonist of Dachin, at his fingertips. He said that he didn't want to have much to do with her, and he was obviously calculating. He really thought he was stupid. When Yuran turned around and left, Lu Qingxiu's expression showed shock and disbelief. It was obvious that the immortal flower was very important to Yuran, but he turned around and left very coolly. Lu Qingxiu once again felt that things were beyond her calculations. This kind of thing beyond her control had happened to Yuran more than once. Lu Qingxiu's face looked slightly bad. Originally, she wanted to use the immortal flower to let Yuran take the Lu family with her, but now it seems that it is impossible. Master, let's go to other places to see if there are any immortal flowers. Lu Zitong's decision to support Yuran was supported by 10,000 people. It was obvious that the woman was plotting against Yuran again. It's okay. Let's take a rest first. It's just a dagger. It won't affect our journey to the secret realm. Although Yuran wanted to repair the mountain-cutting dagger, he wouldn't bow to Lu Qingxiu. If it didn't work, he would just spend 1,000 points. Gaga, host, hurry up and spend it. The system produces it, it must be a high-quality product. The system also comes out in a timely manner to refresh the sense of presence. Go away, we'll talk about it later. The real repair will be done after the secret realm. Points are his ultimate weapon in the secret realm and he will not use them lightly. He had many thoughts of 10 draws in a row but was killed in the cradle. After all, it was the first time he entered the secret realm, so he had to be fully prepared. What's the difference between having a 99% survival rate and dying? Just as Yuran was thinking about things, Lu Qingxiu actually appeared in their camp. Yuran, can I talk to you alone? Seeing Lu Qingxiu coming, Yuran was surprised that this master with such a cold personality would actually come to him. Lu Zitong was watching her with eager eyes. What was so good about this woman? She was pretty and capable, but she was just average. It's really annoying to keep trying to seduce the young master. Yuran did not refuse, he was also curious about what Lu Qingxiu wanted from her. What happened just now was because I was abrupt. Surprisingly, Lu Qingxiu's first sentence was to apologize for what happened just now. It doesn't matter. The sale is a matter between both parties. It's nothing abrupt. Lu Qingxiu felt a little relieved when she saw that Yuran was not angry. She was really afraid that Yuran would cause trouble for the Lu family. The strength of the 5 secret guards of the Lu family was no match for Yuran's team. The leader had already told her that the auras of Cao Bing Su Huang and Bai Yuan were no weaker than his, and Yuran's aura was unfathomable and could not be felt at all. The martial arts leader of the Lu family is very unique. He is good at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, and has a vague judgment on the enemy's strength. His own strength has reached the peak of Anjin, and he actually said that 3 of Yuran's team were no weaker than him, and Yuran was even more unfathomable. This has to make Lu Qingxiu concerned. Once Yuran targets him, it will be difficult for this team of Lu family members to resist. This is also the reason why Lu Qingxiu hurriedly came to see Yuran. This team was of great significance to Lu Qingxiu, so it was inevitable that she would get some snacks. This immortal flower is given to you. Don't refuse. You have given me so many gifts before, and I have never returned the gift. Today I will treat it as a return gift. Lu Qingxiu took out a box and handed the immortal flower to Yuran, who stared at Lu Qingxiu in concentration. His fiancée's methods and abilities are indeed amazing. If he guessed correctly, this team of people should be her cronies. She can directly insert a group of cronies into the secret realm. It seems that her control over the Lu family is getting higher and higher. I have collected the things. If I encounter them inside, I will take care of them a little bit. Lu Qingxiu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yuran didn't target him, it didn't matter whether he helped Lu Qingxiu or not. The Lu family's troops are not weak either. A team of at least 5 people and 4 late-stage Anjin can be considered powerful among any of them. Thanks, Lu Qingxiu said softly and prepared to leave. Yuran looked at her back and thought for a moment. If you want to save your sister, maybe I can help. Lu Qingxiu's back paused slightly, but she didn't stay and left straight away, but Yuran still caught the tremor at that moment. Sure enough, he was still working hard to save his sister. In fact, Yuran could always talk to Lu Qingxiu about this matter, or even threaten her, but Yuran didn't think it was necessary. First, Lu Qingxiu was too scary. It was better to be an enemy than a friend. Secondly, the Lu family itself is not easy to deal with. Yuran, who is also one of the 5 major families, does not dare to say that he will definitely defeat them. The third is that Yuran always feels that there is a power that is secretly affecting his feelings towards Lu Qingxiu, like the original body's reaction, making it difficult for him to be cruel. Yuran was actually secretly inquiring about Lu Qingxiu's sister, Lu Qingjian, and already had some clues. But the Lu family's hiding was indeed deep enough. Lu Qingjian was as perverted as Lu Qingxiu, but in martial arts, otherwise the Lu family would not have had to hide her all this time. Of course, what the Lu family did to Lu Qingjian was not glorious, so naturally they didn't dare to expose it openly. After Lu Qingxiu came back, she was worried. She didn't expect that Yuran knew what she was doing. She suddenly remembered Yuran's words. No one in this world knows you better than me. Her fingertips turned slightly white and she looked towards the sea. Sister, where are you? She had adopted an extremely strong stance on the Lu family's affairs before, and it took her so long to finally harvest all the chess pieces she had planted. I vaguely remember the angry and dumbfounded looks of the elders of the Lu family, but they still couldn't stop Lu Qingxiu from gaining power in the Lu family. Now Lu Qingxiu has half of the say in the Lu family, but her sister is her heartache and has always been threatened by hostility. In addition, there are no Huajin warriors around her, so she can only get half of the say. She didn't know how many places she had searched secretly, but she couldn't find the place where the Lu family hid Lu Qingjian. This time, as long as one person in the Haitian secret realm can enter Huajin, she will have greater say, and she will definitely be able to force them to release Lu Qingjian. Her slender, white fingers had clear joints and she clenched them hard. This time in the sea and sky secret realm was her biggest opportunity in the short term. After Yuran returned to the camp, he briefly told them about Lu Qingxiu. Lu Zitong sneered. If she doesn't come, she will cause trouble for the Lu family sooner or later. Then CAO soldiers Su Huang and Bai Yuan looked at this weakling with curiosity, and Lu Zitong was defeated in an instant. Well, I believe Brother CAO and Brother Su will make trouble for her. CAO Bing and Su Huang rolled their eyes at him. They couldn't act on this kind of thing unless the young master said anything, although they did have this idea in their hearts. Okay, if we really go in, if the Lu family encounters a problem, it won't be a big problem to help them. Without saying anything, Yuran took out the box given by Lu Qingxiu, inside which a gorgeous flower lay quietly. The world is so big, it's amazing. Even though it has lost all the soil, it still blooms so beautifully. CAO Bing and Su Huang saw it for the first time, and couldn't help but sigh. The reason why the immortal flower is called the immortal flower is because it will never age after it matures, and it will always be at its peak bloom. Yuran also secretly marveled, and began to use the 4 items in sequence in a systematic way to repair the mountain-cutting dagger. First use blood drops to drip on the patina of the mountain dagger, and then put the broken rock blocks, artifact stones, and the mountain dagger together in the fire for charcoal roasting. Because he is not a Chi Taoist, the method used by Yuran is a bit rough, but fortunately the system also takes this into consideration and can be simple and crude. It is best to drop the juice of the immortal flower on the mountain-cutting dagger. After a while, the rust of the mountain-cutting dagger has completely receded, and it instantly turns into an extremely sharp spiritual weapon. Good baby, CAO Bing and Su Huan couldn't help but sigh. Yuran played with it in his hands. The weight of the mountain-cutting dagger was very light, but a casual stroke had the feeling of sharp light. He casually took out a yellow-level shield and cut it into two halves with a dagger. It is indeed a good dagger, but it is a pity that it has lost its core power and cannot reproduce the power of the earth-level spiritual treasure. Except for some special Xian-level spiritual treasures, most Xian-level spiritual treasures cannot be attacked from a distance, and their vitality can only be attached but cannot be evaporated. Therefore, this dagger must be used in close combat to show its power. Yu Ren thought for a while and handed the dagger to Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan's eyes were filled with joy and emotion, and she looked at the dagger with a trace of reluctance. She did not pick up the dagger and spoke in a serious tone. "Master, give it to Cao Bing and Su Huan, I won't need it." Yu Ren actually made a comprehensive consideration, and he had his reasons for doing this. Before arriving, in order to prepare for the war, Yu Ren let each of the four of them choose one of the yellow-level high-end weapons in the Yu family's inventory. It's not that there are no mysterious weapons, they are just used as rewards. Using them casually will affect the enthusiasm of other secret guards. Cao Bing chose the fierce and invincible Liang sword, which can absorb the power of sunlight and combine with vitality to create an unparalleled sword. It is one of the few yellow-level weapons that can attack from a distance. It can be regarded as the best of Huang Ji. Su Huang chose a wind-breaking sword, which is used for high-speed attack speed and can use the power of the wind. The most important thing is that he also has a yellow-level sword technique, so he chose the sword. Lu Zitong, on the other hand, was not good at using weapons, so he chose a pair of gloves, called violent gloves, which, as the name suggests, increase his strength and make him extremely fierce. Only Bai Yuan had never used weapons before and was not very skilled in using long weapons, so she finally chose a dagger. She had been using daggers during this period of training, so Yu Ren felt that this dagger could have a good effect on Bai Yuan. "Okay, you can take it as long as you want. You are the only one who mainly uses the dagger. I never treat my own people harshly." Cao Bing and Su Huan didn't have any objections. They were convinced of Yu Ren at this time. Although they were a little envious, they would not rob him. The master's order is absolute. Bai Yuan thought like this before she accepted the dagger and carefully put it into her storage bag. This is the only storage treasure of the Bai family. Bai Yuan wanted to give it to Yu Ren before, but Yu Ren didn't want it. His main items were all in the system space. This kind of storage bag is not that useful to him. The five of them sat together and started a barbecue when they saw that the secret land of the sea and sky had not yet opened. They brought a lot of preparations for this trip, and naturally there was a lot of food. The fragrant smell stretched for thousands of meters, and the scavengers around could not help but swallow their saliva. It was a fatal temptation for them who had not eaten hot food for a long time. In addition to Yu Ren's team, most of the new teams also started to have hot pot and barbecue, and the fragrance of the food floated outside the entire sea and sky secret realm. Lin Fan was in the Han family's team, looking at the sky and not knowing what he was thinking. He was alone there, and everyone in the Han family was far away from him. Lin Fan glanced at the Han family members, turned away, and clenched his fists tighter. "Damn Yu Ren, this secret realm is your death," Lin Fan whispered, thinking about Yu Ren's boundless anger towards him, and his boundless anger started to burn again. Today, during the day, Yu Ren snatched the dagger he was interested in. He secretly felt that the dagger was destined to him and was a rare treasure. It's a pity that he doesn't have the opportunity to fight Yu Ren now, so he can only retreat in despair. "Lin Fan's meal is ready, let's go eat." Hanya came over, and although she asked Lin Fan to eat, her voice was neither salty nor bland, and there was even a trace of disgust mixed in it. "No." Lin Fan turned around, but his voice was much sharper than before. Hanya felt goosebumps all over her body when she heard Lin Fan's voice. Thinking of what she saw when she went to find Lin Fan before, she almost vomited out her overnight meal. After being beaten by Yu Ren, Lin Fan used his amazing medical skills to get himself out of danger, but there was no way for the broken egg to heal, so his body started to become weird. Lin Fan didn't believe it at first, so he took medicine like crazy, but not only did he not get cured, instead, the estrogen in his body exploded, giving him feminine characteristics. He was angry and threw a lot of things, but it still didn't help, so he ran to the bathing center to regain his glory. He is no longer in Jinling, so he is naturally much more courageous. What he didn't expect was that the woman would look at him with pity. Several such women in succession made Lin Fan extremely angry. If he hadn't been worried that killing would alert the authorities, he would have gone violent and killed. But what he didn't expect before he walked out was that he heard the whispers of several promiscuous women who received him. "I didn't expect that there would be a bad man coming. You're wasted at such a young age." "What man? He is a woman just like us." Ha 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 ha. A burst of ridicule made him angry to the extreme, and he vented his anger in the park. "Yu Ren, I want you to die." Lin Fan looked up to the sky and roared, punching the ancient tree next to him into pieces, after roaring many times in succession. An enchanting man came from behind and looked at Lin Fan smiling happily. He actually got such news today. The enchanting man's name is Xia Yang. He doesn't like women but he is very close to many women. He got the news from the bathing center today and ran over in a hurry. Lin Fan's appearance suits him very well, with strong features and sharp edges. Oh, calm down, anger can easily damage the body. Roll. Lin Fan didn't look at him seriously and roared angrily. However, not only was the enchanting man not angry, he twisted his waist and got closer. Don't be angry because of those stinky women. If you have any questions, why don't you talk to your brother about it? Lin Fan grabbed his neck, his eyes cold. Do you want to die? Xia Yang struggled desperately, but Lin Fan finally let go. He couldn't cause trouble now. Xia Yang was not angry either, he just spoke softly. I know it's hard for you. If you can vent your anger by beating me, then do it. Lin Fan glanced at him and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, Xia Yang was like a dogskin plaster, nagging in his ear endlessly. Lin Fan was very annoyed and wanted to kill him, but due to practical reasons, he could only let him chatter. Xia Yang even wanted to follow him to his home, which made Lin Fan very wary. He had no more hiding places. Finally, under Xia Yang's persuasion, he went to drink with Xia Yang. While drinking, Xia Yang continued to enlighten him, as if he really wanted Lin Fan to be happy. Lin Fan drank a few glasses of wine and vented his grievances loudly, and of course made some adaptations. Yuran became a heinous villain, and none of the women who laughed at him were good people. They were all snobbish women who disliked poverty and loved wealth. Xia Yang kept listening and constantly encouraged and praised Lin Fan. Lin Fan suddenly realized that no one seemed to be so sincere to him after going down the mountain, and his conversation with Xia Yang became deeper and deeper. In the next few days, Lin Fan stayed with Xia Yang, and the relationship between the two became more and more close, sticking together almost wherever they went. Lin Fan felt more and more that Xia Yang understood his heart, and he trusted Xia Yang more and more, even becoming slightly dependent on him. Finally, the relationship between the two became more and more out of control, until Hanya came to Lin Fan because of the Haitian secret realm and asked him to get ready. The moment he opened the room, Hanya vomited out in an instant. Hanya had a close relationship with Lin Fan before, so she didn't knock on the door. However, she pushed the door open and saw Xia Yang on Lin Fan's bed, the two of them in an intimate posture. Lin Fan looked confused when he looked at Hanya. They had no contact at all before, and it should be 3 or 4 months before the Haitian secret realm. For a moment, he couldn't help but remain silent in this scene, but Xia Yang's voice screamed loudly, "Husband, please say something." Hanya was silent, her stomach was in turmoil, and she went directly to the bathroom to vomit it all up. Especially when she thought about the close hand-in-hand relationship between herself and Lin Fan, she felt that she was close enough to Lin Fan even before the last step. How long has it been since we last met? Lin Fan naturally didn't explain his problem. After all, he couldn't say anything about being beaten to a pulp by Yuran. And if he said it, wouldn't he tell Hanya that even people like Xia Yang were one in front of him? Hanya calmly explained the situation about the opening of the Haitian secret realm and left. She needed to wash her eyes. Hanli also fell silent after learning about this incident, but thinking about Lin Fan's help to the Haitian secret realm, he didn't say anything, but the distance between him and Lin Fan also invisibly widened. This led to Lin Fan being isolated now. Originally, there was no Hanya in the Han family, but none of the 4 people in the team, including Hanli, wanted to communicate with Lin Fan. In the end, they had no choice but to bring Hanya as a microphone. When Lin Fan arrived at the place, the Han family had already started eating. His portion was just left there, and no one paid attention to him. Lin Fan ate his dinner in silence, but there was a fire in his heart. How dare the Han family treat him like this? His physical disability has made his current personality extremely extreme, and he has even begun planning to let the Han family and Yuran die together in the secret realm. Of course, Yuran didn't know Lin Fan's plan. If he knew it, he would probably laugh at it. As the tidal eruptions of the Sea and Sky secret realm became more and more frequent, more and more teams rushed to the scene, but most of the teams just hid. No one wants to make enemies before entering. At noon on the 3rd day after Yuran's arrival, the ocean and sky turned equally blue, and the sea and sky were the same color. It was hard to tell the boundary between the sea and the sky for a moment. What a nice view. For a moment, Yuran couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and take a few photos, and the other 4 people were also stunned by the scenery. The restrictions in the Sea and Sky secret realm have been opened. I don't know who shouted, and suddenly the crowd rushed towards the Sea and Sky secret realm. At a rough glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. So many people. Yuran was a little confused. The token was so expensive that ordinary people could not afford it. Moreover, there are so many warriors in Great Xia, but after thinking about it, Yuran felt that it was normal. Even if he wanted to pick one warrior from 1,000, there were still 140,000 warriors in Great Xia, not to mention that it was not that difficult to become a warrior. Let's go, let's follow, but don't go to the front. Although it is recorded in the book, Yuran doesn't want to take the risk of being the first person. After all, whoever enters the secret realm first will have a great chance. Bang 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 bang, bursts of noises sounded near the Haitian secret realm. A group of people bumped into the shield of the Haitian secret realm, with big bumps on their heads. And some people have a protective shield formed around them, which can accommodate just 5 people. This is the Haitian token. Yuran naturally led Lu Zitang and others into the secret realm of the sea and sky easily. After going through the waves, more than 90% of the people did not enter the secret realm of the sea and sky. Except for some people who came to scavenge and had no intention of entering the secret realm, the others came with hope. Although I have long heard that a token is required to enter, but who doesn't take a chance and take a chance? The eyes of those who were blocked were red, and the secret realm was right in front of them, but they couldn't get in. Some even traveled through most of the summer just to get here. As a result, they can't get in now. Their anger has made them lose their minds. Many people started to smash the outer protective shield with their fists, and some even took out weapons to smash the protective shield into pieces. There was even a person with peak dark strength who directly took out a mysterious spiritual weapon and attacked the protective shield fiercely. The indiscriminate bombardment of a group of people finally offended the master of the secret realm. Purple lightning appeared in the secret realm shield, and screams broke out in an instant. Some weak Ming Jin warriors even died directly, which made many people afraid to attack again. Even the peak strength of An Jin suffered serious injuries. The people around him had strange expressions, and even had vague thoughts of taking action. The mysterious level spiritual weapon was enough to make many people take risks. The companions around him quickly protected him in the center, and he quickly took a healing potion and glanced around with eager eyes. In the end, no one took action against him, but the injured Ming Jin and the early strength players of An Jin were not so lucky, and a bloody battle occurred again. Blood dyed the sea red. But most people's eyes are still on the protective cover. Everyone who saw this scene took a breath of cold air and no longer dared to attack the protective shield. Many people were dejected and finally chose to leave this sad place, but there were also many people with powerful skills and courage who secretly formed alliances to wander outside. It seemed like he was going to do something. Everyone entered the Haitian secret realm in a mighty manner, and Yuran's team was also among them. How spectacular! When entering the secret realm of the sea and sky, some people can't help but sigh. The surrounding area is surrounded by towering trees, and a bronze iron gate stands in the center. The bronze iron door has a strong sense of age, and a row of stone lions are located in front of the door. There are 4 roads on both sides of the iron gate, but no words are left on them, which seems to be a blind choice. The majestic momentum calmed many people. No one knew what the scenery was like behind the iron gate, and no one knew where the road would lead. Only Yuran knew something about it, and of course he only knew one path extremely well. After all, Lin Fan only took one path, and the others knew a little but not completely. There were hundreds of people present, but no one was willing to step forward to explore the way at this time. Everyone was looking at the surrounding environment. There are obviously towering trees all around, and there are many flowers and plants nearby, but there is no sound at all. A sense of deathly silence is vividly reflected here. After waiting for almost 10 minutes, someone finally got impatient and couldn't wait anymore. He glanced at the heroes and snorted coldly. They are all cowards, then I will be the first to eat crabs. This man is a dark man, burly and muscular, and he doesn't look easy to mess with, but he is only in the middle stage of Anjin. His 5-person team went directly to the first road, and received only cold looks and sneers from a group of people. Idiot. I don't know who among the crowd said something, full of disdain. At this time, the 5-person team has arrived near the first road and can step in at any time. No one dares to blink. But is there really no danger in this calm journey? The big black man also grinned when he saw the first road right in front of him. These cowardly people didn't know how to cultivate dark strength. Everyone, I'm going to take the first step. At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and a row of stone lions guarding the door suddenly had red eyes, and they killed a group of black men in an instant. A scream sounded in the quiet secret realm. The teammate of the big black man who was closest to the stone lion screamed and was disemboweled by the stone lion. The bloody scene made everyone present feel uncomfortable. 5 stone lions that are comparable to the peak of Anjin. Someone in the crowd frowned and looked at the stone lion in front of him with a monitoring device. In addition to the 5 stone lions, there are 15 other stone lions that are not moving. It seems that there are 5 stone lions guarding each road. Everyone's brains began to spin crazily. 5 stone lions at the peak of dark power were guarding the goal. Almost 90% of the team would fail. Only some powerful teams are still watching with cold eyes. The 5 peak dark powers are indeed difficult to deal with, but they are not afraid of the puppet stone lions. And soon the people in the black man's team fled backwards like crazy, but the speed of the stone lions was also at the peak of dark strength, and their speed was simply not enough. Except for the big black man who endured the pain and used a speed talisman, the other 4 people were all killed by stone lions. The stone lions retreated after chasing them to a certain range. It seems that they also have a range of activities. This also made everyone present feel a little frightened and at the same time a little comforted. After a moment of silence, someone finally stood up. Everyone, the number of these stone lions is fixed. We all want to join forces for the opportunity. A handsome young man put forward an opinion, and almost everyone agreed after thinking about it. Even the team that had the strength to compete with the 5 peak dark powers did not refuse. After all, no one wants to expend a lot of power directly on goal. Then choose whichever path you want to take. When the time comes, let's break the stone lion together. Soon, 4 teams were formed in front of the door. The 4 teams had almost the same number of people, each with more than a dozen teams. Yuran chose Route 4, which was the road Lin Fan had taken before, and he was fully aware of the dangers involved. But what surprised Yuran was that Lin Fan actually chose the second path, or the Han family chose the second path. Sure enough, under the butterfly effect, many things have changed. In the book, Lin Fan led the Bai family to the Haitian secret realm, but now he comes with the Han family, and his status is not the same. Yuran was thinking about whether to take the second route to target Lin Fan, but after thinking about it he gave up. Not to mention that he didn't know the danger of the second route, and the final destination of the 4 routes was the same. With Lin Fan's luck, he would definitely be able to pass it. Just wait for him at the end, and the things on the second road and the 4th road are different. After Lin Fan went there and looted him, he got the good things on both roads. Cool. When Yuran thought of this, he suddenly looked at Lin Fan hopefully. You must work hard, the good things in the second path are all yours. Lin Fan suddenly felt that someone was peeping at him. He glanced around but found nothing, so he secretly kept a close eye on him. Let's do it, fellow Taoists, everyone is here for the opportunity. Boom, all kinds of martial arts attacked the stone lion in an instant, and the colorful martial arts illuminated the stone lion clearly. But what surprised everyone was that although the stone lion kept retreating, there were no wounds on its body. Everyone stepped forward to increase their firepower, hoping to kill these 5 stumbling blocks. But Jin's vitality attack is really average, and not everyone is as perverted as Yuran. The physical body of Jin Peak is extremely terrifying. On average, each stone lion will be attacked dozens of times the number, but there is still no problem. These Anjin warriors could no longer bear it any longer, and all began to fight the stone lions at close quarters. The common killing weapon of Anjin warriors was the powerful Anjin, but most people are not at the peak of Anjin, and they are at a disadvantage against stone lions. Moreover, the true pinnacle of Anjin's strength was also retention, which resulted in no one being able to defeat the stone lion in a short period of time. But careful people discovered that after the 5 stone lions were entangled, the road seemed to be unguarded. On the first path, a small team decisively gave up the attack while everyone was not paying attention and ran directly towards the interior. Naturally, the stone lion was too weak to pursue him. Hole. Some people angrily scolded this unloyal B ***************************, but in the face of interests, these are not problems at all. With the first person's demonstration, many people soon took advantage of this gap to enter the road first. Some people even used stone lions to repel their countershock force and left the battlefield directly into the road. The number of people on the field is decreasing sharply. Everyone's heart is not among the stone lions, but they want to get into the road quickly to avoid being picked first. Hanli saw something was wrong and immediately asked the Han family to prepare to enter. I feel like these stone lions may have a chance. How about crushing them? Lin Fan vaguely felt that the first level was not that simple. There was definitely a difference between this kind of trickery and relying on strength to get in. Go right in. 5 dark power peaks are not easy to deal with. No matter how good the opportunity is, it must be easy to get. Hanli naturally did not believe in this so-called chance and was about to enter with the Han family. The other 3 members of the Han family listened to Han Li's words and naturally would not pay attention to Lin Fan. Moreover, Lin Fan was only a mid-level player in the Han family's team. Although Han Li was in the early stage of Anjin, he was trained by his legitimate son. These 3 people in the late Anjin stage were responsible for protecting him, so they were quite disdainful of Lin Fan's strength, and even doubted why they wanted to find Lin Fan. Especially after hearing about Lin Fan, the 3 of them raised their heads towards Lin Fan's attitude. Lin Fan had no choice but to quickly follow Han Li into Route 2. Naturally, he could not deal with 5 stone lions by himself. Before Lin Fan left, he looked over at road number 4. The fighting was still fierce there. He glanced at Yuran and clenched his fists. Just wait, Yuran. Yuran seemed to feel something and looked at Lin Fan, grinned, and said something softly. Lin Fan understood Yuran's words from the shape of his mouth. Go and search for some treasures for me. Lin Fan clenched his fists angrily, but this was a naked provocation. He entered passage number 2 and was determined to kill him. Young master, what should we do? Cao Bing and Su Huang looked at the people outside entering one after another, and they were a little impatient, but Yuran had no intention of going in at all, and just attacked outside. No rush, let them all go in. Lin Fan's perception was indeed correct. There was a great opportunity in the stone lion. Lin Fan also led the Bai family to crush one. The Bai family's strength was too weak. After killing one of them, they were unable to fight anymore, so they had no choice but to enter. And their team of 5 stone lions is no problem, so Yuran is not in a hurry, he will decide on this opportunity. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people on the 4 roads, finally those who stayed outside could no longer resist the attack of the stone lions. Screams came from the roads number 1, 2, and 3. Basically, the weakest team stayed outside and were torn apart by stone lions. On Route 4, everyone went in with Yuran's help, and many people even expressed respect to Yuran when they entered. It almost made Yuran laugh out loud. Now, time to kill. When there were only 5 of them left outside the venue, Yuran's aura suddenly changed, like an unsheathed sword. Hong Yaojian appeared in his hand. To deal with these smelly and hard stone men, the weapon was indispensable. Yuran held the Hongyao sword, blocked the stone lion's blow, and instantly cut the stone lion in half with just one sword stroke. Then he showed off his power and smashed the stone lions on Lu Zitong, Cao Bing, and Su Wang's side one by one. It has to be said that Earth-level spiritual weapons and mysterious-level spiritual weapons are much stronger in every aspect, and their sharpness alone is enough to make them look proud of the world. On Bai Yuan's side, although the mountain-cutting dagger has not recovered the power of an Earth-level spiritual weapon, it is still a powerful spiritual weapon. Bai Yuan also successfully chopped the stone lion into pieces. With the mountain-cutting dagger, Bai Yuan has a tendency to become the second combat force in Yuran's team. This gave Su Huang and Cao Bing a sense of urgency to escalate. Hey, what is this? Bai Yuan curiously looked at a key inside the stone lion after it was separated. The shape was a bit strange, some looked like long-handled keys, and there were dragons and tigers printed on the outer pattern. It's so lifelike that it doesn't look like an ordinary thing. With Bai Yuan's exclamation, the other 3 people also found the keys to the corresponding stone lions, and everyone looked at Yuran. Yuran smiled slightly. That's why I said to stay. Although I don't know what the key is used for, it is definitely a good thing. Cao Bing and others looked at Yuran with respect. They didn't expect that the young master was so powerful that he could sense the cave inside. Yuran didn't explain how he sensed it, but sometimes not saying it would make people feel even more awestruck. Host, you are becoming more and more shameless. The system is also speechless and complains. It is obviously what I learned from the book, but it still pretends to be an expert. This system feels awkward. Yuran ignored the system's crazy words. It was normal for a system that was not as intelligent as Xiao AI's classmate to understand. Let's go, we can't fall too far behind. It had been more than 10 minutes since the first group of people entered, and the 5 of them had just set off to enter the 4th road. The 4th road seemed to be in a cave, narrow and crowded. The 5 people followed Yuran's command and quickly jumped inside. Young master, there is a corpse. The CAO soldiers at the front stopped, and several scattered corpses blocked their way. Not even 2 minutes into the journey, a dead person appeared. The secret realm really coexisted with danger and opportunity. Cao Bing carefully checked the condition of the corpse in front of him. An arrow piercing the heart should have been shot from the right side. Cao Bing raised his head and looked to the right. Sure enough, there was a hole in the cave, which should be a mechanism device. Yuran glanced at it, and he knew clearly in his heart that this was why he was not in a hurry. Why not have someone help him explore the way and eliminate hidden dangers? It's a one-time mechanism, otherwise it would be impossible for so many people to die in the past, and there would be no other traces of sword rain. Cao Bing admired Yuran's judgment very much. The 5 people passed this trap carefully. Although it was a one-time event, everyone was very vigilant. Along the way, Yuran and the 5 of them encountered at least 10 such mechanisms, either smashed through by huge rocks or huge pits and traps. But basically all of them have been triggered, and some traps have left some corpses and bloodstains. The 5 of them had a relaxing journey, but they didn't expect that the mechanisms in this cave were all disposable. It seems that the faster you come in, the more unlucky you will be. Lu Zitong couldn't help but sigh when he saw the tragic situation along the way. As far as they could see, no less than 15 people had died. At this time, everyone admired Yuran's decision. If they had come in first, they would have been tortured by the agency. After walking for nearly 20 minutes, the narrow cave suddenly opened up, and a large river crossed in front of them. And Yuran and the others finally saw the crowd in front of them, and there were actually 3 teams circling around the river, scratching their heads. But Cao Bing's sharp eyes saw several corpses floating in the river at a glance. Young master, there may be a cave in the river. Cao Bing looked at the river warily. It was impossible for a normal Anjin warrior to be drowned. Even if he couldn't swim, he could cross the river using his vitality and his own strength. If you have strong body skills, you can even walk on the river. Moreover, although the river is extremely wide, it is not far away, with only 100 meters between the 2 banks. Fellow Taoist, there is something strange in this river. Once people come into contact with it, it will sink. You can't swim across it. You can only rely on your vitality to rush over quickly. When one team saw Yuran, they just poured the beans and told them everything they knew. They were grateful to Yuran for blocking the stone lion, and his ability to get in smoothly must be extremely terrifying, so sincerely, they wanted to be friends with him. Why? Yuran sighed, it was really boring. If Lin Fan were here, he would definitely be ridiculed, and then he would show off his power and slap everyone in the face. But the villain is different, even passersby are so friendly. As expected, he is not the fate of the protagonist. Cao Bing and Su Huang nodded to Yuran after many experiments with stones on the shore and in shallow water, confirmed what they said was fine. Let's go. Yuran stepped directly across the river and reached the other side in less than 3 seconds. In the middle, he felt a force pulling him towards the river. However, this kind of power is very little to him, but if he is weak, he may not be able to do anything. Almost all those staying by the river are in the early stages of Jin, and they are still the kind of extremely weak and unstable Jin. Although Lu Zitong was also in the early stage of dark strength, he didn't put much effort into it. Yuran knew in his heart that this was to exclude some weak people for the sake of inheritance. Those who cannot cross the river can only search around along the river to see if they can find some rare things to make their trip worthwhile. Yuran and the 5 people rushed forward quickly, and nothing could stop them along the way. Finally, after another 10 minutes, Yuran and the others saw a group of people again. To be precise, Yuran and the others finally caught up with them. What's this? Lu Zitong was amazed. It was completely different from the previous scene in the river. The cave here was like a road to the stars, with all kinds of stars surrounding their heads. It looked extremely dreamy and beautiful, and everyone was staring at the starry sky above their heads. Suddenly, a star fell straight towards the ground. The team waiting next to them was already ready, and they jumped up and took a star into their arms. It is said to be a star, but it looks like a model when it falls in a person's arms, but almost everyone on the field is grabbing these stars, there is no doubt. These stars have a great effect. Boy, hand over the stars. A powerful team of 5 people directly blocked the person who had just received the star, and the 5 people showed their fierce looks. Cao Bing and Su Huang hurriedly went to figure out the situation here, while Yuran looked at the conflict in the distance. The man who was robbed was just a lone wolf. It seemed that all his teammates were stopped at Dehe Pass, and a complete team surrounded him. The 5 people were fierce and looked very difficult to deal with. The lone wolf is not very strong, otherwise none of his teammates would be able to join. He is just in the middle stage of dark strength, and the strength of any one person in the team surrounding him exceeds his. It can be said that it is a certain death situation. Young master, I have inquired clearly. If you want to pass from here, everyone needs to be baptized by the stars. The more stars, the greater the reward, but no one knows what the reward is. Cao Bing quickly understood the situation on the field. The most important thing was that there was a stone tablet clearly engraved with the content of this level. Yuran naturally knows what the reward is. These stars are concentrated essence of vitality. After passing the level, you will be baptized by the essence. The more the better. The conflict in the distance was over. There was no doubt that the stars were snatched away by that team, but they did not kill them. Let's go, let's collect some too. Yuran didn't say much. The law of the jungle was clearly reflected here. Stars fall extremely slowly, 1 or 2 will fall every 5 minutes, and their position is uncertain. An hour later, Yuran's team collected 6 stars. It didn't look like many, but it was already one of the frontline star teams. And the team that carried out the most crazy robbery was the team that robbed almost all the weak teams, and they swore that they were called protection money. The weak team could only break their teeth and swallow them. Yuran was indifferent, just calculating something silently in his heart. This was a tug-of-war of time. 5 hours later, Yuran's team collected 35, which was fairly efficient. But compared to the robbery team, it was much worse. They had almost 70 stars, and all 5 of them were smiling crookedly. They specialize in robbing weak teams and do not kill anyone. Those teams have no choice but to continue to obtain stars. They can only leave here if they have at least 1 star. According to the instructions on the stone tablet, 99 stars can obtain the maximum baptism. If this time continues, they will be able to obtain the maximum baptism in up to 2 hours. The time has come. How did they calculate the 70 stars? Of course Yuran did it for them. Let's go and do something. Yuran and his group walked towards the robbery team, and for a moment everyone looked over. The strength of Yuran's team is among the best here, and every move attracts attention. The 5 people saw Yuran and a group of people surrounding them, and secretly felt that the situation was not good. They can't afford to offend this team. The 5 of them are actually very smart. There are 2 or 3 teams on the field that they can't afford to offend, so they don't act recklessly in front of them. What I didn't expect was that someone would take the initiative. Hand over the stars. Yuran's voice was very light and seemed to have no emotion. The leader of the man was Wang Jie, who was not a good person to begin with, but when he saw Yuran and a group of people came over to ask for the stars so arrogantly, he was also extremely annoyed inside, but the only reason he could survive until now was because he had self-awareness. If the elder brother wants it, just take it. Then these 10 stars will be given to the elder brother as a gift. Wang Jie accompanied him and took out 10 stars. This was the result of a team of 1.5 hours. He thought he was sincere enough. I mean, everything. Yuran's voice was indifferent, as if he was talking about something trivial. Bai Yuan next to her could see love in her eyes. The master is so handsome, he is so handsome even when he robs. The other teams also watched on their own, with some pointing and others sneering. Some of the people who were robbed screamed angrily, "Kill these bastards!" Wang Jie looked sharply towards the source of the sound, but did not find who made the sound. The person was obviously well hidden. Wang Jie's face suddenly darkened, his tone no longer respected as before, and he spoke coldly. "Brother, I respect you, so I am willing to give you 10 stars to help you. There are so many teams on the field, do you want to fight us to the death? Do you want their team to pick up the slack?" Wang Jie's tone was vaguely threatening, while Yuran had a look of surprise on his face. "Why do you think the net will break if the fish dies?" Yuran's tone made Wang Jie feel extremely humiliated. The person in front of him didn't take them seriously at all. The 5 people quickly drew their weapons and wanted to fight Yuran to the death. "Boring," Yuran directly pointed out, and the power of Yang Finger and Iron Mountain Finger attacked Wang Jie in an instant. Wang Jie looked at the fingerprints that were attacking at such a fast speed. The strong sense of oppression frightened his whole body. His eyes were full of panic. He couldn't take this move. The 2 stronger teams that were originally waiting and watching also had solemn expressions on their faces for a moment, thinking about how much this move would cost them. But forced by the situation, Wang Jie yelled Zanmadeo. A handful of yellow-level intermediate spiritual weapons were directed towards Yuran's fingerprints. Almost as soon as the fingerprint hit the spiritual weapon was directly exploded by Yuran's Yang pointer, and then it attacked Wang Jie's eyebrows with undiminished power. Wang Jie couldn't resist and died instantly. His body fell straight backwards and he died with his eyes open. Su Huang, Cao Bing, and others also swarmed forward. Facing several people of lower rank than them, they were like tigers rushing into a herd of sheep. Even Lu Zidong had a back-and-forth fight with an Anjin mid-level player, and the effect of the medicinal bath was fully demonstrated at this moment. There was only one word in Yuran's mind. Cool. Damn it, he can finally beat someone at will. His previous opponents have always been geniuses like Lin Fan, and Suandi, and Huang Lingmeng. Every battle was not easy. He even felt that Yang Ji, who was at the peak of Xian level, seemed to be stretched. Now he finally showed his due strength. Are you referring to the difficulty of not getting even dust on your body? Are you denying the excellence of this system? The system felt that there was something wrong with Yuran. It was not easy to say that he had not even touched the corner of his clothes, not to mention being injured in several battles. Then it's inevitable that an opponent who can't kill you with one move is really too dangerous. Yuran raised his head and said, "If you can fight with him for a long time, you will know that he is a very dangerous person. It is better for Wang Jie to lie down for a second." Yuran stood with his hands behind his hands and looked at the situation on the field. Except for Lu Zidong, who was still fighting hard, the other 3 people ended the battle early and stood aside to protect Lu Zidong. After all, Lu Zidong's level was a bit lower, so it would be more difficult for him to fight beyond the level, but it was also difficult for the enemy to kill him. Originally, Yuran thought it might take half an hour to decide the winner, but he didn't expect that the situation on the court affected that person's mentality. The tragic death of all his teammates made him unable to continue fighting and wanted to run away. It was this flaw that made Lu Zidong punch him in the back. Then 2 punches killed him on the spot. At this point, all battles are over. Everyone looked at this group of people as if they were monsters. Even the 2 powerful teams couldn't help frowning and whispering something. Yuran's facial features were strong and he heard the whispers of one of the teams. The finger he just pointed seemed to be a skill at the peak of the Xian level. It was a bit strong. I feel that the power is slightly higher than that of the peak Xian level. Can the martial arts skills of the peak Xian level destroy the yellow level spiritual weapon so easily? This person is difficult to deal with. We have to be careful. If there is no conflict, then there will be no conflict. Yuran listened to the whispers in the distance and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He had been pretending to be an expert for so long. Oh no, he was an expert just to prevent others from becoming enemies with him. After all, he had to concentrate on dealing with Lin Fan and had no time to deal with other people. Cao Bing has collected all the stars. They have a total of 102 stars. They have reached the final goal of 99 and can go to participate in the baptism. Let's go! Yuran led Cao Bing and his party towards the next level, and envious looks came from all around. Thank you, boss, for eliminating harm to the people. When Yuran was leaving, someone shouted, which made Yuran almost lose his power. This was so funny. Even though I robbed myself, I was still doing harm to the people. I have to say it was really cool. Walking through the Cave of Stars, there is a separate room, and at the door is a machine for placing stars, and Yuren puts the stars into it. The room opened, Yuren put all the stars in it, and then the 5 of them entered the room together. The originally dark room suddenly became brighter, but it was not the light of the electric light, but the light of vitality that made the room bright, making it seem a bit mysterious. Absorb with all your strength. Yuren gave an order, and everyone sat cross-legged to enjoy the hard-earned benefits. The vast vitality formed in the room, and the smoke was like a fairyland. Let alone absorbing it, just taking a breath in it made people feel 100 times more energetic and refreshed. Cao Bing, who was inside, was even more excited. This absorption of vitality could actually expand the vitality cave in their bodies. You must know that the Yuankai cave is the upper limit of the Yuankai reserve. The larger the Yuankai cave, the stronger the strength will naturally be. And the absorption of vitality at this moment can actually expand their vitality caves, which is worthy of the secret realm. This kind of heaven-defying opportunity can only be seen in the secret realm. How do you feel? Yuren asked with a deep expression, and Cao Bing immediately answered excitedly. This kind of breath can help us expand the vitality cave in our body. It's an incredible opportunity. The other 3 people are also in line and are very satisfied with such an opportunity, especially by Yuan. She absorbed it quickly and the vitality cave was inherently deficient. There is almost no room for improvement, but the vitality cave continues to expand, giving her the opportunity to turn the cave into a pulse and become a power. Hua Jin is to generate Yuan veins in the Yuan Qi cave in the body. If the Yuan Qi cave is too small, it cannot be generated. This is one of the reasons why many people stop using dark Jin. After hearing the other people's answers, Yuren just nodded slightly. Then absorb like crazy and improve as much as you can. The 4 people nodded repeatedly, and then entered a state of swallowing, frantically absorbing vitality. Yuren looked at the opportunities for the 4 of them and shook his head helplessly. Apart from replenishing some of his exhausted energy, he had no opportunities. I told you a long time ago that the products produced by the system must be high-quality products and require external help. Do you look down on your brother Tongze? The system said proudly, but Yuren ignored it and gave it a blank look. Then this opportunity is of no use to me? Yes. F***K. Yuren was speechless. Lin Fan also received huge benefits here in the book, but he didn't expect that he would be useless. Angry, he took out the barbecue grill and started grilling. The energy was attached to the food, making the barbecue ingredients look a little fairy-like. In about an hour, the 4 people opened their eyes one after another, and it could be seen from their faces how much benefit they had received. Come on, let's eat. Yuren handed over some baked ingredients, and everyone started eating them without any courtesy. Wow, delicious. Bai Yuan's eyes were shining. She was really not flattering. The food with this kind of vitality was extremely delicious. The 4 of them ate crazily like starving ghosts reincarnated, while Yuren, who had already been full, looked at them like a master. Young master, I feel like you started grilling very early. Why don't you absorb this vitality? Cao Bing asked while eating. He had smelled the aroma an hour ago. This kind of thing is of no use to me. My energy cave does not need to be expanded. Yuren's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something trivial. But the mouths of the 4 of them were all open, and even the chicken wings in Cao Bing's mouth fell to the ground. He reluctantly picked them up, blew them and continued to eat. He doesn't like to waste food, even if it's every grain of rice, he has to eat it. The 4 of them didn't know what to say for a moment, but there was a huge wave of panic in their hearts. The young master meant that his energy cave had reached its limit and there was no need to expand at all. No wonder the young master is so powerful. The 4 people's admiration for Yuren reached a new level. After eating and drinking, the few people continued to move forward. Judging from the time, it was already evening, but for the dark strength warriors, their energy was still strong. Coming out. The 4 people were a little surprised, looking at the road to the end, and the exits of the other 3 roads were not too far away from them. I didn't expect that the first level was so easy, and I didn't even feel a trace of danger. Let's go, the team that can get here first is not an ordinary team. Yuren knew in his heart that this secret realm had just begun. What a high mountain. After walking for a while, Su Huan couldn't help but sigh. Lying in front of them was a high mountain, filled with smoke, with no end in sight. The mountain peaks tower into the clouds, looking even more mysterious under the night light, and even a few stars can be seen surrounding them with the naked eye. This is not the star model just now, it is the real star of nature. You can sigh at the towering height of this mountain, which makes people look like it is on the horizon. At the foot of the mountain, there are stairs leading all the way to the top. The stairs are also extremely wide, seemingly thousands of meters wide, and can accommodate countless people climbing. This kind of ingenious mountain peak is a man-made trial place, which makes even Yuren a little stunned. How powerful is it to set up a trial site on such a mountain? According to him, it is simply beyond human power. Sure enough, it should be heaven that is paving the way for Lin Fan. There are already a few people on the mountain peak, their faces are red, and they are working hard to climb up. Do we have to climb this mountain to get to the next place? Lu Zitong's face looked like he had seen a ghost. How long would it take to climb such a high mountain? Moreover, the faces of the people on top were obviously not ordinary mountain peaks. It should be, let's go. Yuran and the 5 people walked directly to the first step, and unexpectedly triggered a mechanical sound. The 100th person has entered the foot of the mountain, and the number of steps will start counting within 1 day. I don't know where the sound came from, but the entire secret realm heard such a sound. Some of those who were left behind to collect stars or other paths were preparing to end early. You have to rush towards this mountain quickly. According to the number of steps in a day, the higher you wait, the better the rewards you will get. There is no doubt about this. This staircase has an inexplicable gravity. Cao Bing felt something was wrong. He felt like he was burdened by just the first step. It should be a gravity ladder. It tests your physical strength and will. Try your best to move up. The higher you go, the better the rewards will be. Yuran, who was familiar with reading, naturally understood the principle of this ladder, so the 5 of them began to stride forward. They were extremely fast on the first 200 steps without stopping. Although there was gravity pressure, it was better than nothing for a team like them. When they reached the 300th level, everyone felt a little bit of difficulty. This kind of gravity felt like there were thousands of kilograms of weight pressing on their bodies. Except for Yuran, the other 4 people's faces were a little red, especially Bai Yuan. The gravity of this ladder is based on different strengths. Bai Yuan is at the peak of Anjin and is the most oppressed, but her talent and body are not strong. So at the 400th level, Bai Yuan stopped for the first time. Master, I may not be able to survive. I need to take a rest. Please leave me alone and go up first. Bai Yuan stopped on the stairs. The pressure of gravity increased every 100 floors. When Bai Yuan stepped on the 400 floors, her body was a little overwhelmed. Well, you rest first and then walk up if you can. Yuran didn't force it. After all, he couldn't help Bai Yuan. This completely tested personal ability. Bai Yuan's ability to reach the 400th floor was actually quite good. When they came up, they saw at least more than 50 people resting. It would be difficult for half of the people to reach the 400th floor in one go, but Bai Yuan was doing quite well. When they entered the 500th floor, Su Huang and Cao Bing were obviously a little powerless, but they could endure it. When they reached the 550th floor, they stopped in unison. Young master, we also need to take a rest, please come on. Yuran said a few words of encouragement and then moved on. He didn't feel a lot of pressure yet. To Yuran's surprise, Lu Zitong didn't start resting until the 600th floor. His talent turned out to be quite good. After passing the 600th floor, Yuran began to dominate, and everyone stopped on the steps to rest. I didn't expect Lin Fan hasn't arrived yet, Yuran murmured to himself. He was a little surprised that Lin Fan hadn't appeared yet. In the book, he had reached the top. Lin Fan suddenly sneezed and glanced behind him, as if he was avoiding someone. Is it Hanli and the others who are chasing us? Lin Fan thought to himself, and his steps became faster. He also heard the call to climb the mountain, and he had to hurry up. After entering the road, what Lin Fan and the others encountered was almost the same as what Yuran and the others encountered before. They were all unnecessary traps. Hanli and his team were quite powerful, so they naturally encountered no problems. After passing the cave, the scene in front of them was completely different from that of Yuran. What's this? Hanli and others stopped. Almost all the team were looking at the cliff in front of them, looking down at the endless horizon. If they fell, they would die or not. The cliff is 100 meters wide, with only some iron chains connected to it, as if it requires people to walk on a tightrope. One of the team members walked curiously to the edge of the cliff. Unexpectedly, he suddenly bumped and was about to fall towards the cliff. The companion next to him quickly pulled him up with quick eyesight and hands. He was still frightened after he came up, and he patted his chest frantically to relieve his pounding heart. It's so scary, I feel like something is pulling me down. The man gasped heavily and said words that made everyone uneasy. All the teams looked unhappy, and the cliff in front of them didn't seem to be an easy place to deal with. But this is a secret realm, and wasting time is equivalent to wasting opportunity. Finally, a team couldn't hold back and started walking towards the other side from an iron lock. Phew! A sudden bird call made everyone tremble. 3 large birds that covered the sky flew out from the bottom of the cliff and attacked the team that passed the border fiercely. Careful! The captain of the team shouted, but one of the team members was still directly hit by the big bird, and his feet slipped and fell directly into the abyss. What a scary bird! Everyone behind them couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. The bird's body was so hard. Just now, several people used spiritual weapons, but they only left a shallow mark on the bird's body, not even a wound. Moreover, these birds are extremely fast and difficult to hit with normal attacks. They do not dare to use too much force on the edge of the cliff. Being cautious in their actions also limits the abilities of warriors. Let's go, let's get over there while they are being attacked. Although the distance of 100 meters is not long, with this kind of steel wire, even a warrior will spend 10 or 20 seconds. At this moment, the three birds are surrounding one of the teams, which is a good opportunity for them to cross quickly. Not only one team thought this way, but three teams also set off at the same time. There were 10 chains on this cliff, and it was impossible to disturb each other 20 meters apart, so they didn't have to worry about the big bird over there threatening them. Phew! Unexpectedly, just after the three teams had taken a few small steps, the chirping of birds sounded again, and 9 birds once again attacked from below, attacking the three teams respectively. The people in the back looked even more serious. Depending on the situation, they would have to face the harassment of 3 big birds no matter what. These 3 big birds don't have any martial arts skills. They just rely on their own attacks to make them lose their balance and fall. However, their bodies are very hard and it is difficult to break through their defenses with their dark strength. But not all teams were afraid. One of the powerful teams crossed directly. As soon as the 3 big birds came into contact, they took out their spiritual weapons and chopped them into pieces on the spot, successfully passing the level. What a luxurious lineup. I don't know which family they are from. Hanli saw that the 5 people in front of him all took out Xian-level weapons, and he was a little envious for a moment. It's not that the Han family didn't have them, but it was obviously impossible to just let them bring them out casually. Obviously, the team in front has a lot of background. They may be some top families from strong provinces, or they may be some hidden martial arts families or sections. Young master, those birds seem to attack the first person first. Han Li's men carefully observed the situation on the field and came to the conclusion that the attack focus of the several big birds seemed to be on the first person. Han Li also nodded and prepared to cross the cliff. Boy, you go first. The 3 big men spoke ill-intentionally towards Lin Fan. Why? Lin Fan had a bad temper and always got angry when he got up. In his opinion, although dealing with these people would be a little troublesome, it was not impossible. Not everyone is as perverted as you ran. The young master has brought an outsider like you, shouldn't you protect the young master? The 3 big men did not say that Lin Fan should be used as cannon fodder, but used a very euphemistic way of saying it. But who is Lin Fan? How could he not hear the disdain and criticism in their mouths? In their eyes, the Han family is not without dark strength in the late stage. It is a waste of quota to bring Lin Fan's dark strength in the middle stage. Lin Fan, please go ahead. We are very strong and nothing will happen. Han Li also spoke. He was the one who invited Lin Fan to ensure his safety. The other 3 were all his own. He had helped Lin Fan block so many things before, so he felt that his request was reasonable. But Lin Fan's face darkened. He killed the Bai family, and the benefits the Han family got were enough to help him avoid disasters, not to mention that he also got the disasters from the Han family. He felt that he had paid the price for coming here, especially because there was already a ball of anger burning in his heart against Bai Yuan for making him become like this. Good. Lin Fan responded coldly and stepped onto the stairs first. The situation was stronger than the others, but he had endured it for so long that he would not fall out with Han Li here. Han Li and his group were attacked by big birds as soon as they set foot. The attacks of these big birds were very chaotic and they did not target Lin Fan at first, but until Lin Fan and the others reached the middle, the attack target of these birds became Lin Fan. At least 2 big birds attacked Lin Fan at the same time. Although Lin Fan was powerful, he still had some trouble dodging the attacks of the 2 big birds. Do you really think that I, Lin Fan, am easy to bully? Lin Fan was so furious that the holy doctor slapped the big bird that attacked him hard with his wave hand. The big bird screamed, and a few hairs flew in the air, but it fell downwards. Lin Fan tempered the poison in his hand, and the big bird would never have the strength to attack him again unless it died. Just when he was about to attack another big bird, he suddenly received a violent impact from behind. The 3rd big bird actually hit his back. He suddenly lost his balance, and the big bird in front of him was so fierce that he was about to knock him off the cliff. At the critical moment, Lin Fan directly grabbed the iron wire with his hand, then kicked the big bird back, and used his arm to return to the iron rope. Soon Lin Fan and the others quickly crossed the cliff and there was no more danger. But just after crossing the cliff, Lin Fan punched one of them directly, and the wind of the punch was filled with strong killing intent. Han Yu was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Fan to attack him directly. He quickly raised his hand to block, but Lin Fan's punch was so powerful that it cracked all the bones in his hands. Behind him was an abyss, and he was about to fall into it. At the critical moment, Han Feng on the side pulled him directly, and he survived. Lin Fan, are you going to rebel? Han Kuang next to him was so furious that Lin Fan actually wanted to kill them. Wasn't that the big bird that hit me behind on the cliff just because of you? Lin Fan was not afraid at all. In the worst case, he would fall out with Han Li. It was Han Yu who deliberately hit the bird on his back, causing him to almost fall off the cliff. You are so rude. I just wanted to help the young master drive the big bird away. I bumped into your back unintentionally. You are the one who wants to kill someone maliciously. Han Yu was naturally unable to admit such a thing, and instead began to scold Lin Fan. Lin Fan was furious and was about to start a fight. Enough! Han Li shouted angrily, and everyone stopped. No matter what, we are a team in the secret realm. What's the benefit of fighting each other? I won't say who is right or wrong about what happened just now. Let this matter be over. When Han Yu heard what Han Li said, he could only snort and took the healing medicine. Although the bones were broken, it was not a fatal injury to the Anjin warrior. He would recover quickly after taking the healing medicine. Lin Fan did not continue to pursue the case. Although he had the means, it was obviously not wise to fall out with Han Li here. But he still felt unhappy. Crossing the cliff, they saw a spectacular sight again. It turned out to be a row of terracotta warriors and horse puppets, and the swarm of puppets stood in front of them. The stone tablet explained the mystery here, and Lin Fan gently read out the content of the stone tablet. Invoke the puppet to attack. After defeating it, you can obtain the puppet iron skin, which can be exchanged for rewards in the puppet stone cabinet. Not far from the stone monument is a stone cabinet. When everyone went to look at it, their eyes turned red. There were all kinds of elixirs, spiritual weapons, and martial arts in it, and there were even many rare elixirs that we could no longer see. The spiritual weapons and martial arts are even more envy-inducing, and there are even earth-level spiritual weapons and elixirs. However, the redemption amount is also extremely amazing, and only 99 iron sheets can be redeemed. Han Li was also extremely excited. Earth-level spiritual weapons and martial arts were the Han family's treasures, and they were not something he could spy on at his level. If you can bring something like this back, there is no doubt that you will be the next head of the Han family. Let's go and challenge. There were 20 battle platforms not far away, and people were already fighting these puppets. Lin Fan and the others were not in a hurry and were observing the puppets' fighting methods. Pure physical power. The puppet realm corresponds to different realms. The first battle stage was the first to determine the winner. A wise and martial man punched the puppet into pieces, and a piece of the puppet's iron sheet came into his hands. Then a loud voice came out, "Should we continue to fight?" "Yes." The man answered without any doubt, and soon two puppets from the late engine stage rushed onto the battlefield again and fought with the man. It turns out there are still multiple levels of entry. Lin Fan thought to himself, it seemed that the stronger the player at the same level, the more puppet iron skins he would get. Let's go! Han Li couldn't help it anymore and stepped onto one of the battle platforms. Lin Fan was no exception. These puppets have no skills and no life. They just rely on fighting instinct to attack. Their bodies are so hard that even spiritual weapons cannot cut them off. Lin Fan had extraordinary strength and reached the 5th level in an instant. He had already harvested 10 iron sheets, but his goal was at least the 10th level. The thing he wanted to exchange for was worth 50 iron sheets. At this moment, the Korean Han Kuang and Han Feng of the Han family have been swept off the battlefield, and the three of them each gained 10 pieces of iron sheet. When the 5 puppets besieged them, they were already beyond their capabilities and were directly defeated and stepped down. Seeing Lin Fan still fighting on the field, the eyes of the three of them were filled with jealousy. In the 7th game, Han Li was defeated and received 21 iron sheets, which was considered a pretty good result and was enough to prove his talent. When he came down, he looked at Lin Fan on the field thoughtfully. The number of puppets on his side has reached 8.